Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had private relationship with Parvati and Lavender? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. My reasoning being, all witch and wizard children had to go to Hogwarts. There are far too many broom closets for the place with the largest recorded number of house elves. And outside of Hogwarts, broom closets do not come with full-sized fold-out couches with high-day beds. Mostly they contain brooms and cleaning supplies. Hogwarts in canon was set up pretty much like an otome game, Japanese romance video game, for relationship drama, so I'm going to embrace the trope. Indicates dialogue in Parseltongue. Edalix indicates a prophecy. Dumbledore POV. Harry Potter had been marked by the Dark Lord. More than marked. Something of Voldemort lived inside Harry right now. The magic of Lily Potter had done something. Something to cause the killing curse Voldemort was using to make a Horcrux out of Harry's sacrifice and turned the boy into a Horcrux himself. Lily's magic stood between Voldemort's soul fragment and Harry Potter's own infant magical core. A core that could indeed grow to be Voldemort's equal. Dumbledore smiled. He made a mistake with Tom. Power corrupts, and the powerful never sacrifice themselves. He and D. Gellert Grindelwald learned that bitter truth together. No, the prophecy made it clear that it was the power of love that would defeat the Dark Lord. Clearly, Voldemort would destroy his own Horcrux when he struck down the boy. And when he did so, the curse would rebound again and kill him permanently. Of course, Harry might well grow up strong enough to have other ideas than dying to save Wizarding Britain. Placing the Elder Wand upon the infant Harry's belly, just below his heart, Dumbledore began engraving charms on the boy's own magical core, restricting and binding it. Harry would not grow strong enough to resist Voldemort. He would grow more and more vulnerable over time, as the Dark Lord rose in power, and returned for revenge. The temptation to destroy Potter personally would be his downfall. It was regrettable, but for the greater good. What was left of Harry Potter was a pawn to be sacrificed. There were already 2 kings on the board. Harry would be sacrificed to take the Dark One. Hermione POV. Hermione Granger had the dream again. She had the dream whenever she went to sleep thinking about Harry Potter. She had tried asking her mom about dreaming about a boy when you thought about him before bed. That had been a mistake. While Hermione Granger loved knowledge above all things, having a mother who was a dentist can have dangerous side effects. For instance, mentioning to any mother who was a medical professional of any kind that you had disturbing, tear the bed apart, dreams about a boy will cause you to have a very long, extremely embarrassing discussion about birth control, consent, male and female anatomy, various forms of ways girls and boys could indulge in play that did not risk pregnancy, and way too much information about how a girl could take care of such needs without requiring the risky involvement of a boy. It had also resulted in the post-owl bringing Hermione's return letter having a second letter to Madame Pomfrey, who took Hermione aside for a really interesting lecture on magical birth control methods, and other ways a young witch could use magic that Hermione swore she only memorized because of course all knowledge was valuable. She would never actually try them. I mean, probably. The embarrassing part about it all was it hadn't been that sort of dream. Not that sort of dream at all. The dream was not something that Hermione liked to think about. She had of course gone to the library to find out everything she could about the girl in the dream. It wasn't until Hogwarts that she heard any mention of the man in the dream, and even then, all true lore of him was so deeply restricted she got detention from the librarian for asking. The dream. The girl sat swaying in the cave. The great python swayed with her, and the herbs thrown upon the brazier let her slip into the dream place, where the Pythian serpent subdued so long ago by the god Apollo gave to his chosen oracles the gift of prophecy, always and only the gift of the serpent kind. 3 shall be the abominations of the first. 7 shall be the abominations of the last. 3 shall be the heads of serpent he shall become. 7 shall be the years of his trial. Magic herself will not survive his fall. The girl's eyes were the white of ivory or opal, with the whirling rainbow sheen of the wild magic, and her voice echoed in every hall. Of prophesy, for she was the last oracle at Delphi. And for centuries her cult had only spoken truth. Herpo looked at her and his slit-poo-piled eyes marked the inhumanity of one who had violated his soul past all rational limits. He hissed, and Hermione remembered the words, but she could never understand them. If she had, much would have changed. So, it is true. The Pythian oracle can see my Horcrux, and know they number 3. Your sight cannot be allowed to penetrate my secrets. A secret known by 2 can only be kept when 1 is dead. Herpo the Foul, the first magician ever to split his soul into Horcrux. To escape death hissed in the serpent speech or Parseltongue. You cannot escape Hades. Death will not be denied. You are the first abomination, but there will be a last. The gods have seen it. Spoke the last oracle of Delphi, choosing the last words of this life carefully. Again, she hated the dream. She hated not understanding what that hissing was that was clearly not a normal language, Becca. She was sure the important parts were spoken in it. The oracle at Delphi was a famous order of Ceres in ancient Greece. For centuries they had been associated with the god Apollo, and with the mythical serpent Pythia that he defeated to earn the gift of prophecy. Hermione had found lots of scholarly evidence and writings on the oracle in respectable British archaeological books. She was happy with that. Discovering she was a witch, she had been excited to learn that there was indeed a magical language of snakes, but to speak it in Britain was to be at least suspected of being a dark wizard. Further, Herpo the Foul was a real person. A person so terrible that asking about him got her detention from a librarian. What kind of librarian gives detention for research? A Hogwarts librarian, it turns out. That Harry Potter made her dream of Herpo the Foul made sense. He was the boy who lived, the boy who survived the curse in her dream. The killing curse. He was the boy who struck down the Dark Lord Voldemort when just a baby. Seemed a bit odd, as he was quite a normal enough boy. Semi-feral, and she suspected quite malnourished and completely unsocialized, but basically a good boy. Then, in second year, she realized he could speak that magic language. The language of snakes. Harry was a Parseltongue. She knew he was the answer to her dreams. Not sure how, but that just meant she needed to research him deeply. Sounds of the serpent language. Before tossing a black diary into one of the toilets and attempting to flush it, Hermione was curious. Pushing out the door, she walked over to the puddle with the book. Picking it up, she saw it was black leather, with Diary of Tom Riddle embossed in gold on it. Tom Riddle had been Slytherin prefect and head boy. She had been compar ed to him by an enthusiastic Professor Flitwick as a charms prodigy, along with Harry Potter's muggle-born mother Lily Evans, later Potter. Opening the book, she saw it was empty, and somehow also dry. Still, the book gave her the sense of the dream. Somehow, both like and unlike Harry Potter, this book reminded her of the dream. More research. Harry may be hard to figure out, but a diary had to be. The young girl who tossed it out had said, she had been writing in it, and it had been writing back. Perhaps Hermione would try that. What is the worst that could happen? Harry Potter POV. Harry KN. EU. Hermione had been hiding something from him. The dreamless sleep potions she had been sharing with him had helped him, but she had been growing thinner and paler, his eyes having the bruised look of someone running on pepper-up potions and enough tea to float the Ark Royal. She had been sullen, withdrawn, angry and crying by turns. Yet, alone of the whole castle, she had stood with him. She knew he was not the heir of Slytherin. She trusted him. Her alone now she was missing. Half a dozen students, and a cat, were missing. The entire castle had decided that as a Muggle raised half-blood, and the one they claimed destroyed their precious Dark Lord, Harry Potter was actually the new Dark Lord, the heir of Slytherin. Let's ignore the fact the old Dark Lord wasn't dead. I mean Dumbledore knew, and was covering it up. Harry had faced and fought the Dark Lord, with Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall as witnesses to the end, but still everyone including those worthy professors were sure he was going around petrifying random Muggleborns and a cat as part of some cunning plan for, I don't know, the ability to have even fewer friends than just Ron the mannerless idiot and Hermione of the information dump. Ron was even avoiding him. Harry can talk to snakes. Harry bad. Honestly, it took generations of inbreeding to produce an idiot like Malfoy. In the Weasleys' case, maybe it was overbreeding. Arthur Weasley had only so many decent Y chromosomes to spare, and 6 sons in when he got to Ron. He came out somewhere on the garden gnome troll spectrum of intellectual and social abilities. Ginny turned out all right, so clearly the never-used Weasley X chromosome had some life left in it. Ginny had been found petrified. She and Hermione had been researching something in the library and on their way back to the common room when they had been attacked. Ginny was petrified, and Hermione was gone. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. The words written in human blood were Hermione's. Harry had been having problems ever since he began speaking Parselmouth. Sometimes he could. Harry was tasting the air, it tasted of Hermione. He felt a coldness fill his veins. Hermione was gone. His Hermione. His eyes flickered, his pupils turned slit and his face grew somehow sharper. His body became still in a way that was not fully human. Harry felt his magic, straining against the usual bonds that bound it. For himself, he had grown used to accepting it, but now, she had been taken. Hermione. His Hermione. That was different somehow. Harry wasn't sure how, but now his magic was coiling and thrashing at the bonds placed on it. Ron's punch came out of nowhere, and made Harry's head ring. His eyes slit pupilled as any serpent. Harry felt cold all over. He could see Ron's body in shades of head, see the minute tells of his body as he prepared to strike. A detached part of him realized he should care. His first friend was attacking him, and that should mean something. Hermione was taken to the Chamber of Secrets. His Hermione. Ron swung his fist. Absently, Harry snatched it out of the air, and twisted, breaking his arm. Ron was making too much noise, so Harry struck him on the side of the head. And the boy went silent. When had Harry gotten this strong? He had felt it sometimes playing Quidditch when the hunt urge came over him. He had felt it against Quirrell when they fought at the end of first year. The kill urge was even purer than the hunt urge. Hermione. Hermione had been taken. Harry noted that while he wasn't in any way normal right now, his thoughts were inhumanly clear. Harry saw something clutched in Ginny's hand. A mirror. Something in her other hand, a parchment note. Pulling the note, he looked at it. Hermione had either done or allowed Ginny to rip a page out of a book. About as severe an offense for Hermione as dancing naked on the tables during the year-end feast. Pulling the page out, he read Basilisk, King of Serpents. Spiders flee before it, its gaze brings death, in reflection. It petrifies. Doing some quick memory review, Hermione's study habits having more tactical application than he thought, he realized everyone petrified had seen the basilisk through a camera lens. Through a ghost, reflected in water, or in a mirror. Hermione figured it out. Harry figured it out. There is no chance that Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry, with full access to the finest care of magical creatures, professors in living memory, Professor Grubbly Plank, and the restricted section of his own library had. NT figured this out in 50 years since it happened last. In fact, Professor Grubbly Plank was replaced by Hagrid just in time for this fiasco, a move which suddenly Harry trusted about as much as a candy from the Weasley twins. Harry loved Hagrid, but he was both thick as two thick planks hammered together at the thick end, and entirely Dumbledore's creature. Dumbledore had ordered Professor S.P. Rout to cultivate mandrakes this year on a huge scale, by coincidence, just in time for his students to begin getting petrified. I mean, they are a Class C restricted plant, it takes serious ministry. Pull to be allowed to cultivate them because of the risk, but they are a class project the year that a basilisk starts running around the castle petrifying people. Totally a coincidence. Now, because it would be up to Harry to end it this time, if he wanted his Hermione back. Entering a girl's bathroom ought not to make Harry nervous. Harry had just assaulted his first friend, and looted his sister's petrified body for clues. This is what should scare him. However, it was a girl's bathroom, and the chasers of the Gryffindor Quidditch team had given Harry a very clear understanding of boundaries, consent, and gender-segregated spaces. When three witches together tell you of the many and varied punishments for coming across girls accidentally, unclothed in spaces where they should be free to change without male observation, you swiftly take those dire warnings as truth. Harry knocked. Is anyone in there? Myrtle poked her head through the door, which was not a metaphor, as a ghost, she literally came through the door to shout at him. Of course someone is in there, it is my bathroom. I died here, and you can't make me leave. Blinking as she recognized Harry. Oh, it's you, Harry. You know, if you died here, you could stay too, Myrtle offered cheerfully, then looked again. Or maybe not. Harry, your eyes have turned all snaky. I don't like them. They remind me of. Then, Myrtle frowned. Unable to hold any emotion long without reinforcement, she smiled at Harry. But you at least are polite, so you can come in. Harry pushed into the bathroom, checking the stalls to see Hermione's brewing cauldron was cold and empty. He frowned. Why had she stopped brewing the dreamless sleep? She said she had been having trouble sleeping, and even had some blackouts when awake. Why did she stop brewing? Myrtle, when did Hermione stop brewing potions here? Harry asked softly, on the edge of figuring something out. Myrtle was mad, raising in the air to tower over Harry. About the same time she stopped being polite to me. Hissing like that, she knows it makes me scared. It reminds me of, then. Myrtle shuddered. Harry had a terrible feeling about this. Myrtle, can you tell me about, then? I mean, you were the only student ghost, and nobody knows how you died. You should be the most famous ghost, but nobody knows your story at all. I mean, your first death day is important. Right, Harry said, trying to appeal to Myrtle's ego to get her past the fear of discussing her death trauma. It worked. She floated down until she was eye level, almost nose to nose. WTIH Harry. Well, I was in here alone, having a good cry after that skeleton little twiglet Hannah made a joke about my weight, and Ermintrude brought up the acne. I had to brew my own potion. I heard someone coming into the bathroom. A boy, not like you. He didn't ask if it was okay to come in or anything. Then he started hissing, just like Hermione today. I came out to give him what for. I had my wand out. Read. Why the heck's him so bad he would have to crawl to the hospital wing when I saw them? Two great yellow snake eyes, shining at me. Myrtle nodded in satisfaction as if the injustice of her plight had been captured fully. I died, in a bathroom, looking at two terrible yellow snake eyes. Not like yours, Harry. They are a rather attractive green, even when you go snaky. Myrtle cooed, reaching out to stroke his cheek, leaving him feeling the cold of the ghost touch. Harry thought about it, then he thought about snakes, and let his mind shift deeper into that awareness. Did the sound Hermione was making, and the bad boy who came before sound like this? Harry asked, before Harry switched to Parseltongue. Did they speak the language of serpents? Harry said, and watched as Myrtle shot back through the bathroom stall door to poke just her head back. Stop that, Myrtle shouted. That is how the bad man hissed then, and how Hermione hissed when she came in a few minutes ago. Myrtle said. Harry already knew the answer. Myrtle, she came in. She isn't here now. Did she ever open the door to leave? Myrtle blinked in confusion, then floated back through the door and looked around. No, she didn't. She isn't here. She isn't invisible either. I'm a ghost, and this is where I died. I can see everything here. Isn't that strange? The Ravenclaw ghost girl looked around with happy interest. Harry turned to look at the stalls, the walls, the sinks, looking for a sign. Finally he noticed one sink had serpents for taps. None of the rest did. He went and turned the taps, and nothing came out. That one doesn't work, Myrtle sniffed. It never has, and even asking Dumbledore to fix it did nothing. He kept saying it worked perfectly as it was, which is silly because it never made water even when I was alive. Quote. Harry smiled, and his voice turned to a cold and dangerous hiss. Myrtle looked at it and blinked. The snake thingy that killed me came up through a secret door in my bathroom. It's my bathroom. I should be the one opening it and letting things out to kill people. Myrtle fumed. Harry blinked, not really sure what the correct response to that was. I'm sorry, Myrtle, it kind of a Parseltongue thing. I think something bad happened to Hermione, because she can't speak Parseltongue, and she wouldn't ever go around petrifying Muggleborns like herself unless something bad was making her do it. Myrtle looked at Harry for a long second. You really aren't very bright, are you? No Ravenclaw would ever go down a hole that had at least a basilisk, and possibly a mind-controlling dark wizard or cursed item controlling their friend. Harry smiled. I'm not very bright. I am a Gryffindor, so being stupid and brave is what people will call it if I die. You want to know the real truth. If it wasn't Hermione, I would go back to my room and hide like everyone else. Not one living person in this castle has stayed on my side, except Hermione, and something took her down this hole. I am going to get her back. Myrtle tried to give him a ghostly hug. You are so cute when you get manly like that. When you die, you can share my bathroom with me. Harry blinked again. That was definite. The most supportive comment he had received from anyone who was not Hermione this entire year. Thank you, Myrtle, that would be lovely. Harry offered as he looked down the long tube and failed to see any elegant way to go down. Consider haunting the toilet with Myrtle as Plan B. Plan A, get Hermione back, was now underway. Sliding down the ramp, Harry gave up on silence when he hit a huge pill of bones at the bottom with sound equivalent to knocking over the kitchen table at mealtime. Pulling out his wand, Harry felt his. Lying before the statue of Salazar Slytherin, Hermione lay with her arms crossed over her chest. The black leather of the diary he had seen her writing in for the last few weeks on her breast. Hermione, Harry roared and charged towards her. She's almost gone now, your mudblood friend. A voice called out from the darkness. Harry turned and could see no body heat. A ghost? No. The voice was full, not the empty echoing thing ghosts had. He was holding a ball of Lumos light hovering above his hand. Wandless magic. No ghost could do magic at all. The figure waved and Harry could feel the rumble of stone as the Chamber of Secrets sealed shut behind them. Who are you? One of Voldemort's little dung-eaters. Harry snarled, pointing his wand at the boy who looked to be at least a sixth year. Do not defame the name Death Eaters. The not ghost roared. I am Tom Marvolo Riddle, the heir of Slytherin, and savior of magical Britain. Thanks to this mudblood whore, I am almost restored. When the last of her life is mine, I will again have a body, and resume my work saving our kind. Tom Riddle spoke haughtily. The sneering Riddle looked down his aristocratic nose at Harry and continued with an endless weary contempt, as if Harry was wasting his time by attempting resistance. Harry shrugged. Didn't really seem important. Riddle looked almost offended, but Harry had the cold reptilian brain that had been running since Hermione was taken reviewing his interactions with the headmaster without any emotion, and in the context of what he had learned of the real history of his family. Harry ticked off on his fingers with his wand. Dumbledore convinces M.Y. parents to leave the heavily defended Potter Manor where half a dozen veteran Aurors were on hand, and more just a shout away to go hide all alone in a cottage whose total protection was a spell to keep them secret. That somehow failed utterly. Without friends, without defenses, they both die without Albus the savior of us all, Dumbledore bothering to show up. I somehow kill Voldemort by accident as a toddler. And his response is to take me, and dump me in the hands of the people on the planet who hate me worse than the dung-eaters and moldy shorts. Harry ticked off the next finger. Dumbledore reconvinces Nicholas Flamel to give him the magic return from the dead rock, tells the whole school where it is, invites Moldy Shorts' possessed minion to teach me how to defend myself, then leaves me to save the magic back from the dead rock from Moldy Shorts and my own defense against the dark arts teacher, who I kind of killed. Harry cocked his head and shrugged again. Sort of feels like if Dumbledore was in the next room listening in, I would still be facing you alone. Honestly, after Moldy Shorts and the dung-eaters, the ghost of a forgotten head boy is not much of a threat. Riddle seemed like he was about to explode, and was clearly preparing some epic speech. It seemed like an excellent time to do some wizarding. Harry shot a stunner at him with a shouted, "Stupefy!" But the red beam passed through him. Walking forward to place himself between Hermione and Riddle, Harry bought himself time to think by talking. If you are supposed to be the savior of wizard kind, why haven't you snuffed that nut job Voldemort yet? The only thing that wanker does is get decent witches and wizards killed. Harry said, probing to see if he was right about Tom Riddle's connection with the Death Eaters. Based on his reaction to Harry's calling them dung-eaters. The shade of Riddle hissed in Parseltongue, Depulso, and flung his hand at Harry, shocked at how much power Parseltongue put into a wandless banishing charm. Harry was caught and tossed into Hermione's body by the spell. Holding his hands in front of himself, Tom Marvolo Riddle wrote his name in burning letters in the air. Waving his hands, he caused the letters to shift until they shone like a death sentence between them. I am Lord Voldemort. Harry felt rage well up, but his blood was reptile cold right now. The screaming fury at the murderer of his parents. The one that was stealing Hermione's life right in front of him did not come. Harry felt time slow, his thoughts G-bits slot into place like Voldemort's name. Hermione could not speak Parseltongue. But Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort, could. Hermione spoke Parseltongue to get down here, and now she was quietly dying holding Tom Riddle's diary as the not-quite ghost of Tom Riddle grew stronger. Harry turned his wand upon the diary. Incendio. The diary took the spell that should have burned it to ash. Nothing happened but Riddle screaming. No. Riddle screamed in obvious alarm. Riddle turned to the statue of Slytherin and hissed. Hear me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Send forth your invincible destroyer to cut down my enemies. The mouth of the statue irised open. And it didn't take Hermione to figure out what was going to come out. Riddle had commanded it to kill Harry, and from what he had read, basilisks were almost immune to magic. They ignored Muggle weapons, which Harry didn't have, and only the strongest of magical weapons, which Harry didn't have, could harm them. That was the bad part. The good part is that Riddle hadn't figured out yet that Harry was a Parselmouth. Basilisk venom could kill anything, so since Harry couldn't destroy the diary, and couldn't simply tell the basilisk to be a nice snake and not kill him while Riddle was here to argue the point. Harry had two problems. Harry's instincts painted the picture. He knew, somehow, how the snake would coil, rear and strike. The timing of it was as natural as the movements of his own body. He didn't have to see to know where the basilisk was. Bite him, Tom Marvolo Riddle commanded, and at the command of the heir of Slytherin, the basilisk struck. The fangs of the basilisk struck through both the diary and Harry Potter's left arm. Riddle screamed. No, again, but it was both too late, and not in Parseltongue, as the blow had already been struck. The basilisk, aware that it had struck a speaker, began to panic as the terrible magics that had bound it to the service of Salazar Slytherin and his heirs for 1,000 years required it to always obey and protect speakers, and at the command of one, it had struck another. Voldemort screamed as ink flowed from the punctured diary. Harry Potter screamed as the poison entered his body, and the basilisk reamed as the magics that bound it to serve the line of Slytherin and its speakers turned against it and exacted the price for oath-breaking in its most ancient and terrible form. Hermione screamed as her soul and magic flowed back into her from Tom Riddle, who had seduced and possessed her. Forbidden knowledge had been her weakness, and she felt such shame to have fallen, even though she only began to write in the diary to learn enough to protect Harry. In the end, he had to protect her. As the terrible venom of the basilisk destroyed the Horcrux that was Tom Riddle's diary, it began to break down the Horcrux that was Harry Potter's famous curse scar. Because irony makes rusty and jagged wounds, it also began to break down the protective magic of Lily Potter's blood sacrifice to protect Harry, and Dumbledore's magical binding on Harry Potter's core. After 15 years trapped by Lily Potter's magic, able to feel but not touch the magic of young Harry Potter, the barrier between Voldemort's last Horcrux and his chosen victim's magical core collapsed. Sadly, the venom worked faster on the weak and poorly formed Horcrux faster, so the core of Voldemort's will broke even as the flood of his magic and memories entered the boy. Harry Potter's own magic shattered its bonds to scream through every cell of body, filling it with the potential of the powerful Potter bloodline, and the wild magic of his mother's own blood. Sura, the basilisk who had been Slytherin's companion for over a century prior to his death, and who had remained to protect his beloved Hogwarts and future Generate. Ions of speakers had done the only thing she could do to correct her crime, the killing of a speaker. By her own fang and venom, she sent her own life and magic burning into the young Potter boy. Harry Potter writhed in agony. 3 souls and 3 magics warred inside his body. Voldemort's dissolving hatred, Sura's failing desire to heal, and Harry Potter's own instinctive embracing of his animagi. Other self to escape the venom worked a strange alchemy in the air to both Potter and Slytherin, and embraced both. Where a dying Harry was being dissolved by venom that could unmake reality itself, and a storm of magic that could reshape the world, a balance was struck. Harry felt his awareness cleave into 3, even as he felt his body fall to the ground. He cried out in pain, and 3 hissing voices answered. Harry struggled to gather his thoughts, but they pooled in 3 separate and distinct pools. Harry turned to look at himself, and himself and himself. Harry was the right-hand head. And he felt that analytical planning tactical brain that he had been sinking into since Hermione went missing come to the fore and identify this rightmost head as Harry. The second head felt the flow of the magic, of the twisting of fate and destiny that this new creation had wrought and lost itself in the paths of probabilities, possibilities, and inevitabilities that would flow from this. Prophecy was its gift to give others. But without a single mind to hold it, this head was likely to wander the endless paths of potential and stay lost in the dream. Harry called this head Pythia, for it was the dreamer and seer. The rage of a forgotten and abused boy, the rage of a betrayed child, had gathered to it the memories of Tom Riddle and Voldemort to make the left head into one of matchless hate and violence. The gift of Sura had transformed this head's venom to that of the basilisk. The name for this head flowered in his mind. This was Nidhogg, the world-ending serpent. Hermione watched as Harry Potter died under the fangs of the basilisk to save her life. She began to cry, when she froze instead in shock. Harry's body did dissolve, but from it rose a snake nearly 12 feet long. 3 heads swayed on long necks. The right-hand head met her eyes with what was almost a familiar green gaze. If Harry was slit-pupilled not round-pupilled, he might look at her like this. The middle head swayed like the dream snake. Its eyes were like white opals, a faint rainbow sheen of wild magic danced over them, promising wonders and horrors as it dreamed terrible dreams of what was, what is, and what might be. The last head had the burning red eyes of Voldemort, or Harpo the Foul from the dream. They were the eyes of death. Hermione asked softly, "Harry, the right head, the one with a most hairy eyes nodded enthusiastically. The middle head seemed lost in thought until the right head hissed at it, then it gave a slow and majestic nod. The third head hissed at her, seeming to not want to answer the question. After a loud but impossible to understand argument, it also eventually nodded. Hermione nodded. Situation understood. Harry had saved her life. Harry was a Runnispore 3-headed magical snake. They were trapped in Slytherin's chamber of secrets with no idea how to get out. Hermione stood and nodded. "Right, you are a 3-headed talking snake I can't talk to. We are in a chamber no one else can find. And you can't explain. You are most likely going to be shot on sight if a professor or Auror sees you. It's too dark to see, we have no food, and I don't have my wand." Harry thought about that, then hissed, "Lights on, heat on." Quote, all around the chamber, torches lit, and 4 huge fireplaces roared to life. Hermione got a really good look at the dead basilisk, closed her eyes. And if Harry's ability to read lips was as good as Nidhogg swore it was, she was simply repeating, "Nope, nope, nope," and refusing to process a dead 60-foot basilisk. Harry saw Sommet, hing on the floor where Hermione had been placed by Tom. It was a circle, a ritual circle. There were permanent enchantments and runic inscriptions on the floor marking this clearly as a circle of transformation or enhancement. Harry was a Parselmouth, so he could read the runes written in that most secret language of as the one taking an interest in ancient runes and arithmancy, so all Harry Sue. LD say for sure is that this was a very powerful magic circle for snake-related transformation or enhancement rituals. Pythia and Nidhogg both knew that Salazar Slytherin's private library lay beyond the statue of Slytherin that the basilisk had come out of. Harry needed a magical desnaking ritual, and the greatest library of snake-related magic was behind that, currently open, mouth cave. Hermione was the greatest bibliophile Harry had ever met, with a total lack of self-preservation where dangerous books were concerned. This seemed like everything Harry needed to solve his problem. Too bad Hermione didn't know it, and he couldn't tell her. Harry and Nidhogg hissed in deep frustration, but Pythia, the dreaming head, laughed in a strange kee, causing Hermione to drift closer. Having located and retrieved her wand, Hermione looked at the carvings and engravings of the Chamber of Secrets and decided that she would need about a decade and access to the restricted section of Hogwarts library to begin to understand them. She heard the snake behind her laughing. Looking at the 3-headed snake, she saw what could pass for a smirk on the central head, the one with the Dr. Amy eyes of the snake from her dreams of the Pythian oracle. Hermione drifted to the snake, and caressed the central head, causing all 3 snakes to tremble in shared bliss, but the central snake just rubbed its head against Hermione's hand as she looked it in the eye and asked, "What has you laughing? I would give anything to know what you find funny about this." "This would be Of course, when Pythia bit her. Hermione's scream caused Harry to hiss her name, Hermione. Although being in Parseltongue, she didn't notice. Nidhogg hissed, "Have you lost your tiny little mind, you white-eyed egg sucker?" Although being in Parseltongue, Hermione didn't smack him for swearing. The venom hit Hermione's system, and her eyes rolled white. The rainbow sheen that covered them matched the flow of the visions that flooded her. A king of light, a king of dark, a single pawn between them. If stays a pawn, death will claim him, and all the board will burn. If promoted, let the king of chaos reign. The prophesy tore through Hermione with all the force she remembered from the dream. Beyond the prophesy were a flood of images, of bits of what was, of what is, and what could be. Too many images, too fast to grasp. This was her first time, and no seer can grasp beyond the surface of her vision upon the first experience. Yet, Hermione had suffered the dream so many times. She had lived the last oracle at Delphi's final vision, and had shared a child's mind with the last great seer of Hellenic Greece 1,000 times. Hermione had been a child, a clever and obsessive child. It seems endless attempts to parse the wild and chaotic visions of the dream left her some skills to process the same flood when it was her vision filling her mind. She saw an old man who looked like the statues around the chamber. Presumably Salazar Slytherin. He was talking to the basilisk that had just died when it was perhaps half this size. He was writing at a desk, and when he closed the book, he shelved it with other books in a large bookcase. He then went to a bare wall, and pushed aside a panel. Behind it were half a dozen books, each bound in leather and gold, each bearing a powerful, "Notice me not," charm. He took one, then glanced to make sure no one could see, and slipped away. Harry was in full panic mode when Hermione's eyes rolled back white and she began speaking in prophesy. That had to be bad. No one makes prophecies about the Witch Weekly sweepstakes numbers or the Quibbler's Quiz secret answer. It's always what terrible thing will happen to Harry next. Admittedly, his experience with prophecies was limited, but so far consistent. "We are trapped with no food, you as a magical three-headed snake I can't talk to, no way out, and I found the library." Hermione cheered. Harry watched. Ed, his bushy-haired friend, charged the Chamber of Secrets' most forbidden portal with the total lack of concern that would do any Gryffindor proud and knew that everything was okay. Dumbledore's paw, Dumbledore's cottage. Dumbledore watched as Harry's various threat detectors went off the rails on his personal danger, and held out the sorting hat for Fawkes to take to Harry for his final confrontation with Tom Riddle. Once Harry expressed his loyalty to Dumbledore, Fawkes would be able to bring Harry the hat and the sword of Gryffindor it hid and refused to give to Dumbledore. In one fell swoop he would be rid of Slytherin's monster. Harry Potter would have sworn his devotion to Dumbledore. Dumbledore would have access at last to Salazar Slytherin's secret magical knowledge, and Dumbledore could even expect the boy to simply hand over the sword of Gryffindor to his headmaster for safekeeping. It was all going to plan. The threat detectors went ballistic, 2 of them actually caught fire. Harry's life was in jeopardy. And still he did not call for Dumbledore. The Chamber of Secrets could not be opened by any save a Parselmouth. Only one who had entered the chamber by rights could summon another to it. No Phoenix, house elf or wizard could enter, until one who had the right to open the chamber called him. Harry wasn't calling. The threat detectors slowed and went steady. Harry was at risk, but not serious risk. Harry had not needed him. Not died. Dumbledore fell back into his chair. Everything was not okay. Ministry of Magic, Department of Mysteries, Unspeakable Croaker POV. Alarms were blaring. Unspeakables were running to their posts. Fate was weaving. Those 3 pesky goddesses were setting their hands to the warp and woof of time and space and weaving a true prophecy into existence. No one ever made prophecy that said, Tuesday the 5th of June will be sunny and nothing at all will go wrong. They were always obscure and dangerous, like the witch with nostril hairs numbering. The date of her birth will sneeze twice and end the universe unless she is given pudding before noon. The golden orb formed in the Great Ward Matrix where shifts in reality were codified, copied, and verified. The golden orb rolled down the chute like a muggle bingo ball and Croaker read the note. HJG to HJP in the Chamber of Secrets re Lord of Light, Dark Lord, Lord of Chaos. Croaker nearly dropped the prophecy. They had ones regarding Dumbledore as the Lord of Light. It was well established that they had a few of Voldemort as the new Dark Lord since Grindelwald's fall. Now there was a third Lord, a Lord of Chaos. 4 masked unspeakables looked back at him and shook their heads. This was not good news. Once the Minister or Dumbledore checked their alarms, they would know. A true prophecy had just been recorded. Croaker wouldn't bet a sickle on the odds Dumbledore didn't have a way to tell when a prophecy about the Potter boy, or himself, was recorded. No way he could miss them both. Croaker pointed the wand at his head and contemplated suicide as the only reasonable option, when a stinging hex hit him in the rear. His co-workers had seen his attempted suicide and expressed their displeasure at the thought of them having to deal with 2 very powerful politically or magically and utterly unreasonable idiots if Croaker died before they got here. He sighed. Everything was not okay. Restricted Section Fun. 4x Chapter 2 Restricted Section Fun. From now on, one of Harry's other selves speaking internally will be expressed in between double arrow brackets. Usual warning. The characters and world of this work belong to J.K. Rowling, her heirs and successors. This is a fan fiction written with no cost to read. If you paid to see this, please report this work as stolen. We now return you to the Chamber of Secrets where misunderstandings, mistakes, and magic will cook over a cauldron of good intentions and teenage hormones in a way that will change the wizarding world forever. Also, would get enough detentions that they would be senior citizens long-leaded. Salazar Slytherin Portrait POV. I tell you Binky, I heard Sewer leave the chamber, and then the floor shook like there was fighting in it. Salazar Slytherin spoke to the painting of a snake in his portrait, cursing again that he had enchanted the portrait so that it could only speak Parseltongue, with the intent that he would share wisdom with only his own heirs and successors in the privacy of his Chamber of Secrets. Bet it's the pretentious git. Binky hissed. Heir of Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Binky hissed at the long-dead founder of Hogwarts. Oh, give it a rest. Inez was dead only a year. I was drinking heavily enough that Godric and Helga tried imprisoning me to get me off the wine for a week. I had the portrait done when I was coming off a full month drunk to escape my grief over her loss. I spent the next decades locked away because I was ashamed of how I was acting when the portrait was done. Rowena only painted it as an object lesson that I was being a Gryffindor-ish drama queen. Salazar grumbled, glaring at the snake he had enjoyed resenting for the better part of 1,000 years. Binky laughed. Ki. There were screams, and a sound that Salazar never thought to hear, the death throes of Sura his basilisk. What in the name of the first serpent is going on? No one but my own blood can open the chamber, and Sura is bound by oaths never to harm one of my blood. For her to die like that, she must have harmed one of my own, and from the sounds of it, they are both either dead or dying. I thought Rael was the stupidest of my line, fleeing to Spain and abandoning his duties to Hogwarts, but have my own descendants sank so far as to war upon themselves. And to war upon my own sacred guardian of Hogwarts. Quote. Binky looked at Salazar Slytherin and repeated, I bet it's the pretentious git again. Salazar sighed and rubbed his head, unable to deny it. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Sura never trusted him, because she never let him into the inner chamber and my secret writings. He looted the basic Parseltongue teaching tomes for 1st to 3rd years and never bothered to ask if the greatest parcel magic master in the world ever used his gift on anything you shouldn't have mastered before puberty. Truly Binky, I weep for my line. Still, I wish someone would come in here and tell me what is going on. Salazar asked, and because magic loves a straight line, someone did. Hermione Jean Granger, Muggle-born witch, admitted bibliophile and he person revealed in the Shang Cho magic well as the answer to the question of, what witch in the world is most likely to die of curiosity, burst into the room. Salazar Slytherin, somewhat amused the first worthy descendant of his house in 1,000 years to find the inner chamber was a witch, determined he owed his now deceased wife 10 galleons on her deathbed bet. Bowing to the witch he, wrongly, assumed was his descendant. He greeted her formally. Greetings, beloved child of Slytherin. Be welcome in the sacred sanctum of your birthright. In these chambers are my collected wisdom of spells, rituals, and secrets that none who came before, or I should think, after me, had ever dreamed of. With my instruction, you will restore the rightful place and glory of our sacred serpent mag. I see as the force for healing and protection it was made to be. Slytherin spoke in his most patriarchal hiss. Creepy old dude speaking snake, just like the vision. That means the books he wants you to know are over here. Hermione began walking past the portrait who was looking at her in alarm. Salazar's eyes went wide. As the girl's eyes went white, the rainbow sheen of vision danced across them as Binky hissed in alarm. Master, she is not a speaker, but a seer like Rowena. Binky hissed, and Slytherin finally knew why Rowena Ravenclaw, the Hogwarts seer, laughed so hard the day she made this portrait. The first magical portrait in all of Europe. She had foreseen this day, and foreseen Slytherin's reactions. The girl looked Slytherin's portrait in the eye and said in tones of pure ruthless righteousness, "I am sorry, sir, but Harry has been bitten by a basilisk and turned into a three-headed snake. I saw a vision of you recording your secret magics in this room. Harry can't speak to me, because all he can speak is Parseltongue, but if he leaves like this, he will be killed. Harry has gone to some sort of parcel magic circle for a forbidden ritual, and I don't care what the headmaster or minister of magic say. I am going to do it for him." Salazar followed most of that. Anglic was greatly changed, but as an educated wizard he spoke Anglic, Saxon, Gaelic, Welsh, Basque, Catalan, Portuguese, Parselmouth and Murmish. He got the gist of her sentence. His heir had been bitten by the basilisk, and that had somehow triggered an involuntary animagus ability. Honestly, that was from Godric's line, not his. Their descendants must have crossbred at some point. Salazar had never studied it, but it did feature in one or two of his recreational writings after his wife passed. Portraits can't blush, but he had hidden those books away for a reason. Can't have his descendants finding out how a lonely old man dealt with loneliness. Salazar nodded, then pointed haughtily to his L.ong bookcase of the most potent magical spells and rituals in the history of magic. In there were rituals that could fully awaken the power of any bloodline, and if that was the ritual performed first on the animagus involuntarily, locked in his new form, it would indeed grant him the ability to control it. Hermione, however, was lost in the vision, and following her own logic trail to regrettable, if understandable, conclusions. But the rituals I need are forbidden under Wizigamot law. They were forbidden even in the lifetimes of the founders. That is what it says in Hogwarts A History. Therefore, they would not be in the public collection, but the secret stash. Hermione shouted as she dashed to the secret panel no one but Salazar himself knew about. Except Hermione Granger, who had seen him hiding a book with a picture of the ritual circle outside in it. Opening the cabinet, she pulled out the book which she could not understand, and looked at the pictures, which were alarming but evocative. "Child, no, not that book," hissed a terrified and mortally embarrassed Salazar Slytherin. Binky read the title of the book on the spine as the girl opened it to the picture, and blushed scarlet. If you could read Parseltongue, it read, "The Virgin which seduces the most potent serpent." Ki. Binky laughed. "The seerest wasted a vision on your erotic fantasy writings, and your heir is going to get stuck as a snake." Binky laughed at his long-dead master. Slytherin stroked his long-bearded chin and mused. Rowena put more magic than anything she had made in decades into this portrait, so that it could be here when this happened. She was the greatest seer in the land, and this is the only person who has seen it since Rael left. This must be what she saw when she had her vision. The one that made her laugh at me so long and hard. Quote, "She thought your heir stuck as a snake and cut down by an angry mob of Hogwarts professors would be funny?" Binky asked in confusion. Salazar stroked the snake's head, causing it to hiss contentedly. "I was the foremost magical theoretician of my day. I may have written that as an erotic fantasy, but it isn't in me to write magic poorly even in a bodice ripper romance novel. There is always the chance that Rowena Ravenclaw saw something in this that will not end in the death of a child. She was always far kinder than her reputation implied." Slytherin hissed. Hermione's POV. Inside the magical circle, Harry Potter was in clear distress. His, Harry, head, the rightmost one, looked back at her in clear alarm, trying to move forward to stop her reading from the book. The middle head, the one called Pythia, was swaying seductously back and forth, the body moving with it, while the angry left-hand head, Nidhogg, was lashing angrily and hissing. Opening the book, she began to make the sounds chorded. The power of the venom running in her veins let her echo the sound she could relive in the visions from the writing of this book, even if she could not understand them. She blushed horribly at the pictures, but following the pictures she proceeded to disrobe and begin spreading the paint that rose from the ritual circle in the nes and swirls all over her body as the circle began to burn and glow in tones of green and silver magic. Hermione felt the magic beginning to work on her, and her body felt hot, her skin crawling with a sensitivity to touch she had never dreamed of. Snake Harry's 3 heads began to fixate on her in utter concentration, their tongues flickering out in strange hunger, their eyes burning into her. Pots at various points around the circle began to bleed forth strange incense that caused Hermione's body to catch fire and her mind began to fill with images of Harry the boy, not Harry the 3-headed snake, that caused the awakening hunger in her body to rise to new heights. Harry's POV. Hermione was the brightest witch in her generation, and more dangerous left alone in the library than Voldemort himself. Yet Harry had forgotten 2 very important facts. Slytherin was by all accounts insanely proud of his Parselmouth gift, which Hermione did not share, and for all her intelligence, Hermione was a very sheltered young lady. Harry saw the gold lettering on the spine of the book, and caught a rather alarming picture of a naked witch with a finger running over a crease that was not in a book and realized that whatever she held in her hand had more in common with those magazines Dudley beat him so badly for finding under his bed, than any spell book he had ever seen. He read and translated the title. If you could read Parseltongue, it read, "The Virgin Witch Seduces the Most Potent Serpent." Hermione didn't find a spell book, but some form of parcel porn. He tried to stop her, but Pythia, the central dreaming head, stopped him. What must come, Pythia the seer hissed dreamily. She's going to come if she keeps that up. Freaking mammals. Is that what those things are for? She really seems to enjoy it. Why don't the males have those if they are that much fun to play with? Is that why you mammals are always doing this? Snakes only mate to make eggs, and even then, there is a decent chance she will kill you afterwards. Nidhogg hissed in clear excitement. Hermione, this isn't right, you have to stop. Harry hissed desperately, his own emotions running wild and that planning mind that was his gift in this brain was no longer planning ways to get out. But where she should touch next? Harry tried to look away, but failed utterly. If you make her stop, I will bite you. Nidhogg the Destroyer hissed. His mind was given only to rage and violence. He was the hunter, the assassin, the protector, yet as that young witch writhed and moaned, something rose in him he could not understand. Something like the hunt. A hunt once began could only end in death. What she was doing was oddly the same kind of dance. A hunt. She must. He didn't know what, but whatever it was she sought. His life and existence screamed he must help her achieve it or die himself. The snake that was Harry, and was not Harry, slithered into the top of the circle where Hermione knelt. As she opened her mouth to scream, the mouth of Harry Potter, the boy who used to be a snake, took her mouth in both of their first kiss. She was beautiful, naked, in his arms, and he was, he noted, also naked. This was so far beyond awkward he didn't know what to do. I mean, broom closets were talked about in whispers, but that was something Harry Potter, the awkward boy from the cupboard under the stairs, thought had as little to do with him as fame and wealth ever would. Thank you, Hermione, Harry said, and kissed her gently. She sighed and snuggled into his chest, then felt something pointy and sensitive on her chest rub up against his chest, and Hermione Jean Granger realized she was naked in front of Harry, who was decidedly no longer a snake, and suddenly this was an issue. Looking down, she suppressed a giggle. A big issue. She dove for her clothes in a panicked rush, and Harry wondered what happened to his when he transformed, as they seemed to be gone totally. Somehow, he thought a proper animagi would be able to keep their clothes for when they turned back. Pythia spoke softly in his head, we are bound together now. She is our chief seer. Harry stopped in shock. He had only one head now. Why did he still hear the other two? Nidhogg snickered. You have always been an idiot, and I always thought it was because all of us were trapped inside you and that made it hard to think. Turns out, it was just that you were always an idiot. Harry stopped. He wasn't rid of them. He had always felt conflicted in his head, but thought that was just Voldemort's curse scar influencing him. Nidhogg hissed. We ate him. His hate was glorious. He has taught us much of murder and manipulation. We will take all that was him, and make it ours. Harry shouted out loud. I am not a killer. I am not Voldemort. Hermione turned and hugged the still naked Harry. Harry, you could never be like Voldemort. You met Riddle, you know what he did to me. You came for me and saved me, Harry. Voldemort wouldn't have done that. You are what you need to be to save people, and sometimes that means killer. Pythia murmured happily in their head, we are keeping her. Nidhogg hissed angrily in their head. We are keeping her. You, I'm not sold on. Harry looked stricken, and Hermione looked up at him in concern. Are you all right? She asked. Harry supposed, them. He grinned. No, I think I'm entirely bollocked, but I got to kiss you. So I'm overall happy with it all. Let's go see if Slytherin had any super secret pants in his library. Hermione blushed, but glanced down at Harry's puberty issue. D-wand before grabbing his hand and dragging him into the library. Harry found himself staring at a portrait of Salazar Slytherin, who hissed at him in commanding Parseltongue. Boy, if you translate a title for her before you are properly married, I will haunt you until the end of time and see that your every secret is exposed to the world. I can't believe a descendant of mine would seduce a young, unmarried witch of good character into acts of depravity simply because he failed to master his own magic. You will return here for instructions so that you do not embarrass my house. Slytherin commanded. Harry was taken aback by the attack from a talking portrait. I am not the one writing Parselporn. You are the one who led Hermione into acts of depravity. Hermione is so innocent she doesn't even know that was porn, not magic. I can't believe you tricked her into doing that. I ought to light you on fire. Quote. Binky laughed. Kee. He turned to hiss at his ancient master. Slytherin writes Parselporn. Salazar looked embarrassed. Yes, well, I may have written it as a romance novel, but I was the foremost magical theorist of my age, so it probably was as effective as any magical ritual Godric the Musclehead ever managed. I can't believe a child of my line ended up in the House of Muscleheads. Still, now that you have magically married her, she is Lady Slytherin, just as you were its lord. Quote. Harry felt a heavy weight settle onto his finger, and looking down, he saw a heavy goblin silver ring with an onyx stone on it bearing a Slytherin snake-headed sigil on it. The Slytherin Lord's ring, Hermione cried out, and dashed into the room, holding up her left hand where the goblin silver band with an onyx stone on it now adorned her ring finger. Thea flowed over Harry and took command of their body, their eyes glowing the white of pure opals as the rainbow highlights of vision danced along it. By the rites enacted this day, before Salazar Slytherin, the founder of the house, I now pronounce you man and wife. Lord and Lady Slytherin, heirs to the most ancient and noble house of Slytherin. Pythia pronounced in a voice that Hermione understood, aided his head and said cheekily. I believe he already kissed the bride. Pythia pronounced happily, before Harry's eyes rolled back to his normal green orbs. Harry and Hermione both looked at the portrait of Salazar Slytherin, who held up his own ring hand, pointed to each of theirs and smiled, making a joining hands gesture, before bowing deeply to Hermione, who blushed and curtsied. A seeress, a witch of power, passion, and grace. Now, go do something worthy of her, like save the world before she decides to leave you and go found a library somewhere. Shoo, get back to school and try to get decent marks. I know Godric's house prizes other things, but you are a Slytherin, and are expected to be better. Harry got dressed and tucked the forbidden book into his robes. I mean, he had certain curiosities that Hermione's performance only enhanced. No one but him and Voldemort could even prove it was a naughty book in the first place. Hermione looked at Harry in concern. Harry, that is Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of Hogwarts. What did he say to you just now? He said he likes you, go back to class, and several dire threats if I fail to study harder and get good grades. Harry said. Hermione nodded. I can tell he will be a good influence on you, Harry. You should listen to everything he said. I mean, I don't even understand that ritual, but it turned you back into a human without me even using a wand. Harry tripped as the idea of adding a wand to that ritual went places he was not intellectually prepared for. Hermione dragged him upright and they headed for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and the inevitable confrontation with the Ministry, McGonagall, and possibly Dumbledore if he found a way to weasel his way back into power. Looked at reasonably, that had to be a lot easier. Han explaining to Hermione she had accidentally saved both of their lives with Parselporn. Open, Harry hissed. Hermione tucked Harry behind her, not letting go of his hand, and shouted at the ghost. He is not your boyfriend," Hermione shouted, then looked back at Harry and blushed. Harry also blushed but grinned and squeezed her hand. They snuck out of the bathroom and made it 2 turns from McGonagall's office before they heard the shouts of orders. "Halt!" Hermione froze, as instinctively she obeyed any authority figure. Harry sighed. He just knew he was going to have a headache before all the adults were done yelling at him. 2 other minds that shared his body, but somehow not his consequences, said smugly as they sat back to spectate on what Harry just knew would be an awfully long day. Headmasters and House Elves. Chamber of Secrets, Salazar Slytherin's POV. Binky, I have been thinking about the ritual the girl would have been performing if she had used the one I created for my romance novel. Salazar intoned, stroking his beard and thinking fiercely, the matchless mind of antiquity's greatest parcel magic practitioner and one of the leading magical theoreticians of his day. Orking for the first time in nearly 1,000 years. You mean the Parselporn your new heir's bride found and used. I can't believe you corrupted a poor innocent young witch with your depravity. And we couldn't even watch. Quote, Binky, what have I told you about that term? There is no such thing as Parselporn. I will have you know my late wife was the very model of a chaste young witch when we read and taught me much about the joys of man and women, and the various magics that their union could create. Salazar offered haughtily. Mistress wrote Parselporn too, Binky said in shock. Salazar rubbed his forehead. No Binky, she did not write Parselporn. Oh sweet Pythia in the temple, now you have me saying it. She did not write romance novels, but she was fond of rather suggestive Greek and Roman poetry. And translated much into Parseltongue because she swore the language of serpents was not only more magical but also more erotic than lesser tongues. After her death, writing those omences was as much a homage to her as it was an outlet for an old man's needs. Quote, Salazar sighed, then glared at the snake in the portrait. Stop distracting me, Binky. I was saying that the ritual she performed, since it worked, and was performed within the chamber's ritual enhancement circle, can reasonably be assumed to have done a few things, some of which will be good, and one of which I fear may harm our heir unintentionally. Quote, Binky blinked, then stared at the wall, past which was the ancient ritual circle used for enhancement rituals pioneered by Salazar Slytherin in defiance of the Wizarding Council and ruling 12 families' edicts. Curious despite himself, Binky asked, what effects, if it worked, as clearly it did? This was not simply a ritual of enhancement but of union. As based rather loosely on the marriage ritual, the union of 2 bloodlines, but I included elements of activation of bloodlines and physical empowerment. I would never have performed or allowed such a ritual in real life. This was a romance novel, an element of UAL fantasy was included. If this were performed in real life, the 2 partners' magical cores would be cut in half, and replaced with half their partner's core, making them one magic as well as one flesh. The need to become one flesh is written in the design of the ritual, it cannot be resisted long, or their cores will destabilize. The problem is that it can't work. Cores cannot be split without something like the killing curse, which gives you a Horcrux not a wedding, and no one cast one. If young Harry Potter has taken Sura's venom for his own in serpent form. Basilisk venom can break any magical binding and can indeed rupture a magical core. Of course, since it kills anyone the basilisk bites, even I haven't studied its effects on someone's magical core. Only another basilisk would be resistant enough to survive long enough to even note an effect. Salazar lectured grimly. Binky looked at the wall past which the enhancement ritual was, the serpent thought. Having been trapped with Salazar for 1,000 years had given the snake more grounding in magical theory than the average professor. Potter is a potential animagus, which got activated by the basilisk venom. If young Mistress Slytherin got that part from him with the enhancement and coupling ritual, then she could at least transform and activate her bloodlines, whatever they may be. Beyond Ceres, their magical cores might have split, but with the enhancement ritual's power, that will most likely result in their cores eventually doubling when they heal. Binky said, not seeing the problem. Salazar grabbed Binky by the neck, surprisingly easy in a species that is largely made of neck, and drew him up to face the ancient lord. What of the usurper, the riddle boy? His soul fragment was in Harry when the ritual was being performed. The Horcrux was being broken down when Harry was dying, but the girl saved Harry when the boy held 2 souls battling in his body. and shared with him a third. Quote, Binky blinked slowly, not seeing a problem. Snakes were predators, eating two prey was better than one prey. Not really a downside. So, quote, Slytherin sighed deeply. A Runospore is a three-headed snake. The ritual used to turn a boy with two souls and two magical cores at war within it was turned from a three-headed snake into a one-headed boy. Ith a ritual whose power cleaved part of a third soul and invested it in the boy. Quote, Slytherin massaged his forehead. I don't know the date. I haven't checked the star charts. I have no idea what birth moon rules them both. Or riddles for that matter. It is likely the girl will eventually develop a doubled core and share many of the boy's abilities. The boy is the risk. 3 distinct minds in a Runospore. 3 distinct cores in the boy when he was returned to human. Harry is both the boy alone, and the first head of the snake. The third head is forged from the soul fragment of Voldemort, and who knows how much of his memory. The second head, the dreamer, that head could well have taken the core and a soul fragment from the girl. 3 iddies, one a wounded boy, one a girl, and one that pompous prat of a pretender Voldemort. Trapped in one body of a boy without any allies or resources. I fear for his sanity, or survival. He is likely to be both insane and persecuted if not outright hunted by everyone jealous or fearful of his power. Salazar said grimly. Binky shrugged, which is a talent that snakes make look easy for a creature without any shoulders at all. As a reptile it 10. Dead to look more for opportunity than drama. You gave him a hot young witch powered by Parselporn and the ability to see the future whenever they get busy, and enough magical power to blow up a city. Isn't that the goal of every adolescent wizard who ever handled a wand? Quote, Parselporn is still not a word. Salazar Slytherin, founder of Hogwarts, muttered bitterly as he sat and brooded for the future of his house and bloodline. It was brighter now than in any time since his death. He just wished he knew if it was because it was a candle burning out, or a new star ascending to heaven. Rowan saw all of this when she painted this portrait. She laughed so hard she fell off the stool a dozen times, and died without ever explaining herself. Seers always get the last laugh, even if they have it first. Salazar sighed deeply. Hallway before McGonagall's office. Harry, more or less, POV. Harry and Hermione were on their way to Professor McGonagall's office to report her rescue, and the end of the threat of the basilisk. Petrification. Harry and Hermione had worked together to cover the bits they needed to talk about Tom Riddle's diary, Voldemort's identity, the basilisk's compulsion and death. And the bits they were not going to talk about: naked naughty-shaped change rituals and accidental marriage, Salazar Slytherin's portrait, and a whole library of forbidden parcel magic. They were tired, nervous, jumpy. And in Harry's case, having a problem with voices in his head. It should be understood he was very much not at his best when the Aurors surprised him. Halt. 2 Aurors called, running up behind the children, wands drawn and tips glowing with open threat. Lumos, Expelliarmus, Exiliarmus, Stupefy, Stupefy. Harry's eyes burned red as Nidhogg hissed out his spells in a smooth flowing motion. The first spell cast a directional Lumos that blazed with the light a dozen times brighter than the corona of a lightning bolt blasting into the Aurors' eyes, causing them to cry out. Dancing to his left as he cast disarming spell after disarming spell that did not fly straight, but coiled like serpents in midair to shatter the Aurors' prepared Protega shields with He penetrating power of both parcel magic and the raw supercharging of Harry's unstable but massively overpowered magical cores. The Expelliarmus blasted the wands to Harry's left hand, and blasted the Aurors into the air where 2 scarlet snakes of overpowered stunners blasted them from the air, one into the ceiling, and the other into a side wall, only to fall broken to the ground. Harry's own wand caught fire, and he dropped it with an agonized shout, and stamped the fire out gently with his Chamber of Secrets found dragonhide boots. Hermione was, well, Hermione. She thought of herself as terrified. But to innocent bystanders or targets, it seemed more like unstoppable. Harry, you can't just go around stunning Aurors. You could get yourself arrested, or worse, expelled. Give me those wands, Hermione demanded, tackling 2 from his hands, and 1 from the floor. Hermione watched as Harry's eyes flickered from red to white to green, as she understood who she was talking to changed with each eye color. Something within her understood at a level she could not quite put into words, that he was a danger to himself and others at this point, but not to her. Harry, who had looked like the picture of a dominant death god mere second ago, instantly looked more like the henpecked Arthur Weasley as Hermione stripped the captured wands from him, and spread his own arms in defense as he began to babble. It was their fault. I mean, we are students walking down a school hallway. Who draws a wand at a student for walking down their own bloody hallway? This is Gryffindor Tower and we are Gryffindors trying to reach our own house mistress. Harry began almost angrily. And besides, I didn't really have time to think about it. I think Nidhogg just reacts, and Pythia just smirks because he saw it coming and didn't say boo to me. I think even Nidhogg was surprised. I mean, he won't admit it, but that hit way harder than he planned. Harry said earnestly. Hermione sighed and ruffled Harry's untidy hair. Harry, please don't talk about your other selves in front of anyone else, or they will have you in St. Mungo's before you can say multiple personality disorder. Looking at his wand, she noted that it showed signs of resisting his attempts to cast with it, and yet the spells that made it past that resistance were still many times the power of an adult wizard, let alone a lower-year Hogwarts student. You had better hold off casting at anyone until we figure out what went wrong with your spells, and why your wand is smoking right now. I think it had to do with that ritual I did with you, Hermione said. Harry's eyes went white and his smile got wide as he almost purred. Best ritual ever. Hermione blushed so hard, remembering the rituals, not only what she did, but how she felt. And clearly Harry had been similarly moved. They were technically married now, which put a lot of the "I would never" before marriage list in rather different light than she normally thought of them. Considering she had already done things with, or she supposed technically for Harry, that were so far beyond her wildest dreams they didn't even make her "I would never" before marriage list. She supposed that list needed updating. Yes, well, Hermione said, unwilling to meet his gaze, and struggling to contain the attraction she usually suppressed for him, which was totally harder to ignore now that she could feel the attraction he usually suppressed for her. Hermione frowned. That was new. She could feel Harry's attraction for her. That wasn't a thing. If it had been a part of magical marriage, Lavender Brown would have already gushed at least 30 hours of speculation about how wonderful and romantic it all was. She was so deeply into fashion, romance, and scandal. If such a thing were part of magical marriage, Hermione would have been forced to listen to speculation about it between her and Parvati for entire weekends. She really needed to get past the acting headmistress, since McGonagall had taken over when Lucius Malfoy and the Board of Governors had driven Dumbledore from the castle, and get to the library. Made her sure it would be in the restricted section for sure. Time to deal with more practical issues. 2 stunned Aurors. Looking at her wand, Hermione no longer trusted it to do just what she asked, so doing any form of magical binding was probably unwise. Sighing, she reached down and took off her shoes. Unrolling her woolen stockings, she rolled each of the Aurors onto their front, and bound their hands behind their back, one with each stocking. Ignoring Harry pretending not to look at her legs, as she hoped desperately that he could not feel her own body's reaction to his looking at her naked legs, she got back to the matter at hand. By pointing her wand at the 2 downed Aurors. Enervate. Hermione watched as the spell to awaken the stunned hit the first Auror like a sledgehammer. His body convulsed and he screamed in obvious terror. He was looking at the teenage witch holding a wand and frowning, as the Auror saw Hermione turn her wand to the second Auror, and he grew terrified when she muttered, "Half power was still too high. Maybe a quarter power." Hermione pointed her wand at the last Auror, and a blast of golden light that nearly blinded the first Auror for the second time that afternoon hit the unconscious Auror and blasted him 2 feet along the floor. Whimpering as his body convulsed and he came awake and alert. Harry looked at her hat. One didn't even scream. Good job, Hermione. Hermione and Harry exchanged a happy high five before Harry turned and pointed a finger at the Aurors. We're on our way to see Deputy Headmistress McGonagall about what has been petrifying the students, and how we stopped it. Now, you are going to lead us to her. And you won't get your wands back until we are sure you aren't going to do anything stupid. Harry said, and Hermione winced as she would never honestly want to address any authority figure with such disrespect. On the other hand, she didn't want to get arrested because people were stunned first, asked questions maybe never about things either. The 2 Aurors glanced at each other. And the one who had been enervated first finally spoke. "Look, miss, your deputy headmistress is with the headmaster, one of the unspeakables, and Lucius Malfoy of the Board of Governors in the headmaster's office. If you will untie us, and give us back our wands, we can take you there." The Auror said, as if he had the power somehow. Hermione could feel the rage building in Harry, and saw his eyes flicker back to red, his hands coming up in preparation for something he didn't feel he needed a wand for. Hermione knew that she had to take command before Harry did, whatever Nidhogg had decided needed to be done. She gathered her own power in the trick that George and Fred Weasley loved to use to intimidate Slytherins or Ravenclaws who sought to discipline them for their pranks. She let the power of her core overflow, and called upon the ambient magic to gather to her. For the twins, it unmasked the power of a mature wizard of ancient blood, showing those that thought they were simply clowns that they were indeed magical threats to take seriously. Hermione knew her own display was as much an obvious dominance play, something every Gryffindor learned to do, but her core had always been a surprise to the pure bloods who assumed a Muggleborn like her could not possibly be their equal. She had been prepared for it to be a little stronger, even if not to the insane degree Harry's had been. What she got terrified everyone except Harry. She noted Nidhogg's burning red eyes softened and his smile became almost angelic and peaceful in the face of Hermione's display of naked power. Hermione herself was bog-standard terrified as her magic caused her eyes to bleed white light, her hair raised like Medusa on unseen winds of power, her clothes whipped in winds of rainbow light that raged about her. And her voice sounded like thunder in the corridor, hammering into the minds as well as the ears with a harmony that was disturbing on so very many levels that Hermione decided to find a nice quiet toilet to fall apart and panic for at least a half hour to deal with. "You will do as you are told. You will take us to the headmaster's office, or you will be disciplined," Hermione said, like an angry goddess offering judgment. On the one hand, Hermione had no idea where those words came from, but on the other hand, she felt her wand trembling, not with resistance, but with eagerness to fulfill her slightest whim if the Aurors should disobey her. Psychiatrist. Did the Magicals have psychiatrists? Hermione really felt like they should. Something to pursue, immediately after getting out of this next meeting without being arrested, or expelled. That said, if those Aurors so much as twitched, she was going to hex off and rear cheek, see if she wouldn't. Headmaster's office. Harry Potter and Nidhogg, and Pythia POV. Arriving at the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's chamber, the Auror who had grudgingly given his name as Pious Thickness, offered up the password, Anglo Bubbly. As the gargoyle moved aside, and the quartet moved up the stone escalator that was the headmaster's staircase, they could hear voices arguing beyond the final door. Since either Auror in the lead could open the door, Hermione pointed past them with her wand and offered a sharp, Alohomora. A sharp snap sounded and a room full of surprised adults saw the teenage witch wand still glowing faintly as the headmaster's own locking wards snapped under her opening charm. Dumbledore and McGonagall would either have bet galleons to the Canute that outside of Phileas Flitwick and Mad-Eye Moody there wasn't a single witch or wizard alive that could casually overcome the headmaster's door lock. The masked unspeakable turned its, probably his from the hang of the robes, head towards them. Head tilting farther to the side as Harry shoved the bound Aurors in front of him and into the office. Lucius Malfoy's face was a study in frozen horror as Harry pushed in, but the terrified house elf behind him had eyes that lit up in hope like small lanterns. Dobby. That was Dobby, the irritating little git of a house elf who had been trying to save Harry Potter's life so bad he had hospitalized him multiple times. Granted, Harry was now sure it was because Dobby, as the Malfoy elf, knew the Chamber of Secrets and its basilisk were being brought into play with Riddle's bloody diary. But he had very mixed feelings about maiming and expulsion as life-saving techniques. Harry's mind was now so much clearer as Voldemort's presence was gone, and Voldemort's memories were sequestered in Nidhogg. Left alone, and enhanced by the gift of Hermione's long mental training, Harry was able to connect the dots of Lucius' intent, and where Hermione had drawn it completely off the rails. Oh, this was going to be fun. Harry remembered the mystery movies he got to listen to, but not watch as his Aunt Petunia Dursley would listen to them, and could not resist lapsing into what he called the great detective monologue. "Foolish boy, there has been no murder, but I see you have committed several assaults. clearly what we can expect from one tainted by mudblood like your mother. Luke. Malfoy sniffed as he delivered the insult that would have caused an emotional reaction from Harry Potter before. Indeed, Nidhogg was clawing at Harry's control over the magical power, but Pythia, who knew what was coming, blocked the angry defensive reaction, and left this battle to the tactical computer that was Harry Potter. Harry smiled. Oh, but there was a murder. As you and the headmaster both know. And the murderer then is responsible for all the petrifications then as now. The only reason that Myrtle Warren died then, is the same reason no one was successfully killed this time. The murderer is both incompetent and vile in equal measure. Lucius Malfoy shot out of his seat, his instinctive urge to defend his fallen master's honor overcoming his defensive reflexes. Nidhogg flash, Ed into control, and Harry's eyes turned red as they fell upon Lucius Malfoy. The headmaster and McGonagall had not been positioned to see the shift in eye color, but the watching unspeakable did, and his body's flinching told him he recognized the eyes. Kneel, Nidhogg hissed in Parseltongue, and Lucius Malfoy not only knelt, he pressed his lips to the hem of Harry Potter's robes in a gesture of submission familiar and reflexive to any Death Eater who had been trained by the Cruciatus Curse as to the penalty for daring to question the Dark Lord. Harry tossed Tom Riddle's diary on the headmaster's desk, the basilisk fang hole in it like a necrotic wound in living tissue. The stink of dark magic leaked off the book in a way that washed over the consciousness of all present, making them wonder how the boy had managed to suppress it in their presence so effectively. Harry continued his monologue, smirking as Hermione quietly untied her stockings from the bound oars as Harry held the rest of the audience spellbound in his summary. The murderer of Myrtle Warren was Tom Marvolo Riddle, who only stopped his rampage when he was threatened with the school's closure and his return to GGLE custody, as he was not yet of age to live independently. Rather than regretting his murder, he poured all his hatred and ambition into the diary, and with the act of Myrtle's murder, bound a portion of his soul into the book. A portion he left with a trusted servant, ready for the time he this book to take control of another to finish his work, and unleash Slytherin's monster for a second time, and purify Hogwarts. Harry continued. This time it was Professor McGonagall who objected. No one has heard of Tom Riddle since he was denied the chance to teach here at Hogwarts after his return. As a half-blood and a genius, there is little chance he would have survived the war with the blood purists. Dumbledore coughed lightly, then pulled out his own wand. Writing gently in the air he wrote the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Tapping the glowing name where it hung in the air, each letter moved until the name had rearranged itself to read instead, I am Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded to Harry, and smiled beatifically. Young Mr. Potter is correct. Tom Marvolo Riddle did indeed become Lord Voldemort, so in a sense, he both did and did not survive the Blood War, as he led the Blood Purists as their Dark Lord. The unspeakable in the corner flashed forward and cast a rune-covered cloth over the book with a wand motion. Casting several muttered charms with his wand, then switching to his hands for the broader motions of goblin-instructed curse-breaking, he cast several more charms before speaking to the room for the first time. This matter is classified, per the order of the Ministry of Magic. This item is forbidden magic. Any mention of it will result in Auror's calling upon you, and a lengthy interrogation at a secured site from which you may or may not return. The unspeakable spoke clearly and coldly, his mask turning to each party in turn. Dumbledore was nodding, and McGonagall was looking from him to the diary to the unspeakable as if she dearly wanted to ask a question she was mostly sure she both knew the answer to, and wished she didn't. Lucius Malfoy was looking like he had no concerns in the world, but his fingers were fidgeting, and his brow was sweating. No matter how much force he was putting into looking unconcerned. Harry on the other hand was still rolling in his great detective mode. Honestly, even if he never got to see Hercule Poirot or Sherlock Holmes, they were great to listen to. The murderer of Myrtle Warren, and the petrifier of student and cat alike was none other than Tom Marvolo Riddle. The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets and He diary itself are nothing more than weapons wielded by the murderer and his accomplice. Harry said, then smiled darkly. An accomplice that is in this room right now. Harry said, turning and pointing at Lucius Malfoy. You can't prove a thing. Lucius shouted before regaining his calm and smoothly saying, what motive could I possibly have? My son goes to this school, and would be at risk. Besides, I don't even know this mudblood girl that ended up in the chamber with the diary. Hermione spoke next, having connected the dots herself. But you didn't give the diary to me. I remember the fight you had with Arthur Weasley in Flourish and Blots. You made a big deal of picking up Ginny Weasley's second-hand books and stuffing them back in her cauldron. You placed a second black book in at the time. It wasn't until Ginny had problems with the diary causing her to have blackouts and affect her mood and dreams that I took it from her. Hermione said. Dumbledore and the Unspeakable both turned to Lucius Malfoy, their minds also drifting to the conservative politician's actions during the long petrification crisis, not only against Dumbledore but against Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act. Hermione continued, what better way to sabotage Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act than to have his own daughter caught opening the Chamber of Secrets and attacking Muggle-borns and half-bloods at Hogwarts? That you could use it to remove Dumbledore from Hogwarts, something even your master failed to do, could only be a second victory. Hermione said softly, watching the rage stalk over Lucius' face. You can prove nothing. Lucius sneered. This is nothing but fantasies, with no evidence I was involved. There was no evidence either that I ever willingly served the Dark Lord. I was under the Imperious Curse. Dumbledore mused cheerfully. It is not enough to go to trial, you are correct. However, after the bulk of the Board of Governors owling me privately to claim you blackmailed or threatened them into my removal, the knowledge that you were the one who caused a Hogwarts student to be attacked by a cursed object created by he who must not be named will likely be enough to get you ousted from the Hogwarts board rather permanently. The Unspeakable laughed softly, and you would still have gotten away with it, without those meddling kids. Harry and Hermione laughed, but the pure bloods in the room missed the Scooby-Doo joke altogether. The Unspeakable sighed, then finished. Still, without proof, we cannot charge you, so you can leave. Remember though, one mention of this, and you will end in an Unspeakable, not an Horror Cell Malfoy. Lucius rose to leave haughtily. Come Dobby, we are leaving. Harry snarled inwardly. Lucius Malfoy was going to walk without any punishment at all. Harry fumed that Malfoy would go home and celebrate his escape. He felt the laugh of Pythia, as it reviewed a memory from Nidhogg. Harry saw the image. Granted, a very large part of him wished to call the Ministry of Levators to get the memory out of his head. It was clearly a memory of Voldemort. There was no context. The impression in Voldemort's mind of the memory was a celebration of some enemy destroyed or objective achieved. In the celebration he saw a very different view of Lucius Malfoy. The Malfoy Lord was not in dress robes. He was in thigh-high stockings, with cheeks, eyes and lips painted like a courtesan. Behind him Crabbe was doing something from behind that was not so much supporting his lord as impaling him. Goyle was French kissing Lucius with obvious passion. This explained how Draco was an only child when Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, was viewed as the feist MILF that ever MILFed the wizarding world. It gave him nightmares about what went on the Slytherin boy dorms after dark. But more importantly, it gave Harry an idea. Reaching onto Dumbledore's desk, he took up both of Hermione's soiled stockings that she had used to bind the Aurors. Tossing it to Malfoy, Harry sneered. Hey Lucy, I know how you like to dress up to celebrate. Take these as our gift to you, Harry said as he tossed the stockings to Lucius Malfoy. With a snarl, Lucius tried to bat them away with his cane. One he struck to land on the ground between Harry and Lucius. The second however caught on Lucius' arm, causing the proud lord to throw it angrily behind him. Two lamp-like eyes opened in wonder. Everyone who was not Lucius watched the scene behind Lucius unfold in slow motion as the stocking discarded by Lucius Malfoy settled onto Dobby's head, as Dobby's hands reached out to clasp it between them. Master has given Dobby stockings. Dobby is free. Dobby cheered and began a happy dance around the room, Dumbledore keeping time with his wand in obvious enjoyment. And as the Unspeakable turned to watch Lucius, he sneered. You cost me my elf boy. I will cut the price from your hide. Before Lucius could cast whatever curse he had prepared, Dobby snapped his fingers, blasting Lucius to the ground, and causing his wand to get jammed deeply into a statue of two wrestling centaurs on the shelf above the headmaster's desk. Nasty Malfoy will not harm Harry Potter. Nasty Malfoy will leave, Dobby said, no longer looking ridiculous, as he tied the stocking around his body like a Scotsman's plaid. As Malfoy stalked from the room, dignity in tatters, those who were left got down to the details. Largely about the windfall of the victory over both the Dark Lord's forces and the infamous Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Harry, my boy, I had faith that you would be able to deal with the Chamber of Secrets and its monster. I knew that a boy of your courage and loyalty would do what was necessary to save this school and his friends. With your help, we can open the Chamber of Secrets and finally remove the hidden knowledge it contains." Quote. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling madly. He was lost in his rapture over the future he saw opening up to him now. "I dare say Professor Snape will be over the moon at the chance at the venom from a 1,000-year-old basilisk. Why, the sale of that venom alone will set the school up for the next decade. Not to worry, Harry, my boy. You will be on new brooms for Quidditch next year." Dumbledore cheered. Harry frowned at the headmaster. "You were mistaken, headmaster. You will be taking nothing from Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. You are not Lord of Slytherin. That would be me. You will not be taking anything from Slytherin's monster. You did not kill her. That would be me. You will give no commands, now, or ever, over who or what comes and goes to the Chamber of Secrets. You are neither a founder of Hogwarts, nor an heir. That would be me. There will be no one going into that chamber save myself and Lady Slytherin," Harry said, placing his left hand on Hermione's and turning them so his Slytherin's Lord Ring faced Dumbledore. Dumbledore cast a quick charm which revealed that what Harry bore was Eind. The Slytherin House Ring of Lordship, as recognized and honored by the magic of Hogwarts itself. He smiled and quietly spoke a second time. "Harry, we all celebrate and honor your service to Hogwarts and the wizarding world. Even as we honored the sacrifice of your noble parents, but I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, and all that is inside this castle is mine to dispose of," Dumbledore offered, shaking his head sadly as if he hated to break this news to Harry. Both Harry and Dumbledore were shocked when Hermione interrupted what was about to escalate into a battle. "Actually, you don't. The founders of Hogwarts left administrative control to the duly appointed headmasters after the retirement of Lady Hufflepuff, but ownership of the founders' private quarters and their magical artifices remained with the founders and their heirs per the Hogwarts Charter." When every eye was firmly turned to look at her in amazement, Hermione straightened and finished primly. "It's in Hogwarts, a history." Dumbledore looked at Harry in stern disapproval. "Harry, this isn't what your parents would have wanted. They fought for the light without looking to profit. You were their child, not like Riddle, who always and only looked for personal gain." Harry's eyes were flashing bright green, which relaxed Hermione more than a little as he matched Dumbledore disappointed headshake for disappointed headshake. He sighed deeply and offered a reply thick with mockery. "I wouldn't know, headmaster. Some twinkly-eyed interfering git left me with my magic-hating aunt and uncle who only ever told me my parents were drunks who died in a car accident. According to the people who you gave me to, I am little more than a grubby little parasite who is only out to take from their betters. I think it's time I honored that legacy." Harry sneered. Turning to Dobby, he smiled gently. "Dobby, would you like to serve a better household, a noble household where you will be honored and treated as a valued and respected member of that house?" Dobby looked from Harry to Hermione, who sighed, rolled her eyes, then looked over Harry's shoulder to nod and smile at Dobby. Dobby's voice was shaking as he asked, "Master Harry Potter, sir, is asking Dobby to be his elf, sir." Harry grinned. "Just Harry, Dobby, I am asking you to serve Lord and Lady Slytherin. Mostly Lady Slytherin over the summer, as my muggle relatives would go spare if they saw you. Plus the chamber is huge and really could use more cleaning than we have a chance to do. We're both still in school." Dobby threw himself on the floor where he could grip one of Harry and Hermione's knees each and sobbed his less than coherent joy. The flowing gold and green of elf magic engulfed all three, and the Watchers understood that the bond had been sealed to magic. Dumbledore's smile grew strained. "I am afraid Dobby will have to leave. Private elves are not permitted to students at Hogwarts. All house elves at Hogwarts belong exclusively to the headmaster." Hermione frowned. "You make them sound like slaves, headmaster. That is sick, no better than Malfoy. In the Book of Law it states that house elves are retainers who swear an oath of fealty to a family in return for their protection and connection to their house's magic." Dumbledore smiled again. "There you have it, Miss Granger. Neither you nor Mr. Potter have a house with enough magical energy to support a house elf. The matter is fixed. You will release Dobby. Before lack of magic causes him to weaken and die. I will take him into service with Hogwarts. Hermione frowned harder, because, being Hermione, she could frown harder than a Malfoy could sneer. You were wrong twice, Headmaster. The Founder's personal elves are part of their personal household and have complete GHT of passage to all areas of the castle, save those owned by the other Founders. Hermione paused and offered, that's in Hogwarts, a history. Then continued, as far as having a magical home of sufficient power to support a single house elf, I have the Chamber of Secrets. It supported a basilisk the size of a Quidditch pitch. I think it could support a single house elf. Hermione paused at the point to wave her Slytherin consorts ring in everyone's faces, since apparently many of them had chosen to forget about it already. The unspeakable seemed to rock under the impact of a realization. He spoke at last. Hermione Granger, your middle name wouldn't start with J, would it? The unspeakable asked urgently. Hermione blinked and McGonagall gave the unspeakable a very wary glare. Why would you be needing to know that? McGonagall asked, worry that an unspeakable had interest in one of her lions, even though she had been willing to let the headmaster take questionable liberties with their rights to this point. The unspeakable just held up a hand to forestall McGonagall and awaited Hermione's answer. Hermione looked at Harry, who shrugged. She finally answered with a challenge of her own. Hermione Jean Granger, and you are? Hermione pronounced, extending her hand. The unspeakable gave a very good courtly bow, and pressed his mask to the back of her hand like he was kissing it in full pure blood formality. Unspeakable Croaker, very much at your service. If milady will permit, as I escort you and your new husband from this tedious and very much finished meeting, I would like bargain for the answer to one question from you, if I may. The unspeakable asked. Dumbledore frowned. I am headmaster of Hogwarts. Whatever you will ask of one of my students, you will ask in front of me. The mask turned towards Dumbledore and Hermione could swear she saw the unspeakable's shoulders shaking with laughter. Don't be tiresome, old boy. You get the same answer the minister gets. It is for the unspeakables to decide what is unspeakable's business. In this room, there is one unspeakable, one person who that unspeakable would like to bargain with, and a whole lot of people who do not need to know anything at all. Unspeakable Croaker said bluntly. Hermione frowned. What are you offering in return? The unspeakable patted his pouch, and, lifting his wand, intoned formally. I know the worth of the question I asked, and swear upon my magic, that if you answer truly the one question I ask, that I will offer to you a book that you need, and a fact hidden from you. His wand flashed, and he held it out after the unbreakable oath had been spoken. He whispered, Lumos, and the wand tip glowed, showing he had sworn upon his magic, and magic deemed it the truth. Hermione nodded. Walking with Harry down the stairs, Harry passed through the gargoyle, leaving Hermione and unspeakable Croaker on the stairs alone. He cast a very strong privacy ward on the stairs, then asked softly, Are you the seeress who offered a prophecy to Harry Potter about the Dark Lord and Dumbledore this year? The unspeakable asked. Hermione sighed, rolling her eyes and stamping her foot, having been afraid this is what the unspeakable I am. And no, I will not share its contents. A low rich laugh came from the masked figure. Not necessary. You can decide when and if to share that information. I will offer you one book that you need, and then a fact that the headmaster has been very careful not to mention to you, and which neither of you Muggle-born or raised will know. The unspeakable pulled out a textbook from his magical expansion pouch. Occlumency for unspeakables. The mind is our final fortress. Hermione had a sinking feeling that changes in Harry and Hermione had not gone as undetected as she would like. With a sigh she asked for the other half of the price. And the truth the headmaster hid from us? Hermione asked. Unspeakable Croaker chuckled. The aristocracy has lost most of its advantages over the centuries. Anybody rich enough or powerful enough can buy or earn their way to a Wizigamot seat. The only thing that really sets them apart from the common ruck of us mere WITCH and wizards is Archiac family law exemptions. Little things like assumption of a lordship or marriage to a seated lord makes you a magical adult. Hermione really was the brightest witch in her generation. She was not fast enough to stop her whisper. That means no trace, Hermione said, as she understood Hermione had just been told that she and Harry had just sidestepped the ministry's right to restrict their use of magic altogether. They could no longer be charged with underage magic, as in the eyes of magic and law, they were no longer underaged. She grinned, and was willing to bet that behind the mask. So did her new unspeakable friend. No good deed. The Great Hall, Hogwarts Year-End Feast, Harry Potter et al. POV. No good deed goes unpunished. Harry knew this, and everything that had happened in his first year confirmed it. Harry hadn't expected saving Hogwarts from a basilisk and the reincarnation of a Dark Lord to bring him popularity, or even acceptance, so he was oddly relieved to find that the universe, or at least Albus Dumbledore, who seemed to be the self-appointed big pokey tip of the dildo of destiny, was prepared to make things as socially awkward as ever. Slytherin had been ahead on points. Largely because Hufflepuff didn't bother to take credit for helping people, Gryffindor couldn't be arsed to try getting away with anything. Ravenclaw collected secrets real ravens collected shiny things, and only Slytherin demanded credit where it was due, and hid the blame for those things everyone knew both Gryffindor and Slytherin did to each other, but only Slytherin denied. The raft of Gryffindor on Gryffindor crime when Harry, Hermione, Neville and Ron had been the target of their own house along with the rest of Hogwarts when Harry was suspected of being the heir of Slytherin had landed Gryffindor in last place, having ended the year in negative numbers. Ron's defection and later attacks on Neville when Neville refused to turn on Harry when the two had been locked in the Chamber of Secrets for days had put Gryffindor in record-breaking bad position. So of course the headmaster stood, smiled at Harry and Hermione and began giving a speech. Tea could have been used to fertilize every greenhouse in Hogwarts' herbology department, and had enough left over to turn Greenland actually green for once. At about every 1 minute mark in his entirely fictional account drafted with the unspeakable to cover for the events of the chamber for public consumption, he would stop to award Harry Potter, or occasionally Hermione Granger 50 points. They had agreed to this. Harry would swear to whatever bullshit story Dumbledore and the Ministry concocted. Harry wasn't handing over the basilisk or keys to the chamber, so he had agreed to their story as a face-saving gesture. Harry would agree that any bullshit they made up had to be better than admitting he was what the rumors originally claimed, the actual heir of Slytherin. This once, Harry would be Slytherin. And keep it on the down low. Subtle was his new middle name. It had to beat idiot. It was a long speech. At the end, Gryffindor had clearly robbed Slytherin of the House Cup for a second time. And the worth of every house point awarded for actual effort or good conduct was demonstrated to be worthless in the face of headmaster favoritism. Harry almost hated himself after that performance. So he would have to accept the righteous indignation of the honest and the bitterness of the less successfully cheating for the entirety of the next year, or at least until some other outrageous idiot took center stage in Hogwarts gossip. Harry groaned. Who was he kidding? He felt the laughter of Pythia the seer snake in his head and just knew he would be the next idiot too. He was about to wallow in self-pity when he saw Hermione waving her hands wildly to Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, her roommates, protesting one of the headmaster's obvious fabrications when Lavender Brown spotted the Slytherin consort ring on Hermione's hand and grabbed it. As a snake, Harry could admit the striking of Lavender Brown's hands at the official marriage token of a founder's house could shame any hunting cobra. Of course, the cobra was only fighting for dinner or survival, Lavender was hunting gossip. Lavender held the ring, technically the hand, in front of Parvati who pointed a bling wand at it and chanted a fairly long spell, which caused the ring to both glow, which was interesting, and produce a silver glowing serpent that wrapped around Hermione's wrist and hissed threateningly at the other two witches. That was, nope. Harry had nothing. Nidhogg however rose and took over Harry's eyes and thoughts as he stared at the glowing three-headed magical serpent that wrapped around Hermione's wrist and glared at Hermione's roommates. The entire Gryffindor table grew silent as the silver glow of the serpent washed over them. Harry felt the same peace and comfort that flowed over him when he bore the shape of the three-headed snake, but Nidhogg was whispering in his mind. Patronus. She calls us as a Patronus. I feel her flesh under my scales, and and scent the prey that is before her. Nidhogg thought in their minds' group chat. The three heads of the Patronus summoned from the consort's ring hissed in Parseltongue that only Harry could understand. Let her go, she is mine. Harry felt himself hissing the first and fourth words, even as his other selves hissed the rest. Oh my god, I have twins speak. I have it even were. Say than Fred and George because there are 3 of me. A few chairs slid back, and a few students shouted out what they thought the important takeaway was. Professor Flitwick jumped onto the staff BLE and pointed at Hermione's serpent-adorned hand and shouted. That is a corporeal Patronus. Lavender Brown jumped up and pointed at Hermione Granger and shouted. You married Harry Potter. Daphne. Greengrass shot out of her seat and pointed her long, well-manicured finger at Harry Potter, which admittedly was a change from everyone pointing at Hermione, and shouted. Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter, the boy who wanted nothing to do with this public relations disaster, was not in charge of the body at this point. Nidhogg was. While Nidhogg may have absorbed all of Harry's rage from his childhood, and contained every blood and malice-soaked memory of Voldemort from the soul fragment, he had as deep a connection to Hermione as the other heads, and absolutely no chill or sense of discretion about acknowledging it. Striding to stand behind her, he laid a hand on Hermione's shoulder and let his magic flare around him, both Harry and Hermione blazing in the leaking magical power as all 6 of his newly divided cores, and both of hers leaked enough raw magic to set the ward stones in the Great Hall to blazing in defensive reaction. The hall grew silent as Nidhogg's blazing red eyes bled power like lightning forged from fresh spilled blood, and his voice rasped with quiet authority in the hall where utter silence awaited it. She is mine, Nidhogg spoke, and killing Hall, causing those few survivors of the Blood War who had shared the field even momentarily with Voldemort to go cold with recognition. Harry, the planning consciousness of the trio, began swearing to himself. Keep it on the down low. Subtle is my middle name. Potter. Full name, Harry James Subtle as Hagrid. After 2 kegs of fire whiskey Potter, Harry complained to the group consciousness. P.Y. Thea gave the hissing chirping serpent laughter, key, clearly amused, and uncaring who knew it. Nidhogg nearly went incandescent with bliss when Hermione placed her own hand on top of the one he put on her shoulder, and leaned her head down on it. Harry noted that Professor Lockhart was already running from the hall in shrieking terror. Probably for the best, as he was pants as a defense against the dark arts teacher anyway. Professor Snape and McGonagall had matching looks of horror and fear, for different reasons that was bad on both counts. Professor Dumbledore was smiling sadly and nodding, which meant that he clearly thinks he had just confirmed something he already suspected. Since Harry did not see how the professor could possibly understand that Harry was suffering from multiple personality disorder and accidental marriage because of a rare and utterly innocent parcelporn accident, he was sure the professor was both deeply wrong, and about to do something Dobby-level stupid to protect him. Rising from his seat, Dumbledore smiled and touched his wand to his throat. Sonorous, he said, activating the loudspeaker charm. It seems emotions are running high after a very trying year, and the return of all our previously petrified students. I will say simply that those students who had been petrified may take their year-end exams at start of term next year, so as to make up for lost lessons. With that last bit of business out of the way, I think it best that students return to their dormitories. Prefects, I will ask that you do not allow your charges to gossip in the common room. Emotions are too high tonight, and I should hate students to be in detention instead of packing for home tomorrow. Straight to bed is best, I think. Dumbledore concluded. Hermione whispered to Harry, Harry, I learned something you need to know. Whatever Hermione had needed to say to Harry would have to wait. 2 Weasleys descended upon Harry in odd lockstep. This was not the twins, who descended on Harry in lockstep more often than not, but Percy and Ron, who never did anything together. Ron wasn't sure that it was possible for anything good to come of Ron and Percy agreeing on anything. And the universe did not wait long to confirm this fear. I was right. You were a bloody slithering snake. A Slytherin who tricked his way into Gryffindor. A Dark Lord and a traitor. Ron accused. Harry was wrestling for control with Nidhogg, who wanted to curse the red-headed git into a pile of goo, leaving Pythia in control of his body, and more damningly, his mouth. Pythia looked at Ron Weasley. Poor little Ronald. Last and least of your line. Every other son will know fame and glory, your sister brighter than all, and you will become the trivia question. Future generations will struggle to remember who the other one was. Nidhogg stopped struggling with Harry, as both Nidhogg and Harry uttered the same words in their group chat. Granted, Harry was horrified, and Nidhogg was impressed. But all three were surprised the normally dreamy snake was both entirely correct and utterly effective at shutting up the loudest and least thoughtful Weasley in living memory. Percy grabbed Potter by the arm. Right then. That is enough talking out of you. Up to your dorm room. You heard the headmaster. Harry would have wallowed in self-pity if he had not seen the horrified look on Hermione's face as she was being virtually carried off by Lavender, who had her by one arm, and Parvati, who were performing a high-speed interrogation as they sped to the room. Lavender was blushing and gushing in equal measure. The tall blonde talking without breathing in a terrifying stream of consciousness. Oh my God, you married Potter and now he is Lord Slytherin. I mean, you never even kiss. Him before the whole Chamber of Secrets thing and now you are married. That means you did it. Did he seduce you? Did he enchant you? He couldn't have potioned you or you would have died. Merlin's beard, but he is bad at potions. What was it like? I mean, he was such a mousy little thing before, but I swear he is at least 4 inches taller and so dominant I nearly wet myself. Tell me everything. Lavender was making Hermione blush so hard as her words triggered certain memories, which the feel of Harry's magic running all over her skin and through her body from his rage-filled challenge to the hall were already making hard to suppress. She turned to Parvati for help, but it got worse. It would be the longest girls' night in any of their memories. It was Hermione's first girls' night ever, so it could be forgiven that she did not know the average teenage girls' night did not involve sharing with her 2 roommates the details of that night. As she avoided mentioning Harry had been turned into a snake, she simply left it as bitten by a basilisk and dying. Since she could not discuss many of the magical details, and neither other girl were budding magical theoreticians, it is safe to say the details discussed in loving and exhaustive detail were enough that Harry could not understand in his own bed why he could not stop dreaming of Hermione that night at all. Sharing partial awareness had some unintended consequences. When the time came to board the train home, Harry Potter's reputation among Gryffindor boys was mud. He was deemed the worst traitor to their house since Sirius Black, who had famously betrayed Harry Potter's parents. The reputation among Gryffindor girls was something beyond idol status, the ultimate bad boy and hero. Forbidden unknown but presumably AWF. Usually interesting UAL practices were discussed by some, the tragic forbidden romance by others, frequently alternating between the two. Needless to say, every Gryffindor girl sighing at Harry and Hermione. One resulted in another Gryffindor boy fingering his wand and contemplating hexing the boy. The Slytherin girls were doing their best not to get caught doing the same thing as the Gryffindor girls, an undertone of speculation ran through both genders in Slytherin house. Slytherins in the aftermath of the First Blood War had few allies. Every other house was against them. The last war had shattered those alliances that connected the old families across the house lines, and had left Slytherin alone without Muggle-born allies, and with few enough half-bloods. Slytherins remained ripe for death. Either recruitment because who offered them a place to stand where they would first be welcome, and second, have a protector strong enough to defy the Ministry, Dumbledore, the Death Eaters or Voldemort. Should the rumors of his return come true. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Harry Potter, heir of Slytherin, married to a Muggle-born. Slytherins were not gamblers like Gryffindors to throw the dice and see what happened. They were card players, and they lived and died on their knowledge of what cards were in everyone's hand, and what were left in the deck. Harry Potter, heir of Slytherin, was a new card. A joker in the deck. A wild card that changed the game. Those who knew they couldn't lose, were suddenly no longer sure. Those who knew they had not choice, were beginning to wonder if that was still true. The game had changed. No one was going to move until they understood the new rules, but should those new rules offer a way out? Well, Slytherins knew enough not to show their hand to anyone until the time came to make their own play. Ravenclaw Tower, night before departure. Luna Lovegood POV. In the hallway before the Ravenclaw common room, a shoeless Luna Lovegood hugged herself and tried to keep warm. The door eagle had been surrounded by a detection ward using hair stolen from Luna's hairbrush, which was by now probably also stolen. When she approached head go silent, so she could not hear the riddle to answer it and open the door. She usually followed other students in, but she had been so gobsmacked by the goings-on of the year-end feast that she had gotten lost in UGHT on her way back to the common room and been standing outside the door when it closed. She had felt the wash of the silver light from the three-headed snake as it washed over her. A runospore. A.S. Species of snake that was the result of a Patronus charm cast using parcel magic that resulted in the creation of an actual living creature when the caster died before the spell ended. There had been a whole issue about it in the Quibbler that she helped write last year. Luna had been driven to research everything known about the runospore because of her dreams. She had always had dreams about demons of darkness and shining three-headed snakes. Sometimes she lived, sometimes she died, but always the demons of darkness came for her, and sometimes there was a three-headed shining snake to defend her. Luna was a Ravenclaw, and Ravenclaws researched, Gryffindors charged, Hufflepuffs worked hard, Slytherin plotted, but Ravenclaws researched. The dark demons were Dementors, and the shining three-headed snake was a runospore. Normal runospores only glowed like that in the presence of the demonic, but the one wrapped around Hermione's wrist glowed like he won in her dream. Harry Potter talked to snakes, and Hermione was protected by one. She knew they were part of her dream, smiling softly as she tried to get comfortable to sleep in the hallway. Luna knew, if she ever even heard a whisper about demons or Dementors, she would glue herself to Hermione and Harry. The visions demanded it. Plus, Harry always had the most interesting nargles. Albus Dumbledore poured himself a very rare fire whiskey. This one was 1981 Ogden Reserve. Normally whiskey drinkers preferred older tipples, but Halloween in 1981 was when the world was saved, according to everyone save Albus Dumbledore. Albus drank the 1981 to remind himself of his solemn charge and watch. The reason he placed his duties as headmaster before those of Soup Me Mugwump of the ICW or Chief Warlock of the Wizigamut was a secret known only to him. That night, on Halloween 1981, when Voldemort killed James and Lily, then fell to his own curse striking Harry Potter, only Dumbledore had the knowledge to understand what lived in Harry's curse scar. Oh, how he regretted the many memory charms and compulsions he had woven into poor Poppy Pomfrey to cover up the Medawitch's reaction to the still living and dangerous curse in Harry's scar. She would think it just a curse, and try to fix it, killing Harry and dooming them all. The curse was a Horcrux. The meaning of the prophecy had been so clear once he had seen that Voldemort was not dead. In the act of marking Harry, he had turned Harry into a Horcrux that bound him to this life. Harry was both the anchor to keep Voldemort alive, and the tool to kill him. Dumbledore would have to play the world's highest stake game of chess to put the boy in a collision course with the Dark Lord, as only by the Dark Lord personally killing Harry Potter could the prophecy reach its conclusion, and kill both of them. Then the boy marches into his office, and casually tossed down a second Horcrux. Tom Riddle's diary, doubtless created the first time by accident, had taught Voldemort how to make a Horcrux. And Harry Potter had been intended to be the sacrifice to create a second. How close had Dumbledore come to failing? If he had engineered Harry's final battle with Voldemort successfully, not knowing the diary existed. The one weapon that could kill the Dark Lord would have been expended, only for Voldemort to rise again through the diary. Dumbledore sighed again. No rest for the wicked. The boy was showing far too much independence, even open defiance. Harry had no idea of the power of Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore could stand him off. With the Elder Wand in hand, he could stand off anyone, but thanks to the prophecy, Dumbledore knew he could not actually kill the Dark Lord. Harry Potter was the weapon up Dumbledore's sleeve, the one that could end the Dark Lord forever. The key weapon could not be allowed to turn in his hand. No, Harry needed some time under his Muggle relative's tender care to remind him that he was utterly helpless in this world. He had no friends, no allies, and no power save through his kindly and wise headmaster's will and friendship. Dobby had the right idea. Harry just needed a summer away from his friends to be reminded that he was a single pawn on a board so vast he could not see any edge of it. He needed older and wiser heads to direct his movement. Now, the Weasleys were easy. Have Arthur win the Ministry sweepstakes at the same time Bill was doing curse breaking in Egypt, throw in an offer in which weekly for whole family rates on tours to Egypt this summer, and the coupon-crazed Molly would never miss it. With the Weasleys in Egypt, Harry would have few enough friends to call on. Now Miss Granger was just as easy. Her parents were Muggles, thus ignorant of, well, everything. It was hard not to laugh when he tried to simplify magic enough to discuss it with them. He had to dumb it down far less to discuss it with even first-year Crobs and Goyles, and Morgana knew those families got stupider every generation. The Grangers were deeply proper people. Dentists. Which was some sort of muggle-mouth doctors. It should be enough to get one of his muggleborns who owned a travel agency to make an offer for them to go to Fr. Ants the same day he had McGonagall owl them with a letter expressing the concerns of the inappropriate relation between Potter and their daughter. If they reacted like other well-to-do professional muggle couples, they would have their daughter out of the country and out of Harry's reach faster than you could say chastity belt. A simple owl ward added to the blood wards on Harry's relative's house should deter anyone he didn't know about from reaching the boy. Given a whole summer reduced to helplessness under the stern discipline of his muggle relatives, the Harry Potter he got back next year would be far easier to deal with. What could possibly go wrong? Azkaban prison, Sirius Black POV. Harry is safe. Harry is safe. They can't get to him. I screwed up. I deserve this. I failed you, James. I was just what you said, Lily. I deserve this. The man's cold blue eyes were rational and clear, but the damage to his mind made this an island in the endless storm of his rage and pain. The eyes lost their focus and went wild again. I'll kill him. Kill him. I will live long enough to tear him apart. The rage tore through him and his magic flared about him like tattered memories of power from his long-forgotten freedom. That brought the Dementors. Gliding to his cell, they pressed against the bars and began to feed on his memories and magic, drawing all the fire and passion from him, the memories of love, of joy, of triumph, of purpose and pride. Soon the man screamed, and his body shifted into a dark black grim, what muggles might well mistake for a hellhound. The grim threw back its head and howled its despair. The Dementors drifted away, no longer interested in the bland tasteless memories and emotions of an animal. The grim animagus who had once been Sirius Black, heir to the most ancient and honorable house of Black, collapsed onto the stone floor and whimpered. Just another day among the damned and forgotten of Azkaban, whose only escape was death. King's Cross Station, London. Harry Potter POV. Harry tucked his wand in his truck and locked it. You were right, Hermione. The wand doesn't recognize me anymore. I need a new one, or it's going to blow up in my hand. Hermione smiled. Not to worry. I will get Mom and Dad to wait for us while we take a quick trip to Diagon Alley and get you a new one. Then we can drive you home. That way you are at least spared a trip with the Dursleys. Harry felt his eyes shift, and Pythia rose to the surface. A cold chill went through Harry as if all joy had been leached. No. It will not be so. Pythia hissed in Parseltongue. Hermione was not looking at his eyes, and missed the shift. She hauled her own trunk off the train and saw her parents charging towards her like she had been caught holding a chocolate frog. Wondering at the scowls on their faces, she tried to cheer up her friend, well husband now she supposed, and offered cheerfully. Oh, don't be a drama queen. Here's my parents, let's introduce you. Hermione said, taking his hand. Hermione, oblivious to the exchange, called out to her parents. Mom, Dad, come meet Harry. He's my best friend and I wondered if you could take us to run a school errand before we go home. Hermione asked brightly, fully expecting compliance from her entirely reasonable family. Instead, she got this. I will thank you to unhand my daughter. A very cold Mr. Granger offered. Hermione, come with me now. I am not happy at all with what I have heard from your deputy headmistress. I thought we raised you better. A very stern Mrs. Granger said, taking Hermione's hand and hauling her away. Harry was about to wonder what else could go wrong when Vernon Dursley shouted at him. Get moving, boy, I'm not staying among these freaks another second. Why we didn't finish the job burning your lot at the stake I don't know. I paid for 10 minutes, and it's almost up. If I get a ticket or they boot the car I will have it out of your hide, boy, see if I don't. Harry had to fight OOG from rising and doing something regrettable. If he was going to get to Diagon Alley and get a replacement wand for the summer, he would need Vernon to give him a ride. Can't even summon the night bus without a wand. Harry sighed. It was going to be a long summer. Dreaming gets sticky. 4 Privet Drive, Harry Potter POV. Harry Potter exited the car with his trunk shrunken in his pocket. He had never done this before because, of course, using the Engorgio charm would set off the trace, and as an underage wizard, that would lead to another nasty letter, threat of expulsion and wand breaking. No. That Hermione had shared that marriage in the magical world made him a magical adult, the trace was no longer an issue. His wand being flammable wreckage was an issue, but with his magic being strong, gier than a troll's body odor these days, he could brute force a wandless Engorgio to restore his trunk without issue. That said, he really did need a new wand if he wanted to learn anything new, or then to perform his normal magic without getting exhausted, as wandless magic was more power-intensive than wanded magic. Harry sighed. Without a wand to summon the night bus, he would need Uncle Verno. And to give him a ride to Diagon Alley to purchase it. We will have none of your freakishness in this house over the summer, boy, or I will have the hide off you. And we will have no more of your degenerate practices with girls. Don't think we didn't hear all about it from that witch who runs your college at that freak school of yours. Carrying on with that bushy-haired tart. Can't have you breeding any more of your kind. Vernon raged as Harry Potter found himself, oddly, not physically trembling from the presence of Vernon's meaty fist. Pythia stirred lazily in Harry's mind and eyed Vernon. A sudden image of a Vernon-faced rat being crushed inside the coils of their emotional about the subject of Harry's magic and overall dating life, so didn't that give Harry leverage? That's right, Uncle Vernon. A wizard without a wand has nothing better to do than spend his days and nights in all sorts of magical debauchery. Strange and unnatural practices your muggle mind cannot contemplate. Why, if it wasn't for the need to study our wizard books and devote endless hours of practice with our magic wands, we would do nothing all day but seduce and impregnate innocent muggle girls, even decent wives and mothers. Honestly, since my wand is broken, that had pretty much been my plan for the whole of summer. Harry said calmly, as if this were the most reasonable thing in the world. Vernon threw out a meaty fist to hammer Harry to the ground as he usually did. Harry saw the punch coming with speed that was laughable compared to the bludgers he usually dodged in practice and games. He had wry intention of dodging the blow and the ones that followed until Vernon was in a mood to negotiate. Nidhogg disagreed. It could be said that every day of their newfound independent existence Nidhogg had woken up each and every day and chose violence. Harry's magical enhancement ritual had given him not exactly superpowers, but with the tripling of his magical core from the division of his soul into 3, and the doubling of each with his magical union to Hermione, Harry's flesh was roughly 6 times stronger than a muggle boy of similar size. Granted, Harry was scrawny for a 16-year-old boy, with only his time at Hogwarts to balance a lifetime of deliberate and malicious starvation, but at Hogwarts he had been eating like a Weasley and driven by Oliver Wood the Quidditch slave into a physical fitness routine bordering on abusive. He was covered with dense corded muscles, and with the magnification of magical enhancement to make them 6-fold stronger and faster, he was N.O.T. the Harry Potter Vernon Dursley was used to abusing. Nidhogg caught his fist, and twisted it to bring the bloated bully to his knees, splitting them open as the heavy man hit the asphalt of his driveway. Bending Vernon's arm back behind his back, putting a knee into his lower back and using his other hand to pull Vernon's hair backwards to leave the man bent backwards, kneeling, with his right arm twisted up behind his back. Harry shoved hard at Nidhogg to resume negotiation rather than murder as the way of dealing with Dursley. Now Uncle Vernon, is it nice to hit family? Please let me know if it is. Because I have ever so many family at hand I would dearly like to hit. I think I could really work out a lot of those criminal urges you have always told me I have without ever leaving home. I mean, you tell everyone in the neighborhood that I am the bully, not dear darling Dudders, so it would be totally proving you right if I broke everyone's arms and legs, then went and made myself dinner. Can't call the ambulance for you, because rule number 4, Harry must never use or answer the telephone or he will be locked in the cupboard without food for 2 days, remember? Harry asked reasonably. If you raise a hand to any of us, I will kick you from this house, boy. Vernon snarled. Harry blinked. Is it that easy? I mean, would you please? Vernon recalled what that old freak with the beard had said, and snarled back at Harry. I can't kick you out any more than you can leave. The old fool from the school warned us that you have to live here because of some but they will also be able to find us a decent normal family who wants nothing to do with your freaking war. Vernon shouted. Harry released his arm and stepped back. He sighed and brushed off his hands as Vernon got up. Yeah, that is a bit of bird poop in the biscuit, isn't it? I hate you, you hate me, but if we can't live together, then all of us die screaming under Death Eater torture. In case you are curious, they can keep you alive for days while they do it, far worse than anything your little muggle mind can imagine, but my friend Neville's parents had the very great misfortune to be saved before the Y died under the torture and are still alive in St. Mungo's. Really, there are worse things than death, Harry said, his eyes focused on something far away, his face long and endlessly weary. Vernon Dewar. Slee's rage died looking into those defeated eyes. His piggish brain processed that Harry had not been threatening the Dursleys with that last statement, but describing in absolute helplessness the fate that awaited all of them if Harry left home. Vernon hated Harry Potter as he had hated James the father. Tall, rich, handsome James who married Petunia's beautiful sister. They had lacked the god Gi. Then grace to be ashamed of their freakishness, and worse, had openly laughed at Vernon for not agreeing that they're free better than him. He would have given anything to beat that arrogance out of them. But he was terrified by the easy way that not only James, but Lily had brushed off his efforts as the powerless fit of an angry toddler. Worse, given the relative power differences between them, they were right. He was powerless before them. To have to take their child in, lest they die to the same magical monster that finally put paid to those arrogant Potters had been deeply humiliating, but at least Vernon knew he could beat the unnatural freakishness out of the boy, and show those Potters what it meant to cower before Vernon Dursley and his family. Now, somehow, the little freak was stronger than him. He wasn't even using freakish wand-waving nonsense. Harry had the strength and willingness to treat Vernon as Vernon had always treated him. Vernon felt his blood run cold. His instincts had always been to flatter the strong and bully the weak, but the idea of kissing this arrogant Potter spawn's ass was more than Vernon could take. Strong or not, he was still a freak. What do you want, boy? Vernon said coldly. I need a ride to Diagon Alley to pick up a new wand to do my homework. If you do that, I promise not to do anything freakish outside the house where the neighbors can see. Harry offered reasonably. Vernon's reasonable side was the only thin part of him, and the idea of getting a freak another wand was a bit too much for it. Never. I will never get one of your unnatural kind a wand. Nor be any part of it. Vernon shouted. There was a gasp, as a woman and her 2 teenage daughters had been walking down Privet Drive, and turned in amazement at the goings-on in 4 Privet Drive. Harry turned and looked at the 3 raven-haired women, one middle-aged and still shapely, 2 more straddling his age on either side and quite pretty. It seems they had seen both Vernon's attempt to strike him, and the much smaller Harry's easy overpowering of his 100-pound heavier uncle. He bowed to them in full Slytherin pure blood fashion, exaggerating the pure blood traditional motion in pure emulation of Fred and George Weasley flirting with better-born girls of Ravenclaw and Slytherin. 3 lovely ladies, each more perfect than the last. Please forgive my churlishness. You must forgive me, as I am a young man, and quite helpless before my chivalric urges. Upon seeing your delicate beauty, I had little choice but to crush this hulking troll, lest it befoul your pristine beauty with its foul gaze. I apologize for the unsightly violence, and offer you this trifle in return. Harry reached down towards the flower garden and caused 3 sleeping bulbs in the dirt of the bed to wake and grow into 3 perfect purple tulips which he picked and extended to the 3 women. Please receive these purple tulips as an offering to your beauty. Pearl tulips are the symbol of elegance and refinement, and I humbly offer them in both apology and admiration. Harry said, causing one of the girls to blush, the other to give him a long and fairly admiring once-over with her eyes, and the mother to shake a finger at him in admonition, but she took her flower with a chuckle. Oh, you are going to be a real danger to women when you grow up, I think. The woman said, chuckling. With a far colder glare she turned to Vernon Dursley and continued. Dursley, you seemed awfully quick to try to punch that boy. I wonder if the rumors around the neighborhood about who the bully is might have it a bit backwards. I will be watching you, she said, leading her girls to continue down the street. Harry mused softly. I owe Neville for that one. Language of flowers lectu. Retook half the bloody train ride from Hogwarts. Never dreamed it would come in handy. Harry grinned at a nearly apoplectic Uncle Vernon and offered a new argument. Look, Uncle Vernon, Muggle birth control doesn't work for us. I need a magic wand to make the contraceptive charm work, and if I don't have a wand to do my homework with, I will have nothing better to do all summer than to seek out situations in which I might just need the contraception charm. Uncle Vernon sputtered. You are a degenerate freak. Harry shook his head, and looking down, he spread his arms. I really am. Honestly, unless I have a wand and school work to distract me, I fear I will have no ability to control my wizardly degenerate urges and seduce every married woman and maiden within all little whinging. Vernon regarded Harry very much like something foul he was realizing he could not actually scrape off of his shoe before he re-entered the house. Vernon was not, Harry excluded, an unreasonable man. He was a reasonably successful man of business, a veritable lion among drill salesmen and somewhat of a shrewd man at the bargaining table. While he had never dreamed he would have to bargain with the likes of the Potter whelp, he was not dim enough to ignore the fact force was clearly a non-option, and casting him out seemed like mutually assured destruction. Bargaining was beginning to look more acceptable. Harry watched his Uncle Vernon's face transform from the wild boar about to charge rage to the farm piggy who knows all he has to do is get past the latch to reach unlimited feed, clever. His voice took on a soft cajoling tone as his fists opened into open hands, even as a smooth and almost sincere smile blossomed beneath the walrus mustache. Harry, as you said, we are both trapped here together. You are living under my house, and as such under my rules. Vernon began. Harry began to stroke his chin. The thing about freaks is, once our magic wakes up, we either need to channel it consciously through our wands, or it will come out unconsciously in moments where our emotions are out of control. Being a degenerate from a line of freaks and degenerates, like as not, it will manifest some terrible way, like turning all your clothes invisible in the middle of your next business meeting, or Aunt Petunia in the middle of book club. It's always stress that triggers that sort of thing. My magic is stronger than ever. And I have no wand. Harry was beginning to see what the Sorting Hat meant about his belonging in Slytherin. He could see how he could beat a Legiman's the same W. Fred and George had gotten out of every attempt to expel them so far. Every statement he made was factually true. He was outright deceiving Uncle Vernon because he would very much do those things on purpose if Uncle Vernon kept him from replacing his wand, but what he said about accidental magic was literal truth. Vernon clutched his heart and looked like he very much wanted to have a heart attack, but couldn't figure out how to go about doing it. Having failed to die of horror, he reluctantly resumed thinking, and more importantly, bargaining. Boy, I will make you a deal. No magic outside the house at all. No owls coming and going in daytime. None of your freaky friends show up at this house ever. No magic in front of us, and one more little thing, then I will take you to get your Ville freak stick from the slum your kind call home. Vernon said, smiling coldly. Harry raised an eyebrow. One more thing, then you take me to get my wand? Harry asked. Vernon nodded. Harry, suspecting a trap, asked carefully. What other thing? Vernon drew himself up to his full height. My sister Marge is coming next week to stay the weekend. Ripper is in a dog show. You will agree to the story. We have told everyone in the neighborhood about you attending St. Brutus School for Incurably Criminal Boys, answering any questions she asks in such a way as to keep her doubting that you are an utterly normal criminal, not a magical freak. Then the morning she leaves for home I will take the morning off and take you to get your little freak twig at that dodgy bar in your freak slum. Harry Supo said the leaky cauldron did look dodgy to muggles, and he couldn't expect Uncle Vernon to accept that the wizarding village behind the dodgy bar was actually splendid beyond his imagination. If being nice to Aunt Marge and pretending to be a criminal was all it took to get his wand, then HL Foy, and smile while he did it. Honestly, if he just kept channeling Fred and George Weasley's utter inability to take anything seriously, and flirt with anything that looked like it might once have vaguely thought about putting on a skirt, he might just make it through summer without any trouble at home. Ry and his Uncle Vernon shared a handshake and secured their first fragile and tentative truce. Granger residence Hermione Pov. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were eyeing Dobby, and Hermione was reflecting that H's current attire as the Slytherin house elf was not helping her case with her parents. Dobby, the Slytherin house elf, was dressed in a very nice dark green velvet doublet with the Slytherin crest worked on it in silver. However, having consulted Lavender Brown about what the proper way to wear the stockings that had set him free, she had unfortunately introduced an impressionable Dobby to the Morgana's Secret lingerie catalog. As a result, below his very proper green velvet doublet he wore a black garter belt and stockings over a dark green velvet codpiece with a silver snake head with bared fangs worked on it in silver. The 3-inch green velvet high heels did not render Dobby's ensemble any less distressing for the very proper Muggle dentists worried about their young daughter's virtue at boarding school. Mrs. Granger pointed to Dobby and continued to interrogate Hermione as she packed her bags for their trip to France. "You can't tell me that allowing their servants to dress in the sort of underwear that should only be seen by consenting adults at those dirty clubs I would divorce your father if he ever stepped into, is in any way proper behavior for a school." Dobby stopped his cheerful dusting and dashed over to his beloved mistress, Mommy, and eagerly defended his mistress. "Oh, Mistress Mommy, Hogwarts elves aren't dressing in splendid stocking like this. They is wearing only tea towels like common servants of the school." Only Dobby was freed by brave Master Harry Potter Slytherin, who used wise Mistress Stockings to break the chains of poor Dobby's slavery. "Dobby is proud to wear Mistress Stocking forever," Dobby said, then began to can across the room while dusting happily. Hermione massaged her forehead, sure she felt a headache coming on. "Thank you, Dobby," Hermione said, because she was working hard to introduce a sense of pride and self-worth into the browbeaten former Malfoy elf, and becoming angry that he had disclosed things about Harry and her own. Or where she didn't want to draw her mother's attention to. It was, of course, too late. Hermione's mother turned and asked her daughter point blank, "And how exactly did young Harry Potter come to be holding your stockings? In your headmaster's office for a disciplinary meeting?" Again, yes, Hermione thought. There is the headache, right on time. Sighing, and putting her most businesslike expression on her face, Hermione said truthfully and firmly, "Mother, Harry Potter had suffered a dreadful magical injury acting to save my life when without an actual miracle, I should have surely died. The jury he took would have simply traded his life for mine, and I found that unacceptable, so I chose to save his life, whatever the cost." Hermione said, sure of the virtue of her own actions. Her mother frowned at her. "You mean he took your stockings off, somehow as a way to save his life? That doesn't sound at all plausible." Mrs. Granger looked a long time at her daughter. "Then how did your stockings come off?" Hermione, realizing a trap was near, began moving as close to evasion as her inherent respect for parental authority would allow. "I took them off." "And what else did you take off?" Mrs. Granger asked. Hermione felt the blush rising in her cheeks, and turned her head away from her mother, trying to tug back her hands unsuccessfully. "Everything," Hermione whispered. Mrs. Granger PPED her daughter's hands in a vice grip. "And what kind of magic is it exactly that results in you being magically married at the end of it? You can't tell me this is some sort of healing magic. You don't get married every time you put a band-aid on somebody, or nurses would all be in jail for bigamy." Mrs. Granger accused her daughter in rising anger. Dobby chose that moment to come, regrettably, to Hermione's defense. "Thank you, Dobby," Hermione said again, because it was important not to yell at Dobby. She was working really hard to stop his long-established habit of punishing himself for perceived failures. His mental health was her responsibility, and the fact he had just thrown Hermione under the night bus with her mother was not strictly speaking Dobby's fault. Hermione glanced at her father, who had somehow chosen that exact moment to attempt to choke to death on a piece of toast. It may be he could indeed hear their conversation and was simply pretending not to. "Coward. See if you don't get a snake tie for Father's Day. It is your dodgy nearly naked girls being sacrificed to monster or cult of the day films that is getting me in trouble now, Father. His will be remembered. Potter." As long as one did not dwell of the fact that they were naked, and had truly joined both their souls and their magics, becoming one in mind and soul, with the growing urgency of body being somewhat of a growing distraction to Hermione, then she could talk her mother around. Her mother, however, was not done. Mrs. Granger's voice dropped into what Hermione understood to be wounded disappointment when she addressed the final nail in Hermione's coffin. "Further, I find my own daughter is a class traitor. Your father and I are the only couple in this neighborhood who earned our way here. We both got into school on scholarships, worked to pay for school and to pay off our loans. We built our business on our own skill and labor as skilled dentists, not living off inherited wealth, or taking advantage of opportunities that come to us because of who our parents were, what country club they went to, or what status our name, or heavens forbid, title, brought to us. We raised you to be an honest girl. A girl who would earn her way into a position and reputation in this new magical world of yours based on your academic and practical achievements, not on who you married. You have betrayed me both as a Republican and as a feminist. Hermione felt that last sentence slam through her like a stake through a vampire. The terrible thing was, she agreed with it. Hermione supported strict equality of all races, genders, and dualities, and was deeply distressed by the patriarchal and frankly racist tendencies of wizarding culture. Now she stood convicted by the very ring on her finger. Lady Slytherin, class traitor. Oh bugger. Hermione swore softly. I guess she was going to France for the summer. Paris, France. Hermione Pov. Hermione had been quite excited to find out that the Louvre had a magical section to it. Having been on the tour with her parents, she had been excited enough to see the Muggle portions of the tour when she was interrupted by a wizard in what could pass for a very avant-garde suit or wizard robes. Flicked his wand and froze her parents. Flashing his aura credentials, he turned to Hermione and asked in beautiful flowing French. Am I correct in assuming Madame is a Muggle-born witch visiting our shores? I am Jean Talon, of the French Aurors, assigned to guard access to the magical portion of the Louvre. If you like, I can cast a small confundus on your parents and leave them under the impression your rather fashionable elf is you, while you enjoy the chance to see the true culture of magical France. We are not like you English who simply copy had you have been doing since the last time someone with more culture conquered you. I think you will find what a more liberal and more metropolitan wizarding culture has produced in the last 3 years to be truly a blessing to both your spirit and your mind. Auror Talon offered with a smile that promised much to the sheltered British school girl, since she was under a very polite form of house arrest due to a misunderstanding about a totally Neil procedure. Hermione knew she shouldn't go. On the other hand, she felt she was suffering unjustly, and this was art that she couldn't read about in her mother's art book collection because Muggles didn't even know it existed. She might well never have another chance. Hermione nodded. That would be wonderful, Auror Talon. I would very much like to explore the glory of French magical art. With a practiced series of wand movements that blended so smoothly that Hermione could not even tell where one spell began, let alone what they were. Her family and Dobby continued through the Muggle Louvre while Hermione passed through the solid marble wall into the magical gallery. After an hour of losing herself to a wonder beyond her wildest dreams, Hermione felt a flare of magic reach out to her, only to be smothered by a far stronger and controlled pulse of what felt like weaponized lust. Hermione found herself slamming the mental defenses she had been learning from the Unspeakable's Occlumency book to break herself from the wash of conflicting charms that had washed over her. Pulling her wand, she turned to find herself facing 6 aristocratic-looking blondes who could have looked like they stepped off the catwalk, if it were not for the aura of flame that was burning in the eyes of what looked like the eldest. The lead woman also had her wand drawn, but the fire in her eyes slowly abated, and her wand lowered. In fluid French, the woman offered, "Blood of the goddess, you are just a child. Who has let you out like this? It is a miracle you have not been attacked yet. Who are you, child, and who has done this to you?" Hermione was sure she was missing something, as every single one of the women looking at her was radiating some sort of charm at Hermione. But from the adoring gaze of the young adult ones, and the angry gaze of the more mature ones, they were somehow reacting to something Hermione was putting out, unconsciously. Hermione raised her wand up to point to the ceiling, then with her left hand slid it back down into the dueling holster Harry had given her from the Chamber of Secrets loot. She spoke, in her best French, to reply to what she now assumed was the eldest, and probable grandmother to the small group of Vila that had boxed in what was clearly one of their husbands from what they perceived was Hermione's attack. I am Hermione Granger, an English witch on holiday. I assure you, I have not attempted to use my magic on anyone since I arrived in France. The elder Vila grabbed Hermione's left hand and glared at the ring on it. You are no Granger. This is the ring of Lady Slytherin, and the magic you are putting out must be parcel magic, and if you have married in, you aren't even aware or in control of it. Did you not finish your marriage rite? What kind of idiot is teaching at Hogwarts to let a witch with an interrupted marriage rite walk around? Do you have any idea how powerful your claiming has become? Hermione felt her blood run cold. She began to speak again, this time softer. I am Hermione Granger Slytherin, accidental wife to Harry James Potter Slytherin, and I didn't know it was a marriage rite I used to save Harry from the basilisk that bit him, after he saved me from the Dark Lord that tried to eat my soul. My parents are muggles and have forbidden me to see Harry since we, saved each other, Hermione said. Now Hermione was surrounded by no less than half a dozen Vila. Parcel magic, and reciprocal life debts, an accidental ritual that is still running. It cannot get any worse. One of the younger Vila protested. Hermione, aware that she needed information about what was going on with her magically, and was aware that these witches may be her only hope, confessed the last of it. It was done in a ritual enhancement runic circle powered by the Chamber of Secrets in a ritual designed by Salazar Slytherin. Only when I performed it, I couldn't understand Parseltongue. But used my seer gift to cast it anyway. Now I can understand Parseltongue, and I'm pretty sure that's impossible. The elder Vila gave a short laugh. There you go, Marie Celeste, it can always get worse. You are correct, you cannot simply learn or be given Parseltongue, it is a magic of the blood alone. Of course parcel magic is the magic of connection, that is what makes it so potent when spells are cast in it, because it speaks more deeply with magic than other tongues. I think perhaps that ritual marriage of yours needs to be completed before something your magic does something regrettable. You were calling so hard that one of my daughters thought you a threat to take her husband. Poor Charles got stunned before he could even respond. Two of my granddaughters almost jumped you because the call was so strong they were overcome and wanted to bond with you too. Hermione squeaked. It was not the finest response of her life, but her brain failed to come up with a better one at this information dump. Hermione smiled and offered a weak joke. It is a good thing that Madame Pomfrey taught me the prophylactic charm. The eldest Vila put a hand to her forehead and sighed dramatically. Oh, you poor sweet summer child. That charm would no more keep you from getting pregnant than a common protega would stop the killing curse. Do you have any idea the power of the magic your core is sending out right now? I doubt there is a male you have interacted with that was not bending over backwards to assist you, not even knowing why. It is a good thing that you have no interest at all in other males. Or they would have been overcome so strongly as to outright attack you in response to your call. I think if you were near this Harry Potter Slytherin there is no chance you would not indeed complete the rite with total success. This being defined as producing at least one extremely potent heir. The elder Vila looked at Hermione's look of horror and sighed again. The English. How is it you manage to keep reproducing at all if you are so terrible at it? My name is Wygrain Beaumont. This is my card. You will call upon me tomorrow night and our coven will tat. A prophylactic rune upon your body that should prevent conception even with the horned god himself until you choose to sunder it. Then we will see about summoning this husband of yours to finish things. Before you cause an international incident, or leave with two or more of my daughters as well. Wygrain handed over a business card, that also seemed to be a portkey. Beaumont Magical Fertility Center, it read. Well, trust Vila to corner the market in which fertility magic. Honestly, Hermione was so embarrassed she wished she could just sink into the floor and tunnel her way back to England. Hermione agreed. She could feel her need for Harry was making her magic rise to the point that her control was growing shaky. She would send Dobby to give him a note tonight. Still, the idea of A.C. Tully going all the way with Harry had her blushing so hard she felt like she was going to explode. I mean, they were married now, so it was totally fine. She had always been attracted to Harry, and he treated her better than anyone but her parents ever had. If she were to pick a man, she would have picked Harry. She just thought she would do the education and career first. Order of operations is essential to keeping parents from getting all judgmental. Hermione took the card. Thank you. I will slip a little dreamless sleep into my parents' wine tomorrow night and use the portkey to come to the clinic. 9 o'clock. Okay. That is when my parents usually take their after-dinner drink. Wygrain smiled and patted her hand. Yes, that would do. Now, get back to those muggle parents of yours before they wander off without you. That boy of yours is lucky. Not only has he caught himself a very intelligent and powerful young witch, but he has the same first names as the boy who lived. That has to be a good omen, yes." Madame Wygrain laughed. Hermione forced herself to laugh as well. Yes, such a strange coincidence that her husband Harry James Potter Slytherin has the same first names as the famous boy who lived. A coincidence. She felt a headache returning. How was she going to explain this to Harry? Her mind rebelled from that thought. What would it be like with Harry? No. Explore that thought later. When her parents were asleep maybe. Hermione suppressed a giggle, but felt her body and magic both stir. She had got quite a look at the goods when saving his life. With occlumency, she could review and study those memories in exacting detail. It does give a girl thoughts, Hermione mused, and giggled again, wondering if she was somehow channeling Lavender Brown. Lee needed to finish this ritual with Harry before she turned blonde and started worrying about makeup and the latest survey in Witch Weekly. That night, France, Hotel Tremaine, England 4 Privet Drive Paris. Hermione lay in bed, and thought about what she had learned. Parcel magic being the magic of connection sort of made sense. I mean, she had tested her parcel tongue on a garter snake in the front garden of the hotel. She definitely had it now. It had to be from her union with Harry. That wasn't just a marriage thing. That was part of his soul, his magical core. If their cores had actually connected, then they were more or less like the Anglican marriage oath her parents had taken, becoming one flesh. Hermione had a thought. Her mother always told her about the importance of getting to know your partner before you went very far. Granted, she had been thinking in a few years, not in less than 24 hours, but the theory was sound. Hermione believed in studying ahead, in learning everything you needed before you picked up a wand or the first potion ingredient. Study and preparation were key. If she was connected to Harry, and they were one flesh, she should be able to use her occlumency to isolate that part of her that connected to him, and explore. Just a little. Hermione laid back and contemplated how Harry had looked when he had turned back from snake to man. His body was lean and wiry rather than heavy and thick, built more like a fencer or dancer than a boxer or rugby player. There were scars all over his body too, starting with the jagged lightning bolt on his forehead. She imagined brushing his hair out of the way and kissing it softly. England 4 Privet Drive Harry Potter POV. Pythia slid into control of Harry when he was trying to avoid thinking about Hermione. Or the dreaded coming of Aunt Marge. It was unusual for the dreaming head to seize control of his physical body like that, and Harry was about to voice a mental objection when he felt something impossible. He felt Hermione brush the hair back from his forehead, and then the soft warm press of her lips upon his scar. Harry opened his mental processes to object and take back control of his body. But Nidhogg hissed at him. "Interrupt this, and I will kill you." Harry could feel Hermione's hands begin to trace over his arms. He felt her hair brush over his face as she kissed down from his eyelids to his cheeks. Then his lips, before kissing along his jaw to his neck. Harry felt himself grow hard. His skin crawled with pins and needles as his magic stirred around him and he rose off his bed. Surrounded by a growing storm of power, he felt like he could reach out and touch her. "Hermione!" Harry cried out, surrendering his body to Pythia's control, his eyes rolling white and shining rainbow in the darkness of his room. Hermione did not see her own eyes turn into white opal, but she felt her body rise from her bed as her magic played the part of her fingers and lips as she explored Harry's body. She kissed her way down to his chest, and remembering how Nidhogg had bit her nipple, she nipped lightly at his. She slid her hand down his chest to his belly, then farther to the hard-hot length of him. She wondered if he had not been starved his whole life, if he had grown the full span he was supposed to, would this look normal on him? As it was, it seemed disproportionately large. She slid her hand over it. She ran her hands over his length, and she could almost feel his hands gripping her hair, desperate to make her stop. She laughed deep in her throat. Now Harry, this is my dream. We stop when I say so." She could never be so bold with him in person. The idea made her want to die. Still, something in his manhood called out to her. She kissed down to his balls as she stroked his shaft. She could feel him trembling, and she nuzzled at his balls. Yes, the Vila charm would definitely be required. She could feel the magical potency in him. He was so much stronger than a normal wizard, and her body ached to take that seed in her now. Ached in a way she never dreamed possible. Maybe it would fit. She could maybe test. Kissing up the shaft to the head, she opened her mouth. And took him in her mouth. England 4 Privet Drive Harry Potter Pav. It was all he could do not to explode. He felt his hands grip her hair. He was reasonably certain to stop her. Not. She took him in her mouth and he felt his soul catch fire. His poor body tried to tear itself apart. It wasn't long before his control finally shattered, and he felt himself explode as he emptied himself in helpless ecstasy. It took several seconds to wonder why he was not covered in his own goo. I mean, when he had masturbated, it was the standard result. Where did it all go? Paris, Hotel Treville Hermione Pav. Hermione had to swallow fast or choke to death. Her mind was not processing. This was just a fantasy. A magical might have been drawn from her connection to Harry's feelings. How was it she was drowning in Harry's? Nope, just swallow, don't think. Coughing, she felt the last of his seed spill over her chin, neck and breasts. She had no idea a boy produced so much. It was a really good thing she decided to test if he would fit with her mouth, not anywhere else, as she didn't have the protection rune against pregnancy until the Vila ritual tomorrow night. She was increasingly sure she would need it. If she was swallowing his seed, that meant what she had used her magic to imagine doing to Harry, she had actually done to Harry. Oh sweet Morgana, her mother was right. Hermione was turning into a scarlet woman. It wasn't fair. She wasn't even on the same island. She should not feel ashamed about thinking about her husband when they were separated by the English Bloody Channel. She was working on becoming embarrassed about what she had done with Harry when she felt something like lips brush against the back of her neck. Harry's lips, and Harry's breath. Oh sweet Morgana, no, Hermione shouted. Harry doesn't know this isn't just a dream. What is he going to do? Hermione's coherent thoughts went away as Harry kissed down her neck, and his fingers traced along the line of her hip to just below her belly button. Her mind and objections shattered as Harry's magic moved over and through her, drawn to her needs as hers had been to his. England 4 Privet Drive Harry Potter Pav. Nidhogg slid into control of their body. Harry's eyes flashed red and Harry could hear the memories of Voldemort playing out in his mind. Seduction had been a weapon of the Dark Lord when he was beginning his rise. More than a dozen powerful and influential witches had fallen for him so badly that they betrayed their houses, husbands and official positions to support him during his rise. It was a snake that seduced Eve in the Muggle religious book, and they were not wrong. Parcel magic was the magic of connection, and it made seduction a matter of instinct, and lovemaking a matter of cold strategy as much as hot predatory hunger. Harry heard Voldemort's words in his mind, and found himself drinking them in like the most important magical lesson ever. Women are like wards. Their defenses are layered and complex. The power in them is under tight control and perfect balance. Fools attempt to batter that control down, but we are wiser. We do not seek to crush, but to conquer. Wards are about flow. You do not rush to the wardstone to seize it. No, you probe gently, ever so gently, until you feel a response. Like a ward, a woman unravels from the outside first. You map EACE responds to the lightest pressure, to the gentlest touch. No two wards, and no two women are the same. Taste her, test her, tease her. Wait until you feel the energy rush to your touch, not reacting to you, but pushing towards you. Seeking that contact. Then follow the path of those responses inward. Each layer of defenses will open before you, not because you force it, but because in its hunger to be taken, it draws you deeper. Harry would not have thought to use ward matrix theory to seduce women, but Nidhogg had worked Hermione at her neck and earlobe until she turned to draw him down to her breasts. Dudley's magazines had shown women shaved down there. Hermione was not. Wild chestnut hair framed her mystery like ivy upon a wedding altar, and he lowered himself to worship. Paris, Hotel Treville Hermione Pav. Hermione's screams made it clear her choice to put up silencing charms on her room were absolutely required. She would die when she saw Harry again. Stretching like a particularly satisfied cat, she felt sleep rising to embrace her. She would die of embarrassment when she saw him again, but right now, she thought she would sleep very well. England 4 Privet Drive Harry Potter POV. The first time was Nidhogg, showing how Voldemort used to seduce women. The second time was Pythia, showing his connection to her spiritual needs. The third was young Harry Potter finally Dari, ing to express his passion to the woman he loved. He had watched and somewhat experienced what his other selves had done, but this one was him. Just Harry, expressing his love and devotion to Hermione. It meant something, even if he would never have the words to express it. When she exploded, Harry nearly drowned. His own hunger had him instinctively lapping her up even as the reasonable part of Hi's brain was screaming at him that if he was physically able to swallow, then he was actually doing what he was fantasizing about to the physical Hermione somewhere in France right now. Suddenly the H's pushing at his head turned into Hermione wanting him to stop. Harry pulled himself back, and threw his strength at the connection to shatter it, feeling Hermione do the same. He turned to his other selves, and shouted in his mind. Harry, that was real and you knew it. Nidhogg, obviously. Harry, why didn't you stop it? Pythia, she wished it. Harry, and that is a good enough reason. Nidhogg, that is a fantastic reason. Azkaban Prison Sirius Black POV. Cornelius Fudge was standing in front of the cell of Sirius Black, asking him for his once-yearly visit. How about you tell me where your and father kept those nasty little files he had on all of us at the ministry? If you give me those, I will see that you are moved to a lower security cell. You would see the Dementors weekly, not daily. Fudge asked Sirius. Sirius turned to throw his defiance at Fudge one more time when he spotted the Daily Prophet under Fudge's arm. Arthur Weasley and that cow he married, the Pruitt Witch, Moby, Mogwai, Molly. Something Maish anyway was standing with an improbable number of red-headed children. On the youngest boy, was a brown rat with the same one gray ear, and one white foot like Pettigrew's animagus form. No, it can't be. Sirius moved towards Fudge at the bars of his cell, and the minister kept babbling on about how Sirius might even be allowed a window, if only he gave the blackmail files to the Minister of Magic. Sirius forced his ravaged mind to focus. Listen, Black, those files don't do you any good in here. You are never going to leave Azkaban, and I need those files. Cornelius Fudge demanded. Sirius snapped back. And I needed a trial, Fudge, but we don't always get what we need, do we? Pointing to the paper tucked under the minister's arm, Sirius blinked several times. To force his brain to process language more complex than cursing or screaming. It came reluctantly after so long in the Dementor's tender care. I will make you a deal, Minister. You give me that paper under your arm, right now. And I will tell you where you can find the blackmail file on Lucius Malfoy. Wouldn't you like to be able to make your most generous supporter back off when he asks for that? One thing that pushes even your very flexible morality. Sirius rasped. Cornelius Fudge's eyes narrowed, and met those of the most hated traitor in Wizarding Britain, the man who gave up James and Lily Potter, the one who, save for the miracle of Mother Magic herself, would have offered up the life of Harry Potter to the tender mercies of the Dark Lord Voldemort. Still, that was then. This was now. Cornelius Fudge may have become minister with great dreams of making changes, but any idealism he had long wore away with the wash of corruption and betrayal that constituted the cost of getting anything done in the post-war government. He smiled softly and pushed his paper through the bars. Sirius snatched the paper, then muttered quietly the location of a drop box his grandfather had left a copy of the Malfoy blackmail file in the days before James and Lily fled behind the Fidelius charm, and their death at the Dark Lord's wand. The minister left with a chuckle and a smile that Azkaban's gloom and acidic cruelty could not wipe out. Sirius Black blinked again and again, muttering the charm to enhance his eyesight to examine the white forepaw of the rat on the cover of the Prophet. He was missing a finger. The finger Peter Pettigrew cut off on the day he framed him for murder. The man who betrayed James and Lily Potter to Voldemort was sitting on the shoulder of a Hogwarts-age boy. A boy the age Harry would be. A Weasley, so likely a Gryffindor like young Harry would like be. Peter Pettigrew, Voldemort's secret traitor, was going to be at Hogwarts inside the same dorm as Harry Potter. No, Sirius' mind began to move again. The despair that had almost withered his soul beyond the point of recovery began to melt in the rising fire of an emotion he had not felt in over a decade. Not rage, duty. He had failed James and Lily before, he would not fail Harry this time. For everything he had done. The rat must die. Weddings and warnings. 4 Privet Drive Harry Potter POV. Hedwig was angry. For the 4th time Harry had sent her out with a letter, only to have her return, confused. She could not leave the wards. No matter what direction she sought, she would find herself flying back in Harry's window. There was an owl ward about the house, she could feel it. Yet, once again she saw an owl fly in carrying Harry's daily profit as if there was no problem at all. Hedwig followed the familiar own into Harry's room where it dropped off his daily profit. Hedwig was a wing beat behind, silent as only an owl in flight could be. The post owl did not notice until Hedwig was already upon him. Hedwig bore the other owl to the ground, screaming her defiance as she pinned the other bird with her claws, stopping short of piercing and killing, but making it clear that to resist was to die. Reaching down with her beak she raised the other owl's banded leg to Harry. Hedwig, just because you can't get out, don't terrorize the daily profits owls or I won't get my paper. With Hermione in France, I'm not getting any mail anyway. Harry protested, trying to gently tug the poor owl's leg out of Hedwig's beak. Harry released the owl, and gave it a treat. He gave Hedwig 2 to keep the peace. Knowing Hedwig was frustrated about not being able to carry his post to Neville. Remembering Dobby's mail interference last year, Harry wasn't going to assume Neville hadn't also been keeping his promise to write. He just assumed some other idiot was trying to convince him he had no friends. After his dream the night before, he already knew one Hermione was all he really needed. He could catch up with Neville on the train. Still, a bit funny the prophet using the Hogwarts owls. Maybe they moonlight when Hogwarts was out of session. He didn't really understand the post-owl system. Considering the blood wards that isolated this place from all detection by magic and magicals, he supposed it was a small miracle owl post worked at all. Harry looked at the D.A. Black Escapes. By Archibald McNutter. Deranged mass murderer and notorious Death Eater Sirius Black has escaped from the escape-proof wizard prison of Azkaban. Isolated in mid-ocean, surrounded by deadly air and sea life, Gwar. Dead by ancient wards as powerful as Hogwarts or the Ministry, and most importantly staffed by the demonic dementors of Azkaban, the prison has held even the greatest of dark witches and wizards ever caught. Sirius Black is no normal dark wizard. He was the closest friend and confidant of the parents of the boy who lived. He was their secret keeper and delivered them to their deaths. If not for the miracle of the boy who lived own magic, Harry Potter would have died under the wand of Sirius Black's secret master, he who must not be named. Cornelius Fudge and Albus Dumbledore both assure the PHET that multiple elite teams of Aurors are guarding Harry Potter around the clock from any and all dangers. Harry Potter stopped reading at that point. Merlin, how could the readers believe this? Harry was on his own, like his parents. Guarded only by a single spell. Harry was stuck under blood wards his mother cast before he was even born to keep the sister that hated her safe. Dumbledore did something to them so they would keep Harry safe, as long as he called this place home. Sentencing him to a lifetime of Durley, a bit like Azkaban if Sirius had to cook the Dementors breakfast and weed their garden. He fingered his wand. Should Sirius Black come for him, Harry had a lot of anger issues to work out, and he would do fine. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and in 1,000 battles know no fear. The line whispered from the memories of Voldemort. Nidhogg had devoured them in his infancy. He had no skill to organize them. He simply called up the bits he needed by instinct when matters of killing or dominance called for it. Like now, if Sirius Black was truly the secret right hand of Voldemort, then Nidhogg would mine the Dark Lord's memories for every ability and habit the Black Traitor had, so when they met, a child could avenge his parents. Hours later, while cooking lunch for the Dursleys, not even noticing their insults, Nidhogg was growing frustrated. There were memories of Sirius Black. Voldemort battled James and Lily Potter in the ruins of a potion supply store, having stunned James when his shield broke under an overpowered blasting curse, and having to defend a stunned James. Had forced that red-headed witch to stop dodging his curses. Her shields could not block the dark magic curses, so he shot a liver-bursting curse at her, only to see her desperately raise a table from the ground to block it. She could not do so forever. He began to summon the fiendfire that would consume them both when a new figure appeared. Lily, get James out. I'll hold him. A new voice called as curses as black as his own, if not as powerful, rained down on him. Sirius Black, many of your family have served me well and nobly. Join me, and you will earn a place at my side. Voldemort said as he wove a web of flame and rotting curses around the powerful wizard. I would rather die. James and Lily are my family now. Sirius shouted, and Voldemort had to dodge a very illegal killing curse from Sirius Black. His own cutting curse slicing deeply into the wizard's chest. Before Voldemort could finish him off, the wounded wizard clutched a portkey and vanished, presumably after the cursed Potters. That didn't make any sense. If Sirius wanted to betray the Potters, all he had to do was nothing. Voldemort had already all but finished them. If Sirius just arrived more slowly, the world would think him innocent. Harry's parents would still be dead. There were a dozen similar memories, only sometimes it was James or Lily saving Sirius. If Sirius was the right hand of Voldemort, it was news to Voldemort. It could be the memory of Sirius' conversion and betrayal was in there somewhere, but in the jumbled mess of a madman's lifetime, Nidhogg could not say for sure he would ever find it. It may or may not even exist. He sighed. Head in the game, Potter. Nidhogg said to himself, joining his mind to that of Pythia and Harry. They had to make a 3-course meal for the dreaded Aunt Marge. Harry's wand was riding on it. If he pulled this evening off without issue, then Hermione promised somehow they would finish their marriage. After last night, he began to suspect what she meant. For that, more than the wand, he would make sure this evening went well. Aunt Marge arrived like a foghorn with feet shorter than her brother. She was built like a mountain of tweed. Her resemblance to a mountain troll was considerable, and Harry realized that if he viewed her as a mountain troll, she was both easier to understand and to manage. Harry carried her bags, noting the glare he got from her when he casually took the bags she struggled with, and the two Uncle Vernon was struggling with and trotted them into the house without effort. Rather than being thankful for the help, she seemed to think the display of strength from someone without her or Vernon's massive bulk constituted a form of mockery on his part. Honestly, they didn't feel that heavy to him. Go Hermione and the power of accidental parselporn. Harry smirked as he wondered about Hermione's reaction when she read the ritual she performed now that she understood Parseltongue. How the very straight-laced young witch would find out she had saved Harry's life with Salazar Slytherin's spank bank erotica, that just coincidentally was magically sound enough to work was going to be epic. Marge, of course, thought he was smirking at whatever bullshit political opinion the two Dursleys were on about now. Probably something to do with cracking down on poor people, or forcing immigrants to bow to proper British people in the streets. Possibly something as deeply intellectual as cutting off the heads of cat owners for their blatant anti-dog hatred. He had promised to act nice and submissive to the Dursley trolls. Not to actually pay attention to their twaddle. What are you smirking at, boy? I suppose you think it's perfectly all right having gay people working alongside decent folk. I shouldn't be surprised. Your father was some sort of addict, and your mother as well. Shouldn't wonder how he had her earning money. Those degenerate unemployed are all the same. Harry actually got what Marge was implying about his mother, and fought to keep a smirk off his face. His mother was described as shockingly beautiful, which showed that the same genetics that made her a witch had cheated Petunia out of the trifecta. She lacked her sister's beauty, intelligence, and magic. Marge, being a born Dursley, never even had a ticket in the lottery for any of the three. Degenerates, Harry said, nodding solemnly, winking at Uncle Vernon, to let him know that Harry was earning his trip to Diagon Alley with serious efforts. Marge turned on him. And you, boy, where did they end up sending you, for your own degenerate ways? Harry did his best impression of Dobby's terrified and submissive eyes. St. Brutus Academy for Incurably Criminal Boys. Harry said straight-faced. And they still came there. None of this namby-pamby pampering young urchins who only understand brute force. It's how I train my dogs, and it's they only ways with mongrels like yourself. Harry thought about it. Canes are sticks, and everyone at Hogwarts uses wands. Which are sticks. The professors are very dangerous with theirs, being fully trained witches and wizards. Likewise, Harry had been injured so many times at Hogwarts it hardly took a second to recall injuries to nearly every body part. Right cane happy if you ask me. Ended up in the hospital wing more than once, I can tell you. Right brutal they are. This one professor, I swear he knew my parents. And hated them so much he looks for every single excuse to take it out on me. Harry said, recalling his potions professor clearly, if not fondly. Harry was blocking Nidhogg from taking control by holding up memories of Hermione that they hoped to see in person tonight, and of the wand they needed to Vernon would bring them to get tomorrow after Marge left. Harry hung his head, so none of them could see the rage in his eyes. He simply offered a very Slytherin response. My mom was no Petunia, which was a bit like saying a diamond was never a dog turd, but if the dog took it the wrong way. That wasn't his fault. Pleased with his response, Harry had allowed himself to become distracted. It cost him. Marge glared at his lack of protest, and eyed him in a different, but even more judgmental way. Boy, not even trying to stand up for yourself. Even gutter sweeping snap back, unless you like it. You sure you haven't taken to the cane too much? You haven't become a Nancy boy, have you? I wouldn't put it past a weakling like yourself, not a real man-sized man like Dutters or my Vernon here, but a waif of a boy. Have you turned queer boy? Playing girlfriend for all the rough boys of St. Brutus? Marge said, probing for someplace to make the boys show actual response like her words hit and didn't just slide off the slippery little degenerate. Harry's eyes slid up and met Marge's. They were stark white, shining with faint hints of rainbows, and Marge felt herself flinch at their unnaturalness. Oh no, I have a girlfriend. She is the most beautiful, the most intelligent, the strongest girl in the entire world. The first rear I ever covet, if I ever covet one, will be hers. Harry said softly. Vernon and Petunia choked on their brandy, but Marge finally thought she found the spot the boy could be heard and humbled properly. She attacked. Let me guess, she lets you look after her and buy her things when the other boys are done using her. Bit of a trollop like good old mum. Like a doorknob, everyone has a turn. Marge probed, looking to see the arrogant little Vermine at least acknowledge his place and his kind as the inferior they clearly were to decent hard-working folk. Harry's eyes flickered to red, then to a bright killing green. His voice took on a hardness and a maturity that made Marge's blood run cold. You will speak of my wife with respect or not at all, you fat, bloated whale, Harry said, as his eyes bled light like electric torches in the dark, even in the well-lit room. Marge felt the boy's contempt punch through her like a fist, and a groan was torn from her. Marge swayed in her seat, her body feeling strange. Her tweed vest seemed suddenly too tight, like after a really good second helping. She reached to unbutton the top button, but her fingers had grown fat like sausages. Vernon looked on in shock as his sister's face swelled up like she had been stung by 100 bees. Her fingers bloated, he heard each air scrape back from the table as Marge's form swelled like a balloon. For the first time in his life, Harry quoted Hagrid. I should not have said that, Harry said as he watched Marge swell up. Accidental magic. Without a wand for an outlet, he really had been a bit pent up. He could shrink her back if he had a wand, which he probably wouldn't get now until the trip to school in September, as blowing up Marge was probably breaking his agreement with Uncle Vernon. At least Harry wouldn't have to worry about the underage sorcery thing anymore. Dumbledore may not know it, but since the marriage, under the Ministry law, he was an adult. He would have to somehow contact the Ministry himself to have Marge deflated and his family obliviated. The messy adult way, there was probably a fine for him too. Fudge made sure that if the Ministry did something for you, it got its galleons first. Harry walked to the telephone, trying to remember the number he had been given in his school packet for the accidental magic reversal unit. He grinned as he watched Vernon using a broom to push his sister along the roof, away from the windows. You could no more fit that flying whale though a window than you could get Hagrid in a medium t-shirt. Just then an owl came in, with a letter and a Ministry seal on it. Once again Hedwig flew in behind, and pinned the post owl to the ground. Why was he getting a letter now? Opening it, he read the script and he felt Nidhogg sliding into control as Harry's own mind went into full analytics. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence that an inflation char M was used at your place of residence this evening at 12 minutes past 9. As you know, underage wizards are not permitted to perform spells outside school, and further spellwork on your part may lead to expulsion from said school. Decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, 1875, paragraph C. We would also ask you to remember that any magical activity that risks notice by Mem. Burrs of the non-magical community, Muggles, as a serious offense under Section 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Enjoy your holidays. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Ministry of Magic. Harry's mind was working in overdrive. That was impossible. To the Ministry, Harry was an adult. Harry knew it, the Ministry knew it, only Dumbledore was in the dark on that one. That was impossible a second time. Harry was under a blood ward. The Ministry could no more sense him here than the Death Eaters could. Only Albus Dumbledore, who had taken control of the wards, could sense in here. Since his mother, who originally cast them, was dead, the Ministry could never have sensed it the first time either. The Dobby letter wasn't from the Ministry at all, it was another bloody Dumbledore game. Turning the letter over, he looked at the Ministry seal. It was a Ministry seal, but not the standard one. Looking closely, the writing on the edge did not bear the Ministry standard motto, but a golden script reading, from the office of the head warlock. Turning to the owl Hedwig had pinned, he looked at the leg. This was not a Ministry owl. He may not know how the post-owl service worked, or how the daily profit delivery system worked, but as part of his introduction to magical law he did learn one thing. Only Ministry owls were permitted to deliver Ministry letters. This was a Hogwarts owl. Harry felt his rage rising. This time he and Nidhogg were on the same page. It was all a lie. A trick of Dumbledore's to keep him compliant, to keep him isolated and contained. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. With a roar of rage, he summoned his truck, shrinking it with a charm he forced by making the wand movements in midair, eventually working out it was an abbreviation of the bind rune for shrinking. He carved that in midair with fire and watched as his trunk shrunk. Pocketing it, he thought about shrinking his aunt, but since Dumbledore clearly knew, he blew her up. Let the old fraud deal with it. Channeling his rage into raw destruction, Harry screamed, "Reducto," and blew the door to 4 Privet Drive into very small, very fast-moving splinters as he strode forth into the night. Pausing to look at what he realized was his own private Azkaban he had been sentenced to by Dumbledore as surely as Sirius Black had been, he decided to take a page from the renegade Dark Wizard and make his own escape permanent. Tearing at his left palm with a splinter from the door, Harry let it fill with his own blood. Hissing in Parseltongue, he filled the blood with his own magic, with his rage and his need. Blood calls to blood, power to power. Let the blood stolen from me, the power that bound me, return to me. Blood calls to blood, power to power. What is mine I reclaim, and let the thief beware. Quote, Harry bled his power into the blood ward, then ripped it asunder. For at least a minute, he felt a will as strong as his own, a power nearly as strong as his own resist him. Skill 100 times greater than his sought to weave barriers between Harry and the wards, but a fragment of Lily lived in those wards. Blood calls to blood. A storm of power flared as the wards collapsed, and the power that Harry was braced to receive failed to hammer into him. Briefly, he wondered if he had gotten it wrong. Surely the collapse of wards as strong as this should be massively dangerous. He had so much to learn. Sighing, Harry saw a hungry-looking big black dog looking at him, ached out to lick his cut hand. Harry winced. Looks worse than it is. Besides, I'll bet you nuts to galleons that Hermione won't let me leave without healing it somehow. The dog looked at him in a doggy version of shock, and Harry laughed. Come on, doggy. No, I can't call you doggy. How about Patty? You look like a Patty. You have no collar either. I just slipped mine, made my escape. I think I would rather run all night than be here when the Aurors come. Harry said, breaking into a jog. The dog barked, and jogged alongside him. Yeah, nobody loves a dog catchers, because they bloody think we all are better off caged. Harry and his new dog jogged tirelessly throughout half the night. Sure, the alarm was minutes away from being sounded. They were wrong. Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore's paw. Dumbledore sent off the owl with the forged warning of underage sorcery. Honestly, the boy was precocious. His father had been similarly strong-willed. It was only through Lily's Muggle-born innocence and trust in authority figures that he had been able to turn James from a future rival for leadership of the light and into a valued servant. Harry would become an even more valuable asset, even if his eventual destiny was as tragic as his parents had turned out to be. Power of his magic into their defense, only to discover it was young Harry. Like prying the hands of a child away from a hot stove, Dumbledore wove a dozen times faster and more subtly than any mere child could, blocking Harry from accessing the skein of his mother's blood magic that bound Harry to the place since Dumbledore had twisted her wards to his end. Harry's powerful strike on the wards blindsided Dumbledore. The parcel magic was too prone to blood works. That is part of what made so many parcel magic users into dark wizards. The blood magic and parcel magic sang together in ways that Dumbledore, lacking that gift, could not see to block. His blind efforts were not totally successful. Lily's blood recognized Harry's, the bit of her soul printed in her blood, the magic of sacrifice. That marked Harry called to the blood of Lily Potter, and the power that Dumbledore had tricked the wards into draining from Harry, thinking it was still Lily's own magic worked against him. How had he missed this? In letting the blood war feed on Harry's power, he had blended Harry and Lily's magic together. Harry called it to himself, and Lily's sleeping fragment awoke. The last tortured fragment of a mother's soul, bound in the forbidden blood magic of the wards, took the offering of her son's rage and power, and came aware. That fragment of Lily Potter awoke, and chose violence. A figure made of blood and flame, recognizable only to those who knew Lily as the remnant of Lily Potter flame to live in Dumbledore's quarters. "You dare to bind my son!" the ghost of a witch long dead screamed, and claws of blood lashed at Dumbledore, tearing into his flesh, even as her magic tore at his soul and magical core. As he lay whimpering and bleeding under her attack, Fawkes, his phoenix, flew to land over the wounded headmaster, and wept healing tears onto him. It was almost 2 hours later he was restored to consciousness and sent out the order of the Phoenix to find and trap Harry Potter. Had Harry only been jogging away, they would have caught him. Unfortunately for the headmaster, a coven of concerned French villa and one frustrated bride named Hermione summoned one expectant groom and one surprised godfather dog in the second act of Potter-related blood magic that night. The orders were too late. Harry Potter was gone. A dog's life. 6 Privet Drive. Sirius Black Paw. Sirius Black, black sheep of the Black family. Lone good apple in a rotten barrel. Marauder, or escaped criminal and woefully confused doggy defiantly raised his leg and pissed on the offending tree. 5 times. 5 times he had followed the scent that smelled a little like Lily, a lot like James, and oddly like some other which he seemed to have gotten more than a little close with, to wear that horse-faced hag that somehow got made from all the bits Lily's mother had left over after turning out one good one, lived. He'd bloody been there. He had been dragged along by Lily to keep James's oath shut when they visited after Harry's birth. Good thing too, or James would have transfigured that walrus Vincent, or Vinny, maybe Virgil. Some sort of V name, into an actual walrus, which would be hard for little whinging animal control to deal with. He knew Azkaban and the Dementors had done bad things for his memory, especially for names, but he was a trained Auror, and never forgot a target. Lily had him and James join her to assess the possibility of putting up wards to protect the horse-faced troll and her spawn from the Death Eaters back when they started going for families of the Muggle-born. He had spent weeks with James and Remus working out possible ways to use ley lines to hold the damned things, but nothing worked. He knew every rock, every flow of magic in sky and land around that house. And as a dog he could track a fart in a windstorm back to Snape's mouth from which it had leaked, but he couldn't trace a boy back from sweating his rear off on a jog. It's a Muggle home, so it can't be proper wards. No magical source to bind it to, and the Ministry would make it illegal to supply an external wardstone to Muggles. Can't be a Fidelis, because again, you can't hide a Muggle home with it. Lily must have figured out something, and Fumblemore and his Order of the Flaming Chicken must have found a way to subvert it to keep Harry hid, because knowing what block the house was on and tracking the boy by scent is a bloody grim, and the closest he could get was pissing on the tree of the house next door to the one he still couldn't find. How can he protect the boy until he can find and murder that bloody rat, if he can't even find his house? Sirius felt his ears perk up. He swore he heard an explosion. Running to the sound of the explosions was what they trained Aurors to do. No, come to think of it, they said approach carefully, under full stealth, and observe fully before getting within range of what could be a current firefight. Charging the sound of the express Lotion was more a Sirius and James thing, but they did all right with it. Standing wreathed in power so thick it made Sirius first stand up, and his animal instincts vote quickly, firmly, and often that he needed to run fast the other way. Harry cut his palm and hissed like Voldemort as blood and power lashed at a house he could suddenly see, flickering in and out of existence. For a second, the silhouette of Albus Dumbledore hung in the sky, smiling like the benevolent grandfather that he had been, right up until he decided to let Sirius get sent to Azkaban without a trial. Without even asking him once what happened. Harry, because it had to be Harry, shared the growl that the sight of Dumbledore's shadow in the sky caused Sirius because he began shouting in that freaky Parseltongue speech. At Dumbledore's shadow and actually clashing with his magic, Sirius began to move forward, ready to knock Harry down if and when Dumbledore got tired of indulging the boy and dropped a house on him or something. When the wards finally broke, and a blood and fire vision of Lily Evans Potter rose from the flames of the shattered ward and roared the first thing Sirius understood all night. "How dare you bind my son?" screamed whatever fragment of Lily that had been trapped in what smelled a lot like the sort of blood wards that protected Black Manor and Grimmauld Place, dating safely back to BEF. Or the Ministry outlawed that about 200 years ago. That was Lily, sweetest, kindest, gentlest witch you would ever care to meet, right up until she ripped your skeleton out and set your ales on fire for trying to hurt someone she cared about. This is why Sirius never did serious relationships. Witches worth having got scary, and witches who didn't get scary weren't really worth having in the first place. Love them and leave them before they revealed which witch was WH. Sirius approached Harry, because he really smelled like baby Harry more than even he smelled like James and Lily, and nuzzled at the bleeding hand. Yep, that was Harry's brood all right, but wow, his magic was wild. Out of control, scary potent. I mean, like Voldemort in a rage, or Dumbledore when he let the mask slip. Looks worse than it is. Besides, I will bet you nuts to galleons that Hermione won't let me leave without healing it somehow. Harry said, sounding like a little harsher version of James. Like a James that had less of the tenor he loved to sing to Lily with, and more of the rasp that Mad Eye snarled with when he was training them to stay alive in the last war. Sirius looked at Harry, seeing his eyes flicker from red like Voldemort to green like Lily, and watched his posture change as it did. Was he possessed? No, he didn't smell like dark magic. Dangerous, but not outright dark. Harry laughed, and that sounded like pure Marauder James. Come on, doggy. No, I can't call you doggy. How about Patty? You look like a Patty. You have no collar either. I just slipped mine, made my escape. I think I would rather run all night than be here when the Aurors come. Harry said, breaking into a jog. Oh James, Lily, what in Merlin's name have they done to Harry? Still, Hermione must be the witch he smelled like. Judging by the pheromones coming off the kid, he and this Hermione must be on pretty good terms. Way to go, Pronglet. Good to see that you follow your father's noble witch-chasing example. Before Lily got him onto the monogamy train. Good thing your godfather Sirius has found you and can teach you everything you need to know about the care and feeding of witches. Can't Avenue Merlin's gift to which kind is your godfather without some benefits? Sirius was jogging alongside Harry, because he was right, for an escaped prisoner, meeting the order of the Phoenix Pet Aurors was not a good idea. Still, he could jog and plan for the corruption, that is, education of his young godson. That Hermione of his would thank him for all the wonderful things the boy would learn. Under Sirius' guided tour of every strip club and bordello in Muggle and magical London. That would, of course, be when Harry started to shine like someone stuck a wand up his rear and screamed Lumos. Harry shone bright silver, and runes of bright flame formed in circles around him. Someone was trying to snatch Harry, except he could see no one. Worse, Sirius was beginning to glow silver too, and a smaller circle of fire runes formed around him. Sirius was sure he could hear women's chanting voices. He could feel women's magic reaching out to enfold him. Not all of him, just a part of him. Sirius' eyes grew wide as the magic grew thick enough that Sirius could trace it. Something was bound to Harry's core, and was pulling him through reality without bothering to pass through the bits of the planet that lay between them. Through the bond of the Godfather Oath, made sharper and more potent because it is all Sirius had focused his tattered mind and magic on for so long, Sirius was being dragged along too. The bond was weaker for him, paler, he could easily break it. Yet, That meant Harry would be summoned to whatever was calling him alone, without support. Harry was too young, too inic, and to be allowed out in the world alone. He needed Sirius to protect him. No wand, not much more than half a mind left after a decade in Azkaban, but Padfoot would never abandon the son of Prongs. Hold on, Pronglet, I am coming. Sirius hit the ground, feet spread, lips drawing back from his fangs, ready to go to war to rescue Harry from whatever trap he had found himself in. That had felt a lot like apparition, not a portkey. But you couldn't simply apparate someone without touching them. Hang on. They were in a room filled with the hottest collection of witches Sirius had ever seen, and Sirius had worked hard to see as much and as many pretty witches as humanly possible. There had to be a dozen, each wire than the last, each looking, hang on. Each looking a lot like the other, a too perfect to be human beauty. He was lucky he was a dog right now, or being this close to a dozen Vila blasting their charm out to maximum would have him drooling on the floor like an idiot. Pronglet was going to be helpless against the charms of so many adult Vila. Except he ignored them completely. There was a brown-haired witch, about Harry's age. Pretty but not earth-shattering. Nice curves, but it looked like someone hit her with a lightning bolt when she had conditioner in her hair, because it was the kind of wild that it took a dozen years in Azkaban to do to Cousin Bella. Sirius prepared to leap forward to save Harry as that witch snarled as savagely as his insane murdering cousin and leapt at Harry. Twinkle carried on hard as a rock and charging, and old Twinkle was queer as Fudge's expense account. Harry shouted, "Hermione," and matched her at the clothing tearing. Boy is either a lot stronger than he looks, or powered by hormones like his old man and godfather. Yes, that witch definite. Ely had all the right bits in all the right places. Plus, she seemed to be the Hermione that Harry was on about earlier. Hermione was beyond all control, ripping hers and Harry's clothes off. Sirius sighed. Young love, no skill whatsoever, but charming in its own fumbling way. Harry grabbed Hermione and spun her until her back was pressed to his front, and he locked both her arms in front of her with one of his. A woman is like a ward. You have to go slowly to really undo her. Take your time, let the power build until she is ready to collapse, then and only then do you strike. Harry said, as he kissed and nuzzled beneath her neck. A Vila who seemed more in control than the rest of the circle came and grabbed a claw full of his fur. What are you doing here? How did you come through? The boy has no living magical kin. Yet only his magical kin could be caught in the core uniting ritual. You are not even a Grim. Yes, wizard, I know you're kind of old. Make no move. Their marriage has been interrupted once. And if it is interrupted again, it may kill them both. Sirius whined. He had failed. He barely finds his godson and already he is married. Sirius turned his head sideways to observe what the boy was doing. Merlin's knobby wand, where did Pronglet learn that? He hadn't figured that out until 7th year with Marlene McKinnon. Pronglet, I'm so proud. James would be thrilled, and Lily would probably require oblivation to wipe that memory from her mind altogether. Finally, Harry released Hermione and she dragged him to her. Slowly as he could, he eased himself into her. Hermione froze. Agony and ecstasy warred in her face, but then Sirius' eyes went wide as what he saw scared every hair on his body into standing upright. Hermione's eyes went white as an opal or pure marble. They began to bleed rainbow light, and her voice rang like trumpets as her body impaled herself on Harry. Her fingers worked into claws and drew lines of blood from his back, causing him to buck like a stallion. Yet her eyes shone like pairs of overloading wardstones. Sirius Black felt the prophesy sink its claws into him, feeling the binding in the way Lily had once described, weeping, the feeling of the prophesy Dumbledore never shared with them had sunk into her, or at least the baby she was carrying. Sirius heard Harry and Hermione both scream in eerie harmony, and he watched as what looked like the Slytherin coat of arms burned itself into Hermione's right breast. Full color in emerald and silver, the snake on the crest even hissed at Sirius when it met his gaze. The both cried out in obvious climax. And when they fell together side by side, Sirius saw a matching crest on Harry's chest. Honestly, there was a lot to unpack her. Sirius whined and looked up at the elder Vila who looked terrified by what she had just seen. As the teenagers passed out and the circle of Vila exploded into 1,000 questions and speculations in excited French, Sirius slowly began to understand. That the only thing that went as expected was summoning their interrupted marriage rite. The more motherly Vila began to wrap the happy couple up in blankets. The grandmotherly Vila dragged Sirius off by the scruff of his neck. "With me, dog, you have some explaining to do. What they just did was impossible, and most likely dangerous. You will tell me what I need to keep them safe from your idiot ministry. Or I will geld you and shave you like a poodle," the elder Vila threatened as she dragged him off. "James, Lily, thinking was never my strong suit. What in Merlin's name is Harry caught up in? Department of Mysteries, Ministry of Magic, London Unspeakable Croaker Pav." The alarms were going off again. This time a lot stronger. The prophecy had been witnessed by multiple magicals, at least 10 or maybe even a dozen. The orb recording the prophecy rolled off smoothly. He sighed and massaged his forehead. Dumbledore and Fudge would be by demanding answers. He could be mysterious with the best of them. He was from the Department of Mysteries, it was totally their shtick. Still, the game was changing. No longer just Dumbledore and Voldemort, with Harry Potter the pawn they fought to take. Was this for good or ill? He would keep Hermione and Harry's secrets. He would find a way to bargain for the prophecy if he could. Everyone wanted to control Harry, if Hermione wanted him to have any room to maneuver. She might be willing to bargain away the knowledge that Croaker needed. Voldemort and Dumbledore were playing a game, and the last one killed nearly half of the people he knew, and well over half that he cared about. If there was a third side that offered another choice, Saul Croaker would bet his magic and life on supporting it. Meeting the Minister. Villa Enclave, Paris, France. Harry Potter Pav. Harry found himself so thankful for Patty's presence. Hermione and the Coven of Vila, didn't that sound like it ought to be some sort of movie? Hermione and the Coven of Vila chatting happily away about how romantic it all was, much cooing and enough eyelash batting that Harry was surprised the tables were not blown away, and how absolutely intriguing the magic involved was. And what the implications of what Hermione's ritual were in the relationship between magical core, soul, blood magic and the largely unexplored interaction with the deeper communication of parcel magic. Harry was surprised he had blood left. He had blushed so often when Hermione would simply bare her chest for various witches to touch with fingers and wand, the crest on her breast, then rush over to do the same to Harry. Honestly, as a teenage boy trying hard to die of embarrassment, stroked and poked by a room full of excited Vila, in front of at least 3 husbands, was enough to make him wish his wand worked so he could apparate home. Honestly, Patty, I just can't take any more of these Vila feeling up Hermione under the guise of examining her crest. Harry said, looking down at his new dog for sympathy. For some reason, even the dog was taken in by examining the stroking and poking of Hermione's breasts by a room full of excited and entirely too attractive Vila. I mean, Jew, saint, because a room full of semi-human idealized blonde beauties want to see and squeeze Hermione's breasts, is that any reason to spend hours on it? Patty looked at Harry, gave him a sympathetic whine, a playful lick. Then went back to ogling Hermione with everyone else. Harry looked down at his crest and could honestly admit that there was something to it. While Harry and Nidhogg were still hat rootless in the sea that passed for their shared mindscape, suddenly Pythia was rooted deep inside Hermione. One head of his 3 was firmly anchored to Hermione and her magic. Harry could feel Hermione's own analytical mind and intellectual curiosity bleed into him, and the chaotic storm that was Pythia's mind began to, well, not so much come into focus, and become something Harry could focus if he chose to. Suffice as to say, Hermione had become much more physically powerful since their consummation, and he could feel some of his aggression, his ambition, his seemingly endless fountain of rage nestle into the parts of Hermione that had always been too afraid of ridicule to shine. Harry grinned. Rubbing Patty's head, Harry looked at Hermione avidly drawing with her wand the diagram of what looked like Harry's 6 cores and Hermione's 2 in a complex diagram in midair with 2 blurs to indicate something that she was expanding to the oldest of the gathered Vila witches about. Arithmancy wasn't his thing, but he recognized enough from his rune knowledge to know that what Hermione was discussing with very senior and skilled witches was mastery-level work, not owl or newt. To Hermione, it was nothing special. Just another exciting problem for her to devour. He felt a wave of pride and possessiveness sweep over him, and he wallowed in it. Mine. She is mine. She chose me. Har. Y was grinning at her like an idiot when she glanced over, saw his frank admiration of her in work mode and sent him a smoldering look that made it a good idea for Harry not to stand up for a few minutes at least. In a life filled with dark lords and snake bites, Harry finally got lucky. Patty barked once, sneezed, and nodded. Harry rubbed his head. Patty got it. Hermione was the best thing that ever happened to him. As the evening progressed, Hermione came over with the senior Vila, and a married Vila with her husband in tow. He wore what was obviously a charm around his neck, if Harry had to guess. It was a protection from Vila charm, but the fellow was still looking a bit dazed. He also had his shirt bared to show a golden bindroon in his chest, similar to the marriage crests magic had burned into Harry and Hermione. The senior Vila smiled. Bonsoir Lord Harry James Potter Slytherin, I am Wygraine Beaumont, the head of our little Vila enclave. Permit me to introduce my niece, Apollonia Delacour, and her husband Pierre Delacour. He is what you English would call the chief or. I apologize for the manner with which you were summoned tonight, but with your marriage rite unfinished, your lovely bride, and perhaps you as well, were becoming dangerously unstable, and the unrequited love was calling strongly enough to affect others. Soon, probably tragically, Harry blanched. Was Vernon's going on and on about Harry's degeneracy a result of his being afraid his aunt was being effected? Merlin. Harry suddenly felt like throwing up. Where are the oblivators when you need them? That memory needs to go. Seeing Harry's expression change, the two Vila and the French oar shared a very worldly laugh, and Harry wondered if he could blush so hard his ears would actually catch on fire and melt him before this conversation went anywhere worse. Instead, it got practical. Apollonia stepped forward and placed a hand on Harry's blushing head, and brushed his hair away from his famous but fading scar. What Taunt Wygraine is meaning to say, is that you did not legally enter the country. You are too far from England for anyone to apparate, and you will need an international portkey. Which is of course impossible to get for a foreigner who has no record of ever entering the country. Harry, being famous in Hogwarts for his eloquence, summed his situation up perfectly. I'm right down the pan then, aren't I? This time it was Pierre Delacour who threw his fellow overwhelmed male a lifeline. Do not worry, lad. You are the famous boy who lived, are you not? All manner of improbable things happened to you. Like being ambushed by young love and dragged across the sea to make mad passionate love to your young bride in front of a room full of cheering Vila. Pierre said entirely too cheerfully. Harry groaned and hung his head, desperate to just die already and get out of this conversation. Pierre laughed helpfully. So what could be more reasonable than to admit that Fr. Enchorers in pursuit of international criminals unspecified and of course too secret to ever identify, required the assistance of the famous young hero, Harry Potter, the dashing young Lord Slytherin. Being the dutiful and law you are, you insisted on accompanying them back to France to give your testimony, which you were magically sworn not to discuss. As a result, I, the head of French law enforcement, will portkey you back to the British DMLE along with a letter of thanks for your unspecified but heroic actions in the service of magical France. Harry looked at Pierre Delacour in alarm. But that is a lie. Pierre shrugged. French and English have been lying to each other since before the Romans conquered us both, which we lied to the English about so they wouldn't see it coming. It is a time-honored tradition. And we French are a deeply traditional people. The two Vila and French oar laughed uproariously, and even Patty gave a cheerful tail wag, and dancing series of barks. Pierre had to ruin it by slapping Harry on the back. Besides, Harry, do you mind if I call you Harry? I witnessed your efforts this night. France is the nation above all that celebrates love, and what we all witnessed this night was nothing less than pure heroic effort in the service of love. Harry shared a grin with the French oar who was waggling his eyebrows too suggestively to get offended at. She seems a little late in the day to get shy. Please call me Harry, Harry concluded sheepishly. Bon. Tomorrow I will have you dressed in French oar robes without insignia, to make it clear it is the French oar corps sending you back as a hero, and we will march you into the British ministry with everything but trumpets. Pierre shuddered. I received a medal from your ministry for the Grindelwald War back in 45. I have heard what you English do with trumpets, and you should stop. That night, Harry and Hermione had their first night together officially. Unlike what history books, As in articles and those really tasteless romance novels written decades later, they mostly slept. The only fluid transfer was Hermione drooling on Harry's arm for the last several hours before an A.D. to P beat the wake-up call for the Portkey by less than 10 minutes. Patty was growling and losing a battle of wills with Avila, who was determinedly forcing nutrient potions down the half-starved dog's muzzle. Harry unsympathetically held his head and scolded his dog. "Don't be a baby. Madame Pomfrey makes me take these once a week for the first 2 months of term every year because the Dursleys starve me. Just pretend you are a big fierce guard dog, not a toy poodle, or you will find out that this potion works as well stuffed up either end. Trust me, that is how Madame Pomfrey broke my will to resist drinking them," Harry said, wondering how a Grim could look offended, but this one managed. He also drank his nutrient potion. Harry had his new occlumency text stuffed in the expanded Po.C. ket of his totally legitimate French aura robes, like the English ones, only royal blue, not British scarlet. With his dog on the entirely too fancy leash, he strode with the head of the French aura through the length of the French Ministry building in all its overdone splendor, taking pains to say hello and exchange names with an utterly improbable number of people, all of which Pierre seemed compelled to tell their cover story to. Harry would dye his hair red and change his name to Weasley if the news of his mysterious deeds and pending arrival was not through both the British Ministry and D press before they got near the International Portkey Department. This was made doubly true because they simply had to stop for crepes and coffee before bundling him off to that horrid cold wet island without decent food or clothing. It should not have been a surprise when they emerged from the International Portkey into the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, where Amelia Bones, head of the British DMLE and its Aurors, and Cornelius Fudge, Ministry of Magic. With a flash, 4 cameras captured the moment when Cornelius Fudge shook Harry Potter Slytherin's hand as the chief Auror of France and England smiled down encouragingly. Totally low-key entry. Odd of Dumbledore noticing, or somewhere between unity and worse. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, hero not only of England but of France, of course we expect no less. The English minister in his regrettable tweeds and improbably green bowler pumped Harry's hand like it was a North Sea oil derrick and there was a gas shortage. Pierre Delacour spoke entirely too loudly. "If I may correct you, Minister, that is Lord Harry James Potter Slytherin, Lord Slytherin. It is not often that one of your aristocracy dares to put his life and magic on the line to do what is right, rather than what is personally easiest. It would be well to give the young lord the glory he has earned," Pierre said, giving Harry a wink. As Pierre had explained over coffee and crepes in the ministry, politics is best done in the dark, and little people are easily made to disappear. Now famous people are not necessarily safer, but they at least are harder to make disappear. However, those with a noble title recognized by the magic of the Wizigamot are a different thing altogether. They cannot be made to disappear, and once the press has reason to follow their every word and deed, it is very hard for governments to do anything but follow the laws as written, at least as long as they know everyone is watching. Harry did his best impression of Lucius Malfoy, looking every inch the young noble. It was remarkably effective, as Harry simply worked on copying all the posture, gesture, and tone, and had no spare thoughts for the dripping malice of the real Malfoy, so as an accidental result came off as both noble and kind. This only went to show how much effort young Draco put into being a total prat. After leaving the ministry lobby, Cornelius Fudge let his own aura detail quietly close around them both as they walked through the building as if they didn't have a care in the world. "So Harry," Minister Fudge asked, "any plans now?" Harry nodded cautiously, rubbing Patty for comfort. "Well, Minister, I had thought to drop by the Leaky Cauldron and book a room. I have to see Gringotts for some business, and then Ollivanders for a new wand. The basilisk thing sort of did mine in, and doing any sort of grand adventure without a wand is a bit too Gryffindor even for me," Harry said, watching the minister from the side of his eye for reaction. Cornelius nodded. Yes, that would explain the accidental magic. Always a problem when your core is still growing, especially when you are," the minister coughed, then eyed Harry a moment, "exceptionally strong." Harry winced. "Ah, Minister Fudge, about that." Harry was fumbling for a way to apologize without getting himself in trouble, when Patty slammed into his leg and glared at him. "Honestly, it As like the dog was trying to get him to stop confessing his sins, and just see what he could get away with. Harry thought dogs were supposed to be naturally law-abiding, and cats were the evil ones. The minister gave a hearty and not entirely honest laugh, and beamed at Harry. "Oh nonsense, Harry, who hasn't wanted to blow up an ant or two? I mean, not to speak ill of your family or anything, but your uncle so upset the observation crew that one of them turned him into a walrus. My senior oar had to stop the rest of the team from posing for pictures with the damn thing. The last thing I know, Ed are accusations of muggle baiting or walrus smuggling." The minister grumbled, and one of the oar detail quietly flashed Harry a photograph, which Harry palmed and slid into his robes without visibly reacting. "That figures. It wouldn't take more than 5 minutes with Uncle Vernon to make any wizard think seriously about turning him into a walrus, or a smoking crater in the floor, so honestly he got off easy." The minister walked Harry to the flow, and tossed in a pinch, calling out, "Leaky cauldron." Before stepping through, Harry and the oar detail followed. When Harry came through Minnie's chair, Fudge was already laughing with Tom the barman, and looked every inch the man of the people he tried to present himself as. Fudge was a very good politician, a terrible leader, but the actual BTO power was truly where he shone. He saw Harry come through and let his voice ring through the tavern. "Well, Tom, I will leave young Harry here in your care. I will have a few of the oars in the air, to make sure reporters and riff-raff don't disrupt business any. He's just back from some daring do in France, very hush-hush, but we in the ministry take great pride in his heroism. It's not like we can stop dealing with lesser threats just because we must watch for the menace Sirius Black," Fudge said with a knowing wink which Harry nodded solemnly in answer to. Fudge gave every impression of being in the know of a secret of grave importance to England and France that he, being the epitome of discretion, could not possibly speak further on. If you didn't know there was no secret, and Fudge didn't even know that, you would assume the minister was on top of top-secret affairs upon which the fate of the world depended, but still had time to catch up with the little people. Harry understood now how a person of so little substance could rise to power, and how totally unprepared Wizarding Britain would be with him at the helm. Sliding down to the pub seat, he ordered a turkey pie and chips for himself, a pork chop for Patty. Rubbing his dog's ears, Harry whispered softly, "We really have to get me a new wand fast. If this is our minister, and Dumbledore is our great defender, we are bloody doomed." Patty whined and bumped his head against Harry's thigh. Diagon Alley Harry Pav. The first and foundational stage of occlumency was memory partitioning. Harry unfortunately had 3 independent minds. A lifetime of stolen and completely unsorted Voldemort memories, and a seer who dreamed things that might be more than he saw what was in endless and ever-expanding webs of probability. Luckily, he had Hermione Granger's soul and magical fragment loose in his inner self. Soon he feared his brain would have color-coded tabs for easy access, and his innermost desires would be alphabetized. The ritual with Hermione had crystallized the changes in him that started in the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione was now a part of all 3 of his minds. Hermione the Seeress gave him the ability to swim inside the sea of fate. The tides of Wyrd or destiny, racked by storms of random chance and turned upon the stone-solid certainty of mortal choice. It would take a lifetime to master, but that part of Hermione that was inside his head was busy turning the primordial chaos of endless potential timelines into something that fit neatly into cue cards and poster boards colored to match the tabs on the aforementioned cue cards. I don't know if Destiny was scared yet, but it ought to be. The same changes in Harry's own mind had caused him to realize he had always been drifting in the moment. He hated his past with such a deep and abiding passion that it bordered on phobia. His past was horror, shame, and despair. So don't look at it, don't examine it, and don't ever question it. Well, turning a little bit of Hermione loose in the reference section of his skull was having some rather terrifying effects. Hermione pried into everything. She might be too shy when she didn't know someone to ask, but she always wanted to know. Things she would never ask in a million years she was free to rifle through herself now that his past had become her private library. The results were humiliating. Harry was supposed to be the planning head, yet, due to never examining the past, he never realized how easy he had always been to play and to manipulate. He never compared what people were saying and doing now. With what they had been saying and doing before. He may be a tactical genius, but he had been a strategic moron, living in the moment and never having any plans beyond that moment, no thought about what part the current choice played in the larger game around him. He had been little more than a pawn, so proud of himself for taking a piece or a square that he never questioned why he stood there in the first place. Or what goal his victory advanced towards. A lot of people's words and deeds were showing a widening gap in his memory. A lot of his trusted friends and mentors failed the test of close examination. And to his very great shame, many of those that had only sometimes been on his side had remained true to both themselves and Harry's long-term best interests. Hermione would never say "I told you so," because she always knew she was right, and didn't feel the need to point it out. She would probably give him that little smile that said she took her silent victory without rubbing his nose in it. And give that happy Hermione wiggle. Harry's mind broke for a second. Merlin's beard, but that wiggle did things to his brain, and assorted lower regions. She was cute when she was right, which was going to make their relationship work out. The real problem with setting Hermione loose in their head was with Nidhogg. Nidhogg had been born of Harry's rage and pain, and eating the soul fragment of Voldemort. Along with the inchoate mess of his memories had not made Nidhogg a vision of stability and good choices. Nidhogg was their ambition and defense. Nidhogg was want, take, and defend. He was not overgiven to self-examination. Hermione was. Let loose in the memories of Voldemort. She was trying to sort them out like a spilled deck of cue cards from a course she hadn't taken yet. Harry wanted those memories for bits of Sirius Black that explained how and when he betrayed their parents. Nidhogg wanted not only the bits of magic, but blackmail, intimidation, torture. Hermione's fraction oddly enough followed down those bolt holes with Nidhogg, getting into long drawn-out discussions about where choosing the most brutal tactic caused problems versus where it solved them. Honestly, as much as the Dark Lord's Terror campaign had been a success, he had made it impossible for people to be neutral. Sure, they were all too terrified to directly interfere, but he awareness that it would be better for everyone who didn't care much either way about pure blood politics, or the sodding downtrodden masses, if Voldemort just went away before the madman found a reason to target them. Made it inevitable that if the Dark Lord or his forces ever even stumbled, they would be gutted by those who would never dare to face them on the field of battle. In any war, most people just want to survive, and stay out of it. Voldemort overlooked the little people, and Dumbledore idealized them. As a herd, they were little more than cattle, so many productive cows to be ked for resources or slaughtered for provisions, but when Voldemort fell, their stampede drove his proud Death Eaters into Azkaban or desperate, humiliating, and financially devastating attempts to ease those same mooing masses into letting the proud Death Eaters up from under their stamping hooves. Those cattle were witches and wizards, hags and goblins, centaurs and house elves. Creatures of magic. Individually they were weaker than any Death Eater or Auror, but 100 people who scraped by in charms or transfiguration for a passing owl could fire a volley that could turn a dueling master into a smear on the ground. And leave bits of Death Eater hanging from nearby rooftops. Hermione's exasperation at the elitist attitude of both sides made Nidhogg and Harry both proud and terrified. Of the woman they had married by accident. Harry's only memory of his mother had been her begging Voldemort to take her life for his. He accepted Dumbledore's story of his mother, the martyr, the Wom, and who forsook violence to offer her life freely to save her son. Harry had seen her as a victim, almost without realizing it. Nidhogg had hated her for being weak, and Pythia had laughed at the secrets he knew but would not share. Hermione's little librarian mind, gathering each memory and sorting them like so many cue cards for the fall of the Potter's 101 Owl exam, showed a different story. James had been a blunt instrument, a hammer wielded with crushing power, turning the air and stones that made the battlefield into weapons against Voldemort. Sirius had been pale, dark and biting, not as powerful as James, but so much harder to block or evade. He struck at flesh, at soul, at mind, and trusted speed over shields, often ignoring defense for the chance to draw blood with spells that could not be magically healed. It wasn't hard for Harry or Hermione to understand how anyone who saw him fight could see him as a dark wizard, if only based on the spells he fought with. Lily Evans was different. She lacked either James or Sirius power, but her creativity was on another level. Illusions spun so that Harry had seen the Dark Lord cut her down 100 times, only to find he had slain a lamppost, a post office box, a tree. While the real Lily stood 10 feet away transforming fallen leaves into birds made of razor blades to fly at the Dark Lord, or butterflies that danced in the air. Ignored by everyone until they made a rune circle above the Dark Lord and Death Eater's heads to open a portal to the London Aquarium and drop 500,000 liters of seawater and 3 confused sharks on the battlefield. When Voldemort killed her, she was caught without her wand, tried to apparate, and activate portkeys to escape, and when she could not escape, and without her wand had not chance to fight. She used that very same cleverness to make the one thing she could guarantee happen serve to anchor her win. She forced Voldemort to kill her by demanding mercy. She knew he would view her with contempt for asking, and cut her down just to make clear to her what he would do to Harry next. She forced him to power her final act of magic to defend Harry and punish him. She was not a victim. She was a witch version of a suicide bomber. A cold act of ruthlessness any Slytherin could envy, any Ravenclaw applaud, an act of selflessness any Hufflepuff would weep to claim, but it was a Gryffindor who threw away her pride and made of herself the final weapon. Of all the things he hated Dumbledore for, this was it. Dumbledore had painted her as a helpless victim, and Harry the Dark Lord's destroyer. It wasn't enough he cast her son away like trash on the Dursley's doorstep. When Harry finally learned of his mother's death, Dumbledore robbed her of her power, of her brilliance, of her very agency. To turn her into some tragic helpless victim. He stole her victory, stole her glory, and forged of it chains to bind her son in his service. Nidhogg was not just drawing on Voldemort's hatred, but Harry's own when he viewed the headmaster's actions. No, Harry would not be Dumbledore's tool against Voldemort. Both would pay for what they had done. Voldemort would die for the lives he had destroyed, but Dumbledore would see his throne shattered, his name drawn through the sewers for the crime of stealing the very deaths of Harry's parents to weave his political agenda. Still, in all the memories he could find, Sirius, Lily, and James had been the Dark Lord's enemies. He hated all 3 of them, respected 2 of them, but very much would see them die screaming under his wand. If it took the blood of every last one of his Death Eaters to do it. Why could Harry not find anything about Black's betrayal? He sighed. He was being lied to. Again. By who, and for what he did not know. He needed a wand. He needed answers, and more than anything else, he and Hermione needed allies. A mudblood and a muggle-raised sacrificial beast raised for slaughter was hardly enough to face 2 armies in a shadow war. He leaned down and ruffled Patty's fur. Everyone knows Sirius Black betrayed my mother and father to their deaths, and is coming to kill me. If he did, then he is going to be a long time dying. Thing is, Patty, I have half the Dark Dork's own memories scattered around one of my little brains, and damned if I can see Sirius Black doing anything but fighting him. If I find him first, I want to talk to him. Patty whined and looked down, as if his heart was as broken as Harry's. That was enough occlumency practice for one night. Partitioning and organizing your memories and emotions with magic was a bit like therapy, and a bit like heavy construction with magic. Even with 6 magical cores working with growing synchronicity, he was knackered. Time for sleep. Tomorrow, a wand. Ollivander's wand shop, Diagon Alley. Harry's paw. Ollivander greeted Harry oddly. Mr. Potter. 11 inches, Holly, Phoenix Feather Core. I told you that I should expect remarkable things from you. Ollivander turned and looked at Patty meaningfully and muttered to himself as he did the last time Harry saw him. Curious. Curious indeed. Are you looking for help for your own wand, or a wand for your new friend? Ollivander muttered. I do know that one is of course, lost. Harry blinked. Did Ollivander make dog toys, as well as wands? No, don't let the old man distract you. Wand, Harry. Get your wand. Harry pulled out his former wand. The scorched and warped look of it made Ollivander wince like he had just produced a badly abused child for medical treatment. What have you done, Mr. Potter? Ollivander almost sobbed, taking the wand carefully in his hand and giving it a swish, which produced a bird of flame that fell to the ground and flapped to its eventual death, seeming to be Rapta. ND crushed by a serpent made of the smoke the wand was emitting. Ollivander stopped, cocked his head. This wand no longer recognizes you as master, and its core has been overwhelmed with the power you have tried to force through it. This is one of the 2 strongest wands I have ever made, and when it no longer recognized you as master, you should not have been able to force it at all, let alone destroy it by forcing it to channel too much magic. Ollivander called forth his tape measure, and the thing began to dance around Harry, causing Patty to dash back to the door and bark at the tape measure as it danced around Harry. When it measured something over Harry's right breast, Ollivander's eyes widened. Not Mr. Potter. Lord Slytherin. Not only that, not fully that. Not yet. There is more, yes more. Potter yes. Slytherin yes. And Peverell. Not yet. Not quite. Ollivander now brought forth a wand from behind the counter and imperiously handed it to Harry. Unicorn horn, 10 inches Rowan. The wand, of a White Witch or wizard of unmatched power. Harry took the wand, feeling the vibration in his hand, feeling Pythia slide into it, but Nidhogg reject it. He strove to drive his power through it. Lumos. The shop exploded in light and Patty dove behind the counter to shield his eyes. The wand caught fire and Harry dropped it. Ollivander pulled out a second wand, Boggart Heart, Blackthorn, 9.5 inches, supple. The wand of a dark wizard of power and subtlety. Nidhogg slid into it seamlessly, and Pythia sniffed with indifference. Harry found its touch distasteful, but he knew he could make it work. Not wanting to be blinded again, he cast a simple, Protega. Ollivander was thrown over his own counter as the shield slammed into existence, the nearly transparent bubble Harry was expecting turned into a purple dome that had to be a good 6 inches thick and leaking strands of lightning. The shield was so potent that Harry knew he could stand in front of the Hogwarts Express and watch it derail as it slammed into this shield. His power roared from him through the wand, until the wand exploded in a raid of fragments that left a good 2-inch piece stuck in Harry's palm. Ollivander chinned himself on his own counter, his eyes peeking owlishly over the top. Curious indeed. It seems that you have inside you a warring nature, a lack of unity that should make it impossible to wield magic at all. Without unified intent, a witch or wizard cannot direct magic to do anything. Magic is the witch or wizard putting their will upon the world, and without a united will, magic will not answer. Ollivander mused. Harry shrugged. It answers me. Anyway, it isn't that I lack a united mind, I just have 3 of them. This is not something you admit to normal people, but Ollivander was a wand lore nutter, and honestly, if you rode the Midgard serpent in through the door, he would only wonder if he might have a scale, in case he ain't need a world serpent scale wand. On that note, Harry thought it best to mention, and I'm a Parseltongue, if that makes a difference. Ollivander blinked again, straightening up. Are you really? How fascinating. He stroked his beardless chin and frowned. Grigorovich outbid me for the last pure basilisk venom on the market back in 53. I know Anwar claims to have access to some Naga venom, but he has been known to stretch the truth. Issa has some venom of Leviathan, but dealings with her are best avoided. I don't really have any serpent core strong enough to channel the power you are putting out. Harry found himself doing an Ollivander impression as he blinked. Would you like some? Harry asked. Ollivander turned his head slowly to stare into Harry's eyes, watching as they switched from human green to slit-pupiled blood red. Somewhat, Lord Slytherin? Ollivander asked, carefully. Harry felt fangs descend from his mouth, and his voice slid into Parseltongue without thought. Basilisk venom. Inherited from Slytherin's own beast. Harry hissed. Ollivander was not a reasonable man. Not a sane wizard by any stretch of even a flexible person's imagination. He was, however, the finest wand maker in Europe. He was casting powerful transfigurate ion charms on several bottles to turn them from glass to diamond, the only substance that could resist basilisk venom. Milking Nidhogg's fangs for enough to fill 6 vials, Ollivander finally stopped and set them in a potion holder. Then went to get his big box of wand samples. He dragged the barrel before Harry. Now Lord Slytherin, reach your hand inside and choose the wood that you find calls out to you. This will be your wand wood. Ollivander said, and Harry's slit pupils flared as he felt his magic reach into the box. Nidhogg was in control, so his left hand, for his was the left head, slid down to feel in the wood. A cold wood that sang to him of darkness and snow, of cruel winds and bright poisoned berries felt good and firm in his hand. This was his. Harry's eyes flickered again, and the bright green of the killing curse and round human pupils stood out in the darkness, causing Ollivander's eyebrow to raise in curiosity. Harry's own right hand fell down and he felt the wood bundle. shift and a hard smooth wood fell beneath his palm. This one sang of roots deep in the black earth, strong limbs that defied the highest wind, dominated the forest and claimed all the sun's light for its own. The power of the summer sun, the promise of the earth's bounty and strength were his and his alone. This was his. Harry's eyes flashed to opal white, and a sneer fell upon his face, curling his lips, and he shook his head slowly. There was nothing for Pythia here. His wand was already made. Ollivander froze. Recognition blossomed on his face, first joy, then fear, then acceptance as he nodded slowly. Reaching in, Ollivander took both holly and oak from the bin. He turned to Harry and smiled softly. My ancestors have been wand makers to kings before, but never three at once. Do you remember the old lore, Mr. Potter? You were not raised in the wizarding world, so you might not know. Ollivander said as his own wand worked as he turned the wood in mid-air to bring forth the wand that lay beneath it. Harry had thought that was poetry for carving a wand shape from a block of wood, but that is not what Ollivander did. He cut away all the bits that were not part of the wand from the wood, revealing the wand that was sleeping inside of it. Magic was, well, sometimes it really was magical. The people of this land believed there were two sacred kings of life. In the summer, the Oak King ruled, and drew his power from the light and warmth. In the winter, the Holly King ruled and drew his power from the dark and cold. The wheel of the year divided the year in four. The spring and fall equinox, when power passed between fading winter and rising spring, the fall when it passed from fading summer to rising winter. The two solstices where midsummer the Oak King ruled alone, and Yule where the Holly King's power reigned. Your power calls for wands of both kings of life. Holly King for the left, Oak King for the right. The third I shall not speak of, for it is beyond my arts, and unnecessary. As I fear you will find it on your own. Ollivander had spun two wands now, Holly and Oak. Each was the same 11 inches, as his phoenix wand, yet Holly was twisted and bent, the Oak straight and smooth. Ollivander beamed at Harry. A wand is split, and its core placed inside, bound with runes to contain its power, to channel it into the wood. Basilisk venom cannot be used this way, it will destroy the wood before you can carve any runes to contain it. There is an older path, a slower path, to sing the essence into the wood, to draw through the vibration of your voice the blood or venom of a liquid core up the body of a wand as the sunlight will draw water from the roots of a living tree. It has no power over basilisk venom, but if you are indeed a Parseltongue, then hear my words, and sing them to your venom. Sing them to your wands. Sing them whole, Lord Slytherin, for your children are half-formed and dreaming. They need your song, your blood, your venom to wake. Ollivander's words and voice should have disturbed Harry, but Pythia was already swaying and lost in the vision of what must be, what could be, what it fell to Nidhogg to make be. Harry used his pathetic skill at occlumency to drop into a meditative and passive state, to let the visions of Pythia and the will of Nidhogg control their magic. Harry simply listened to Ollivander, and sang. The world tree stands, rooted in corpses, foul poisons burn, cold waters churn. Decay warms the earth, blood waters the ground, sun sings life. Golden glory purifies all. Each wand drew basilisk venom from a single vial as Ollivander held them enchanted. While Harry sang the translation in Parcel magic, they sang the song 7 times, as the venom rose up the wand, filling the hollow veins where water and life once flowed, replacing it with the venom of the most purified essence of death known to all of magic. Cold, dark and decay filled the holly wand, malice and rage, destruction, deception, yet also the protection the final defense that will die rather than yield, the willingness to embrace pain and even death to do what must be done. The dark was never so cold that there was no room for love, yet it burned away all weakness, all deception and lies. Its truth was poison, for it burned where it touched. Fire burned in the oak wand. Ambition, pride, creativity, and lust. This wand could heal or burn, but it would shine. This was the glory twig, the hand of God, the judgment of kings, the light that banished the darkness, but also the fire that scoured the land. The light was healing and purifying, but there was no room or tolerance for imperfection in it. Creation was at its heart, a violent act. Both wands bore crowns upon the handle just above where thumb and forefinger would grip them. Both wands bore the carved scales of a serpent twined around the wand, and each ended with a carved serpent's head. The holly wand with tiny rubies for eyes, the oak with tiny emeralds. Ollivander looked at the 2 empty vials and smiled. He had drawn 6 vials of basilisk venom from the boy who lived who was. Somehow also now the risen Lord Slytherin, with the expectation that this would be almost impossible and require multiple failures. Instead, it had resulted in 2 wands clearly beyond any he or any of his ancestors had created. Ollivander gestured to each wand. "These are my finest work, Lord Slytherin, and Mr. Potter. While I would never have crafted wands so utterly out of balance, for each is wedded so deeply to its own nature as to be almost useless at spells of the other kind, you have not simply 3 minds, but 3 very different natured magics alive and inside you. One the Holly King of Winter, one the Oak King of Summer, and the other one I shall not speak of, because his attention I do not seek yet." Ollivander looked at Harry quizzically. "Are you not going to transform back?" Ollivander asked know what he was talking about. Ollivander took his own wand and conjured a mirror. Harry Potter did not have a head. He had a cobra's flared hood of black darker than onyx in which shone stars of shining white. His eyes burned with blood-red fire, and his fangs folded neatly up into his fork-tongued mouth, but flared into dagger-sized killing tools at a thought. "Futter me with my own broom. I'm half snake. How am I supposed to go back to the leaky looking like this?" Harry asked, aware that it was quite a while before Hermione got back from France and they could meet again on the Hogwarts Express. Ollivander suppressed a smile. He did not speak Parseltongue but the tone of a wizard who has made a terrible magical mistake they cannot fix is indeed universal. Paddy the dog came out, and sniffed Harry's legs and whined. Looking up at Harry, he barked, then put his front paws over his own nose and glared up at Harry. "Right, Paddy, good thought. Hide the face," Harry hissed. Taking up his wand, he tried to remember the illusion charm he had seen Fred and George use to emit 8 other Gryffindors to sow chaos in the common room. How did that go again? Harry had used it once to see what he would look like blonde, and decided he would rather be bald. Hissing the spell to himself, he drew upon his own self-image, and the Harry Potter Slytherin who stood in Ollivander's was just a little smaller, just a little more faded and fragile looking than the truth. Harry's self-image owed more to dirty malice than true self-awareness, but it was at least not a cobra-headed fork-tongued snake man. Paddy barked and wagged his tail. Harry fist pumped in victory, hissing, "I did it." Paddy whined and Ollivander winced. "If I might suggest, young sir, a caterwauling charm can be used to simulate speech for those who have lost their voice, or who can't remember how to speak human, like yourself. I have no wizards to use it to speak mermish while in the air to mermen in the water, to avoid having to stick their head in the lake just to speak. You could use that to avoid people noticing your Parseltongue," Ollivander suggested, sighing. "Herpo the foul, Emmerich the evil, and he who must not be named are really the only dark wizards who were Parselmouths that we know of. Ho, Weaver the survivors of their reigns of terror tended to murder children with the gift before they could read, let alone cast spells, so the myth of all of them being evil has been hard to get rid of. Our own ministry being a case in point." Quote, Harry had mostly used the caterwauling charm for pranks, but he had used it for rather a lot of pranks. Technically it was an illusion, so his holly wand began to dance as Harry cast his words like spells. "Thank you, sir," Harry said. "What do I owe you?" Ollivander smiled. "If I may retain the venom left over, that will be more than sufficient. It is the largest sample of basilisk venom in Europe, and quite beyond price." Harry blinked, thinking of the few dozen liters sitting in the Chamber of Secrets waiting to be harvested, and smiled behind his illusion uncomfortably. Ollivander, oblivious to Harry's shame, had continued on. "If you don't mind me asking, the ability to do a partial animagi transformation as you have demonstrated is a very advanced form of animagery. Only the most skilled practitioner of that most ancient art can do so, yet you say you cannot transform back. How is it that you were initially able to find your form enough to transform, and then regain your human form to walk into my shop to buy a wand in the first place, if you never consciously managed the change?" Ollivander asked. Harry blushed, and ducked his head. Owing Ollivander for the wands, and his advice, and knowing the basilisk venom was really basically free for Harry, he decided to answer him. Ollivander's face split as he burst into deep and booming laughter. That is mighty wand work indeed. Lord Slytherin. Mighty wand work indeed. Ollivander gasped in between peals of laughter. Paddy barked happily as if in agreement. Harry Potter, savior of magical Britain. The rightful Lord Slytherin retreated from Ollivander's before he died of terminal embarrassment. He would have to get Hermione to help him on the train. Until then, I guess he was going to get a lot of magic practice trying to not be murdered as a snake-headed Dark Lord in the middle of Diagon Alley. He sighed. Hermione was going to love him. In order to minimize his human contact over the summer, he had little choice but to hold up in his room, and work on either his reading for the school year ahead, his occlumency training, or searching his memories for the truth of the treachery of Sirius Black. Harry groaned. Who was he kidding? He had 3 independent brains, each with a bit of Hermione the endless workaholic and cheerful researcher in them. He would do all 3, and probably enjoy it. He grinned. Still, had to admit, he was looking forward to Hermione treating his condition. She was possibly the only form of treatment he ever wanted to use again. He made his wand simulate, whistling happily as he walked back to the leaky cauldron. Paddy trotted behind him happily. Got to love that about dogs. They were very non-judgmental. Diagon Alley Sirius Black Paw. It's only unforgivable cast on humans after all. Fudge's ministry drew the line on humans in a place that left Remus Lupin, Rubeus Hagrid and even Phileas Flitwick decidedly on the wrong side of having human rights. This was a bad time to be not visibly 100% human. That was part of why Sirius never registered. You registered and the ministry began to treat you as a magical creature, which meant that the rights of witches and wizards might or might not apply to you, depending on the ministry's needs at the moment. No, he couldn't leave Harry yet. As an animagus, he was driven to teach Harry how to do it properly. As a godfather, he really thought he should hold off. I mean, what kind of godfather would simply cast the animagus reversal spell and prevent a hot and loving witch from doing some serious and doubtless perverse snake charming? This was the hill he would die on. Marauders Forever. Platform Drama. Platform 9 London Harry Potter POV. Harry was missing Paddy, having shipped him D by Flo to be boarded with some other student pets in Hogsmeade. Harry needed some moral support to help him nerve up to confessing to Hermione. Whispering in Parseltongue, Harry cast the silencing charm, called Muffaliato. Harry dug up from Nidhogg's sift through Voldemort's memories. Say what you will about the deranged mass-murdering, soul-mangling megalomaniac, he had a pure elegance in spell design. Harry had tried to map out the spell, and it should be far more complex than it was. The answer lay in the spell being folded back on itself, so the power flow cycling through the wand movement described multiple forms at once. Essentially, taking what ought to be a mass of long lines and precise angles gets folded a few times to make a compact, quick wand motion that magic reads as a whole complex formation. Why was he deep diving on magical theory when he was finally reunited with his Hermione? There was just no smooth way of admitting you turned yourself into a snake-headed monster and can't even speak human. Can we please have a quickie before we hit the Hogwarts wards? He was either stalling or panicking. No, Harry was panicking. Nidhogg was stalling. Pythia was tasting the air, and glorying in the taste of his Hermione, of feeling her heat on his skin, the magic resonance from their cores being so close together that without any effort on their part. While Pythia's pool of calm was keeping Harry from losing it altogether, it was not bringing him any closer to a brilliant way of bringing up his problem. Harry's panic and stalling both became moot when Hermione sent her hand out to stroke his hair and felt the smooth and cool pebble of cobra-like scales instead of hair. Hermione eyed her husband curiously. Harry, I thought it was strange that you bothered speaking Parseltongue for privacy. Inside a silencing ward, which is nice by the way, there's something important you haven't shared with me. Quote, Harry realized snakes could not smile, had no facial expressions. And he wasn't that good at altering his illusionary face. Looking pathetic and throwing himself upon her mercy being removed as viable solutions, Harry opted for honesty. I went to Ollivander to get a new wand. Because mine wasn't recognizing me as master, so forcing it to work basically cooked it. When he found out I was a Parselmouth, he was saying that he needed something as strong as basilisk venom. So the next thing I grew fangs so I could give him some. So, then, he wonders if I had any plans to change back, and I had to ask, change back from what? Harry said. Hermione pressed herself against him. And to outsiders it probably looked like she was running her fingers through his hair. Instead, she was stroking his hood and checking that he was indeed fully snake-headed. With a sigh, Hermione banged her head against Harry's shoulder, then gave him a smoking hot look. Running a finger lightly over his flaring cobra hood, Hermione hissed softly. Did my big strong husband need his wife to do desperate, wanton, perverted things to him on the Hogwarts Express? Hermione smirked as Harry gave a low groan in obvious pain. Their moment of matrimonial bliss was cut short by one of those things that exists only to bring misery and regret to everyone who might otherwise have a good day, in short, Draco Malfoy. So the mudblood shows her lack of breeding by acting a common harlot on the train platform. What can you expect from the lower orders, right boys? If you want to earn a little coin, mudblood, I'm sure Crabbe and Goyle would help you out. Malfoy sneered. Harry felt his wand snap into his hands and he was less than a second from beginning to unleash the extinction of the line of Malfoy when Hermione turned and sneered at Malfoy, blocking his line of fire. Draco drew his wand. Have a care, mudblood. There are laws here, and punishments owed those who fail to respect their betters in public. Hermione brought both hands to her cheeks, did a half-turn, and bent her left foot up in a massively overdone display of surprise. Harry was pretty sure she copied that from Lavender Brown. Oh no, do you mean that a person of lower noble rank who read disrespect to a more senior noble in a place as Platform 9 3/4 must offer an apology or face legal punishment and disgrace to their entire family? Draco smirked. That's right, mudblood, and I am heir Malfoy. Heir to one of the sacred 28. Pansy Parkinson was trying to grab Malfoy's arm and whisper something to him, but Draco shrugged her off. Daphne Greengrass similarly put her hand over Tracy Davis' mouth when she opened her mouth to point out something Draco seemed to have forgotten. Hermione shook her head from side to side in really overdone fear, looking for the whirl. D like a drama club kid doing an audition for a tragic female lead. What would be the punishment? I mean, what would that poor ill-born ill-mannered creature have to do, here on Platform 9 and THR quarters to spare their family-facing punishment that could cost them their fortune, their status, and even their government position? Hermione said, more loudly than was strictly speaking required. The fact that her parents were Muggleborn and had nothing to lose was lost on Malfoy, but the muttering of the crowd showed that many of them understood. Draco, again shrugging off Pansy's desperate attempt to get his attention, sneered his best sneer and shouted, "Get down on your knees, and kiss my boot while begging my pardon, and I will let it pass." Hermione turned and suddenly her face was devoid of all emotion. In a cold flat tone, she held up her left hand, and let the light shine on the Slytherin consort ring that adorned it. So, heir Malfoy, when you insult the ruling Lady Slytherin, of the founding 12 house, as only the heir of a lower house it falls to you. Crawl upon your belly, and kiss my boot. Beg my pardon, or I will see your house stripped of its wealth, your fath. Cast from his seat in the Wizigamut for disrespect to a senior noble, before the assembled students and parents of Wizarding Britain. Hermione said, her voice ringing loud as any theater major over the whole platform. Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and Blaise Zabini started the quiet applause, followed by Lavender Brown, the Pottle sisters, their families, Augusta Longbottom and some of the OT. Her parents and guardians who had watched young Draco Malfoy get hoist upon his own pure-blood petard in spectacular fashion. Draco turned to his own supporters for explanation, only to have Pansy Parkinson slap him across the face. That is what you get from brushing me off, twice, trying to stop you committing social suicide. We watched her get confirmed as Lady Slytherin in the Great Hall at the end of last year, Draco. Lady Slytherin, as in our own house founder. Seriously, how could you forget that? How could any Slytherin forget that? You know what, next time I won't try to interrupt you. Pansy said coldly. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis closed in around their fellow Slytherin girl and left Draco standing alone, Crabbe and Goyle having quietly faded into the crowd when Draco wasn't looking. Draco turned to reason with the Granger girl, no, with Lady Slytherin, but her face was the cold mask of a pure-blood lady, all the more terrifying on a mudblood. She did not speak, only extended a soft-skinned boot. and pointed to its tip. Vowing in his heart of hearts to see her die for this, Draco fell to his knees, then his belly. Crawled to her feet, and kissed the tip. Speaking softly, he recited the formula he learned in his etiquette lessons, and had often forced upon his lesser for his own amusement. Forgive me, great one. I repent my discourtesy, and beg you overlook my failings as a lesser born. Incapable of the grace and mercy of your noble self. That will be sufficient. I desire no further recompense from your house. Should this matter recur, you will not find me so understanding, Hermione said coldly. Draco turned to face her, but his blood turned to ice as he saw not the warm brown eyes of the uppity over-smart mudblood, but two stones of pure white, shining softly with the rainbow magic. Like her eyes were made from the living horn of a unicorn, not from human flesh. For the first time, looking into eyes other than those of his father, Draco Malfoy didn't think, but knew in his heart of hearts. He stared upwards at his superior. He stayed on the ground, as Hermione and Harry moved onto the train. Harry hissed a powerful parcel magic notice me not charm on one of the compartments. Planning to sneak Hermione back into it for a little anti-snake loving, before he was dragged into a compartment with what looked like an unconscious teacher, Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, Neville Longbottom, and oddly, Luna Lovegood. Harry and Hermione shared a grin, while everyone in the compartment babbled together to praise Hermione for being awesome, and to ask how she ever knew about, let alone dared to use, the pure blood behavior codes against him. Harry sat back and wanted to smirk, but without lips he couldn't manage it. With a sigh, he turned to face Luna Lovegood, who was staring at him in rapture. Hello Luna, Harry offered carefully. Her eyes flicked to his wand, then she clapped. Oh Harry, that is so clever. I just can't take my eyes off the stars though. They are so beautiful, Luna offered with those wide big innocent eyes. Harry felt his blood go cold, which being at least a good quarter snake by body weight at this point, was possible. Luna could see through his glamour. She knew he was sitting here with a cobra head, and a great flaring black hood with shining stars. Thanks Luna, Harry offered, realizing she didn't find this at all alarming. Sometimes he wondered if she was the mad one, or if she was the only sane person, and just kindly overlooked the rest of us caught in our shared fantasy. It was not a comforting thought. Hogwarts Express Remus Lupin Pav. Remus wasn't choice at all. He would be resting in Hogwarts right now, not huddling in misery in a too loud train compartment with many overexcited Hogwarts students. He had to be here. He had to see Harry Potter with his guard down. Had to see the boy with his friends on the Hogwarts Express and find out if any of the headmaster's fears were true. Remus remembered his own times with the Marauders. James, Sirius, Remus and Pettigrew, all closer than brothers, so sure they could take on the world together. In time Lily Evans joined them, and 4 became 5. Then Sirius Black betrayed them. James and Lily were murdered by Voldemort, then Peter was murdered by Sirius himself. Now Sirius had escaped from Azkaban, and the last of the Marauders as called upon by Headmaster Dumbledore to serve, once again, as his spy. He took the job, not only because he needed the money, nor because he owed Dumbledore for letting a werewolf secretly attend Hogwarts and earn his newts, but because at last he would get a chance to be near the only son of 2 of his best friends. Dumbledore brought him back because Harry was in danger of going dark. The old man believed in second chances. He was nearly weeping when he spoke of Harry's rejection of Ron Weasley and the only healthy magical influence in his life, and his dangerous fall into noble pure blood politics. Even naming himself the heir of Slytherin, as Voldemort himself had done. Remus Lupin, werewolf and Hogwarts alumni, was to be the next defense against the dark arts professor, and Dumbledore's tool to turn Harry Potter back to the light. Somehow, he was to do this without actually sharing what he knew about Harry's parents, the Marauders, and the betrayal. How can I protect Harry from Sirius, if I am not allowed to share with him why he is a threat? Remus hurt too much to think this through. He needed chocolate, and about 10 hours sleep. Harry Potter, at risk of going dark. Remus didn't want to believe it. No child of James and Lily could go dark, yet Dumbledore had been evasive describing Harry's upbringing. He would not say who had raised the boy at all, only that Harry had assaulted them and fled, destroying the wards that Lily Potter had invested her own love and life to keep Harry safe. That made no sense. The only wards Lily put anywhere that might have survived death were around her sister Petunia's, and Lily would never have let Petunia care for a pet rock, let alone a magical child. This is why Remus, one day after the full moon, still only half healed from his transformation, was huddled in growing misery, in a compartment with Harry Potter, looking like a thin, scared version of his eternally arrogant father, a boy that looked like Frank Longbottom. And too many, too loud, too pretty young witches. Remus sighed. James and Sirius had always seemed to draw excitable young witches, simply by breathing. Harry seemed to have at least some of the same ability. But he seemed to be almost unnaturally quiet and still, amidst the chaos. Remus just hoped his post-moon sickness would pass before they got near Hogwarts. Due to Sirius Black's escape, Minnie Stir-Fudge had released a large number of the Dementors of Azkaban to guard the school. Remus would need all his strength. In this entire train, he was the only one that could be reasonably expected to cast a Patronus strong enough to hold back the fear demons, the soul-devouring monsters of Azkaban. Fortress is racing towards 100 soul-devouring demons who once rebelled to serve the Dark Lord. With only one sick werewolf for his defense. Screw second chances. Snape was right about you all along. If I see you Sirius Black, I will kill you. I owe that much to James and Lily. Despair delivers. Platform 9 London. Elspeth Avery Pov. Elspeth Avery was a successful woman, everyone said so. She had been prefect of Slytherin, graduated top 5 in her class, managed to get into the Auror program. And with the backing of a politically powerful family had been able to rise during the wartime expansion. She was not going to be sold off in marriage like those common cattle. She was going to be someone. The plan was in motion. All the supporting pieces were in place. The right people wanted her to rise, so she would rise. She was good enough, more than good enough, but even as connected as she was to the old boys' network of pure bloods, she was not, and would never be, a boy. Still, she was Slytherin. Ambition was her defining characteristic, and cold-blooded willingness to do what it took. She spent her Hogwarts years not dating or playing pretty, but making connections. Connections and plans. The world was hers, it was all carefully planned. There was not a single variable unaccounted for. Elspeth Avery would one day be head of the DMLE, the person those old men in power came to when they wanted favors. She would be the person in position to gather the evidence required to make or break careers. And in all those back rooms where real decisions were made, the men at those tables would either all owe her, or know they needed future favor from her, so when and if it mattered, she would control what was said and done, even at the tables her gender would never allow her to sit at. Then it all came crashing down. Top 5, but Lily Evans, James Potter, or Sirius Black had always managed to be number 1. Elspeth had been Slytherin prefect, but Lily Evans had been chosen above her to be head girl. It didn't matter. Elspeth Avery was what Lily Evans, for all her IGH test which in her generation, shiny could never be. Elspeth Avery was prepared. She had allies not only through her family, but through all those sworn to the Dark Lord. When Lily Evans became heiress Lily Potter, Elspeth didn't care. She was done worrying about what that upstart and her prank-loving prat of a husband did. She was on her path to true power. Watching the Potter ally die as the war progressed. Knowing she was part of it by letting bits of information leak into the Death Eater network by regularly drinking with Augustus Rockwood and ignoring the sensation of the unspeakable. And Death Eater quietly sifting through her memories and beating her defenses to take what magical oaths would never allow her to share. Those who stood against her died, those she betrayed, promote her into the spots left by those she was just a bit too slow to save, or whose plans the enemy somehow found out. Life was good. The plan was unstoppable. Then Halloween, 1981, the boy who lived, killed her dream. In a final act of mudblood idiocy, somehow Lily Potter or her crotch. Elspeth Avery's world began to crumble. First, her father was killed. Second son of the Avery house, he died in a ATH Eater uniform facing the bloody Longbottoms. Then when the Longbottoms were eventually paid back for that wrong by Death Eaters searching for the truth about what happened to their Dark Lord, not Dumbledore's lie, but the truth. The Lestrange and Barty Crouch were caught in the act of torturing them. The backlash led to a witch hunt. Her mother was disowned by the Avery clan, seeking to distance themselves from the crimes of her dead father. The Wizigamot stripped the assets of those branch families the Death Eaters sacrificed to the mob to keep them from coming for the lords of the sacred 28 families. More than half of which supported Voldemort and funded his rise. Those like her. Her mother was eventually tried and died in Azkaban when Ministry toadies eager to save their pensions gave up her involvement in money laundering for the Death Eater cause. One by one, her allies found it urgent to disassociate with her, even as the very agency she worked for investigated for possible corruption or collusion at every revelation, as the mob took every arrest or news article as a chance to scream for the blood of any of those they trembled before and obeyed mere months ago. Then came the budget cuts. Oh yes, her allies bought their way out of trouble as soon as the mob felt safe and forgot the war. Her allies had sacrificed enough of their branch families, their disposable sons and precious heirs, and now they set about getting back to business as usual, business they did not want the Aurors free to look into. So the budget cuts came. There she was, the former rising star, barely holding on to her job, having been told in no uncertain terms she had been deemed unpromotable. She should perhaps look elsewhere for opportunities. Where elsewhere? The GHT families found her tainted by dark relatives, the dark families found her tainted by failure and the more terrifying prospect of consequences for their choices. She was a woman, in a service that no longer needed anyone capable, skilled, and willing to face death in their service. A peacetime corps was back into the territory of connected careerists, those with friends in high places, and she was faced with an old boys network that held no friends, and she was still no boy. There may be no place for the war fighters in a peacetime or a corps, no need for those who had killed in battle, not when they would never fight them again. Indeed, the ministry was only too happy to retire its true veterans as fast as they could. The new smaller Auror Corps would be politically reliable, serving the ministry officials and not the Wizigamot families. There was one place that still needed Aurors of the old school, those who were not afraid of the dark side of duty, those who could be counted on to do the hard, necessary things. And those who the Auror Corps coincidentally wanted out of sight. Azkaban. Elspeth Avery became one of the guards of Azkaban. In the official tree of DMLE seniority, a member of the Azkaban guards had seniority and standing just below those of the minister's own protection detail, but everyone knew the truth. The guards of Azkaban were not simply elite, were not simply a special unit. They were tainted. You wore the amulets, the ones that let you command the Dementors whenever you went on shift, and left the tower for the island itself, and it dimmed the Dementors' effect. Guards drank heavily. They were addicted to pepper up and dreamless sleep because you could not really keep the Dementors all the way out. They graduated into darker brews, ones that the ministry forbids, but turns a blind eye to in the Azkaban guards. After all, the Auror that caught a guard for using a controlled potion might have to replace them. Nobody wanted that. You did not leave the Azkaban guards for other duties. If you made it long enough, you retired. Mostly they overdosed, suicided, or died in accidental falls from the tower itself. Let's ignore the safeguards that kept you from the edge and could only be disabled by other guards. The guards of Azkaban covered it up when they snapped and murdered each other. Everyone knew it happened, and everyone knew it could happen to them. The prisoners and the guards were both sentenced to Azkaban, and the prisoners were the only ones the guards got to take it out on. Usually, Elspeth Avery was a pure-blooded witch, a holder of outstanding newts in potions, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. She was educated and cultured beyond the dreams of the common born, but she fell down upon her knees and gave a prayer of thanksgiving, cutting open her own veins and offering her blood and power to the Dark Lord's spirit in thanks for this most precious gift. Elspeth Avery had been chosen to take F.R. of the 20 Dementors of the Azkaban detail to not only guard the Hogwarts Express, but to guard the Hogwarts Express in transit. Elspeth Avery and 4 Dementors under her control would be alone with a train containing only students, including the boy who lived, the crotch goblin of that red-headed common-born slut and her ridiculous juvenile disgrace to a noble name who had dared to resist her Dark Lord's rise. Elspeth Avery and her Dementors would be alone with the boy who lived, the boy who murdered Elspeth Avery's whole future. The boy who sentenced her to Azkaban. The boy who would die screaming. It was entirely possible that she was not sane. The occlumency that she had been taught by Augustus Rockwood, the unspeakable and inner-circle Death Eater, had been more successful than the legal version taught by the ministry, but she had always known it came at a cost. It tainted her soul, and she knew it. The same cold calculation that had driven her ambition recognized that she was no longer sane. It also accepted that the only goal she had left was revenge. Her sanity was irrelevant. Her dedication, her purpose, was all that mattered. That she would avenge the death of her beloved Dark Lord. The death of her dreams, the life plan she had built over her whole life, and one boy killed on Halloween without even knowing what he killed. Today he would die ignorant. The ultimate expression of his parents' legacy. It was going to be the best day of her life. On Platform 9, Elspeth watched the Malfoy heir degrade his line by kneeling for a mudblood hanging off the Potter brat. And realized that not only would she get to kill the boy who lived, but his little replacement for that red-headed mudblood. If she was truly lucky, she might be able to make sure the Malfoy brat got his next kiss from a Dementor. Not a mudblood's boot. Lucius should honestly thank her. Hogwarts Express. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger Pav. With a smiling Luna giving a shooing motion, with what he w. As beginning to fear was a very clear understanding of not only what he was sneaking out to do, but why. Harry offered that he was going to check on the other compartments to see how Ron was doing. Ron Weasley was a lot of things. But few of them appealed to girls, and none of them appealed to a boy as sensitive and well-mannered as Neville Longbottom. It was less likely that someone in this compa RT meant would volunteer to go talk to Ron desperate to lord it over everyone that he got a vacation to magical Egypt than it was anyone would be stupid enough to swallow a candy given by Fred or George. When Hermione said she would keep him company, everyone in the compartment wished her well, as they would any soldier headed off to battle, or the plumber who had volunteered to clear that blockage from the women's loo. Better you than me, sister, go with Morgana. They slipped into the compartment that Harry had covered with his most powerful parcel magic. Notice me not. A spell so overpowered it topped a trainload of witches and wizards desperately searching for seating options, not including the people they found in the compartments they could see. Harry drew his wand, and went to cast a locking spell on the compartment. But his concentration broke when Hermione physically slammed him back into the seat. When her eyes lit up with hunger that owed everything to mammalian urges, and nothing at all to cold serpent logic, Harry decided he had better things to think about. Hermione was being careful with his buttons. He was glad, because the only way he knew how to replace torn-off buttons was sewing. Reparo mended torn fabric, but if there was a button sewing charm, Harry didn't know it. Her kisses were fire down his chest, and while he knew exactly what he got out of teasing her nipples, he was not sure how Hermione had figured out she could make him lose his mind by returning the favor with his. She was a witch, no question. Harry felt his fangs descend and his magic start to unwild as all three of his minds fought for possession of his body. Not that any one of them had even the slightest urge to interfere with Hermione, just it was a question of who wanted to be in the front seat for the show. Hermione was enjoying herself. Her mother, from some very delicately phrased comments, absolutely disapproved of what she was doing as the rankest form of female exploitation. Well, Hermione was a witch. A witch was a woman who knew how to take a wand in hand, and wield its power for herself. Hand, Hermione grinned, or mouth. She hummed happily as Harry Potter used the last dregs of his self-control to grip her hair only lightly. She would of course strip that self-control from him. Harry Potter was in her power now. She would. Harry's body thrashed like she was givey. Honestly, every witch should start her marriage with a long evening discussion about happy marriages with a half-dozen villa spread across 3 generations of successfully managing magical men. Really, she spent a week writing down and organizing what she learned that night. Any daughter of hers was getting a handbook before she discovered broom closets on her own. Hogwarts Express. Luna Lovegood Pav. Luna saw the Nargles flee. She could feel the Raxperts become agitated. She could see Neville being affected. Those most deeply wounded would feel it first, so of course Neville could feel it. They were coming. The demons of her dreams. Harry Potter was only once crowned, and in her vision, he was thrice crowned when he saved them all from the Dementors. She wasn't sure which time it was, or how it came to pass. But he wasn't that Harry yet, and she was running out of time if he was to save her. Turning to Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, she saw them. The romantic trend follower, the gossip girl. The one who knew absolutely everything about everyone important and what they meant to each other. Then there was the practical twin, the one with her head stuck in the financial section, not theories of magic. The one who knew the junior twin had to find her own fortune if she wanted a life she enjoyed. Neither one was anything like Hermione, each was bright, in her way, and Luna loved the way they stirred up Nargles whenever they tried to make Hermione remember she was a girl. She wished she had something like the visions Hermione got, but that wasn't her gift. She saw currents in magic. Saw the disturbances people made in it, how magic and the world responded. The world was a living song for her, one no one else could hear, a dance that no one else could see, but that was fine. Hermione could see what must be done. But if she wanted to dance as she must, she needed someone like Lavender to get her off the ground. And if she wanted to deal with people, she needed someone like Parvati to ground her again. Luna smiled. This was like diving into a still pool. The Nargles would run from the splash, but the ripples would paint the world in colors a long time before they settled again. If she was wrong, the demons would get them, so really, she only needed to worry about what happened if she was right. Leaning forward, she gripped Lavender and Parvati's arm. Lavender, Parvati. Don't you think Harry and Hermione have been gone a long time, and they didn't go in the direction of the Weasley compartment at all? What do you think they are doing? Luna wondered if that was enough. She didn't really understand how people worked. They fascinated her, frightened her, but honestly, she never really understood why they did what they did. Lavender reached out and grabbed Parvati's hands. Oh my God, did you see the way she was hanging off Potter at the platform? Last year she swore they were just friends, and used to give us such lectures about wasting our time with boys. Lavender gushed. Parvati gripped Lavender's hands. This is Granger. Even if they are married, you can't think she would be doing anything on the Hogwarts Express. No one is that daring. Lavender batted her eyelashes. She got into Gryffindor, and she went into the Chamber of Secrets as a sacrifice and came out Lady Slytherin. She didn't do that with an outstanding essay. Parvati grinned. Well, we can't let her get caught. We are her dorm mates. It is our duty to make sure that if anyone catches her. Lavender let go Parvati's hands and shouted her joy. It should be us. The two GIRLs in a giggling mass exited the train compartment, almost crushing Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, who were about to knock to enter. Daphne and Tracy looked at the departing Gryffindors, then at T. He Longbottom Air and the odd little Ravenclaw remaining, and asked softly, "Pardon our intrusion, but we were hoping to have a quiet word with Lord and Lady Slytherin before we reached Hogwarts." Daphne asked carefully. Neville met her eyes with a look Daphne could not read, and he said with a confidence and seriousness the boy had seldom shown outside the herbology greenhouses. "Heiress Greengrass, Miss Davis. I think it would be by far the most advantageous and least traumatic for all involved if you joined us here to wait." Neville's noble mask broke, and the boy who sorted into Gryffindor broke through. "Something tells me they will be a lot easier to talk to when they get back." With not a sign that any of this was at all strange, Daphne sank into the compartment to make small talk. With every sign that she suspected she was missing something, Tracy sat down to make attempted small talk with Luna, which was something you almost did require the Slytherin arts of decryption to succeed in. Hogwarts Express, roof. Elspeth Avery landed her broom on top of the Hogwarts Express. This was of course absolutely impossible due to the many layers of protection charms placed on the sacred vessel of the future scions of Wizarding Britain, but she had been tasked by the Ministry, who with the cooperation of Hogwarts had worked long and hard to give her the ability to bypass those wards. The protection of the students, of course. 4 Dementors were on station with her, she sneered as she poured her power through the amulet given her. Only this allowed her to command the Dementors, that they hunt others and not her. Only her presence allowed creatures of the dark to pass the wards of the Hogwarts Express. A perfect storm, an unthinkable combination of exceptions, resulting in the totally unforeseeable death of the boy who lived. The world would know this as the revenge of Lord Voldemort, honor to his name, but the truth was, Harry Potter would die for the crime of destroying Elspeth Avery's life. And in her final act of Slytherin cunning she would remove the pretender to the Slytherin title for Lord Voldemort, clearing the way for his return in as much of an accident as her own life had been destroyed by the Dark Lord's fall. She let the laugh tear from her throat. Almost 2 decades of iron control and planning finally cracked, and in the icy winds of the train rooftop, mad peals of laughter that could make Bellatrix Lestrange blood run cold sounded, and 4 Dementors of Azkaban were loosed to hunt Hogwarts Express various PAV. Lavender Brown tore open the compartment, and Parvati Patil screamed first. Hermione Granger could not scream, as she had her mouth full. Harry Potter could not scream, as snakes can't really do that. However, Parvati Patil was the more grounded of the Patil sisters. A practicing Hindu and a witch raised in a magical tradition that stretched back thousands of years. She knew what she saw. Harry Potter had the wide cobra hood of one of the 7 holy serpents. In his hood, the very stars shone, like Anant Shisha, the serpent who held all the worlds in his hood, and upon whom the great god Vishnu rested. Granted, Shisha had many heads, and Harry was simply receiving some, but as they entered, Harry began to shine with white holy light that bathed the compartment. Pushing Lavender Brown into the compartment, she slammed and locked the door with a powerful colloportus charm, then bowing to Harry, she silenced a babbling Lavender with a hissed command. "Don't you feel the holy light? This is something sacred. We don't interfere," Parvati hissed, and Lavender, while flighty, was a skilled witch. She watched as Harry Potter shone with light that calmed their fears, filled them with hope, and brought her almost to tears. While she struggled to understand what that could mean, she watched the great cobra head slowly morph back to a very human, and very embarrassed Harry Potter with a cry of what could not possibly be misinterpreted as anything other than completion. Hermione wanted to die. Of all things that had happened to her, she ranked this moment as being worse than Tom Riddle stealing her soul and preparing to murder every Muggle born in Hogwarts. Her 2 boy-crazy roommates had literally burst through a door she swore Harry locked right when she was finishing a very equally and medically necessary to restore Harry's humanity before they hit the Hogwarts wards, and many terrible, regrettable, and probably fatal things happened. Hermione rose from where she had been kneeling and dashed into the compartment bathroom, leaving Harry trapped with 2 wide-eyed girls. "I knew it," Lavender Brown cheered, having confirmed that little Miss Boyce can wait until I have my mastery. Granger was not just sneaking off with her boyfriend, but involved in some sort of wild. Lavender blinked as Harry tried to roll away and cover himself, after Hermione's panicked exit left him rather exposed. "Is it supposed to be that big?" Lavender asked, turning to Parvati. Parvati shrugged. "Only on the gods and really important heroes according to the temple statues. My parents are very strict. You get to find out truth when you are safely married off to a useful family and so full of amordina that you would be excited to see Filch. You almost have to be a Gryffindor to face them and not run the other way," Parvati said firmly. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked as he struggled to get himself back in his trousers. Hermione drew open the bathroom door, apparently satisfied that minimal emotional, mental and physical recovery had been completed, and her own interrogation of her roommates could begin. "I would like to know that too." The temperature in the room dropped like a stone. Lavender and Parvati squeaked, as suddenly their blood ran cold, their faces grew tight and fearful. Each looked like they had just received the worst possible news, and their world was about to collapse. Hermione Fay, Lieutenant, the joy that she had been feeling just evaporate. Not embarrassment or anger filled her, but despair and shame. Her body had been overheated, she had been sweating heavily from her exertions, but now she felt so cold she began to shake. Everything was wrong, everything was coming apart. She looked at Harry for support, and saw a look of fear flit over his face, and his green eyes flashed red, before they slid to cold white. And he turned to look at her. Hermione saw the frost cover the windows, and a shadow black as the night blocked the window. Lavender screamed and fell to the floor, clutching Parvati's leg, and Parvati backed against the wall, her wand dropping from a trembling hand as she tried to draw it. A face flashed white in the depths of a black hood made of despair. A face that devoured hope, joy, creativity and laughter, and left behind only the broken sobs of despair and powerlessness. A Dementor on the Hogwarts Express. The face vanished from the window, but she knew, she absolutely Knew that it only went far enough to find the entrance to this car. The Dementors of Azkaban served the Ministry, everyone knew that. Only, if you dug back into the printed papers of the time. Not the histories published afterwards, when the Dark Lord was at his peak, the Dementors of Azkaban had joined him. Joined him until the day Harry Potter cast him down. She knew who they had come for. And it was not Sirius Black. They had minutes at most, before Harry Potter had to face a Dementor, and none of the magic they had been taught would work at all. She looked at Harry, saw his embarrassment fade, saw his eyes white and cold fit a face that could have been carved from stone. He moved towards the compartment door, and opened it. He didn't draw his wands. He had no PLA. And yet for anything that could stop a Dementor, but he knew, that like his parents, he would be cold and dead on the ground before the demons got what he defended. Hermione's mind raced. The despair of the Dementors argued that there was no point, no hope, just give up and let it happen. She was Hermione Jean Granger Slytherin. She was no great witch yet, but she was mistress of her own mind. You could kill her, but you could not make her stop thinking. Harry was marching out to face the darkness. Now she had to make her mind work long enough to at least arm him. Snakes on a train. Hogwarts Express. Remus Lupin Pav. Daphne Greengrass was Slytherin to the core. She had come here to try to make a connection with Lord and Lady Slytherin. Harry Potter as the boy who lived was clearly a tool of the light faction. And her own Greengrass family had been in the neutral faction in the last war. As Lord Slytherin, you would assume that Harry Potter Slytherin would belong solidly to the dark faction, and she fully agreed with every measure her father had taken to hold them at bay for the last 10 years of their slow return to power. Not the least of which because they were pressuring her father for her hand in marriage. Not so much to control the attractive blonde, but because her family controlled 1/3 of the potion ingredient market in Wizarding Britain through outright farm contract or import license. Ideology aside, she had no intention of being bound by a traditional marriage contract to helpless obedience to whatever slimy old geezer bought her marriage contract at one point from her father. Not only would she rather die than give up all hopes of a life of her own to submit to some overbred fossil, but with her marriage, the ancient sacred 28 Greengrass line would be annihilated. Subsumed into some lesser line whose only claim to fame was they managed to buy themselves out of Azkaban with the loot of Voldemort's mass murders. Finding that Lord and Lad, why Slytherin had left just as she arrived was a disappointment, but it left her in a room with Heir Longbottom. Heir to a founding 12 house and coincidentally, controller of 1/3 of the potion's ingredients of Wizarding Britain. The chance to sit down, out of sight of either Gryffindor or Slytherin Hogwarts students, and possibly make a friendly connection with their only rivals in the field O.F. potion's ingredients was too good to pass up. They were a light family, but in the last war, the main line had gone from numbering in the dozens, to only Dowager Longbottom, young Neville, and an UNC. Who had most probably attempted to murder him several times, avoiding arrest only due to his status as an unspeakable. He might be in as desperate need of allies as herself. Remus suppressed a groan. Frank and Alice's boy had all of Frank's niceness and none of Alice's mercurial wit and frightening perception. He was so open and honest that Remus wondered how he had avoided landing in Hufflepuff. Frank and Alice Longbottom had been tortured into insanity just after Remus had returned to try to find out what happened to James and Lily Potter. Remus knew Frank and Alice had come out of hiding. Only to protest Dumbledore's hiding of young Harry, who should have gone to Frank and Alice, with Alice as his godmother, since Sirius, his godfather, was in Azkaban. Instead, the Lestranges targeted them, torturing them into madness seeking answers no one had to what happened to the Dark Lord. It was the onion problem. If you ask an onion where it was hiding its seed, all it can say is that it doesn't have any. If you peel it layer by layer, you will find out eventually the onion was telling the truth. Of course, there is nothing left of the onion, and that had been Frank and Alice's mind hours under a torture curse most people cannot stand for minutes. Now Remus was listening to their son miss the overly formal attempts of a young noble woman to draw a young noble man into discussion. There were rules between pure bloods, and they were terrible. A woman could not initiate a private personal or business conversation without being deemed forward. Remus had been there when Alice folly of Gryffindor had stopped Frank Longbottom in the hallway as she was leaving Charms and he was on his way to it. "Oi, Longbottom, do you like girls?" she asked him. Frank, the tall slab of Muse Clee that was the popular Hufflepuff keeper, blinked a few times, before protesting that of course he did. She then struck a pose and told him simply, "I am a girl, why don't you prove it?" They had gone eat a Hogsmeade together the next weekend, and been in a relationship within another 2 weeks. If Greengrass thought Neville had a clue Hess of a pure-blood noblewoman making small talk was supposed to indicate, the werewolf would turn into a pony next full moon, not a murdering wolf. It was so painful to listen to, that Remus wished he had skipped the ride to Hogwarts altogether. He had felt out of place as a teenager on the train before he became a marauder. As a middle-aged werewolf, barely functional after a full moon transformation, he would honestly rather die than listen to teenage drama again. There was no point. Nothing he could do would make a difference. He would fail, and everyone who trusted him would die, just like before. A whimper escaped him, and he shivered in the cold. The frost coating the windows, burning his cheeks. Frost on the windows. On September 1st, and a train enchanted to never get hot or cold. Remus' eyes flared gold as the wolf in him screamed, "Get up or die." Remus hated the wolf, hated it with all his might, but his wolf didn't care. His wolf would protect him anyway, and now it was howling that there were predators closing on him, closing on the cubs he protected. Get up and fight. Remus Lupin was Dumbledore's spy. He had been Dumbledore's spy on the Marauders in school, the price of letting a werewolf in. He utterly failed at that as James and Sirius seduced him as easily as Sirius seduced 90% of the attractive witches, and he had kept their secrets. He had been Dumbledore's spy in the werewolf packs, where he had failed as utterly to win them from Fenrir Greyback. Each new werewolf law passed left them no place in the wizarding world, so why not tear it all down? Now he was to spy on Harry Potter, to keep James and Lily's sun from going dark. A fact as likely as Neville Longbottom realizing Daphne was flirting with him in a very proper pure-blood way. Drawing his wand, Remus Lupin went to war. Striding down the train towards the sounds of the screams. He could hear the engine and wind sounds that argued someone, or something had opened the train car doors and was coming in. Dementors on the train, striding down the hall, his voice calm and controlled like a teacher giving a classroom lecture, he spoke. Expecto Patronum. Memories of Sirius grabbing him by the neck and dragging him protesting after James int. A classroom to see the first of many pranks they needed his help to pull off filled his mind, and lit his soul with remembered warmth. His wand tip blazed with white-silver light and a wolf formed O.F. moonlight and fury roared from his wand tip and charged the end of the train. 2 Dementors stood on the platform between cars, having opened the locked door somehow, and beginning to press inward. The charge of the silver wolf drove them back, and Remus Lupin stalked down the hall, ready to drive them from the train. How long could he hold, weak with moon sickness? As long as he had to. James and Lily's son was on this train. They would get to him over his dead body, and his wolf howled inside. They didn't bring enough Dementors. For the first time, he and his wolf snarled together, and went to war. Hogwarts Express. Hermione Pav. Harry flashed Hermione a look. Get them back to our compartment. Neville and Luna are still there. I will stop these things. His wand slid into his hands. One cloaked in gathering shadow and death, the other shimmering with the memory of fire and sunlight. Hermione felt his magic, wild, potent, but largely untrained, and knew that he had the power to defend them. But not a single tool that would withstand the Dementors of Azkaban. Turning to snap at her roommates, she ordered, "You heard Harry. Get to our compartment and lock the door. Use your strongest spell. Whatever happens, pray it passes you by." Aware that she was likely sentencing herself to death, she shoved her roommates to the center of the car, while she followed Harry to its far end. And a fate the textbooks described as worse than simple death. There was a reason she wasn't sorted to Ravenclaw, even if she didn't always like it. From the far end of the train, the other end where they were walking, she heard a voice cry out, "Expecto Patronum," and a light shone like the moon from the car that had somehow gone dark in the middle of a September day. Hermione's mind raced. Expecto Patronum. That would be the spell to summon a Patronus. She didn't know it, and knew it took months of training to master, yet she had somehow summoned a snake Patronus from her wedding ring. Honestly, it wasn't so much that she summoned a Patronus, it was that she summoned Harry, and Harry's animagus form was a Runospore, the three-headed snake that was a corporeal Patronus. Harry was down the end of the train. Two demons of darkness, for Dementors did not give the horror they represented a fair description, were trying to get to Harry. From his left wand Harry cast a dark spell she did not recognize, but knew to be both illegal and fatal. He hissed when he cast it. If she caught that right, it was the hog slaughtering charm, created by farmers centuries ago, then weaponized. Its effect was to cause all internal organs to be expelled from mouth and ass, leaving a hollow carcass ready for curing or cooking. Against Dementors it did nothing. From his right wand, Harry called forth fire, and it drove one Dementor back, but the second flowed around its partner, and as it grew close to Harry, his fire dimmed and his wands dropped to the floor. Both Dementors advanced on the collapsing boy, and Hermione knew she was out of time. She shut her eyes, and threw her will and magic into her ring, into the bonds that connected her and Harry. She remembered the bite of the Runospore that joined them, the venom coursing in her veins, making her his, marking them as one. She felt her eyes flow the white of Pythia, and through the soul connection between them she reached down, and she pulled. Harry's form collapsed. He could feel his strength flowing out of him, could feel the despair of the Dementors wielding his childhood of humiliation and despair against him, wielded his memories of his parents' death like an axe to sever him from his own power. He tried to reach for his wand, but something was wrong with his hands. He tried to open his mouth to at least say sorry to Rmi1 when her face burned into his memories, and she was not smiling. A Runospore rose before the Dementors of Azkaban, and its body blazed with holy power. The Dementors pressed themselves to the walls of the train corridor, slammed back by the power so strongly that they could not flee. Pinned in place, like bats trapped in a hurricane of white fire, they screamed a scream that could not be heard by human ears. But in a far-off compartment, Luna Lovegood fell to the compartment floor from where she had been comforting Neville, and screamed a human scream to echo the pain of the trapped demons. Harry was enraged at his helplessness, knowing that without Hermione he would have failed and the Dementors would have destroyed Hermione, the only one he cared about. Nidhogg was Rage Incarnate, the Avenger. Harry was the frustrated defender, scourged by his near failure to protect what was his. Pythia was the Judge of Souls, the wise counselor, the higher truth. Looking down in judgment upon the demons of despair, the third head, the sober voice of reason and peace, spoke only once. A sentence: kill them. In the instant of creation, the primordial fire of creation was given form. The phoenix. Its fires could purify or heal, its song could free you from any bond or enchantment, and its tears could bring you back from certain death. It was life incarnate. There is a price to all things, and a balance natural to magic. When creation was given form, when the song of beginning was given wings and life, so too was the essence of death given form. The final night did not soar upon the air, but slither upon the ground. Its gaze brought death, and its venom unmade all that was. Harry had inherited the gift of basilisk venom from his unique creation in the Chamber of Secrets, not just any venom, but the venom of Slytherin's own monster, a 1,000-year-old specimen strengthened by Salazar the Hufflepuff's own mastery over all that grew, both plant and animal. Harry struck right, and Nidhogg left, and basilisk venom took root in the spirit of the Dementors, took root in despair made flesh. Dementors could not be harmed by magic, could not be harmed by any physical weapon at all. Only pure spirit like the Patronus charm, or the spirit woven into goblin silver weapons could touch their flesh. The venom of the basilisk was the pure spirit of decay, of entropy, of the death written in the universe by the crime of creation itself. Basilisk venom unmade what it struck. The Dementors screamed, and they bled the soul stuff of their victims. The Dementors died screaming as They experienced in minutes all the horror and suffering they had inflicted in a lifetime. Harry, Nidhogg, and Pythia rendered judgment on the two Dementors, and were thankful that Hermione had fled back to their compartment before she witnessed what they had done. However, that was only two Dementors, and they did not come alone. Remus Lupin drove himself beyond exhaustion, his magical reserves depleted to the point that he would be weeks recovering, but he drove the Dementors back step by step. He summoned his Patronus again and again, staggering as if drunk or wounded, barely able to stand. He finally drove them off the train, and stood where the cars coupled together, summoning a last Patronus to drive them from the train's wards, and into the summer sky. Expecto Patronum, he screamed in triumph. This time he hadn't been too late, this time he hadn't failed. This time he had been enough. Harry would be safe, the students would be safe. This time Remus Lupin had justified the trust Dumbledore, James and Lily had once put in him. Elspeth Avery stood above and behind the shabby-dressed wizard in second-hand patched robes that had given such a heroic performance, doing what few Aurors were capable of. She sneered. Such heroic nonsense, she sneered. Remus began to turn, his magic and concentration in the silver mist about to form a final wolf. He had neither time nor attention free to form a shield, and his body was too spent to dodge. Stupefy. Elspeth Avery sneered, and the hero fell. The Dementors descended to reap his soul, a final kiss for daring to oppose them. She threw her power into her amulet. Ask me for anything but time, her instructor Mad-Eye Moody had often said. She was running out of it. Harry Potter must die, everything else was secondary. Leave him. Kill the boy, Elspeth snarled, and nearly lost her fight to control the Dementors, but she had been the hand-picked prodigy of the Avery clan once, the best pure-blooded witch in her generation, Annette. Her Bellatrix Lestrange, her father had said. Die to the Dementors, dropping soulless corpses at the great Albus Dumbledore's feet at Hogsmeade Station. Tonight, the light would die, and Elspeth Avery would be responsible. Hermione did not know what to do. She was not good with emotions. She was a girl that liked facts, numbers, concrete concepts you could understand. She wasn't good at comfort. She could comfort Harry, but that was different. She had never felt so helpless as now, watching those airheads Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown caring for Neville, Tracy, Luna, and Daphne who writhed in the torment of the Dementors under whatever trauma those demons mined in their memories. She was useless. It ate at her. Useless, helpless, weak, stupid. The words flowed like poison in her veins. She felt despair rise up and fill her. Tears forming in her eyes, even as her breath fogged before her in a white cloud in the sudden cold. Wait, sudden cold. Hermione's eyes flashed open, reaching due. Her link to Harry. She felt his cold fury, felt the holy magic that filled his flesh and shone like a beacon from it. For an instant the fog in her mind cleared and she recognized the feelings of helplessness and worthlessness as what they were. An attack. Nothing got past Harry, but that had to mean. Turning to the compartment door, she realized, the professor who defended the other end of the train had fallen. At least one more Dementor was coming. Harry was too far away. There was only her. Dismissing the locking charm on the door, she slid it aside. Fake it until you make it, she acted calm as she closed it behind her. And turned to face the coming demons. Her wand was in her hand, but Morgana only knew what she was going to do with it. No, that would save no one. Harry was the key. She reached into the connection she felt to him. Remembered what his transformation had felt like. She remembered the first time, the feeling of his fangs penetrating her, his venom burning into her, claiming her, changing her. This time she didn't just remember the feeling, she hammered her magic into it, clawing with every ounce of will, screaming her need and intent into every drop of venom flowing in her. She reached down inside herself to what the venom was sinking into, and she twisted. Dementors. Hermione moved forward, low over the ground she slithered. Powerful muscles driving her. She was death incarnate, and these demons of mere fear thought to hunt her. The lids on her eyes tried to draw back, but the part of her that remembered being her screamed not to. She could not open her eyes here, not here. Her fangs folded down and her mouth opened. The Dementors hung in the air, as if torn between desire to flee, and compassion to attack, but Hermione gave them no choice. This was hers. These pathetic fragile creatures were hers. No one steals from her. She was death, and she was hungry. Her new body was fast beyond fast. She struck across the space between them with such force her body actually left the ground. She struck and her fangs bit deep into flesh that was not entirely real. She felt it, felt her venom sink deep inside and begin the unmaking. That was her magic, that was her truth. All that existed must end, all that lived must die. Creation was a death sentence, and she was its executioner. The Dementor screamed and flailed, but her body was one long column of muscle. She tossed it aside and chased the second Dementor as it fled. The Dementor had to pause. It was not easy for a being that was not entirely real to work the train compartment door. It took seconds and concentration. For a demon of fear, the Dementor dealt with it poorly. Its concentration was non-existent, and the superior speed of its flight was lost as it fumbled with the door. She struck once, twice. This time she rode it to the ground, and flared her eyes open. Burning gold light flashed into the Dementor, who was shrieking in pain, and silence fell on the train as her eyes ripped its soul from its flesh with the finality of the killing curse that was a pale wizard copy of a basilisk's gaze. The figure of the passed-out not human groaned, and Hermione's human awareness hammered at her other mind. Teacher. Hermione does not kill teachers. That seemed both true and wrong at the same time. With a sigh, the basilisk, who was also Hermione, remembered she had people to defend, a promise to her mate. A flush ran through her body, her scales darkening and half rising as the mating urge rose within her. Her mate. Yes, the non-human could wait. She would return to their compartment and await her mate's return. If he had hunted as successfully as she, he might have earned the chance to please her. If not, she could always send him to deal with the non-human. It never served to reward a male for giving less than his all. Harry knocked on his compartment door with his head. Being a Runaspore came with awesome magical powers and all kinds of holy light effects, but door latches worked better with fingers. He was pretty sure if he used his mouth, he might accidentally dissolve the damned door. That would be a detention for sure. Lavender Brown cautiously opened the door. She looked at the glowing three-headed snake and asked softly, "Harry?" Harry's head nodded firmly. The other two shook their heads. The three heads had a hissing argument that lasted for about 30 seconds. Then finally 2 of the 3 heads nodded, and the third just looks interest of the whole affair. Lavender wasn't entirely sure how to take that. Parvati dragged the door open. She nodded firmly. "See, more heads. That is Shesha the divine snake for sure," Parvati said, then opened the door. Lavender looked confused. "I thought he was Harry, and isn't that a Runaspore, more or less?" Parvati nodded. "Definitely Harry, and probably also a Runaspore. This is why I don't bother explaining religion to you. It gets complicated. Gods and heroes reincarnate all the time. It's a whole thing," Parvati said cheerfully, loving being proven right. Daphne and Neville both screamed, not entirely a bad reaction as Hermione slithered through the door. Neville stuttered out, "Basilisk," he stuttered, while Luna looked up and said softly, "Thank you, Hermione. I didn't think we had enough queens to survive the first demons." Having said that, she curled back into a ball, and went to sleep. 4 snake heads regarded her curiously. Before Harry slithered over, and around Hermione, who seemed to preen as the 3-headed snake wove about her. Lavender Brown was not very good at care of magical creatures. But she was the self-appointed expert at Hogwarts romance. With the surety of a fashion editor pronouncing judgment on a spring trend, Lavender pointed to the 2 magical and very deadly snakes and said simply, "If that is Harry, then that is definitely Hermione. They totally cling the same in scales or school robes. It's kind of cute," Lavender said, as if young love excused deadly magical snakehood. And wasn't sure why everyone else was slow to admit that. Parvati slid the door closed and cast a strong colloportus to lock it. She turned to Lavender and said simply, "We have to act fast. We can't trust Hermione to get it done, not when she is a snake now." 2. Lavender, understanding what Parvati meant, looked at Neville, who failed to understand and shook her head. "No, I don't think so. I mean, I've never. I wouldn't even know how." Parvati shrugged. "Don't worry about it. Just start getting undressed. We will take care of it, just you and I. My mother had books about this hidden in her room. Rituals 2 witches could perform to soothe the snake god's wrath and restore his humanity." Parvati was busy stripping off her clothes, and Lavender had begun as well. The 2 of them, while not the brightest witches in the world, had seen something similar work on Harry earlier today. "What do we do?" Lavender asked eagerly, already half-dressed. "Do you remember kissing practice? Like what we did to practice what we would do if we ever dated a boy?" Parvati asked, and Lavender blushed right down to mid-chest. "Oh, yes, I remember that, Lavender said, her breath coming faster. Neville objected. You can't take your clothes off, there are people here. Parvati rounded on Neville. Since she was topless, the young Longbottom closed his eyes to avoid seeing what he felt he shouldn't. Listen, you British wizards may be dying out, but there are over 1 million Hindu witches and wizards, we know a thing or two. When a divine snake requires you to get naked, you get naked. She said fiercely. Daphne, the epitome of a well-raised Slytherin, inquired softly. Parvati, these secret grimoires of your mother's that you found in her room. They wouldn't have been located right beside, or right under her bed. Would they? She inquired carefully. Tracy Davis' eyes went wide as the worldly Slytherin girl figured out Daphne was trying carefully to imply this might be her mother's pornography stash. Not her secret magical grimoires, but both Lavender and Parvati had sorted into Gryffindor, not Slytherin or Ravenclaw, so they were boldly charging ahead, rather than overthinking anything. Lavender and Parvati were both naked now, and the contrast between the tall blonde and short curvier dark Indian girl was quite striking as they came together and began kissing. Lavender, breathing fast between kisses, confessed. Parvati, I don't know what to do. Don't worry, my mother left bookmarks at the photographs of what we have to do. They were very detailed, and with lots of study of how they moved. I think I figured most of it out, Parvati assured her innocently. Harry and Hermione were swaying back and forth in eerie harmony, their bodies glowing, their eyes obviously lidded and seemingly lost in what they were observing. But, isn't that just porn? Tracy Davis tried to object. Daphne, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Greengrass, looked at the Basilisk and Runespore sharing their chamber, and decided that if she wanted to exit this chamber alive, she was going to have to ignore reason altogether. If they got to Hogsmeade Station and the RTS wards with a basilisk in their train compartment, and Dementor corpses in the hallway, the oars would shoot first, shoot second, shoot third, then several days later shift the ashes of the train. So see if there was a point to asking questions. Daphne put her hands over her friend's mouth. Be quiet, don't make the basilisk angry. Besides, something is clearly happening. Tracy began wiggling herself. It was getting quite disturbing to watch. Not in a bad way, but in a good way. I kind of want to see those books, Tracy confessed, as Parvati knelt between Daphne's thighs and drew screams of something far different from pain from the girl. Hermione the basilisk and Harry had begun to intertwine with the girls, forked tongues tasting the two roommates until the entirely mammalian urges caused their other selves to rise. And hands and mouths grew from the serpent bodies. 2 girls entwined became 3, and a man between them. The nature of their embrace changed, as Harry lost snake heads and fangs altogether, kissing down Hermione's body to do to her what Parvati had been doing to Lavender. Lavender and Parvati began to nurse at the heavy breasts of Hermione, who still bore the fangs and mouth of a basilisk. As Hermione's passion grew, she leaned down and bit first Lavender, then Parvati. They screamed as the venom burned into them, and soon the bodies of all 4 began to twine together in a new fashion, and the magic tore from them like a storm. Harry's chest burned as he took each girl in turn. As he took Parvati, a griffin crest of scarlet and gold burned upon his left breast, as it did upon Parvati's, marking her as Lady Potter. As she fell from him, Hermione claimed her, and the two of them rolled together as Hermione took her wife as sealed by their husband. Lavender Brown was lost in the rising magic and passion as she pounced on Harry. Their joining caused shadows to form above them. A triangle, a circle, and a line. A cloak, a stone, a wand. Those shadows burned black and gold, and in the center of their chests, Lavender and Harry felt the sign of the Deathly Hallows burn above their heart. As they screamed in their culmination, the sigil of the Peveril LS was burned above their hearts forever. Lavender Brown became Lady Peveril. Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass were blushing, and breathing very hard as the figures finally settled into rest, fully human, fully spent, and free of the strange magical storm that had bound them. Animagi transformation joke in the history of all magic. Also possibly the only one. Tracy turned to Daphne, and whispered, I'm pretty sure that was just her mother's porn, not a grimoire. She whispered. Daphne cocked her head, and paused to think. But it worked. More to the point, it represented a power that neither Dumbledore or Voldemort could claim. Parcel magic, Holy magic, family magic, she wasn't sure what it was she watched, but it belonged to neither light faction, nor the dark faction, and Daphne, Neville, Tracy, and Luna were now a part of it. A third side, a way out. Daphne Greengrass didn't have to know what it was, to know she wanted it. Turning to Neville and Tracy, she commanded, "We say nothing about what happened here. We keep their secrets. They saved us from the Dementors and whoever sent them, the Ministry, he who must not be named, whoever. They saved us, and so we do not talk." Agreed. Tracy always followed Daphne's lead, and Neville told what happened, but Harry and Hermione were friends, and they saved him from the Dementors. While Hermione, Harry, Lavender and Parvati worked on detangling limbs and identifying clothes, Neville, Daphne, Tracy, and Luna raised their wands, and swore an oath. Magic stirred as the lines of destiny entwined, the skein of WYRD, of fate wove a new pattern. And somewhere a chessboard where kings of light and dark brooded over a board in a game now in its second generation, a third side formed, and new pieces formed. Hogwarts Express, Elspeth Avery Pav. On top the Hogwarts Express. Elspeth Avery felt her Dementors die. Dementors did not die. If the Ministry could have destroyed them centuries ago, they would have. Controlling them and binding them to Azkaban was the best they could do, and even then, they had to sacrifice witches and wizards to keep them fed. The Dark Lord had found a way to kill them long ago, and bound them to his service. But none of his follower ever learned it. On a train full of teenagers, 4 Dementors died. Something changed, something was missed. To act now is to risk failure, and she had come too far for that to happen. No, live to fight another day. Climbing on her broom, she slipped from the train and flew back for several minutes, then took off her Dementor control amulet to hold it loosely in her hand. She would have no explanation for the Dementor attack, so she must manufacture one. Luckily, Sirius Black was a ready-made villain. Smiling, she pointed her wand at herself, and cast a simple stupefy. She hit the ground, and broke only one arm and her broom. The investigation concluded that Sirius Black ambushed her, and used her amulet to attempt to murder the boy who lived. Fearing Traken G-charms in the amulet which were in fact there, he dropped it back on the noble guard he had ambushed. Elspeth Avery became the Ministry's golden girl for having survived an attack by Sirius Black. Both Dumbledore and Minister Fudge looked at the report of 4 dead Dementors. They both knew only one figure in history had ever slain one. Voldemort. 2 different men reached one similar, and incorrect conclusion. Harry Potter had fallen to the dark. Fudge thought him the next Dark Lord to worry about, and Dumbledore worried how he was going to maneuver a Dark Lord in training to die taking out a Dark Lord returning. Department of Mysteries Saul Croaker Pav. In the Department of Mysteries, Unspeakable Croaker watched a single golden ball flare to life, glowing like a small sun. Checking hit, he nodded. One Prophesy had taken a major step forward. Not Sybil Trelawney's. That one stayed glowing softly gold. No, this was Hermione Granger's Prophesy. The King of Chaos. Dumbledore and Voldemort both knew some or all of the Trelawney Prophesy, but Croaker would bet any money, and no small number of lives, that it was Granger who was the seer that spoke of the true turning points. Let the puppet masters work in the shadows, moving their pawns and sacrificing followers like so many game pieces. He was going to have a word with a witch, and see if there wasn't anything she needed badly. Not to let him know what was really going on. Unlike Dumbledore or Voldemort, he wasn't a puppet master. He was a watcher. He would use a skill those great and powerful monsters never developed. Patience. Hogwarts was in for a long, difficult year. Truth will make you blush. Hogwarts Express Remus Lupin Pav. He had failed. The last seconds of his awareness had been spent feeling his nervous system shut down under the hammer of an overpowered stunner. As a werewolf, he was hard to stun, but the witch with the cold voice had not only got the drop on him, hitting him from above and behind when he had eyes only for the Dementors, but she had been strong like only a dozen witches and wizards in his memory. The stunner blasted him into unconsciousness almost instantly. Just enough time to see E2 Dementors flow back towards the train entrance, towards the students under his care. Towards Harry. In 1981 he had been spying for Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix when James, Lily, and Harry went into hiding. He never knew where, as he was spying among the werewolf packs on the continent, and didn't want secrets he might have torn out of him. He had not been there to save his friends. As a werewolf, he was a dark creature, and not allowed near a magical child without the guardian's permission. James and Lily had given it, Albus Dumbledore did not. Remus had finally been given the chance to play Dumbledore's spy as the price for being there to protect Harry, and Remus had failed before Harry even got to Hogwarts. If the Dementor contact had not left him so emotionally drained, he would already be in tears. It was thus not even worth mentioning when his next memory was the painful shock of enervation hitting him, and coming to consciousness bound in goblin silver manacle. Specifically designed to bind and punish werewolves. Or pious thickness let his wand glow with the cold purple light of the cutting charm as he stared down at the stunned werewolf who had failed to protect the Hogwarts students. Was he the reason the Dementors went rogue? Was he in league with Sirius Black and somehow disabled the Hogwarts Express defenses to let the Dementors in? Pius was eager to end the dark creature, even if orders technically forbade harming the Hogwarts professor, but any good pure blood knew what you did with werewolves who turned on you. Now, if we go in there, and find the boy who lived isn't just a chocolate frog away from Spiffy, I think you are going to have a pretty hard night before we let the Dementors kiss you goodnight. The Auror sneered down at Remus, and Remus felt shame bite into him worse than the silver cuffs. If James and Lily's son died because of his stupidity, then he deserved it. Whoever that witch was, she must be working with Sirius. If nothing else, Remus would stay quiet because he needed to live long enough to hunt down and kill Sirius Black, the traitor who destroyed the only people in the world who ever treated Remus Lupin as still human. Hogwarts Express Harry Potter POV. Daphne Greengrass was trying to teach public relations to Gryffindors, and it was not going well. Honestly, as their seeing eye Slytherin, it was Enig. To convince her that being sorted into Gryffindor counted as a learning disability, and should be treated the same. Remedial classes in communication to get them to at least stop communicating absolutely everything incriminating whenever asked even a casual question. How any of them survived was a question. Probably the propensity for violence as a first response was as much their only survival trait as it was their second mental disability. An example of nature's balance, she was sure. So, when asked, we say we were all in here with the door locked. We heard some terrible sounds in the corridor. Then were overcome with cold and depression whose source we do not know. That means we never use the word Dementor at all. Neville, Harry, right? Daphne asked, seeing as both boys were distracted looking at Lavender. Ooh, Hermione, that is cold. Lavender complained as Hermione was putting the magical wound cream on a very personal area of the blonde witch. Hermione frowned. It is your own fault. You leapt on Harry like you were trying to get impaled. I mean, the lights were on. You could see how big he is. You were a virgin, you really need to let him warm you up a lot before you just go and jump on. Harry smirked. I kissed it better. Lavender grinned. So did Hermione, so did Parvati. That is why I ended up having to jump on you again. Hermione frowned harder, then pinched the inside of Lavender's thigh hard. Lavender, please stop trying to hump my hand while I am applying cream to fix the swelling. You are starting to swell again. We will have Aurors unlocking the door at any minute. Do you want to explain to them why you are having trouble walking if no Dementors got this far and nothing bad happened to us? Tracy Davis was wiggling in her seat and whispering to Daphne. When we get to have to sneak off to the dorms real quick. This has been kind of a lot. Daphne sighed, blushing, then tried again. Remember people, we locked the door, no one saw anything. We got cold, we got depressed. We got unconscious, and only woke up when we heard Aurors banging on the door. Daphne said firmly, getting a response from everyone except Lavender. Harry sighed. I'm going to have to make another trip to Gringotts. The Potter ring is in the vault, and I will have to get it for you, Parvati. I haven't been to the Peveril vault yet, but I bet the ring is in there too. Harry said, turning to Lavender Brown Peveril. Magic swirled around Hermione, her hair rising like the snakes of Medusa as her eyes went white, and her face turned like a gun turret to look upon Lavender Brown. The Peveril ring was by serpent sundered. In the place the old line died must the new lord prove himself. The soul of the usurper guards the voice of the dead. To claim a ring, you must conquer desire itself. Or 3 queens will fall before the new year rises. Harry's eyes flashed to white, as did Lavender and Parvati as all of their bodies shuddered under the force of the seeress prophesy. Harry and Nidhogg, being closest to Pythia when he lost himself in the seeress priestess vision, caught the edges of it so deeply that their minds bled. In Nidhogg's case, it bled the memories of Voldemort. A flash of the gaunt shack and a ring. In Harry's case he felt the same connection he felt to his cloak, but stretching in a new direction, a missing part of himself that somehow he had never known. Parvati felt the vision wash over her, ripping through her, and struggled to catch the details of it. Slytherin's sigils she saw, then Peveril. Memory surged through her. The Peveril line had ended with murder, never solved. The ring had been lost. Peveril had been the cause of hunting the last Slytherin down for the crime of siding with invading Spain during the time of the Armada. A Slytherin branch family had been suspected, and spent their fortune buying their way out of Azkaban. She forgot the name of the branch family. Because after bribing their way out of trial, they lacked the funds to pay for their Wizigamot seat and had vanished into obscurity. Lavender felt the vision shatter her mind like the orgasms she had just been trying to recover from, and unresisting let it take her into bliss. Visions danced through her as the power roared through her unresisting core. A cloak of liquid silver that caught the eye until it chose not to, a stone blacker than night that drank the light. And whispered in the darkness, a wand made of yellowed bone carved with runes that crawled along its length as if alive, and hungry, oh so very hungry. The stone called to her. Hers. That one was hers. Neville Longbottom looked from one to the other of the white-eyed shining figures that were caught up in Hermione's vision and prophesy and asked weakly. Does this sort of thing happen often? He squeaked. Luna Lovegood clapped her hands happily and then hugged Neville. Only on the very best days, and we shall have ever so many of them. Daphne and Tracy froze, minds busy in this most Slytherin way. Attempting to resort all of reality to account for the mudblood know-it-all not only being Lady Slytherin, but a true seer. The strength of the potential third side having just expanded from being a useful counterbalance to the two great sides, to being a legitimate player for dominance in the wizarding world. A truth only two of their house knew. Knowledge was power, magic was also power, and money was power. Daphne Greengrass came to this compartment sure that she was powerless, and seeking any chance of being sold for a slightly higher price on slightly less disestro. As terms before she was stripped of any power at all, and now she was sitting beside a mountain of power that no one else saw. There was as much chance she would cut off her nose, as to let this power slip away without tying herself firmly to it. Whatever else this was, for Daphne Greengrass, for House Greengrass, and perhaps even for her doomed sister Astoria Greengrass, this was an opportunity. Daphne was far too Slytherin to let it get away. There was a hammering at the compartment door. Open this door. Ministry orders on official business. Open the compartment for inspection. An arrogant voice called out. Having met Hermione's Colloportus locking spell and failing to overcome it on their own, and being less than thrilled by that, Hermione's wand flicked out, and the door not only unlocked, but opened. The Auror shoved through, badge in left hand, wand in right, and was shocked to find Harry and Hermione staring down their wands back at him, neither frightened or particularly submissive in the face of official ministry power. Daphne coughed gently to get everyone's attention, then gently pushed between the two teens who seemed to be contemplating murdering a law enforcement officer for the crime of sneering without a license. Walking to the Auror's badge, she quietly begged his pardon, then cast a quick confirmation charm to assure everyone that this was indeed a ministry Auror. Then turning to her fellow students she said in perfect social sweetness. He is indeed a ministry Auror, you can lower your wands. Daphne said, as if to make it clear that her friends meant Auror or thickness with drawn wands because they did not know he was a ministry Auror, not because they had a very trying day and would just like to hex someone over it. Turning back to the Auror, she curtsied, and said formally, I am Heiress Daphne Greengrass, Auror Thickness. We were all sitting in our compartment on the way to school when something very cold and disturbing boarded the train, and were quite overcome. Having only come round when you knocked just now. Do you know what it was? The young Slytherin said. Butter would not have melted in her mouth and Veritaserum would have boiled awa. Why into nothingness in the face of the sheer boldness of her lie, but its delivery was a mastercraft of innocence, and the Auror blinked, unable to find any sign of deception at all, even knowing it ought to be there. Auror Thickness reapplied his sneer and began again. There was some irregularity. It seems someone working with Sirius Black did something to the defenses of the Hogwarts Express, allowing Dementors to board and attack. Dementors he had taken control of by ambushing Ministry Aurors tasked with your protection. Now, you will be taken from the train, and each of you will be Separa. Telly interviewed by an Auror to get a sense of what actually happened. Tell the truth, and it will be best for you all. The Auror said. Daphne's expression did not change. Tracy giggled, Harry snorted, and Hermione and Parvati both frowned. Lavender had her mirror out, and was adjusting her hair and robes for being seen in public, and largely ignored the conversation beyond the bit about stepping outside and thus requiring emergency hair care. For the Ministry Aurors, Harry Potter's compartment was a problem. Every other compartment had been filled with children all too eager to share whatever they knew, which was little. Contradictory and confusing, and what they thought, which was even less useful. However, the Potter compartment was filled with witches and wizards of multiple houses, itself odd on the Hogwarts Express. That all claimed to have seen and heard nothing. 10 minutes of hard questioning should break any student, but none of them, even the timid little boy and the young blonde girl with radish earrings stonewalled harder than hardcore potion dealers and hit wizards. It was enough to make the Aurors wonder if they were questioning teenagers involved in an escaped prisoner's random act of violence or a meeting of organized crime syndicate leadership. Mad-Eye Moody stumped around the side of the train, Lavender Brown in tow. She was gossiping non-stop, as she held Auror Moody's arm like she was on a promenade not being interrogated. Not that she was being interrogated, because she was more or less impossible to stop talking once she was spilling the hottest gossip that she knew. And this gossip was hot. So luckily Parvati's mother has these secret lesbian snake cult grimoires under her bed, and she and I had practiced at least a few pages of them for years, only I didn't know it. So when Harry and Hermione turned into magical holy snake gods we were totally ready to use secret lesbian snake cult magic to help save the day, and now we are married, isn't that awesome? Lavender gushed. Several Aurors and several teens froze in shock and or horror at the Lavender information dump, but Mad-Eye, being made of sterner stuff, continued to promenade the girl, allowing her to babble as he only supplied the occasional directional conversation prompt. Mad-Eye asked gruffly, and the Dementors? 4 of them, stone cold dead. Ministry handbook swears you can't kill the bloody things. Now I have to be careful walking down the hallway on this bloody wooden leg, because the hallway is littered with Dementor corpses. Mad-Eye grumbled. One of the Aurors, a girl whose hair kept changing colors, was visibly shaking with suppressed laughter as Hermione Granger blushed bright scarlet and refused to meet anyone's eye. Moody turned his one living eye to Harry Potter. And Mr. Potter. I don't think lesbian snake cult magic will cover him. Lavender blinked at Moody as if he was slow, and had missed the important point altogether. Mad-Eye stumped too. A stop in front of a defeated-looking Harry Potter and the fuming Auror who had mere seconds ago accepted the truth Harry knew nothing at all about the train's events. Mad-Eye smirked at the Potter lad. Before answering Lavender Brown almost cheerfully. And Mr. Potter, I think that when we get to Hogwarts, the headmaster, your little friends, and myself will be having a rather more detailed discussion. Mad-Eye Moody said in a voice hard and cold as the ice that shatters the rock beneath the glaciers. Department of Mysteries Unspeakable Sol Croaker Pav. The alarms were going off again. He didn't have time for this. He was in the middle of studying reports that 4 Dementors had been killed, a known impossibility, when the prophesy alarm began to go off again. As the chief of the Unspeakables he had a small number of duties, each of which had absolute priority because they were all extinction-level events. The idea that several of them could happen at once was obviously considered and dealt with. Taking his time Turner, he gave it a half-hour twist and stepped into the room of prophesy. He needed to give the study of the Dementor killing his full attention. He needed to give the new prophesy his full attention. For the next half hour, both of him would do so. The prophesy rolled off the machine in a glowing orb. HJGS to LBP read Deathly Hallow. Merlin's knobby wand, Croaker gasped. The Granger girl isn't just seeing the Dark Lord, she is seeing Deathly Hallows. He knew that Ministry Aurors were on the way to the Hogwarts Express train to deal with the Dementor attack and the Dementor deaths. He also knew that Cornelius Fudge, his less-than-stellar Minister of Magic, was in full rear-covering mode with Sirius Black's unprecedented escape from Azkaban filling the press. If Fudge believed for a second that Sirius Black could kill Dementors, he might well think silencing a few students before they could talk was a small price to save his career and regime. Knowing Fudge, he could well order a Muggleborn like Hermione Granger to be killed, along with the boy who lived, because he couldn't see any threat beyond those to his control of the Ministry. Left to his own devices, Cornelius Fudge could kill off the only hope for the wizarding world before Saul Croaker could figure out exactly what Potter and Granger really were. When the other Unspeakables saw Saul Croaker jogging through the hallways, pushing through other Unspeakables in the hall, only to run full speed into the emergency flow, using his wand to flick some powder into the fireplace, only just tea. Earning green before he dove in mask first, they knew things were truly going pear-shaped somewhere in the world. What did he say? Anyone here? Unspeakable Thomas asked. Don't quote me, but I think he said, that twinkly-eyed idiot. Unspeakable Franklin said, then added, it has to be some sort of code. Everyone listening agreed. They were wrong, but they were also almost right. Dumbledore's flow was warded. As the supreme mugwump of the ICW, and headmaster of Hogwarts, he was a high-value target for far too many witches and wizards for it not to be. However, as Warlock of the Wizigamut, those wards had one exception. The Chief Unspeakable could pass them in an emergency, as if the Chief Unspeakable himself came running in an emergency. You don't have time to call ahead for permission. For that reason, he could be excused for screaming in surprise as the masked Unspeakable shot face first out of his fireplace and slid along his floor screaming at the top of his lungs. For the love of Merlin, don't let Fudge do anything with those kids. I need to talk to them, and I mean now. Unspeakable Croaker, well, croaked, not having recovered from being a very old wizard who does not jog, and having sprinted several hundred yards like a rugby player with the game-winning try in hand. Dumbledore blinked. Saul, can we not simply wait for them to be delivered? That is the function of the Hogwarts Express, is it not? Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling merrily. Standing and stomping over to the phoenix on its perch, Unspeakable Croaker panted as he tried to get his breath back. He finally choked out, do you think Fudge won't kill us all, to stop tomorrow's headline? Do you want to let Voldemort win because Fudge killed the boy who lived to stop a drop in his polling numbers? Unspeakable Croaker gasped out. Dumbledore's kindly grandfather face slipped, and the most dangerous man Saul Croaker knew stared back at him. Picking up the death stick, the elder wand from where it was displayed on his desk, Dumbledore strode to beside his phoenix and spoke simply one word. Fox, he said softly, and in a flash of fire, they were gone. Cornelius Fudge and his protective detail dismounted from their brooms and stalked towards the train. Damage control was the only thing on his mind. Sirius Black escape was threatening to bring down his entire government. Now the rumors that Dementors had escaped control. Rumors that they had even been killed. No, his use of the Dementors as a show of strength was not just to stop Sirius Black, it was to remind those old pure-blooded families that used to follow Voldemort. And those uppity light families that treated every word from Dumbledore's mouth as some sort of holy truth, that there was only one power in Wizarding Britain, the Ministry of Magic. The Dementors were his trump card, his ultimate sanction, the threat that kept everyone in line. There could be no rumors of anything less than total Ministry control over the invincible guards of Azkaban. The very order of Wizarding society depended on it. Sacrifices have to be made. Mad-Eye Moody was cursing at the train conductor. What do you mean you can't leave? This is the Hogwarts Express. Now get it expressing back to bloody Hogwarts before I turn you into a turtle and make some soup. The old Auror snarled. The conductor wrung his hands, and flinched, but continued arguing. I got a Patronus from the minister's own security detail that we were to hold the children here for his arrival. No one is allowed to leave. Moody snarled. What kind of minister has to someone else send a bloody Patronus message? Bad enough half the Aurors who used to be able to cast it got killed in the war, now training in it isn't even in the Auror program. Now we have a minister of magic who can't cast it. What's next? Someone cast Lumos for him so he can read at night. Moody stomped back to the Potter kids' compartment. If Fudge wanted to make this disappear, he would Avenue to either obliviate or eliminate those kids. That Potter kid, he would bet his remaining eye, would be almost impossible to obliterate, and the Granger was a seer was a real waste of time, they would just see what you erased and then you were back to square one. No, Fudge would have to kill the Brots, and Mad Eye was sure that, while doubtless dangerous, they were more of a threat to the Dark Lord than Wizarding Britain. He chuckled. Oh, Fudge was right. They would bring his government down if it got in their way, but they were probably trying to save the rest of the world. The problem is no politician thinks a world without them in charge still matters, and the kids might just muck it up and destroy the world by accident, but they would at least try to do the right thing. Not that he'd live long. Crossing Fudge and Dumbledore at the same time, but they didn't call him Mad Eye just because of the eye. Stomping into the compartment with the kids, he faced them and smiled. Now kids, he minister is down to have a quick word. I don't want you to say anything, or move even a muscle, not even to smile until he has left. You just pretend to be good little statues until and unless I draw my wand. Mad Eye told them calmly. Mad Eye grinned. Shoot first, and I don't give a shite if you ask questions at all. Dead people tend not to appeal their sentence. While the Longbottom boy looked like he wanted to faint, he noticed all of the kids tested their wand draws, and adjusted position to what they thought was their best casual position for a quick draw. Interesting. For an innocent-looking group of school kids, they were looking better prepared for a fight than half those infanats passing for oars these days. He grinned. He could hear Fudge's bellowing as he boarded the train. Fudge had to let everyone know he was here, and in charge. Funny, there might be just a wee bit of discrepancy in that second statement. Ah pension, it was good to know you. Drama, Hogwarts, Harry Potter POV September 2, 1993. There are many things in life that Harry Potter had been surprised by. A troll in the girls' lavatory, a Dark Lord worn on the back of the head, a basilisk loose in the plumbing, a book that writes back. But of all the things Harry Potter had faced since his introduction to the world of magic, this was far and away the one that he was least prepared for. Lavender Brown, in full professor mode. Now it goes without saying that any attempt to suppress what happened is a lost cause. I mean the ministry leaks like those funny muggle bowls that are supposed to have holes in them. Lavender said sternly. Collanders, supplied Hermione tiredly. And they wouldn't know if you hadn't told them. Hermione pointed out grumpily. Lavender waved off useless trivia, and steamrolled on. That being said, we have to get ahead of it. You remember that horror show when you tried to stay quiet about the whole Parselmouth thing? Half the school thought you were the new Dark Lord, 80 to kill all the Muggleborns and Half-Bloods, and the other half thought you were the new Dark Lord out to kill all the Purebloods to get back at them for offing Mom and Dad in the last war. Lavender breezed along. Parvati choked. Merlin laughed. That was a bit harsh. Lavender, however, was a force of, if not nature, then at least fashion, and could not be stopped. Harry finally snapped. And how do we do that? You already confessed to all the worst parts, how exactly do we get ahead of that? We are Gryffindor, and the entire house is so snake-phobic they make Ron in a room full of Acromantula look controlled and rational. The Slytherins already hate me for being lord of their house, and the guy who was indirectly responsible for half their parents spending time in Azkaban after I nuked Voldemort from my crib. Ravenclaw have enough data points about my personal history and historical records of Dark Lords rising to get them at least a C, maybe a B on a paper proving I was the next Dark Lord. Hufflepuff is ready to stack up and defend their weaker members if I so much as smile in their direction. How exactly do we get ahead of it? Harry asked acidly. Lavender blinked, as if it was so obvious she was mildly offended everyone else wasn't already moving towards making this happen. Fashion, obviously. Harry Potter looked at himself in the mirror, and said the one word his vocabulary seemed to have been reduced to. No. Hermione looked at herself in the mirror, and blushed, but shook her head. Harry, as much as it pains me to say this, Lavender is right, this is her thing. I may not like it, but you do not argue fashion or public opinion with Lavender Brown. Harry looked at himself, the crimson half-cloak closed with a heavy golden chain and lion brooch over his robes, the line of house crests down his chest. Slytherin, Potter, Peverell shone in the jewels and precious metals of their full artistic majesty. Makeup had given his eyes a dark and dangerous cast, and High's scar was even brought into prominence by the makeup making it just a little darker. and his sun-bronzed skin just a little lighter, even as the Sleekeasy had finally tamed his hair enough to frame his face with the classic aristocratic perfection of a pure-blood lord, not the untidy disaster of a Potter heir. Two dueling holsters chased in bright gold over basilisk skin showed on his belt. Mackin. G. Him look like a teen fantasy romance novel's idea of a dark lord, even as the heavy lord's ring on his left hand reminded everyone that this was indeed a lord, not a boy they gazed upon. Harry shuddered. I look like a goth Darth Vader. Parvati looked confused. Who? Hermione suppressed a smile. A muggle fantasy dark lord, super tragic, super romantic, and super powerful. It's honestly a good look for you, Harry. Lavender nodded. Yes, that is exactly the impression you have to give. Hermione gets the same treatment, only going for pure regal and sacral, rather than necessarily dark, while Parvati and I flank her on either side as her handmaidens. That totally reinforces her as mysterious, powerful, regal. It leaves you the focus of everyone's threat assessment. Harry pointed his finger at himself in the mirror. I think I look like a bloody dark lord in this getup. I wouldn't wear this to my own wedding, let alone to breakfast on our first day of the year. Parvati shook her head, her Indian accent growing a little bit thicker as she put more stress into her words. Harry, you were naked at our wedding, that is literally how you married us. No, you are not wearing this for yourself, you are wearing this for us. For Lavender and myself, for Neville and Luna, for Daphne and Tracy. Harry turned to look at her, shaken from his embarrassment by his new wife's harsh tones. You heard what happened before Dumbledore and the unspeakable showed up. The Ministry was considering killing us to silence us. Dumbledore was talking about taking measures to make sure we were managed and guided properly. Whatever that means, Parvati said, her voice conveying how terrifying this was to her, and should be to him. Harry sighed. I'm just Harry. Parvati held up her hands and screamed, then turned to glare at her husband. Just Harry is going to get us killed. Just Harry is worried about getting expelled, getting arrested, getting ambushed and killed. Just Harry isn't a threat. Because the right leverage or planning in Just Harry can be dealt with. Just Harry isn't threat enough to keep the powers that be from eliminating a new threat before it becomes strong enough to defend itself. Parvati said. Lavender knows public relations, fashion, trends, controlling the conversation. I know politics. Let me tell you, Just Harry will get us all killed. Why Snake God Harry cannot be planned around or reasoned with. Why Snake God Harry, as long as he lives, is the threat no one dares ignore long enough to come after the rest of us. Parvati insisted. Harry flinched. Snake God Harry, he asked, trying to resign himself to his new fate. Hermione corrected. Why Snake God Harry? Harry glared at her, and she smiled in response. How am I supposed to be Why Snake God Harry, when on a good day? I barely pull off Just Harry, he demanded. Lavender giggled. You could show them your wand. I mean, it would look hug on you, it looks terrifying. Parvati and Lavender giggled, but Hermione smacked her junior wife on the shoulder. Harry will not go showing his wand off to anyone else. That is mine, well, ours. Not for the public. Besides, Professor McGonagall would have us in detention for a month writing out 19th century etiquette textbooks in calligraphy. Hermione said, giving Harry a soft supporting smile. He remembered how Neville had stood with him when the rest of the school turned against him during the Parseltongue affair. He remembered Daphne working so hard to build them a cover story to get past the Aurors without landing in just this sort of problem. No, he owed them protection. He could not be there to protect them all the time. Only Neville was even in his house. To protect the Ravenclaw and Slytherin, he must become something that stood outside the rational rules his enemies were so used to twisting to their own advantage. With a sigh, he took a look in the mirror, and tried to summon his best Darth Vader impression. Darth Harry, the Wise Snake God. Sure, it's only breakfast. How awkward can it be? Great Hall. Albus Dumbledore Pav. Professor McGonagall was picking at him like one of her secret scratching posts from one side. Honestly, Albus, what does it matter what he used? Professor Lupin was stunned, and there were Dementors on the train. If the killing curse worked on the blessed things, I would have cheered if he cast it standing on his head. He is no more a Dark Lord than you are. You know how much he has lost to he who must not be named, James and Lily were both my lions, and you know that no child of theirs could ever go dark. She insisted, her Scots accent growing thick as her passion rose. Severus Snape had mastered the art of sneering and chewing, but as a cultured Slytherin would never dare to speak except between bites. He simply paced his cutting and lifting the food to allow just enough time for him to speak. Yes, Minerva, you're lions. You're oh so perfect lions. Lions like Barty Crouch Jr. and Sirius Black. Your judgment of Dark Lords and Death Eaters truly speaks for itself. James Potter was an arrogant prat, and I still think had she lived, Lily would have recognized the monster she married and left. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Harry Potter is a poisoned seed allowed to grow in diseased Muggle soil. I don't doubt that the slightest touch of actual power will reveal his true nature. Severus sneered. Dumbledore was seriously contemplating summoning an elf for a headache potion when Harry Potter entered the Great Hall. The doors which had closed against him in respo. NSE to the headmaster's unconscious reaction to Harry's changing nature, boomed open loudly enough to shock a hall full of chattering students into silence. An unseen wind caused his cape to flutter, and flattened his robes tight against a frame corded with wiry muscle, making the slightly built boy resemble less a child and more a deadly duelist, half a heartbeat from violence. Every eye traced the casual tap-tap-tap of his fingers on the end of the dark wand holstered on his left hip. Hermione Granger drifted in, her own robes cut in a silk that was so thin that the same unseen wind that fl. uttered Harry's heavy cape flattened her own robes into a river of darkness that clung to her body like the memory of sin. Gryffindor scarlet piping in its trim flowed like blood from fresh wounds as she strode into the hall. Her hair woven in pure blood elaborate braids set with chains of gold and dangling gemstones that caught the light and gave her the impression of a queen from some ancient land. Striding among a conquered folk beneath her notice, two ethereal figures moved beside and behind her to either flank. Dark-skinned and haired, or golden and fair, they mirrored her motions exactly. Moving as if one creature in three bodies. They attended her like acolytes to a priestess, and their focus on Hermione alone, ignoring teacher and students alike as beneath their notice served Auguy. And to draw every eye to Harry and Hermione. Harry strode to the Slytherin table, ignoring Dumbledore who rose, clearly to speak to him. Harry walked straight to Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis. Bowing slightly, "Heir Greengrass, Heir Davis, I trust the day finds you well," Harry said fondly. Daphne and Tracy curtsied as deeply as they would the lord of their own house. Daphne spoke for them both. "We are blessed and content in your regard, Lord Slytherin, Lady Slytherin," Daphne said, curtsying a second time to Hermione, who in turn, raised her hand in a gesture of benediction that seemed to catch the light. As if light itself gathered in her hand as Hermione said simply, "Be well, Daphne, Tracy," Hermione said, her voice ringing in the hall, as she didn't exactly shine brighter so much as all light that was not focused on her simply grew dimmer. Striding from the Slytherin table, they moved to Ravenclaw. Luna ran out and hugged Hermione, who smiled softly, and patted her head. Harry simply brooded at the Ravenclaw table, and fingered his wand, as if memorizing every Ravenclaw face for possible future action. Luna returned to her table, and Harry, Hermione, Parvati and Lavender stalked towards the Gryffindor table. They moved as one, each foot coming down together in the lazy stalk of a lion and his pride crossing the savannah. Harry led his wives around the Gryffindor table, and seated each of them before sitting himself. As if accepting no one at the table would eat until he finished, Harry didn't bother to glance at the rest of the table before simply touching his own cutlery, and saying softly, "You may eat." Neville Longbottom whispered quietly. Merlin's beard Harry, what was that? Not quietly enough, as Fred and George Weasley leaned on him from up bench. That was bloody marvelous, said either Fred or George. Bloody theater, bloody genius, answered the other one. Unnoticed, Ron Weasley gripped his spoon so hard it bent, spilling his pudding onto the table unnoticed. Bloody Harry, always bloody Harry, every single thing is just given to him. Hero by being born. Put on the Quidditch team on his first broom lesson, just stumbling and falling into more fame and fortune without really doing anything. Ron had been his first friend, and without Ron and Hermione to loan him the clue he didn't have, the boy who lived wouldn't have made it to Christmas in first year. Now he's gone all Dark Lord, As soon as he started speaking snake, Ron knew it. Knew him for another piece of slimly Slytherin garbage, a traitor in their midst. Maybe no one else would do anything about it. Maybe everyone else would just keep their head down and pretend they weren't watching it. He was a Weasley, a true Gryffindor. He would see the little snake shown for what he was, and then maybe the school would see who the real hero always was. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy, who began breakfast entirely in control of his place in Slytherin House, and thus, the world, looked upon a hall whose entire focus, attention, fascination and even fear had been commanded by Harry Potter and his harem. This could not be allowed to stand. Draco Malfoy was being groomed to become the leader of this generation's wizarding world. He would not allow some ministry fabrication and fraud of a wizard of no breeding to take his place. Albus Dumbledore's blood was running cold. He had only ever seen one man command the attention of the whole of the hall, and only then in his last year. Harry Potter was not even old enough to be prefect, let alone head boy. He was not Alf as accomplished as Tom Riddle had been before he could command that level of respect from the Great Hall. The boy who lived now wore the Slytherin Lord ring, among others. Voldemort had been the former heir of Slytherin. Harry Potter now bore the sign of the Peverils on his breast, the sign of the Deathly Hallows. Those in this generation did not remember, but he could see half his professors, the senior half, flinch to see the sign that Gellert Grindelwald conquered half of Europe under now on Thelby the next Dark Lord. The food already in his stomach became a ball of lead through ouch. My Nicholas Flamel would be hard-pressed to explain. Severus Snape's words were suddenly less amusing. Turning to his old friend the former Death Eater, he saw a look he had never before seen on Severus' face. Fear. It vanished quickly under a mask of Slytherin disinterest, but for 1 second, Severus Snape had looked upon Harry Potter now with the petty hatred of a generational grudge, but by stark and simple terror. Harry Potter had been marked by the Dark Lord, and bore a fragment of him in his scar and soul. Only through that very link, that very taint, could Harry be used to end the Dark Lord Voldemort. The boy had escaped control, and now Dumbledore feared he was facing a ticking clock, a clock that determined when Harry ceased to be a consumable weapon to end the Dark Lord Voldemort. And when Voldemort became their last best hope from protection from the rising Dark Lord Harry. Great Hall, Harry Potter Pav, that has got to be the single worst moment of my entire life. Harry said bitterly. Hermione nudged him with her shoulder. That is what you said when Cornelius Fudge ordered you to surrender yourself for trial at the train. Harry grimaced at the memory. It wasn't his finest moment. Hogwarts Express. Day before Harry Potter Pav. Drop your wands. By order of the Ministry of Magic, you are under arrest. Minister Fudge ordered. Alistair Moody turned to face his Minister W. Ith a smile that could only be called a smile by those who had never seen one. They will bloody not, and since I am the senior Auror here, I decide who is getting arrested. By the way, Fudge, ministers don't arrest people, and Aurors don't kiss rear, so let's keep a clear division of labor and the ministry will be the better for it. Moody laughed, moving into what was clearly about a quarter heartbeat from a combat stance. Minister Fudge shifted gears, and smiled. Alistair, the Dementors are the key to the ministerial authority over the pure-blooded aristocrats, and private armies like Dumbledore's Little Order of the Phoenix. If the thought that our control over them was not absolute, or that they could actually be killed ever got out, our entire society could crumble. Fudge said sternly, still moving towards them. Moody grinned, moving his hand over his wand. Should have thought of that before you slashed the Auror budget every single budget since the war ended, usually in return. From bribes for enemies you let bribe their way out of Azkaban for causing the war the last time. Fudge turned to his protection detail. Go ahead, arrest him and the children both. Auror Proudfoot kept his hands away from his body, licked his lips and muttered quietly. Minister, that is Mad-Eye Moody. They never found all the last people who drew a wand on him. I investigated it. 3 Death Eaters who got off with the Imperious defense caught him alone with arms full of groceries, and we still had to fill the body bags by weight, the parts were that mixed. We still came up several pounds short. How it would have turned out, thankfully, would never be known, because a blossom of fire resolved itself to Albus Dumbledore, an unspeakable croaker standing between Fudge and Moody. Good afternoon, Minister. Sorry to interrupt, But my students are late for sorting, and if Minerva has to move sorting she gets quite out of sorts. Dumbledore smiled, eyes twinkling merrily. Unspeakable Croaker threw his arms wide, and triggered his mask amplifiers. This is Unspeakable Croaker of the Department of Mysteries. All matters pertaining to the interruption of the Hogwarts Express trip this D.I. are declared secret by the Department of Mysteries. No disciplinary action is to be taken, no investigations are to be made, and all records are to be either destroyed or forwarded to the Dom for storage. Croaker said simply, pronouncing a doom that simply was, and not something that could be resisted or dodged. Cornelius Fudge threw his hat down and stomped on it. You cannot simply do that, Croaker. The minister raged, enraged largely because the Dom could in fact do just that. Dumbledore smiled sweetly and patted the minister on the arm, wondering why the protective detail all seemed to be about ready to collapse and stank of fear. Oh well, perhaps they needed a sherbet lemon. Great Hall, current. Harry sighed at the memory. Yeah, that was bad. What did the Unspeakable want to talk to you about anyway? Harry asked. Hermione blushed, and fingered a necklace tucked under her robes. He wanted to bargain for the wording of Lavender's prophecy. I agreed. Harry looked at her in wonder. What could possibly convince you to give the ministry, even if it is the Unspeakables, the truth about a prophecy that concerns one of us? Harry asked. Hermione's eyes went distance. It was a really compelling argument. Hogwarts Express, day before Hermione Pov. Lady Slytherin. Began Unspeakable Croaker. Ugh. Don't call me that. My mother is already going to burn me in effigy as a class traitor. I don't need to hear it from the actual secret police too. Hermione groaned. What do you want, Croaker? The short version. It's been a day. Unseen behind his mask, Saul Croaker grinned. Hermione, I need to know the wording of that prophecy. I think your prophecies are the key to how the big one Dumbledore and Voldemort are banking on turns out. I am willing to pay. Hermione glared at Croaker. You have got to be joking. I have accidentally married into an obscene level of the 1% bloated aristocrat club, today apparently tripling down on that, and you think I can be bribed? Saul Croaker pulled out his time turner. This is a time turner. Only the Unspeakables of the Ministry can access them, and even we control their use very tightly. With this, you can rewind 1 hour of time and experience it again. You cannot cross yourself to exist at 2 simultaneous times in the same place, or reality gets confused and somewhere between cities and continents go bang, but you can rewind events to do them again. Or you can use the same hour twice to avoid having to choose between activities. You could both go to class and skip it for a snogging session, or considering it is you. Take 2 mutually conflicting courses all year long. Unspeakable Croaker offered. Time is too dangerous to mess with lightly. I am not going to do it just for snogging, and effective time mana. Gement allows me to audit courses without taking the class and still write my owl for it at the end of the year. Hermione said piously. If Harry were killed, you could reverse an hour and fix it, saving his life. Croaker tried again. Harry Potter is the most capable man I know, even if your lot keep treating him like a boy. He is wrapped in chains of destiny so tightly that if all we can do is not enough to keep him alive the first time, Merlin and Morgana combined could not save him a second time. Hermione insisted, crossing her arms, sure Croaker could not possibly come up with a stronger argument. Croaker smiled. The witch was brilliant, strong, courageous, but ultimately, still a teenager. He had daughters. He knew the button to push. Dangling the time turner in front of her face, he whispered softly. Oh my sweet Morgana, Hermione cried, burying her face in her hands. She muttered the prophecy through the hands held over her blushing face. He got her to repeat it twice, as he double-checked what he wrote down. Then hung the time turner over her neck. She still kept her blushing face hidden. Really must send a box of chocolates to Miss Brown, Unspeakable Croaker thought. Far more terrifying than death is Lavender Brown with exciting gossip. The sight of owl post delivery was a common one in Hogwarts, but banking formations of owls were something new. 4 formations O.F. owls arced together and performed identical strafing runs. A Ministry of Magic wedding registry letter, followed by a second wedding registry letter, followed by a Gringotts bank account manager's letter, followed by a blood red howler. Harry, of course, didn't receive his Dohe Dursleys, largely because they don't know how, but the magical children got one each from parents, while both Harry and Hermione got one each from both magical parents. Multiple howlers simultaneously shouting in the very different accents of middle-class English and upper-caste Indian, either demanding how their child dared to marry without informing them, demanding how Harry Potter dared to marry them, and demanding how Hermione Granger Slytherin is also on the contract as marrying their daughters alongside her husband. Lavender and Parvati turned to Harry and Hermione, and in eerie stereo said simply, "Our parents want to meet you." Harry and Hermione simply snuffed the howlers with overpowered finite incantums. But the great hall that had almost gone back to its own business again found itself entirely focused on one section of the Gryffindor table. It took all of Harry's willpower not to begin banging his head on the table, because right now that seemed like a rational response to the morning. Draco Malfoy decided it was time to remind them who was truly important around here. That oaf Hagrid was making his debut as Care of Magical Creatures instructor today. He was sure he could make something happen to show those uppity Gryffindors the price of upsetting their betters. Outside Hagrid's hut, Care of Magical Creatures Slytherin, Gryffindor. Harry Potter, Hermione Pav. Over here Slytherins, come this way Gryffindors. Got a real treat for ye today. Beautiful misunderstood creature. Now most other schools wouldn't let third years like you around anything as remotely interesting as this. But headmaster and I think you are responsible witches and wizards, and ready to see some really interesting magical creatures. Hagrid boomed. Hermione's eyes went wide. In the paddock you would expect to have ponies, horses, donkeys, or if you were odd, perhaps llama. There was instead a far different beast. The body was horse in shape, and it had wings like a Pegasus, but that is where the resemblance ended. Instead of a horse's head and mane, it had a cruel eagle's beak, and instead of front hooves it had eagle talons. This was a hippogriff, which while less dangerous than a griffin, that was a lot like saying a dragon was less dangerous than a basilisk. Hermione had to check. It was possible that this was far saner than it looked. And the only wandless professor in the whole school was separating a hippogriff from third-year students with a simple log fence a hungry cow or spirited horse could easily ignore, and of course, neither of those could fly. They also didn't have the ability to eat students, so were probably not interesting. Harry was already pushing forward. He's beautiful Hagrid, what's his name? The Slytherins also seemed to be taken aback by the hippogriff. It was the symbol of House Goyle, so Goyle had heard stories of children who talked back being fed to the hippogriffs they raised, and how they used to go muggle hunting with a flock of them in the good old days. To say Goyle was odd was putting it mildly. The girls however were taken by the soft blue plumage of his forequarter. It was iridescent like the finest goblin-woven fabrics. The feathers ruffled with the hippogriff's mercurial moods, making the girls uniformly want to run their fingers through it. Gryffindor and Slytherin girls pressed close to the fence to coo at Buckbeak as Hagrid talked about him. Hagrid was a surprisingly good teacher, managing to blend information about their anatomy, their place in magical ecology, the uses of their feathers in artificing, both wand and broom manufacture, and their unique ability to keep the Niffler and gnome population under control. Finally, he got to the point that Hagrid had dreamed of, the chance to bring monsters and witches and wizards together, so that he could teach witches and wizards to stop being afraid of magical creatures. The F.A. court that he was replacing a teacher who had run out of limbs to lose to magical creatures, and that Hagrid's half-giant anatomy made him ignore the constant attacks his creatures launched on him, rather than in any way stop the creatures from trying to attack him, was lost on Hagrid. Hagrid's invincibility had allowed him how to teach others not to get bit in the first place. He had survived so many deadly learning curves. He was close to a magical creature behavioral scientist. Hagrid boomed softly, as only a giant could boom softly. Now our hippogriff is a proud creature. Most wizards that get bit, because they insult the hippogriff. They are proud creatures, and you must always approach them with respect. Hagrid opened the gate, and stepped inside. Buckbeak raised his head, and gave a threatening squawk, causing the whole class to backpedal. Hagrid bowed deeply, never breaking eye contact as he did. He continued to instruct his class as he moved forward. When you bow a third of the way. You keep your eyes locked on his. This says, you respect him, but you do not fear him. You are neither challenge, nor prey. You do not move closer until he bows back. This Attest that he does not view you as an intruder to his domain, and you may approach closer." Buckbeak gave a whicker, somewhere between a chuckle and warble, and bowed exactly the depth of Hagrid. Hagrid then approached and stroked Buckbeak's soft front feathers, and the hippogriff leaned in and went through Hagrid's hair for bits of things stuck in it, and found several, eventually eating a mouseda. Tea had escaped Hagrid's pocket last feeding time and hid itself in the forest that passed for Hagrid's hair. Hagrid smiled and turned to the class. Mutual grooming is a sign of affection, shared inside the herd and with close friends outside it. If you can get this close, then those feathers that are ready to shed can be harvested simply by petting the hippogriff. These are valuable enchanting materials, and sources of some of the more popular magical charmed jewelry. It don't bother the hippogriff none, as they are shedding them anyway. Hagrid beamed at the class. Now, who wants to try? Harry was first, of course, bowing deeply. And Buckbeak seemed to react very powerfully to Harry, rubbing his head alongside Harry's, making him laugh. One by one, everyone in the class except Ron and Draco had taken a turn. Hagrid was looking for a way to get the last two boys to get over their fear of Buckbeak to approach and touch him. Getting them over their fear of magical creatures was Hagrid's main goal for the third-year students. He grinned, having a wonderful idea. Putting a hand on Harry's shoulder, Hagrid boomed. "If you have a close enough bond with a hippogriff, you can even ask to fly on his back." Hagrid stopped there, and dug his hands in his beard. "Well, not me so much, on account of me size, being a bit larger than normal, but for you littler types, it's no problem at all. Hippogriff magic is not like dragon magic to make the creature light, and then just use brute force to fly. A hippogriff has magic woven in every feather, magic that calls the wind, until they soar in the sky on the power of the wind alone. The wings be mostly for steering, braking and such. That is why we use their feathers for broom cores. Would anyone like to try?" Hagrid asked. Hermione decided to check and see if Hagrid had fallen victim to an attack of common sense, or was he still functioning on the power of however much testosterone was produced by giant testicles. "I'm sorry, Professor Hagrid, I don't see a saddle anywhere. Do we have to pause while you fetch one?" Hermione asked, desperate to be proven wrong, just once. Harry bowed again, then waggled his eyebrows at the hippogriff, who matched the eyebrow waggle and tucked his wings back, bent one foreleg, allowing Harry to jump aboard with a cry. "Harry, the whole saddle thing was a serious question," Hermione pointed out, but Harry was lost on a sea of flight-related testosterone. An acute case of testosterone overdose. She supposed it was inevitable. He had 3 wives, that had to boost production. Plus there was the many bludgers to the head, Quidditch issue, and it in the brain with the killing curse. There were lots of excuses why her loving husband was rocketing into the sky on some magical cross between a warhorse and giant man-eating attack bird. Harry was busy attempting the full range of high-speed air-to-air combat tricks in Buckbeak's arsenal, then dive-bombing Hagrid so Harry could lean down off the side of Buckbeak to flick Hagrid's ear as some sort of counting coup or some other boyish bullshit. Daphne sidled over to Hermione and whispered, "Your husband is very brave." Hermione muttered just loud enough for Daphne and Tracy to hear her. "The boy who died falling off a chicken pony." Hermione muttered. "The boy who went splat," she cursed. "Worst case of testosterone poisoning since Merlin got jobbed by Morgana Le Fay." Hermione finished glumly. Tracy and Daphne giggled as Harry dove just above Hermione's head, and dropped a flower they had apparently snatched off the Whomping Willow Inn. The sort of high-speed attack run at the broom-killing tree that made sense to boys and hippogriffs. Finally, Harry and Buckbeak returned to Earth in the paddock, prancing to a landing that had a Harry bury his face in Buckbeak's eagle-like crest and give the preening creature a strong hug. Sliding from his back, Harry bowed to Buckbeak 3 times as he backed away. Harry then tried to hug Hagrid, which was hard when he had the diameter of a small elephant, but Hagrid's booming laugh said that he enjoyed the attempt. Ron sat watching Harry and glaring. Since the Acromantula attack, Ron had a problem with fast-moving large magical creatures. He remembered the fear, and his dreams dwelled on how his body would have felt when he got torn apart. Ron had been the one who introduced Harry to flying and Quidditch. Now because Harry dragged him into the Forbidden Forest, Ron couldn't even bring himself to approach the hippogriff. He turned away in disgust, only to see Malfoy smile as he clearly got an idea. Looking over at Harry and Hagrid hugging, Malfoy sneered and fluffed his robes, starting to walk towards Buckbeak. Ron could tell the slimy snake was plotting something. Something with Buckbeak that would hurt Harry, and probably Hagrid. Ron felt bad about Hagrid, but he could always go back to groundskeeper. Ron smiled, and it was a smile he had only ever seen on Percy when he got the twins in trouble. A very cold cousin to the normal Weasley smile. Now Harry getting in trouble because of a Malfoy trick, that was just snake-on-snake crime, and they all deserved it. Sic Semper Snake. Ron sneered as Malfoy had approached to the distance that had Buckbeak squawking his warning. This isn't a dangerous magical creature, this is a children's petting zoo joke. A glorified chicken, Malfoy said, smirking as Buckbeak gave a warning cry and opened his beak in threat. How about I put a proper collar on this, and muzzle, and let the first years ride it around the common room? Malfoy said, taking out his wand and advancing on Buckbeak. Hagrid was too far away, and Harry was surprised that Draco would sow something that put himself in danger. Only Hermione had the say. NSE that this was truly about to go beyond pear-shaped and into the realm of corpses and criminal charges. It was a three-way race between Draco Malfoy's wand and intended Incarcerus charm, Hermione Granger's wand, and her Accio Idiot charm, and Buckbeak's lunge. Hermione did not have a seeker's reflexes like Draco Malfoy, nor a bird's fast twitch muscle speed, but she was by far the smartest of the three, and for that reason, Malfoy would be able to play with his wand again with his dominant hand, but it was very close. Hagrid had undersold the power of a hippogriff's bite, because it could not pierce his own magically resistant skin. Against a fully grown wizard, the bite of a hippogriff would shear through the entire limb with no more problem than snapping a single stalk of grass. Buckbeak was aiming to take Malfoy's arm off at the shoulder, which may or may not be survivable, depending on how fast they got Malfoy to the Meadowitch. Hermione won the race, her wand started moving last, but she had worked out how to make the draw part of the wand motion for the Conjuring Accio spell. She had never lost focus on Malfoy's back, anchoring her spell before the wand motion even began the energy flow of the spell construct. Draco's wand was drawn, and he opened his mouth, only to squawk as he was suddenly jerked backwards. Accio Idiot sounded just before two screams, a boy in surprise, a hippogriff in rage. Instead of snapping Draco's right arm off at the shoulder, he took a 2-inch chunk out of Draco's forearm, notching the bone, without breaking it, and missing nerves, connective tissues, and blood vessels. The final wound was 2 inches long, less than a 1/4 inch deep, and hit nothing important. There were more dangerous potions accidents every class, and there never been a Quidditch game without a more serious injury than this. Draco, however, had what he needed. The pain. Oh my god, I might not fly again, I might lose the arm. That animal needs to be destroyed. And the other one fired. My father will hear about this. Hagrid and Harry looked horrified. Hermione looked angry. Daphne and Tracy looked calculating. Crabbe and Goyle closed around Draco and bundled him off to Madame Pomfrey before anyone could get a good look at the wound. Anyone but Hermione. Hagrid looked ready to cry. I warned him, Harry, I warned him clearly. Hippogriffs are proud. They are noble creatures, they are not violent, but you can't just insult them to their face like that. It's my fault, Harry, not Buckbeak's. I'll talk to Dumbledore, he will understand. Hermione doubted that would matter. This had been something other than an accident. She just needed more information to figure out what. Meet the parents. Hogsmeade Village. Or Safe House Epsilon Elspeth Avery Pov. The Daily Prophet article was interesting. The Potter brat, his little mudblood Tagalong Granger, and 2 other purebloods who had allowed themselves to be perverted by the Potter's aim had actually blocked the execution of a hippogriff, and forced it to a trial at the Wizengamot. The Aurors at the table were all laughing. The idea of the killing of a dangerous magical creature ousing a session of the Wizengamot was so ridiculous. Next they would be having sessions over cutting the hands of a goblin caught above ground after sundown, or executing a house elf that had displeased its master. Of course, they were only children, and 2 of them Muggle-raised, so they sometimes had funny ideas. They treated it as a joke. Elspeth Avery treated it as an opportunity. There was zero chance the hippogriff would not be executed. The Minister of Magic and Dumbledore both viewed Harry Potter as a rising Dark Lord, so for either to bow to his demands would threaten the legitimacy of their own power. Not only would the hippogriff be killed, but the Ministry would make a special occasion of it. That would require Aurors to have access to Hogwarts grounds for the day. The boy cool. Be compelled by the Ministry to witness judgment. That would mean she could have access to the grounds, and the boy outside the Hogwarts inner wards. Dementors had failed her, but she was a witch before she was a prison guard. It would take a month for the trial. It took a month to produce Polyjuice too, and you had to have at least an E in Newt. Potions to be an Auror. She had an O, of course. Most Aurors used the Ministry issue swill, the technically up-to-grade garbage produced by time servers that knew their own life would never depend on the efficacy of their brew. Elspeth had been taught better. Like Mad Eye, she would trust no potion she had not brewed herself. He may be a fool to follow Dumbledore, but he remained one of the few Aurors she legitimately admired. He was a warrior, and war punishes half measures. No, Buckbeak would die, and his death would be Potter's downfall. Hogwarts Gryffindor House Wormtail Pav. There were Dementors around the school. A veil of death and worse than death that ta rat. He could feel them reaching for his mind and soul, but they could not quite touch him. They were no threat to him, but what they sought was a threat. Sirius Black was expected to be near Hogwarts. Sirius Black, a cold-blooded killer, even if everyone knew him as a laughing joker, they had not seen him laugh as he tricked Severus Snape into finding Remus Lupin in werewolf form. So sure, the Slytherins' plan to murder Remus would end in a very dead, in fact probably mostly eaten Severus Snape. They hadn't seen him coming back from breaking up a Death Eater raid with Dar K. curses dripping corruption from his body, but the wild white grin on his blood-spattered face and the bursts of laughter as he described what he had done to the Death Eaters who ambushed him and James. Peter Pettigrew did not fear the Aurors. He did not fear the other Death Eaters, he feared only two things in this whole world, the Dark Lord and Sirius Black. The Dark Lord was fallen, but Sirius Black was near. What weapons did Peter have? In his decade as a rat, he had used his limited Legimancy and better-than-average potion ability to take total control of Percy Weasley, his first owner. He had the boy turned into a useful tool. He had Ron Weasley, his own son. You can't blame Peter. He had been living as a rat for years. When the older boys were all at school, and Arthur working such long hours. Molly was alone in the house and run so ragged she never paid attention to little details. Leaving her wand where Peter could get it, leaving her potions lab unsealed so he could access it. It was a huge shock to Wormtail when Ron Weasley was born with Pettigrew brown hair. As an animagus, Wormtail had actually become a master of human transfigurations, so permanently altering his high R to a more Weasley red took less than a month of treatment. After that, he started using contraceptive charms when he magically enticed Molly into a little broom riding. He stirred her cauldron more often than the poor tired Arthur did. So he honestly felt the old boy owed him for his nights not bothered by the woman's incessant needs. He became Ron's rat, and had been guiding the boy into a useful tool. His mind was decent. His power was better than average, but his combination of laziness and quickness to violence reminded him of James Potter enough that the urge to turn him into a blunt instrument to use against his enemies was quite irresistible. Now he had targets. Sirius was either here to protect Harry, which the dog would do, it was in his nature. Or he had somehow spotted Wormtail, probably from that stupid prophet picture in Egypt, and was coming for him. Either way, Ron Weasley would be his weapon to bring down Sirius Black. While Wormtail had to wait for Christmas break to shag good old Molly again. He would see that his good and dear friend Sirius got a nice long kiss from the surrounding Dementors real soon. It was the sort of prank a marauder should end with after all. Hogsmeade Village Cersei's Spa, Sirius Black Pav. He had been living out of dumpsters and from prey he hunted as a dog until he met Harry. Then Harry had basically ordered him a plate of whatever he was having. Which was totally fine, and what runaway convict animagus doesn't want to live off pub food served fresh in a pub? Sirius had been worried about being treated like a dog in an actual kennel. I mean, he was planning on escaping the first day, so he could be free to infiltrate the castle and kill Pettigrew. Then he spent his first day at Cersei's Spa. Alright, He had been mocked for his excessive use of haircare and occasional use of cosmetics and perfumes, but he was a ladies' man, and while he cultivated a bad boy look, it was an extremely well-crafted and sophisticated bad boy. James might roll out of bed looking like a tousled boy next door, but Sirius had the whole slumming supermodel vibe going, and that took actual work. When he arrived at the spa, the women working there responded like so many Poppy Pomfrey clones, determined to feed him up and potion him to within an inch of his life. He endured that with quiet dignity. He was a Black of the ancient and noble house of Black, and being tended to by sudsy maidens cooing about his beauty was only just and right. The fact that they felt real despair over the state of his nails made him realize how far he had fallen in Azkaban. Was this Sirius Black? Nails like a half-starved hobo? I think not. He stayed because he listened to their diagnosis of his nails, and agreed that a serious intervention was required to restore both their strength and their luster. The conversation about his fur, carried out in a whisper so as not to alarm the dog, were equally frightening. Thinning. A potential for possible bald spots if no intervention was done. A loss of luster and weakening of the hair unless a serious course of treatment aimed at not only restoring his body's mineral metabolism, but restoring his follicle health and density. Sirius Black had long curly locks that were glossy like a raven's wing and thick as 3 broomsticks butterbeer. Padfoot was a lustrous furred grim, fur blacker than black, so glossy his coat reflected the stars in the sky. Maybe he would stay until minimal repairs were done to his coat. The idea of turning human again with bald spots, a straggly beard or limp lifeless hair was more than he could face. Besides, the food was amazing. It was clearly better than the pubs fed humans, which settled the argument Sirius always wondered about. Did girls take better care of their men or their pets? Pets. As an animagus, Sirius did not judge, but had put off breaking out of the spa until their most well-thought-out hair, nail, and body restoration plan was completed. The rat was at Hogwarts, he could wait. Then Padfoot found himself reading a Daily Prophet article about Harry taking on the whole Ministry of Magic to defend a hippogriff. That was obviously insane. The hippogriff had attempted to bite a Malfoy. Well, who hadn't after all? He already liked the hippogriff, and been saved by the Granger girl who was either Lady Slytherin, or a muggle-born tart who seduced the boy who lived. Depending on which editorial you wanted to read. The article went on to note that Harry had married 2 other girls, both pure bloods, and was claiming 3 seats in the Wizengamot to press his case to save the hippogriff. This is what comes from Sirius being in Azkaban. James had the same problem, and without Sirius, it might have been fatal. Harry had the full blood of a marauder, and as already seducing witches at an acceptable rate, even an admirable one, but he had married all of them. He blamed Lily. Without Sirius, his godfather and designated bad influence, Harry had married the first, second and third girl he ever kissed. What was the point of being young, rich, and noble at a school full of unmarried attractive and bored witches if you were going to get married before ever sampling the whole buffet? Sirius prided himself on seducing if not every eligible maiden, then at least a representative sample of every house and year, and married none of them. If killing Peter wasn't so important, he would have to take time out from his quest for vengeance to stop the boy before he began picking china patterns and worrying about nursery decorations. He would have to get in and check on the boy when he killed Pettigrew. An intervention was required. No more settling down. He had to live a little, sow some wild oats before turning into a boring old married fuddy-duddy like James did. McGonagall's office. The Patils, Browns, and McGonagall present. Harry and the harem pav. Minerva McGonagall had been a professor at Hogwarts through the turmoil of the 1960s, the Blood War in the 1970s, and the long reconstruction after the war. You would think that the ancient head of House Gryffindor would have seen and heard it all, after the Marauders and the Weasley twins. She would have bet good galleons on it. She would have lost. Lavender Brown was utterly impervious to her parents in a way that McGonagall simply could not fathom. She was, prior to her maddest witch around the cauldron. Even if after her marriage she had been on something of a bizarre turn around in classroom performance. Lavender had been a girly girl, more concerned with fashion and gossip than spells or magical theory, and had very much lived or died by parental approval. What had Harry Potter done to the girl? Lavender, being Lavender, simply shrugged and answered, Parvati had her house elf owl them from home in India. They are the secret grimoires her mother kept hidden under her bed. This time, it was Mrs. Pottle who did an actual spit take, blasting half the professor's desk with tea. And dissolving into a choking fit that seemed to want to stop her breath altogether. Breasts, Parvati said with utter seriousness. Although your grimoires didn't warn us about the whole doubled magical and physical power. Nor about the increase in mental capacity. The nymphomania is just like in the books though, and I think Hermione's seer thing kind of uses whichever of us has the right mind for the vision. Parvati said, looking over at Lavender and Hermione who nodded in confirmation. Minerva did her best to die of shock, but when that failed to happen in a timely fashion, she had no choice but to respond. That is not how magic works, young lady. Turning into an animal form and back. Lavender turned to her wives and whispered, too loud for a cat animagus to miss, I think the professor is angry she was lied to. And spent a month sucking a mandrake leaf, not a night sucking Parvati's nipples. Harry just shut his eyes, and tried hard to find one of his minds that didn't want to laugh right now, but for once. All were in agreement. The best he could do was keep cycling through fast enough none of them got a laugh all the way out. Hermione, unfortunately, had only the one mind, and also saw the humor in it. Her laughter did not reduce anyone's stress levels. Mrs. Pottle brought her breathing under control, steepled her fingers and began to slowly work through a very difficult conversation she could not attempt meeting anyone's eyes. Parvati, as you know, we come from an ancient land with a tradition of arranged marriage, like the traditional pure-blood families here in Wizarding Britain. We often have never met our spouse until the day of our wedding, and just as often have little to no input as to their selection. Mrs. Pottle began. Parvati rolled her eyes. Yes, mother, I know. But I don't need an arranged marriage, I am married already. Her mother snapped. Parvati, you realize our fortune is founded on supplying the best Amordina love potion on the entire Indian subcontinent. We supply it to new brides by the keg. This is what the Europeans used to call the honeymoon, as the base of the potion has always been honey. After a month of both parties dosing that on a nightly basis, you either have your heir already under production, or at least you are used to each other enough that you can carry on under your own steam, or at least buying your own potions. Mr. Pottle covered his face with his hands. I do not see the relevance of this. What grimoires is she talking about? Your family isn't known for parcel magic at all, let alone any tantric ritual parcel magic. Mrs. Pottle broke and finally shouted. They were not grimoires, they were my erotica. In a land filled with marriages made by parents without any consultation of the young pay. Opal involved your UAL satisfaction is your own problem. Those grimoires were something Lavender's mother and I wrote when we were in Hogwarts. Mrs. Brown had stopped drinking her tea in growing alarm, fearing where this conversation was going. You aren't talking about the originals, with the pictures. Parvati, who do you think was in those? That was your mother and I. Mrs. Brown shrieked in embarrassment. Sweet Merlin, call the oblivators. Mr. Brown moaned, casting his eyes to the ceiling. Lavender and Parvati turned to each other, pointing, and shouted in stereo. Your mom is hot. Harry was now laughing so hard breathing was an issue. He had given up control to Pythia who was at least only laughing, not trying to compare the pictures from the grimoires to the middle-aged mothers sitting in McGonagall's office. Would anyone like some fire whiskey? Minerva asked quietly. For the nerves. Very ancient and mysterious rituals found in the Chamber of Secrets, written by no less a magical theorists than Salazar Slytherin himself. Turning to Harry, she commanded. Let us take them to the Chamber of Secrets and Professor McGonagall can hear the truth from one of the founders himself. Inside Harry's head, a battle was raging. I want to tell her, said Nidhogg. I'd rather die, said Harry. You almost died, reminded Pythia. Come on, she will find out eventually. Telling her now will be epic, said Nidhogg. She will geld us with a spoon, a dull spoon, moaned Harry. 3 heads and only 2 balls, which of us do you think won't lose one? Mused Pythia. Harry, feeling magnanimous in what he believed may well be the last minutes of his life, smiled at the Ravenclaw ghost and smiled. You will be the first and only ghost in the harem, if I ever date the dead Myrtle. That's And Myrtle squeeing in bliss into her toilet and all the way out to the lake to tell all the mermaids, because gossiping in Mermish is something you learn to do after your first few decades dead in the Hogwarts sewer system. Hermione gave Harry a hug. That was very kind of you, Harry. Parvati turned to the sink Harry pointed to and hissed, "Open." As the door to the chamber irised open, Mr. Potter gasped. "You are a Parseltongue now." "That is impossible." Lavender and Harry shrugged. "We can ask Salazar Slytherin. He's still in the second chamber, and he really is the expert." Harry offered. Nd of curious how the founder would react, seeing as it was Parselporn, not one of his famous dark rituals that Hermione had actually used to save his life. Chamber of Secrets, inner chamber. Harry had faded to the back, until Hermione demanded he step forward and translate for everyone else her conversation with Salazar Slytherin's portrait. She didn't understand why the new Lord Slytherin wanted to sneak out of this conversation with the founder of his house. "Lord Slytherin, can you explain to Professor McGonagall and to the parents of our new wives how exactly your rituals allow us to be forced back into human form from the serpent, and result in the women who perform for us becoming both of our wives?" Hermione asked in all seriousness. The silver snake Binky's mouth fell open, and he began hissing in mixed laughter and mockery. "Merlin's knobby wand, your heir took your Parselporn and made a magical harem. Godric would explode in jealousy, Rowena would geld you, and Helga would fall down laughing." The silver snake choked out between hissing laughs. Hermione, beginning to suspect a trap, asked softly, "Parselporn?" Salazar drew himself up to his full height and hissed seriously. "That is a terrible word. It should not even be a word. I will have you know that I was alone a long time after my wife died. I did not want my romance novels to become a discredit to my name and legacy. So I wrote them in a form only a Parseltongue could read, since all my children had left already, and hid them where no one could find them." Salazar said with quiet dignity. "But I found them." Hermione wailed in growing horror. Salazar shrugged. "You are a seer, you see too much for your own good. I tried to point you at the ritual library, but you went the other way to my hidden stash of porn. I mean romance novels. Perfectly respectable romance novels." Hermione stamped her foot. "How was I supposed to know that? I didn't speak Parseltongue until after the ritual, when we consummated our relationship. I could only read the passages because I remember how it sounded when I had my vision of you writing it." Salazar stroked his chin. "My dear Lady Slytherin, there are 3 things to consider. 1. I am attached to the wall, and can't move. 2. You ignored me pointing you firmly in the other direction. And 3. Itwo stopped translating to ask a question of his own. Forgive me, honored ancestor, but how is it that it worked anyway?" Salazar grinned and struck a grander pose. "I am the foremost, or at least was the foremost magical theoretician and ritual designer in all of Britain and the Near Isles. It is not in me to write less than a perfect ritual, even in Parselporn." Salazar grabbed his forehead and massaged it. "Curse you, Binky, now you have me using the word." Turning to face his heirs, "So I take it that you somehow have adapted and repeated the ritual outside the ritual circle and still made a valid magical marriage." Harry Unbu. Ttoned his tunic and exposed a chest that now bore 3 crests, as each of his wives bared their own chest to show the single crest on each. "Peveril," hissed Lavender Brown Peveril. "Potter," hissed Parvati Potter. "Slytherin," hissed Hermione Jean Granger Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin took off his hat and bowed deeply to his heir's 3 wives. "This is the true heir of Slytherin, a man of culture. Not that murderous little insel Riddle. I have never been so proud of my line or so positive about the future of my house." Salazar Slytherin hissed happily. "Founding," Salazar said seriously. Upon hearing the translation, Minerva McGonagall fainted. Harry thought about that. Well, short answer as best he guessed. Faced down the Minister of Magic and Headmaster over the fact we to kill 4 Dementors on the Hogwarts Express. That is a thing we stole from the Muggles to transport all the magical children from London to Hogwarts to start school. Then intimidated the whole SC Who'll to leave the Greengrass and Longbottom heirs alone for fear of our revenge, as they were our allies on the train. Oh, and we are taking our seat in the Wizengamot to stop the headmaster and Minis. tear from executing a hippogriff who bit a Malfoy for being rude to it. Quote, making allies and enemies, this is good. Ambition will require alliances, and you must teach your enemies the price of harming one hair on the head of your allies. Or never will you and yours be secure. Be ruthless, but only in measure. Be so ruthless when you must. Strike that when you stress all those you chose not to destroy, they will praise your mercy. While they tremble in fear of the unspoken potential, you will withdraw that mercy. Salazar said proudly. Harry nodded. Yes, I get the sense that reasonable isn't in fashion this year. Quote, Hermione whispered to Harry as the two of them were last up the ramp and back into Myrtle's bathroom. I can't believe I saved you with Salazar Slytherin's Parselporn stash. Harry threw his arm around his first wife. And best friend. If anyone could do it, Hermione, it would be you. Blushing, she did join him in laughing as they got to the top, and hissed the chamber closed. Getting schooled. Gryffindor Common Room. Peter Pettigrew Pav. Taking up Ron's wand, Peter crept to each of the boys' beds in turn, casting a quick somnum or sleep charm on each. For all his Dark Lord's power, it would be Peter Pettigrew who ended the boy who lived, not in a great battle, but in his sleep as the pathetic media creation he was. Avada Kedavra, Pettigrew shouted, hearing the alarms. For the unforgivable set as part of Hogwarts wards, and unlike the specially exempted Dada classroom, that one spell would set off an alarm in every single professor's room, but it would be too late. Harry Potter's bed blasted apart as a decade's worth of frustration for being imprisoned as a rat by the boy's childhood accidental murder of his secret master overpowered the spell to nearly draining Pettigrew's core. Ron's wand burned his hand as the unicorn core rebelled against an outsider using the wand to cast a spell so foul. Far more tragically, the spell blasted apart a transfigured bedspread. As the boy himself was sleeping elsewhere, panic set in. Pettigrew realized he had failed to kill Potter, so his plan of framing Sirius for it was already in danger. Knowing all the boys were spelled asleep, he dug through his memories of his Marauder days to remember what McGonagall and Dumbledore would do when one of their pranks had triggered alarms. He knew he could not apparate, old not chance the common room and the fat lady's portrait which McGonagall had probably already locked down. While turning rat could hide him from Dumbledore, he had spent his years with Percy and R.O. N in the boys' dorm or burrow because he dared not ever draw the eye of the cat Animagus McGonagall, for fear she would spot him as an Animagus. He and the other Marauders had always suspected that McGonagall knew they were Animagi, and simply chose to overlook it. He could not stay, could not run. The boys' dormitory was a death trap, and the girls' dormitory could not be reached by any boy. Not a boy, but by a rat. Shifting to rat after opening the common room dorm, he sprinted for the stairway to the girls' dorm in the upper tower, minutes at most, seconds at worst from the pad of McGonagall's slippers and the wand that came with them. Darting up the stairs, he found one room set alone halfway up the stairs, separated from the four others at the top, and with noise-canceling spell work that would make whatever he had to do to those girls remained unnoticed. His rat form grinned, before every instinct in his rat hind brain warned him, and with a single terrified squeak, he forced himself under the door. Feeling the last 2 inches of his hairless tail ripped off in what felt like the jaws of a hungry shark. A hint of black fur, cold blue eyes, and shining white teeth heavy with the promise of death was all Peter had. Sirius was right behind him. Sirius Black Pav. The Marauder's map was the single greatest work of magic that had ever been crafted by the Marauders. Remus handled the arithmancy to balance so many and so potent enchantments. James had handled the ward breaking. James had used his Potter family affinity with wards to convince the Hogwarts wards that the Marauders collectively were a Hogwarts professor, with all the rights of access that implied, but it had been Sirius Black who had used that old black magic to let them track students and staff, incorporating a little blood magic to track each student by their unique soul signature, beyond the ability to fake with illusion or shape change. Without the map, or a wand, all he could do right now was track 2 targets. The rat, and the boy. Right now, the rat was charging the boy in an isolated room in the girls' tower. How had the lad managed that? And the wards were screaming at Sirius that the killing curse had been used in the boys' dorm. The rat was after the boy. Sirius would stop him, if he had to kill or die to do it. The rat was on the stairs, stopping before the door, and hunching over like Pettigrew always had to do before changing, no doubt to use whatever wand he stole to kill Harry Potter in his sleep. A decade in Azkaban, even hiding mostly as a Grim, left him with a mind that was broken on a deep and fundamental level. But it made the killing rage that was part of the Black family blood he had so long resisted rise up to the surface. This once, he did not fight it. He closed silently. No boasting, no bragging, no speeches about justice and revenge. He closed on swift paws and with a mouth full of cruel white fangs. At the last second Pettigrew seemed to sense him, and with a squeak, stopped trying to transform. And forced himself below the girls' dormitory door in a move that might well have broken some rat bones, and at least left him badly bruised. Sirius was left with a bit of tail, and the taste of a traitor's blood as the rat was through the door, and to Harry. Harry Potter POV girls' dormitory. On the rather large single bed that filled the room since Hermione decided Harry required punishment. 4 figures were busy dealing with the girls' embarrassment in front of their parents, and Hermione's embarrassment that she had saved Harry Potter using Pettigrew W. As the marauder with the least active social life, and considering Remus was an introverted werewolf, that was a pretty sad state. Manades men until meeting Lily, and Sirius had been a dog that had Joe. Why fully humped every willing leg and in Hogwarts without regard to house, wealth, or blood status, and if you believed some rumors, gender. Having witnessed the bolder marauders all through school, he was still not prepared for what he saw. And that saved a lot of lives. There are good ways and bad ways to be surprised by strange armed men. Harry was in one of them, although opinions varied as to if it was a good or bad way he was found. Harry was face down, with his hands bound behind his back, with Hermione plying what was technically still her wand, but currently more of a functional cat of 9 tails upon Harry's not so hairy posterior with a lot of vigor. When Pettigrew assumed human form and discovered his target, hands bound and on the bed in front of him, he was still too shocked to be able to form either word or intent to cast so much as a Loomis charm. Discovering his target being whipped by one, milked by another, and feasting on a third naked witch, the Death Eater was shocked more deeply than by any Auror's stunner for several more seconds than he had left. Assuming a human form inside the room did not trigger the boy alarm, as that was on the hallway, but as Sirius to assume a human form on the wrong side of the door to blast it open. Sirius triggered that most baneful audible alarm when a very angry series of professors was 1 floor down, armed and already alert. Sirius was not all that good at wandless magic. He really was more of a magical thug than a delicate spell weaver, but sometimes thug was indeed the right answer, and brute force the right tool. Knowing Wormtail was already inside, and that Harry had only the time left to speak 2 words, Sirius chose brute force and speed over delicacy and blasted the door off with raw force. The door came apart, and its fragments slapped Pettigrew like a beater's bat on a slow-moving bludger, and the rat Animagus parted ways with the stolen wand in a flash of power. Sirius got his first look at his godson, and as Harry with a well-whipped rear and a mouth stained with something that was not drool struggled to rise from a tangle of no less than 3 naked witches, Sirius too knew a moment of utter shock. There was a moment that resembled a scene from Rocky Horror Picture Show as a number of shocked people shouted out names. "Sirius Black!" shouted Peter Pettigrew cowering in a corner. "Peter Pettigrew!" shouted Sirius Black picking up the dropped wand. "Sirius Black!" shouted Harry Potter, struggling to rise and turn from face down with bound hands and a rather impeding hard-on. "Harry Potter!" shouted Sirius Black, his face transforming in both pride and joy at the sight of his beloved godson, last seen in diapers. "Sirius Black!" shouted 3 witches, all pointing wands at him in vari degrees of attack or defense as 1 shield, 1 stunner, and 1 blasting curse enfolded the quartet on the bed, or lanced out from the naked ladies. "Lovely ladies," Sirius cheered, sketching AF. Ulbo as he dodged incoming spells and turned to launch a liver-boiling hex at Pettigrew, who transformed back into a rat and bolted, causing Sirius to sigh and turn to the bed. Harry didn't quite understand what was happening. Pettigrew was dead, killed by Sirius Black, and yet it was Pettigrew who had shown up, wand pointed at Harry and about to cast. He needed to be free, he needed to settle this and avenge his parents. Shouting in frustration, Harry yelled, "Let me go!" Sirius Black drew himself up into his full height, no longer the half-starved wretch Azkaban had left him, and cast Thray. spells faster than the witches could answer. The first destabilized the shield in an old Auror trick, the second disarmed the 3 witches, and the last bound Harry's arms from wrist to elbow behind his back. I'm sorry, Harry, but I am your godfather. James's ghost would come back from beyond the grave to haunt me if I freed you from 3 naked witches in the girls' dormitory. Know this, he would be so proud of you he could burst. As am I. Now I have to go, I have a rat to kill. I have already done the time, so I am going to go ahead and do the crime. Carry on, boy. Nice to meet you all, girls. Sirius simply transfigured a portcullis of black iron in the form of a rose bush to fill the door, dropped the stolen wand, and transformed into a black grim to howl like the warning of oncoming death over the shouts and spellfire of various witches and wizards as he blasted through half the Hogwarts staff in pursuit of a rat, revenge, and escape in no particular order. Thus it was that Professor Esser McGonagall came upon Harry Potter being consoled, and consoling his 3 wives, while bound and naked in a single bed with all 3 of his wives in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory. Upon finding out that she could not even assign detention for naked spanking and bondage by properly married couples, or quartets under a frankly medieval school charter, she required a calming draft followed. Be enough fire whiskey that she was considerably late for morning transfiguration with the Ravenclaws. The news that Sirius Black was loose on the Hogwarts grounds had Ministry Aurors driving the Deem NTORS against the wards of Hogwarts itself in what became a siege. The clawing effects of over 100 Dementors on magical children without even basic occlumency was brutal. Hogwarts became the sin Glay largest consumer of calming drafts and dreamless sleep potions, but despair grew so terrible that teaching any sort of spell work became almost impossible as fear and hopelessness, despair and exhaustion became so all-consuming that average quiz results went from normal to concerning to abysmal within a week. Within 2, injuries from accidents and anger incidents became a serious concern. Dumbledore's attempts to get the Ministry to withdraw the Dementors from the ward line of the castle proper and back to the grounds perimeter went unheeded as a power play between the Ministry and Dumbledore seemed to be waging. Even as the trial date for Buckbeak approached, and it looked like the battleground between the Minister and Dumbledore might shift to the Wizengamot and the Hippogriff trial as a sort of proxy battle. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room was equally icy, as the killing curse being used in a Hogwarts dormitory became associated in 100 rumors with Harry Potter. His living in the room halfway between the girls' and boys' floor in the tower with 3 girls did little in the present atmosphere of despair and depression to make them anything but enemies in their own house, let alone other houses. Support for Harry Potter, and by extension, for Buckbeak waned as the Dementor-driven fear and hopelessness made the students lash out at each other in growing frustration. They were trapped in a world closing in and growing darker by the hour. Harry, Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati drew together, consulting only with their friends Neville, Luna, Daphne and Tracy. Something had to give. Potions was going to follow breakfast, so Harry was as depressed as everyone else, doing his best to ignore the discussion about Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew and what it all means. Harry wanted to be alone in his misery, but 3 wives meant that for all the boys in Gryffindor may envy Harry, he could get as miserable as he wanted, but alone was not going to happen. Pettigrew is supposed to be dead, Hermione said. The Ministry say so, Parvati countered. Minister Fudge is in office because Lucius Malfoy's bribes keep him there. Draco Malfoy is not just Lucius' heir. But if Sirius Black is disinherited by criminal conviction, then Draco Malfoy becomes heir Black through his mother's line. Narcissa was born Narcissa Black after all. Sirius has the better claim through the main line. But with him convicted or dead while an escaped prisoner, the single largest fortune in all of Wizarding Britain slides into Fudge's greatest supporters' bank vault. Sirius Black betrayed Harry's parents to you-know-who, and came here to kill him. That is what the Mifut the Daily Prophet says, that is what Dumbledore says. Hermione insisted. Lavender laughed, and stole a muffin off Hermione's plate, ignoring the tray of muffins in front of her. Don't be silly. A former Auror and hit wizard like Black would take less than 4 seconds to kill everyone in the room, blow the window, cast an arresto momentum and be off into the woods before anyone can say boo. Uncle Guido and Uncle Nunzio talk about it all the time. Hermione turned and looked at Lavender Brown for a long second. Then asked softly, Lavender, what does your father do for a living, exactly? Lavender buttered a muffin and tossed her hair before answering. Import-export. We don't actually buy or sell anything. So much as make arrangements for things people need and want to get into the country so people can buy them, and stuff that people make here can get to places people want to buy them. Sort of helping people come together. Lavender said with a happy smile. Parvati nodded. It is true, there are all kinds of laws restricting foreign-born or Muggle-born witches and wizards from buying property or owning their own businesses. Lavender's father has ways of making ownership fine with the ministry and keeping them from knowing or taxing them as foreign, Muggle-born or even half-blood tax rates. Harry stopped and looked at Lavender. Lavender, is your dad a mob boss? Lavender laughed. Don't be silly. The reporter that said that made a full apology and retraction right before he retired. I mean, he had someone else write it because of the horrible accident that cost him both arms, but he was really sorry about slandering Daddy like that. Parvati frowned and looked like she was about to ask a follow-up question, when Harry put his arm on hers and shook his head. Hermione was blinking in shock as she realized that dear sweet airhead social butterfly Lavender Brown may be a mafia princess. And Parvati Patil was an expert in British backdoor political dealings. Parvati sighed. We need allies. Right now all we have are people who want to use us, and people that want to make us go away before their enemies use us. We don't have anyone who has any reason to stand with us. Harry frowned. We have 3 seats in the Wizengamot, but each faction has 60. We avenue access to enough gold to be a threat, but no one takes us seriously enough to stay bought, because you have to be feared before you can bribe anyone, or they won't stay bought. We have nothing. Harry frowned. I don't see how. Hermione's eyes became distant, distracted. She reached out and stroked Harry's arm and whispered softly. It isn't your job to see. Her 2 wives and husband looked at her. But whatever Hermione was staring at was far out of focus, perhaps beyond the world itself. The dungeon was beyond depressing, and Severus Snape was reacting to the overwhelming presence of the Dementors badly. As an Occlumen's of astonishing power, he had the ability to wall off his emotions, but the balance of them still had an effect. The presence in the castle of Sirius Black and Remus Lupin had been making the memory of his torment at the hands of the Marauders like a fresh wound, and the Dementors had been picking at that scab behind Snape's mental shields to the point he was only barely maintaining his control. Snape's control lasted until Harry Potter and his harem entered the potions classroom in the dungeon. Like his father who had stolen Snape's beloved Lily, the Potter brat gathered the brightest witch. Hermione Granger, the most beautiful, Lavender Brown, and the most financially connected, Parvati Patil in the House of Gryffindor without even trying. The boy was even more insufferable than his father. Snape would be failing in his duties as a teacher if he did not remind him that surface charm and unearned fame meant nothing in the sublet science and noble art of potioning. Whirling to the blackboard, Snape flicked his wand and a recipe blossomed on the board. Put away your books. Yes, Miss Granger, I am aware this is not what the syllabus calls for, but as none of you brats have even a modicum of self-control or emotional depth, those of you who do not rut yourself into unconsciousness every night require rather more dreamless sleep than Madame Pomfrey has on hand. And it is not worth the school's limited funds to buy it commercially. You will therefore be brewing dreamless sleep in today's class, and however feeble your efforts will be, that is quality of relief your house will know. I suspect the House of Snakes will sleep rather better than the House of Lions this night. Snape sneered at the hated Potter and his harem. Hermione Granger looked up and met Professor Snape's eyes with eyes that shone back like white opals. Glimmers of rainbow danced in their depths as Hermione met his eyes, not with anger, not with defiance, but with utter contempt. It is Lady Slytherin to you. More, it is not dreamless sleep that we need, but hope. Hermione rose and snapped a command. Attend me. Hermione snapped, and her eyes crackled with rainbow light as her hair rose like the serpents of Medusa around her head. Severus Snape drew his wand, to do what will never really be known. As Harry felt Nidhogg slam into control, Harry's left-hand wand of basilisk venom was in his hand. And hissing a command in Parseltongue, he reminded Snape of mistakes you do not get to take back. Kneel, hissed Nidhogg, letting the memories of Voldemort ing the dark mark itself to punish his Death Eaters for failure flower in his mind. With that one command, the Dark Lord would put his followers on their knees, and then bellies, their own magic locked out of reach. and ready to accept the cruciatus, or a more permanent maiming or killing depending on the degree of their failure. Snape felt his dark mark draw all of his magic, and he fell to the ground in agony. Writhing in the helpless torment his master used to remind them of exactly how worthless they were without his favor. For a second, Snape forgot he was facing the Potter brat, and felt instead the will of his Dark Lord. Nidhogg kept his will on Snape, pressing him into the ground, even as Pythia slid into control, Harry's eyes glowing white as they too turned into opals, as he beckoned me the conductor of Hermione's vision to the rest of his wives. His own power became caught up in her call, and all of his magical cores began to shift their frequencies into that strange holy spectrum that Hermione drew her prophecy from. And bound his Runaspore Patronus with. Harry began to burn bright silver, a light so bright that no shadow persisted in the room. A light so diffuse and pure had it drove the memory of darkness from the minds of everyone watching. Reaching out, he gripped the cauldron, and enveloped it in holy fire. Hermione began barking out commands for ingredients and processes. At first, only Parvati and Lavender jumped to obey, but soon Neville Longbottom, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis were moving as well. They worked under Hermione's direction as Severus Snape was released from his bitter reminder of his once and future slavery to Voldemort by the very light shining off the Potter brat. Snape had wept when he cast his Patronus the first time, seeing the D.O. form of his beloved Lily and basking in the soft forgiving light of her soul let him know he had betrayed himself the day he took the dark mark. From that day, Snape had known himself a man damned and betrayed by his own hand. And all his work as a spy for Dumbledore could never wash him clean of her murder. To feel that light, the light of Lily Evans, he would never use her married name, not in his mouth. And not in the sanctity of his own mind or soul. To feel her light blazing off the boy drove even the twisted knot of Snape's hatred, only marginally hating the world more than himself. And reminded him of the bitter and hurting child who once looked upon a young Lily Evans and dared to hope. Hope, that was what the Brats were brewing. Snape was many things, but potions master was the core of his being. He had seen passion bottled in Amordina, he had Cx Felicitas, he had seen wonders and horrors beyond measure, but never before had he seen or felt sanctity being brewed in a cauldron. Hope was being bottled before his eyes, decanted from a cauldron as if it was nothing more than so much dreamless sleep or calming draught. They bottled the pure essence of hope itself, the holy power of a Patronus. Bound into a stable liquid, lined up in so many school test tubes and common corks as if they were so many over the counter cold treatments, and not miracles of magic undreamed of by Merlin himself. Snape was shaken to his core. He was so shaken, that when Harry took a vial each for Neville Longbottom, and Daphne Greengrass, and asked them if they would like to join Harry and his wives for a walk on the Hogwarts grounds, Severus Snape could not will himself to object. Dumbledore had rushed down to the main gates when he felt them open. He had seen an entire class of C. Hildren watch as Neville Longbottom and Daphne Greengrass drank a potion, and burned brighter than the moon on a cloudless night, their silver so bright as to throw off both the darkness of the Dementors, but the feeble light of the sun though the Dementor gloom. Hand in hand, they walked out into the cloud of Ministry Dementors, and the Dementors of Azkaban fell back before them in obvious panic. Ignoring the lash of their ministry controllers in the blindness of their terror before the holy light blazing from two students walking hand in hand down the path from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. Harry and his wives joined Daphne, Tracy, Neville for a milkshake at Honeyduke's, and in the Dementor-haunted season, were the only ones who did not even order chocolate. Dumbledore and Snape watched the Dementors of Azkaban be routed by students lit by a potion made of hope, and knew that the rules of the world and magic by which they made their plans and calculations had forever changed. For Snape, it was a moment of unlooked-for joy, for in a world where he knew all chance of survival or redemption was long destroyed, and by his own hand, for one shining instant, he felt hope live again. Albus Dumbledore saw his worst fear walk the earth. A budding Dark Lord had found a way to bind the light to his service. Worse than Grindelwald, worse than Voldemort, this Dark Lord would wield both dark and light, deceiving the weak and foolish who did not understand that there could be no peace with the dark, no room for any shadow. As the champion of the light, was Dumbledore the only one who saw that Harry Potter's light was no more than a mask to the seed of evil Voldemort planted in him so long ago. That seed was the weapon Dumbledore would use to end the deathless Dark Lord once and for all, but if he waited too long, that seed would flower into a new darkness 100 times more potent and foul. A darkness named Harry Potter. No, the boy was not yet as great a threat as Voldemort. Not yet. Perhaps he was wrong. He was an old man, who had lost so many. He was not a soldier, not a warrior, he had only ever taken one life. And swore to never take another. It would be the last sin on his conscience. To use the seed of evil Voldemort planted in Harry Potter to destroy both the day Voldemort raised his wand against the boy a final time. Perhaps Dumbledore was taking counsel in his fears. The boy was trying to save the Hippogriff Buckbeak after all. That was hardly a thing Tom Riddle would have wasted time, energy, effort, or political favors on. Maybe the boy was not dark, just angry and misguided. Perhaps all he needed was a reminder that he was too young to understand how the wider world worked, and needed older and wiser guidance. Yes, that was it. He just needed to be reminded that he was helpless without Dumbledore's protection. Defense against the dark arts. Harry Potter POV. Harry was watching Remus Lupin coldly. Nidhogg's sifting of Voldemort's memories for Sirius Black had shown a number of encounters. Mostly violent, and sometimes concealed observation, but not a single friendly encounter. Harry was just not able to accept Sirius as a traitor. Peter Pettigrew, on the other hand, snuck into Hogwarts somehow as a rat, stunned a whole sleeping room of Gryffindors to steal Ron's wand and then tried to kill him. Harry figured faking his own death, hiding as Ron and Percy Weasley's rat for a decade. Then attempted murder made him more likely to be the real traitor to his father than Sirius Black. The last of the Marauders, the only one still legally both alive and free, was the one known as Moony. The werewolf Remus Lupin. Voldemort had exactly one memory that Nidhogg had seen, Remus Lupin and Fenrir Greyback at a meeting of European Pax to determine support for Voldemort in his war. Was he working for or against Voldemort? The memory was fragmented and without context. Basilisk venom played no favorites. The dissolving of Voldemort's soul shard had done a lot of damage to the memories of the Dark Lord that were left in Harry, well, technically and functionally, Nidhogg's head. Harry could not be sure. Was he Dumbledore's tool? It seems suspicious. Had Dumbledore hires the werewolf to be Dada instructor the year after Sirius Black escapes from prison. Was he part of the group that betrayed James and Lily? Was he working with Pettigrew? Working with Black? Working on his own? Innocent pawn and not part of any? Harry did not know, and he would do nothing, could do nothing until he did. Remus Lupin had taught the students the ridiculous charm. A weapon against boggarts who transformed themselves into your greatest fear to feed on that emotion. They were the weakest of the phobophages, the fear-eaters. The Lethifold and Dementor were each steps of power and danger greater. But the boggart was the first of the semi-real fear-eaters of the magical world, and a good step in building defenses against their greater brethren. The theory was sound, but doing it before the teacher also showed the teacher and everyone watching every student's greatest fear. Harry was becoming less and less tolerant as the class went on. Ron was terrified of spiders. So watching Remus Lupin coach him to use the ridiculous charm to put them on roller skates was funny, if you were not Ron, of course. However, Harry's tolerance died when Neville Longbottom was put before the boggart cabinet. When the cabinet opened, Bellatrix Lestrange charged out, wand in hand. Ready to go meet Mommy and Daddy, little boy. The wild-eyed Dark Witch cackled as she came for Neville. Her wand glowed red as she whispered, Crucio. Neville was frozen in fear so deep he stopped breathing, and Harry, who had listened to his friend deflect every attempt to discuss how his parents were, or what he did when he visited them, snapped, shoving Neville out of the way. When Professor Lupin seemed content to let the scene continue to play out, Harry saw the boggart shift from a cackling Bellatrix Lestrange, torturer or Neville's mind-broken parents, into a terrified-looking Hermione Granger, her throat cut, her face dead and cold, as she fell dead on the floor before Harry. Harry's own mind froze, just as Neville's did. The boggart had correctly judged the one sight that would rob Harry of all his strength and will, the one sight he could not take, and presented him with the cold dead corpse of Hermione Granger spilled at his feet. Remus Lupin watched Harry with a soft smile on his face, ready to counsel the boy when his own strength and adolescent understanding were not enough. And he was forced finally to turn to older and wiser heads. His smile was soft and understanding. Harry, changed. Harry's head snapped up, but it was the blood-red snake-pupilled eyes of Nidhogg that blazed back. Argentium tridentum, Harry shouted, his wand conjuring a glowing trident of silver imbued with a bit of that strange silver holy light that formed the body of a Patronus and worked to ward off Dementors. He slammed it down into the boggart body imitation of Hermione Granger, the 3 tines of the trident binding its right arm to the floor. The boggart screamed, 3 more times Harry Potter chanted, Argentium tridentagart's remaining limbs to the ground. The screaming boggart lost definition, becoming an amporhose blob of roughly humanoid shape, a blob of a head sprouting. G4 mouths to scream in 4 different octaves as Harry Potter finally cast his last spell. Serpensorcia, Harry cast, looking Remus Lupin in the eyes, blood-red serpent orbs glaring into the wee Rewolf's own eyes now blazing bright yellow as the wolf in him rose to clear threat to its existence, an enemy that conjured silver tridents in front of a werewolf, all but declaring it both knew what Remus was and was eager to destroy him. The enhancement of parcel magic was nowhere more powerful than when used to conjure a serpent. The Runaspore was not only Harry's own animagi form, but the corporeal form of a Patronus. Magic's answer to phobophages, are fear-eaters. The Runaspore struck the bound boggart each head independently until the creature twitched its last and died. Professor Lupin found his hand gripping his wand, sweating badly. He had faced Fenrir Greyback, he had faced Death Eaters, and yet he had never been quite as terrified as he was right now. Objectively, he was an adult wizard and werewolf. By definition he was what other people had to be afraid of, yet right now even his wolf was howling in fear. He choked out his best calm and reasoned admonition to an unruly student. The same tone he had heard used on James and Sirius for practically their entire school years. Now Harry, I thought you understood the purpose of this class was to teach you to use the ridiculo. As charm to turn a boggart into something you can laugh at. Remus said, stepping forward and banishing the silver tridents that were making his wolf so nervous, then the body of the dead boggart. He stayed clear of the Runaspore, unsure of what would happen if he tried to banish a snake that was part spirit and it failed. Nidhogg turned his head and smiled coldly. Was it, or was it a chance to arrayed every student's weaknesses and vulnerabilities before the headmaster's hunting dog to make their control that much easier? The smile vanished as if it never existed, and in a voice like a whetstone over a knife blade, Nidhogg continued, by the way Moony, James and Lily say hi. Nidhogg said, then slid sideways inside Harry's mind, letting his eyes shift back to Lily's green human ones to watch the succession of expressions flicker over the last of the marauder's face. Shame, fear, shame, despair, regret. Harry watched them play across Remus' face, and his 3 wives each moved to examine Remus. Weighing his soul like Anubis judged those of the dead in ancient Egypt, and how his soul fared on those 3 very different scales Remus did not know. Remus killing gold faded under the old and damning names, and the tired brown eyes of a broken man looked back. Harry reached a hand down to Neville, and pulled him up. Thanks Harry, Neville said, trying to hide the tears in his eyes. Harry caught him by the shoulders and faced him. Harry's angry eyes burning into Neville's vulnerable ones. You do not thank me, you do not apologize to me, and you do not hide from me. You are my friend, I will always have your back. And keep your secrets. Neville straightened up, and nodded wordlessly. When the students followed the bell to leave, Remus Lupin sat in his chair, looking at the shadow on the floor where the boggart suggested by Albus Dumbledore had died. He had seen Voldemort's eyes blazing from his oldest friend's son's body. That same boy had then wielded both his knowledge of Remus' secret shame, his furry problem, and the names of his dead parents as weapons against him. All but accusing him of being Dumbledore's tool to control him. The boy threw his use as Dumbledore's agent back in his face. Yet still kept his secret as a werewolf. Voldemort would have outed him. Snape was bound by magical vows or he would out Remus in a heartbeat. Any Death Eater would out Rem. As the second they even suspected he was a werewolf, yet the son of James and Lily kept his secret, while all but calling him a traitor to their memory. Lupin agreed to be Dumbledore's spy to save Harry from Sirius. Now there was the rumor from Harry and his harem that Pettigrew is both alive, and tried to kill him, and Sirius Black had protected him. Harry threw up knowledge he could not have against Remus. and then as much as declared him an enemy for helping Dumbledore put Harry on a leash. Remus Lupin felt the tears come. He was a marauder. His first and only pack was not made of werewolves, it was made of James Potter, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and then eventually Lily Evans Potter. When Harry came along, his pack grew, and Remus knew that no matter what dirty things he had to do in the war, it was to keep his pack safe, to keep the only people he loved safe. There was the pack, and the rest of the world. His pack knew him for what he was and loved him anyway, not in spite of the wolf. But enough to become animagi, enough to become animals in the eyes of Ministry law alongside him. Sirius betrayed all that, and left Remus alone. Revenge had been all he had left. Now he didn't even know if he had that. Sirius was back. Pettigrew wasn't dead. Harry, the only member of his pack that he knew for sure was clean and honest, had all but declared him an enemy, and Remus agreed. Loyalty was the soul of a wolf. It was the only virtue of a monster that made Remus hate himself for almost his entire life. Only loyalty made him proud of the wolf. Now in the eyes of a child, he saw himself viewed as traitor. And his wolf agreed. It was more than the Dementors clawing at his soul. Now the claws of his own wolf tore at them. He was here to be Dumbledore's spy as the price to save Harry. What would he do if he had to choose between them? Pillow talk. Hermione had a problem. She had data that she did not know how to weigh. She liked facts in books. She liked tables, and physical constants. She liked clear definable equations that added up the same no matter who did the math. Why were people so complicated? She was a seer, whoop-de-frigging-do. A less useful magical discipline she could not name. In any stochastic universe, the future was always a dance of the quanta. It was not an endless sea of probabilities, but an ever-narrowing range of potential outcomes that eventually narrowed to one as every possible random chance and choice had a single defined outcome and potential became observable reality. Against that prophecy was clearly impossible. Yet it worked, and as any good empiricist, if it worked, if you could use it to predict outcomes with better accuracy than any other available method, then you used it. Even if it made her inner scholar deeply upset. Her gift told her that her wives had the answer. Her gift only worked with her wives fully when they were, well, wifing. The harder you wifed, the deeper the insights went. Hermione groaned. She did not have time to figure this out. She had to find the truth, so Harry could decide who the allies and enemies were before he got around to killing the wrong one. She could feel death. It was coming. Someone was going to die. And a choice was going to be made soon. It was her job to see. I do not have time for this, Hermione said, pounding on her dressing table in the dorm room. A musical clink from the drawer distracted her. She touched the drawer with her wand, whispered in Parseltongue the password to open it. The time turner. Raising an eyebrow, she muttered to herself. A bit on the nose, don't you think? I shout out to the universe that I don't have time to figure this out, and the universe literally says, you do if you use your time turner. I am starting to really get chapped nip. Less about being prophecy puppet, you know. Placing the time turner about her neck, she set off to ambush her wives. She had some thinking to do, and unlike Harry, she didn't have 3 brains in one body, her other 2 had their own legs. Time to get between them. Parvati and Lavender had gone over their notes from Professor Trelawney a dozen times, and they still couldn't make anything they did any sense at absolutely sure Sybil Trelawney was a true seer. They were also pretty sure she hadn't been laid since Woodstock, and thus her gift, and other low joints, were a little rusty. Hanging out in the classroom, they were reviewing their assigned dream journals, which Sybil had assured her were the windows to their third eye. So far their dreams had been singularly useless. Lavender's insistence that they also keep a secret journal had been almost terrifying. Parvati looked at the results in her journal and shook her head. I am telling you, not even the divination textbooks claim to be this accurate. This is not how divination works. Lavender Brown had a stack of magazines, each with Hermione's cool muggle tabs on the relevant article and pictures, coded to match the tabs on her journal. And wiggled like an overexcited puppy as she raved. Every one, Parvati, every one. I predicted who would be Smile of the Week every week for a month, which designer would win the contract for the new Aura robes. And that the 7 Sisters of Sorcery would do a reunion tour, starting in Germany where they cancelled the last date of the tour they broke up on. I guessed the color of the new Gringotts carpet. And the day they would change. It, tips, Parvati said with the practicality of a daughter who knows she will not be the heir. Parvati looked at her friend, and then asked carefully, "What were you doing with it, Lav? I mean, you came to me with a plan to prove we could see the future, predict real and important events based on what we saw after why lesbian snake cult stuff. I mean, you told me it was a sure bet, so if you weren't investing or betting, what were you doing it for?" Lavender Brown batted her especially long lashes over her exceptionally large and liquid blue eyes and said simply, "Homework. You know I don't understand all the deep mysteries in the textbooks. The professor keeps going on about, but Harry, he can really drive a point home." Lavender cheered, and Parvati felt a headache coming on. Parvati was thus almost prepared when Hermione's head came through the trapdoor into the divination classroom. Professor Trelawney looked up from her study of Lavender and Parvati's homework as she compared it with the piles of reference materials on her desk, seeking and failing to find a single instance they were provably wrong, to see Hermione. The seer they kept quoting pop her head into her classroom. "Ah, another true seer approaches. Do you come for guidance, child, perhaps to borrow a crystal ball, some magical incense, or my aid in interpreting tea leaves?" Professor Trelawney asked, tilting her cup towards Hermione, who scowled down at her cup. "You will run afoul of a pink toad, be sheltered by the bird of fire and freed by the forest hose." She scowled harder. "I could have seen more, but the amount of whiskey in it makes the future blurry." Professor Sybil Trelawney blinked, seeing the stone-white gaze of eyes that were not aid of flesh but the warp and weave of fate itself stared back at her. She squeaked and shot back from her desk, wondering if she should have brought her wand for once. "What are you going to do here, seeress?" the professor asked, facing those eyes she never could see in herself, but grew up seeing and fearing in her mother. "Solve a murder mystery, decide who dies, and we can't do that with clothes on. Acolytes, get naked, we have to get divining," Hermione ordered, pulling her own robes off. It shall be noted that no professorial impropriety could be suggested by anyone, as Sybil Trelawney made better time climbing up her own chain ladder to her private quarters than an acromantula in a forest fire. She hit the ceiling door as the braziers started hitting the floor. Hermione collapsed to the classroom floor, one wife nuzzling into each shoulder as she tried to review their intense and acrobatic session of divination. Sighing, she asked Parvati to walk her through the branching of fate. When joined erotically, Hermione's seer gift filtered through her wives' very different minds and skill sets to pick out those threads of fate that suited their diverse natures. Parvati snuggled in. Beginning of the war. The light had three families leading: Dumbledore the defeater of Grindelwald, the Potters, and the Longbottoms. During the war, the leadership of the Potters and Longbottoms get killed. Dumbledore has the heirs at Hogwarts and turns them into followers. Those two sets of heirs fight Voldemort to a draw 3 times each, then get pregnant the same night, give birth the same night. Then get told something by Dumbledore the same night and leave 2 huge ancient fortress family manors with wards that could stand off an army, and had dozens of heavy-hitting wizards, half a dozen house elves, herds of magical guard creatures, and go huddle in lone cabins or simple outbuildings as if daring Voldemort to go pick one. Hermione sighed. "That's stupid. No one is that stupid." Parvati shakes her head, coming up on one elbow to look Hermione in the eye. 2 sons born inside 1 hour with almost identical life histories and threat potential to Voldemort. The one he chooses is Harry Potter. And he just happens to have a traitor to get him in. It should be the simplest thing in the world, a quick raid and all the good guys die. Voldemort did hundreds of raids like that. Except he goes alone, kills 2 very strong and motivated witch and wizard, then gets geeked by a baby in nappies. Tell me that doesn't smell like a prophecy someone worked very hard to make happen. Hermione shook her head. It could easily have been Neville. He could have been wrong about Harry. He only went after Harry because of the traitor. Parvati kissed her. No, it became Harry when Voldemort found the traitor. It became Harry when Voldemort chose him to die. Don't you see? I don't know what kind of prophecy Dumbledore has, but even he didn't know who it was. Voldemort told him which it was by trying to kill him. Parvati sneered. Funny thing, once Dumbledore had his boy who lived, the Longbottom special magic just went away, and Neville becomes an orphan, his parents get tortured into turnips. And there is only one leader left in the light faction now that the war is over. Hermione frowned. That can't be right, he is such a sweet and forgiving old man. He has been the champion of the light through 2 wars. Setting that aside, we still need to answer Harry's question, who is the traitor in the Marauders, with James the only one who is still dead, all 3 other ones are suspect. Hermione's face softened. Everyone knows Sirius is the traitor, but Harry says no. Lavender giggled and reached down to bite Hermione's nipple lightly. Don't be silly. Sirius is a monster. Daddy says you keep them close. You keep them fed, and when the time comes, you set them loose, and even if someone manages to stop them, they will be too terrified you have another to ever bother you again. Those guys don't talk, they don't turn, and they don't stop. Lavender said. Hermione looked at her. Lav, was your father a mob boss? Lavender blinked. Nope. Import-export. All very above board. We have an office and everything. Everyone is very friendly, and we have a hard and fast rule, no last names ever. Hermione turned to Parvati, and they shared a look. Hermione asked Lavender about the second marauder. What about Professor Remus? Lavender sneered. Broken. He was broken when they found him. He needs too much. He is a tool for whoever figures out how to use that need against him. He's the kind that would turn the second you convinced him it was the only way to save the rest of them. He could have been the traitor if Voldemort wasn't a kill, rape, torture whoever hasn't stopped twitching, kill. Why isn't there anyone left alive to have fun with? Kind of leader. Hermione nodded. It was perhaps unkind, but totally an accurate summation of their defense against the dark arts professor. Turning to Lavender she asked. So it was Remus or Pettigrew? Hermione asked. Lavender shook her head, then blew sharply to make a falling sweaty lock of BF her face. Parvati asked Lavender, are you sure your dad isn't even a tiny bit mob boss? Lavender frowned and thought, import-export, but he might also do some contract healing, because he cured something for your father. Parvati looked puzzled. Lav, we have some of the finest magical healers in India and England on our staff. What exactly could your father, who is in the import-export business, possibly cure my father of? Lavender shrugged. Daddy said that your father found his brother-in-law to be a real pain in the neck, and he couldn't sleep a wink worrying about it. Then Daddy took care of it. And your father sent us a whole shipload of dreamless sleep potion to sell, because now his pain in the neck was gone, and his sleep was untroubled. So, maybe he's that muggle thing, a chiropractor. Hermione and Parvati exchanged a final look and nod of shared understanding. Then the hourglass necklace around Hermione's neck began to ring. Hermione got up and stretched. Parvati finally noticed time and realized Hermione was supposed to be in class right now. In fact, they had been divining through Lavender and Parvati's spare block, but 2 of Hermione's actual classes. Hermione, not that I'm complaining. But shouldn't you be in class right now? Parvati asked. Hermione nodded. I am. The necklace allows me to multitask when I need to. All I have to do is twist this. There was a pop, and Hermione was gone. Looking at the clothes on the ground, Lavender asked softly, does the necklace take her clothes when she time travels, or are they just going to stay here? They watched for a few minutes as they dressed, then slipped out with Hermione's clothes with a giggle. They were not sure when and where Hermione would be returning after her time turners reset, but she would be returning naked. Divination remained their favorite class. Department of Mysteries unspeakable croaker pav. The prophesy alarm was going off again. The golden ball rolled down. HJGS to ST redo toad. Sol Croaker grinned. Well, my dear Hermione, now you are making prophecies about Dumbledore's own Ceres, and a toad. Well, if I ever need to distract anyone, that is the prophesy I will throw at them. Sol chuckled as he went back to his office. He had to finish signing off on the latest memo about approved stationery in ministerial memos from the minister's pet toad Umbridge. Wouldn't I? Be funny if that pink-wrapped bint turned out to be Della, Donna, or Dolores. Then she could be in a prophesy too. Croaker laughed. Time to get back to work. Wizengamot Tango. Hogwarts. Wormtail Pav. Sirius almost never let himself off leash to that extent, but when he did, even Mad Bella ignored every other threat upon the field. Wormtail needed the Death Eaters to defend him. The Death Eaters viewed him as a faithless oath breaker. Coward, and rat. All of this was true, which made it worse. He needed to kill Harry Potter to prove his loyalty, but he needed Death Eaters to do the actual risky bits. Like possibly dying to avenging Aurors for him. Casting an Imperius on his sleeping son, Wormtail regretted he could not use his own mask, because every Death Eater mask was individual when seen through another mask, and could only be worn by that Death Eater. He needed a sacrificial Death Eater with Ministry access, and he knew just the fellow. Walden McNair was happy. He had been a Death Eater during the war. Got out using the Imperius defense when it all went pear-shaped because of that Potter brat. Since then he had been so broke because of the necessary bribes he had been reduced to working for the Department for Regulation of Magical Creatures. His goblin silver runic axe had been reduced to killing magical animals, and magical semi-humans like Vila, werewolves, and goblins. Not like the good old days when he could butcher muggle-borns and half-bloods, but still getting stuck in was nice. Now he was reduced to waiting for a sham trial, just to kill a hippogriff. What a joke. When the red-headed boy came back from Arthur Weasley's office from some family errand supposedly, and flashed him the Death Eater hand sign for follow and receive orders, McNair just about choked on his mustache. Arthur Weasley's boy was a Death Eater recruit. That muggle-loving blood traitor spawned a brat who remembered they were pure bloods and supposedly stood for something. This ought to be interesting. Following the boy, he saw the redhead turn into one of the locked meeting rooms that was somehow already unlocked. Closing behind the boy while the door was opened, Walden has his W. and drawn and pressed to the boy's own neck as he rasped in the whelp's ears. What sort of a game do you think you are playing at, making the Dark Lord's sign here in the middle of the Merlin be damned ministry? Walden hissed. Ron Weasley, his Imperius curse programming in full force, simply responded. An ambush, obviously. McNair whirled, a shield spell already on his lips, his hands fumbling for his axe when the red light of a stunner filled his view. For a second, he was confused. That rat was dead. He was still fighting for consciousness, his own magic so much more powerful than the rat's when the Imperius slid over his will. However much stronger his magic was, the Death Eater had never been more than a low-ranked thug. His mind was no match for the marauder who betrayed James and Lily Potter to their deaths, having deceived 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of their generation that he was their most devoted friend. The rat who pretended at being a man sat and smiled. Walden, my good and dear friend, I am going to need you get some of the old band back together. I need 4 good strong throwaway assets to kill Harry Potter and his little harem in full public view on the ministry steps. Make sure they don't remember that I had anything to do with this. Feel free to not let them remember you had anything to do with this. I alone will bear the truth of this to our Dark Lord for credit. When you have finished Imperiusing them, you will remove this memory from yourself. For the record, all those times you used to rough me up were a mistake. I always get the last laugh. Now, hold still. Ron, my boy, use that banishing spell I taught you, and remove one of McNair's testicles for old time's sake. McNair wanted to scream as the young red-headed boy pointed his wand at McNair's balls and made one of them apparate out into his hand to be dropped to the floor and stomped on. The pain was unbearable as splinched parts, those bits separated in apparition split, were still connected magically until either reattached or destroyed. McNair was not allowed to scream as the boy ground his left testicle into paste. Whimpering, he left to don his Death Eater cloak and mask. Find the alert troop that Malfoy kept on hand for emergencies, and send them to kill Harry Potter and his harem on the ministry steps, in front of hordes of reporters and dozens of Aurors. Each step was a reminder of his maiming, and the violation of his mind. Knowing he was compelled to obliterate the memory of Wormtail's attack on him only fed his rage. He would forget this offense, and the smug little rat's smile would be forever at his expense, as the rat would remember. Executioner of animals, rather than the butcher of mudbloods, and at least he could watch the little brat die. Ministry of Magic Wizengamot Chamber. Minister Fudge was of course far too important a figure to conduct the trial of a hippogriff. In fact, that the Wizengamot itself would hear the case made it clear. That this was no longer about a hippogriff, this was about teaching Harry Potter who held the power, and how much he needed their favor. Amos Diggory, head of the Department of Magical Creatures, had been successful in getting the memories of Harry, Hermione, Lavender and Parvati blocked, as this was not a criminal case, and as such it would be inappropriate to waste DMLE time and resources on what was not a criminal case. Harry rose. My lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, each of you here is a peer of the realm, a witch or wizard that represents the Ing, the makers and shapers of our policies and laws. The ultimate judges of life and death when the lives of our own kind hang in the balance, and yet we are all gathered here, nearly the full 49 of us, with a dozen aurors standing guard. And yet we cannot spare the time of any one of those aurors, those dozen standing here doing nothing but listening to our debate, to see if these memories have been tampered with. Harry shook his head. The time is being wasted. But not spent, because the ministry has determined that no evidence will be presented. To present evidence and then ignore it would be to prove that this house sits in judgment of political expediency and not justice. No, now you will ignore the law, and block the evidence, so that my fellow lords and ladies of the Wizengamot can kill a magical creature in our care, in the care of the institution charged with teaching your own children about their brethren in the magical world, because a child wishes to demonstrate that if he is embarrassed by his own lack of judgment, skill, and ability, he can simply stage an incident, and get an innocent creature killed. Professor Dumbledore, you have seen the evidence in your capacity as headmaster, and as warlock of the Wizengamot. You have the same ability as an auror to certify these memories are indeed true and unaltered, to be entered into evidence. Sir, will you do so? Harry asked, putting the headmaster in the position to wield his power not to make judgment, but to at least allow Harry to present his evidence, and end this charade. Since Lucius Malfoy and the Dark Faction want the creature killed, A.N.D. thus Hagrid and Dumbledore discredited, it is in Dumbledore's interest to stop it. Dumbledore rose, stroked his beard, and shook his head letting his eyes twinkle like stars as he gave his reply. Harry, if you had chosen to remain a minor under my care and protection, I would indeed be speaking now as your professor, and I could indeed certify these memories. Dumbledore said softly. Parvati Patil swore softly. He's about to screw us, Harry. He would rather lose his own reputation, and that of the Light Faction, than let you win. He is going to take a political loss, just to punish you for daring to claim your legal rights as an adult. The choice he is offering you is withdraw your lordships, give him back the right to cast all 3 of your house votes as he chooses, or he will throw a tantrum, kill Buckbeak. Risk Hagrid getting fired, just to put you in your place. Harry repressed a snarl, but kept his green eyes locked on his professor, seeing if he was really choosing to make a power play, rather than do what each member here had sworn to do at the beginning of the session, and render true judgment in this case. Dumbledore continued now, stroking his beard, but letting a soft smile play over his lips. Since you have chosen to take up your lordships, assume your legal majority when you are manifestly too young and impulsive as nothing more than a school child. Then you have chosen not to accept my protection as your professor, but rather as a lord without affiliation, with no record of voting and debate to give those in this hall a sense of the weight and worth of your voice. You have no allies, no allegiance, no record of accomplishment to give weight to your testimony, and no standing to demand that I use my power as chief warlock to certify the say memories as true to be entered into evidence. Turning to face the rest of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore spoke one more time, then sat down. I refuse. Amos Diggory asked, have you any more evidence? Harry raised his head, and spoke again. I have sworn affidavits from the school nurse that Draco Malfoy has perjured himself in his claims of injuries that cost him pain and suffering for months. Per the Medowitch's testimony, he was entirely healed and pain-free within 20 minutes, similar to any of his recreational Quidditch injuries. Lucius Malfoy rose to object. Objection. Without the Medowitch present for cross-examination, we cannot be asked to accept this written statement without knowing if it is being misrepresented as to content or context. The leader of the Dark Faction objected. Harry gritted his teeth and countered. Madame Pomfrey is available by flow from Hogwarts within 5 minutes, we can indeed produce her for cross-examination. Dumbledore rose and banged his gavel. Objection sustained. Madame Pomfrey must remain at Hogwarts and cannot be spared lest an emergency arise in her absence. The affidavits are disallowed. Harry smiled and spread his hands. Well, I think my lords and ladies of the Wizengamot can all agree that Lady Slytherin and I are both present to testify and be cross-examined, we would be happy to testify as to the clear warnings that Draco Malfoy was given, and his willful and wanton disregard for his instructor's orders and his gross misconduct towards the hippogriff that resulted in his minor and temporary injury. Amos Diggory from the ministry rose then to object. Objection, Your Honor. The memories of this event have been disallowed, as has the admission of physical evidence of injury, to allow unsubstantiated statements f. Rom. So-called witnesses who are themselves the parties bringing suit against the ministry in this matter would be to invite partisan politics to enter this sacred chamber of judgment. I ask you to allow Lord and Lady Slytherin's testimony as biased. Harry already knew what he would see when he turned to face Dumbledore. The old man banged his gavel and said simply, "Sustained. Strike all testimony from Lord and Lady Slytherin from the record. In the absence of any substantive evidence to contradict the Ministry Department of Magical Creatures' order of execution of the Hippogriff Buckbeak, the Wizengamot has no choice but to endorse that judgment. Case dismissed." We never had a chance. There was never going to be a vote. Hermione whispered. Parvati shrugged. If you want to get justice, you need a faction behind you. The dark wants you dead, the light wants you to be Dumbledore's puppet. If you want to build your own faction, you need some of those other 46 seats tied to you by alliances of blood and serious favor. Dumbledore walked past Harry, squeezing his shoulder. Tragic the way that turned out. Hagrid will be crushed. Still, your little gesture has been made. Time for you to get back to class. You have a lot to learn after all. Lavender Brown turned her baby blue eyes on Harry Potter and asked in a small voice. Are we going to go back now, Harry? Harry snarled. And it was the blazing green eyes of Harry Potter, the planning intellect, that gave answer. No, Lav, we are going to pick Neville and Daphne up from the viewing area, then we are going to find a Lega way to make sure the bastards can't do this to us again. Courthouse Steps, Ministry of Magic. Hermione Pov. Harry Potter was looming and brooding, looking every inch well for a teenage boy who was on lately overcoming a lifetime of borderline starvation, the noble lord, while he let his two social wives speak. Hermione's job was to look regal and aloof because, as Lavender liked to say, when Hermione started to talk, people either went right to sleep because their brain knew trying to process what she was saying would hurt, or got offended because a mudblood was proving how stupid they were. Frankly, Hermione Granger was about as well suited to look regal and aloof as a squirrel was to look intimidating at a lion reserve. She was 1/3 curls of untamable hair, 1/3 curves of what was clearly female, and 1/3 Muggle-born scholar who clearly held reporters and politicians in equal disdain. This was not a winning look. Lavender Brown was holding court, her every word and gesture were public relations art. And when hard-hitting reporters challenged her statements, Parvati Patil met those hard questions with harder facts and citations that not only shut the reporters up, but played as hooks for the more serious political and economic papers that Lavender's pure fluff and spin held less sway with every question, his eyes tracking the speakers like a snitch through a storm. And he catalogued who asked what, and was clearly building a profile of agendas for each of the Wizarding World's publications with the same care that Hermione would analyze a rune scheme or the arithmetic equations of an experimental charm. Because Hermione was the only bored one, it was only Hermione who had time to act. 4 figures moved onto the courthouse steps from behind, where Th. E. Orers had assured them they would have the doors locked for the press conference. She was turning at the motion of the door, and thus was the only person who caught the Death Eater masks and robes. As the 4 pointed their wands and blasted the 2 guard Orers with overpowered stunners even as they turned their wands on Harry and his wives, she heard the 4 of them begin the chant. Avada Kedavra. There was no shielding that spell. Dodging 4 intersecting beams would be impossible. None of them had their wands out, and before they were drawn it would be too late. Hermione had been posing regally, but in her boredom had been toying with the heavy chain of her necklace. Trusting to instinct in the second she had left, she grabbed the time turner and yanked it, hoping the jolt to Th. E. controls would send her far enough back in time to stop the killing curse. Time hiccuped. Hermione found herself on the steps, minutes after the session began, as the doors were sealed and guarded. This was not good. She had no idea who the Death Eaters were, no way of setting up an ambush on steps the Ministry would sweep, and no way of performing a strong enough conjuration or transfiguration to put a barrier in place. To her eternal shame, Hermione thought about tugging one of the more irritating reporters into the path of the beam with her Wingardium Leviosa charm, but it wasn't fast enough. Accio was brute force enough to be fast enough, but the summoning charm on a living being was too imprecise to stop one, let alone all the beams. She was Gryffindor, but not an idiot. Stepping in front of the beams to save Harry was entirely too dramatic. She was a real Gryffindor, not the stereotype the house's critics loved to paint. She had no intention of being a dead hero. This was more Harry's thing. I mean, he survived the killing curse once. Feeling every inch the student, Hermione knew that in a few years she would have options, tools, and weapons for just such occasions. She was the brightest witch in her generation, but her generation was still learning basic spells, and she was a Muggleborn, not the heiress to a legacy of grand and heroic magical deeds. Harry was, but since he was a Muggleborn, about the only thing of his family legacy he had was his invisibility cloak. She stopped breathing. The Potter cloak, the one with the little Peveril symbols all over the inside lining. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows. The Death Stick, the wand that could not be beaten. The Stone of Resurrection, that could command even the dead. Death's cloak, a cloak that made the wearer immune to all forms of detection. A cloak that could hide its wearer even from death. She stepped into the hallway as Harry passed, and seeing his eyes widen at a second Hermione behind, as well as beside him. She flashed her time turner and whispered in Parseltongue so none of the crowd could hear. "There will be 4 Death Eaters, give me your cloak," she hissed. Harry, Merlin love him, simple. Why drew the silver bundle from the concealing space pocket on his robes and handed it back to her. She dropped back into her side chamber and donned the robe. Courthouse steps Harry pawed present time. 4 Death Eaters. Hermione steps up right behind him, already being beside him, only through sheer luck or foreknowledge, hard to say with Sears not seeing herself and causing a paradox and probably exploding. She simply tells him there will be 4 Death Eaters, takes his cloak and vanishes. Harry sat through the press conference more nervous than in the Chamber of Secrets waiting for the basilisk. At the time, all he had to do was save Hermione. Now he had Lavender and Parvati, and he supposed even the idiot reporters to keep alive. No idea where the attack is coming from, and somewhere, let's not forget this little detail. Somewhere in this ambush Hermione was invisible. Lavender and Parvati were amazing. Lavender played the crowd like Neville played toads in the Hogwarts Toad Choir, somehow making them sing to her tune. When anyone sought to trip her up with facts, Parvati hammered them so hard they had to restrain themselves from handing over their lunch money. Even knowing about it, he was surprised when the Death Eaters hit. They took out the 2 Aurors at the top of the stairs before anyone even noticed they came out of the courthouse, whose doors the Aurors would remain locked during their press conference. Harry had his wand palmed, his magic a roaring thunder in his brain already clawing at his control to be let out, but he would not be fast enough. 4 Death Eaters spoke the words Harry Potter heard every night he slept alone. The last words spoken before his mother died before his eyes. To say they were triggering for him was putting it mildly. 4 voices outed, Avada Kedavra, and 4 unblockable killing curses converged in front of him, only to vanish, even as his wand seemed to catch the fold of an unseen fabric. Harry's heart lurched. Hermione, in his invisibility cloak, had just taken 4 killing curses for him. Harry's brain froze, but Nidhogg slammed into control, stepping to the side to make sure what he assumed would be Hermione's falling body would not interfere with his vengeance stroke. He felt all 6 of his magical cores and all 3 of his minds join in focus as they hissed their shared hate over Hermione's death at the universe. Unleashing a thing so forbidden it made the killing curses look like a child's first folding knife, Harry reached beyond the world to a realm Muggles told fairy tales about, but some ancient wizards were foolish enough to reach out and touch. Fiendfire, Harry hissed in Parseltongue, and a serpent made out of hellfire and screaming souls tore through the walls of reality and lashed out from his wand. The fire bored straight through one Death Eater's chest, then wrapped another in its coils, and the reporters screamed and cameras flashed as the long coils of black and scarlet flames in the shape of snake scales grew faces and claws to reach out and rip pieces of the screaming Death Eaters as dozens of little demons spawned in the scales of the serpent to tear apart and devour the Death Eater bound in the coils. Harry was shocked as he realized that Hermione who had stood beside him was gone, and the invisible one he thought had just died to save him had thrown back her cloak and begun shooting stunners and disarming hexes at the Death Eater on the right, while Lavender and Parvati were doing the same to the Death Eater on the left, leaving neither time to do more than shield themselves. While the Serpent of Hellfire opened its jaws to engulf the one on the right, before choosing to grab only the legs of the one on the other side, letting it scream out its death agony as the Death Eater's body dissolved, leaving only the white mask to fall to the floor. Aurors charged from the building, and from the crowd, pointing wands at Harry and his wives, causing Harry to bring the Fiendfire Basilisk to coil about his family, rearing overhead like judgment, glaring down at the crowd below. Harry's magic was running wild, and for once, his three minds were of one mind. They had watched their beloved Hermione take the death sent for him, and for 1 second had lived in a world where she had died before his eyes. The courthouse steps cleared in something like a stampede, leaving only a dozen Aurors. Wands pointing straight down at the ground, to witness Harry Potter as he controlled the almost impossible to control fire that even the greatest living wizards dared only use for a few seconds. A risk even at that short time period to even the greatest of their minds towards shock and the reporters' dismay. Harry responded to Daphne and Neville's sonorous shouting to get their attention with a simple reply. "Hang on, this thing screams so much I can't hear myself think," Harry said, then hissed, "Thanks, I'll call you again if I need you," and banished the Fiendfire. Like dismissing a waiter who had already delivered his food, Daphne approached. "Are you all well?" she asked cautiously. Hermione frowned and asked, "Why, did we get bits of Death Eater on our dress robes?" she said, suddenly concerned. As Lavender and Parvati joined her in checking each other's robes out in fashion panic, Neville clarified. "Harry, you kind of got shot with 4 killing curses, summoned more Fiendfire than was seen all last war, and left only masks and a total of 3 hands, 1 leg, and an ear of 4 Death Eaters on the courthouse steps before threatening the whole Auror Corps. I think Daphne wants to know if you are alive, and further, still sane," Neville said. Harry turned and bowed gently to Daphne. "I thank Heiress Greengrass for her solicitousness, and offer my assurances that I and my wives are well. As for sane, I would have to say anyone expecting justice from the Wizengamot was questionable from the start." Neville turned to Daphne and shrugged. "He's fine. They are all fine." Harry stepped down and clasped both Neville and Daphne in a hug. "Hey, I had a great idea. Are you free this afternoon?" "Want to do crimes?" Harry asked. Hermione sighed. Parvati looked intrigued. Lavender cheered. Do crimes, do crimes." They walked past the stunned Aurors and press corps, unaware that, in general, one did not walk out of Hellfire and Reigning Corpse discussing future crimes before reporters and law enforcement. They ignored the reporters and Aurors' questions, and stalked off into the city towards St. Mungo's. Pain. Yule, Christmas break, Hogwarts. Harry approached Daphne Greengrass cautiously. The proud Greengrass heiress was known as Slytherin's Ice Queen, and had clearly wanted something beyond a political alliance with Harry. Since Harry had been taken to task by Lavender about the fact that clearly Daphne doesn't look at Harry that way at all, it clearly was not a crush. Harry's deflection of every attempt at Daphne to get Harry alone had finally driven Hermione to tell Harry that Daphne had risked a lot to stand with them, a lot more than could be explained by a political alliance for her father that had yet to be strong enough to even protect a hippogriff. She looked at Harry like a personal lifeline. Daphne needed something from Harry, and according to Hermione, if he didn't man up and find out what it was, she would be sleeping with her other wives rather than him. Since Lavender and Parvati looked too pleased with that threat, Harry decided to track Daphne down after the Christmas break and find out what she wanted. The Yule celebration was one that was deeply sacred and important to pure-blooded families, not the Muggle Christmas, but a sacred event tied to the wheel of the year, to the remembrance of the dead, to the I made power of the dark and in as potent a way to the promise of returning light. They did not spend it alone. Harry, seeing Daphne alone in the great hall, huddled on a couch before the great fires, confused him. Her eternal partner Tracy Davies had gone home to her family. Daphne should have gone home to her younger sister Astoria, who was not a Hogwarts student, even if she was of age, and to her parents. Harry came to the end of the couch, and in the flickering firelight he swore he saw the streaks of tears on Daphne's face. A Gryffindor he was, but an idiot he was not. If the Ice Queen of S.L. Slytherin had abjured her own common room to cry alone in a mostly empty school in a forgotten corner of the Great Hall instead of being at home or with friends for the holidays, there was a reason, and it wasn't good. "Excuse me, Daphne, may I sit with you?" Harry asked. Daphne turned away, her voice brittle and weak. "Now you want to talk to me. I have been trying all year, and now that it is probably too late you want to talk. Fine, whatever." Harry sat, and while Nidhogg whispered about her vulnerabilities, and Harry fumbled for the right words to say to the single most private girl and formal Slytherin pure blood he knew, Pythia slid over his mind, just as white slid over his eyes. Yuletide is the dark time, the dying time, the time where the flame flickers and dreams of going out, dreams of surrendering to the dark. We are told to come together, to join our hearts and our hearths in hospitality, to brighten each other with gifts, with feasting and with song so that the flame burns through the whole of the dark night. And lives to see the dawn. Harry said. Daphne's body reacted as if struck by a whip. She whirled and the Ice Queen had been replaced by Wolverine, claws and fangs out as she raged at him. "Years ago our family head was murdered by her brother for the title. She used her death to curse the blood of the traitor, and in each generation the blood curse takes one of the Greengrass line. One who will grow up a strong and bright child until their magical core forms at 11. From that birthday forward, the curse will draw more and more magic from them, leaving them little more than a squib. When they turn 14 and get their Hogwarts letter, it is so strong the magic begins to feed upon their life, and by the time they are 17 they die, leaving the curse strong enig. To seek out a newborn in the next generation to feed on. Killing the cursed child just means it will take two in the next generation, to recoup the loss of energy it got from being cheated of its promised victim. So, go ahead, boy who lived, give me a candy cane and tell me the sun will come out tomorrow, because all it will shine on is my sister's bloody grave." Nidhogg snarled and snapped and clawed for control. Angered at the insult, Harry began slotting the Greengrass blood curse into what he knew about where the great houses of the Wizengamot stood, but Pythia slithered and slipped through the web of Wyrd. Through the lines of life and luck. This was the Yuletide, and the veil between the worlds that had been softening since Samhain was less than a shadow. The Norns that wove fates, measured and snipped when they judged lives had run their course paused as Pythia slithered over the loom, finding the blood-stained thread of Astoria Greengrass, and that of Daphne Greengrass, and edged it across to that frayed and knotted cord known as Neville Longbottom. A thread that tangled upon the warp and weft of the weave as it lacked the strong binding to the threads of his tortured and mind-broken parents. And without that tension grew tangled and weak in the weaving. Nudging the threads together, Daphne's and Neville's bound together, and in the binding, pulled Astoria's blighted and bloodied strand across the three cords of Harry's own wives. You cannot see your own thread, no seer can do such seeing, but Pythia could see that the weaving of Daphne and Neville together brug. The blood-stained and rotting thread of Astoria across those of Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati. White eyes shining, Pythia reached out and took Daphne's hands in his. "You came to me because you thought I could cure Astoria. Cure the bloodline curse." Daphne snarled. "You can't. The doctors say she has months to live. No magic in light healing, no dark ritual, no potion, no spirit can change it. She will be the next to die. Until I have children, and it chooses one of them next." Pythia gripped Daphne's hands, and looked her straight in the eyes. The seer head of the Runespore looked out from inside the shared body of Harry Potter and smirked. "Have you heard the good news about Parselporn?" Harry asked with wide and hopeful eyes. Unfamiliar with Muggle Christian door-to-door evangelists, she missed the joke. But she stopped her grieving, and listened. February 11th, present day, St. Mungo's Hospital. Ward 49, the Janus Thicky long-term spell damage ward. Parvati squeezed her hand. "Bring a comforter, a good thick one. Your knees with thank you," so will Yed shocked. "You are not doing magic on my sister in a girl's lavatory." Daphne shook her head, not ready to wrap her brain around all of this at once. And got back to practical matters. "What are you going to do then?" Daphne passed the squad of Aurors who arrived with orders to arrest Harry Potter and his wives, for questioning. As the minister was done gibbering in fear that the boy would burn down London and kill him personally, and all the way to gibbering in fear that the public would blame the Death Eater attack on Harry Potter. The boy who lived on the footsteps of the ministry is some sort of plot by the minister himself. Cornelius Fudge knew he needed to do something or appear weak. Given the choice between going after known former Death Eaters, all high nobles, many of whom contributed both to ministry and his personal coffers, or going after Harry Potter, the boy who had dared to defy him in public yet again, he chose Harry. After all, putting the boy under protective custody would be seen as doing something, and at the same time allow him to take control of the boy before he endangered Fudge's career and the very important work he was doing in returning the country to peace and prosperity. Besides, taking him from Dumbledore's control would take away a lot of the headmaster's control over public opinion. Largely manufactured through the media creation the boy who lived had become in all those years in hiding. Fank and Alice Longbottom had a semi-private room where they were restrained to their beds, turned occasionally to prevent bed sores, and kept potion to keep them silent when the endless recurring agony of their cruciatous curse would be remembered by their body and they would sedure violently. Treating them was a lowest Medowitch on the totem pole kind of job, where junior or out-of-favor personnel were given the task to turn, clean, feed, and dispose of waste on the OC. Occasionally dangerous but never conscious former Aurors. The room stank of despair and spawned boggarts on a monthly basis, and only the iron-willed and iron-jawed Longbottom matron had the courage to visit weekly even now. Visiting his parents had been a duty that had warped Neville's spirit. A kind and loving boy, walking into that room of horror to see what his parents had become had driven home Neville's helplessness and unworthiness, even as Augusta Longbottom's eternal comparison of Neville's failures to his father Frank's legendary successes had further eroded his faith in himself. Yet, here a lesser child would have grown to hate his parents. Neville loved them with a fierceness that was the core of his very magic. While the unicorn hair core of his father's wand would never bond with Neville, and resisted his attempts to cast with it, Neville had battered it into limited obedience through his unwillingness to let even the least part of his father go. He knew he was a trash wizard with that wand. Little better than a squib, but compared to the horrors of a hospital visit, the threat of never being able to assume the Longbottom title meant nothing to Neville. He wanted his parents back, not the title to a noble house, filled with family, who had never once dared to visit his parents in that horror show room. Harry, Lavender, Parvati, and Hermione had pushed the two hospital beds together. As Hermione etched runes in the floor to bind a larger area within the range of their Slytherin Lord and Lady Portkey to the Chamber of Secrets, while Neville held his father's hand and stared into the thin and twitching face of his mother. When the Aurors burst through the door, it was Neville that reacted first. "Stand away from the cripples, you are coming with us to the ministry," Auror Proudfoot commanded, wand at the ready. Neville pointed his wand at the scarred stones of the St. Mungo's floor and all the magic of his core rose up, catching the sun-bright wool of the low NG bottom air as he slashed his wand through the movements of the animation transfiguration spell, his voice muttering, rather than shouting, as he was not a boy much given to melodrama. It could be that the emotional charge gave his magic that power, or it could be that holding his father's hand and feeling their magics mix and mingle reduced the unicorn hair wand to accept Neville's command. It's Sue. LD also be the Longbottom family magic reacted to the threat to the salvation of their lord that the Auror's intervention represented. It will never truly be known, and in a dozen years would become a Newt essay question on the Transfiguration examination, but what is known as what happened next. The Longbottom crest, and patronus of its members, was the great Ursus Arctos Arctos, the northern European grizzly bear. From the very stones of St. Mungo's steeped in more magic than any place other than Hogwarts, formed a grizzly bear of granite and living magic. The four Aurors attempted simple reducto, then heavier and utterly unsafe in tight quarters bombard of blasting curses, but the magic-dense stone of St. Mungo's was as resistant as Dragonscale, a fact which usually forbade anyone from working it at all. The Longbottom heir's transfiguration of a stone bear filled with a rage and single need to defend the Longbottom family from the ministry Aurors was enough to drive the four from the room, as the bear smashed through the door and chased them back into the hall. Luckily for all, as Neville and his friends portkeyed out to the Chamber of Secrets, the stone bear froze to become nothing. More than a beautiful if terrifying statue of a bear. For those interested in seeing it, it became the main feature in the Flow arrival room at Longbottom Manor in later years. Astoria Greengrass was a large-eyed silent child. As her disease progressed, her energy waned. Fiercely intelligent, she had pursued the studies she would have had at Hogwarts, even knowing she would never be able to hold the magic the blood curse drained from her. She had been a bright and bubbly child, but as the curse dug deeper, she had fewer and fewer surface emotions, and her ability to hold conversations all but died. Now, she was able to voice a single word where once a long discussion or happy ramble would have been. She rationed her words like a miser, knowing that every month she had fewer of them, and eternal silence loomed ever closer. As Daphne and Myrtle were having a knock-down drag-out shouting match about what two pretty girls were doing in Myrtle's bathroom, and did she think perfect skin and good metabolism gave her the right to mock chubby girls with acne just because they were dead and wanted a little privacy, Astoria alone noticed one of the sinks hiss like a snake and slowly withdraw into what became a very large circular opening large enough to move a banquet table or large sofa through. Pointing to the hole, Astoria spoke only one word when Harry Potter stuck his head out. Since this was a girls' lavatory, both for living and dead girls, Astoria chose the word for the day very carefully and spoke simply enough. "Boy," Astoria said, pointing at Harry and nodding. Harry, CAUGHT, quite off guard and having little experience with girls like Astoria, he was forced to confess. Yes, sorry about that. I know it's a girls' lavatory and should have knocked, but you kind of see. And through a door that is basically a folded space entrance to a pocket dimension, Harry babbled, entirely on the back foot seconds into their acquaintance. A girl and Ghost stopped arguing to turn and see the hole. Myrtle with resignation, Daphne with wonder. There was little conversation as Harry used his broomstick to fly one girl at a time down into the famous Chamber of Secrets, but Astoria smiled smugly. She was right. Harry was a boy. That was important. You must never waste words by being wrong. Chamber of Secrets. Salazar Slytherin's portrait now hung on the outside of his secret library. Overhanging his massive ritual circle, itself the product of the better part of 10 years' construction and enchantment after a lifetime of research. Currently there were two thin and weak-looking Longbottoms at the north point of the rune-carved circle. Hermione was arguing with Slytherin's portrait in a bout of furious hissing that Daphne, Neville and Astoria could not understand. Hermione hissed, "We are going to use your ritual circle to heal this witch and wizard, the Lord and Lady Longbottom, of the damage from long-term exposure to the Cruciatus curse. They were tortured for hours, and St. Mungo's can't fix them." Salazar was arguing, "You cannot heal the brain. Long-term exposure to the Cruciatus curse burns out the very pathways thought and memory reside on, they shatter the lines down which will flows and through which awareness is processed. Small damage may be worked around, but the Cruciatus would break the strongest witch or wizard in minutes, what hours could do at full power will not leave enough behind to do more than bury. I am sorry, child. What is done is done. The blood curse I can help with. There are enough of you to break it, with enough sacrifice." Hermione was not accepting it. This circle brought Harry back from certain death. He had basilisk venom in him. No mortal magic could save him, but this circle and your bloody Parselporn saved him. Now why? "Oh, you are going to show us how to save Neville's parents." Salazar snapped. "Parselporn is not a word." He ranted on. Saving Harry was almost impossible, but Phoenix Tears could do it. Anything the light can do, the dark can do as well. We just have to work harder. Saving these Longbottoms cannot be done. It has already happened. You cannot turn back the sands of time," he pronounced. Hermione shouted, and yanked out her time turner. "You can turn back the sands of time. I turned back the sands of time today to save Harry from 4 killing curses, so don't you tell me it cannot be done." Salazar. Slytherin looked at what the new Lady Slytherin was holding. It looked like an hourglass on a necklace. It hung on a post, as if you could turn the hourglass, yet the sand in it tugged at the magic in the Chamber of Secrets. This chamber was made by folding space back upon itself to create a place that was not a place, yet bound in time to a place that was, the gate to Hogwarts, and the one to the Forbidden Forest. The sands in that hourglass tugged at the chamber, as if they tried to warp the constant of the chamber itself, the dimension of time. "Lady Slytherin, what is that object, and how does it come to possess the sands of time?" Salazar asked softly. 20 minutes of discussion later, Salazar Slytherin understood the wizards of today were insane, and that perhaps the ritual might just be possible. I blame Rowena for this. The seeress always saw too much, and treated time too casually. Only her house would find a way to bind the sands of time and use it as a tool to reverse cause and effect. Understand this. The creation of the universe spawned its destruction. The first spark of life casts the shadow of its own death. This is an immutable law, and that law has a name. Some call it time, but in essence it is decay. From creation to destruction it simply must be, yet this device cheats it, and time recoils against it. Salazar Slytherin intoned. Lavender asked Harry, "Did you follow that?" Harry waggled his hand side to side as if to say maybe, possibly, a little bit, but Hermione was wiggling like a squirrel who discovered a new variety of nut. Second law of thermodynamics, any reaction creates entropy. All conversions lose some energy to entropy, and time is the measure of the flow of entropy from creation to the heat death of the universe. Hermione cheered. Salazar Slytherin nodded. Muggles learned that much it seems. Cause and effect are bound in time, and while your time turner can invert them, cause and effect are still bound. Magic can do much, ouch. My being an art designed for equivalent exchange can be calculated to the last iota of magic and matter to balance and exchange for magic to power, but ritual magic can do more. Salazar was in full lecture mode now, and Harry's muttered translation to the non-Parseltongue speakers was carried out by Nidhogg, because Harry's brain was fully occupied by listening to the theory of shattering reality wh. Eilpithia slithered through chains of probability and possibility that warped and wove as Hermione's mind feasted on Salazar's teachings. Alchemy and transfiguration follow the laws of the universe, but ritual magic can break them. The universe is too powerful to defy. To pit a merely mortal will against the very laws of reality is to be snuffed from existence like a candle in a hurricane. No, magic exists to protect and heal reality. And to do this, it left us a tool. Sacrifice. Unlike alchemy, there is no equivalent exchange. If you would turn magic against reality, you must offer the universe more than you take. The bigger the sacrifice, the greater the change you can achieve. Hermione blanched. Human sacrifice. Salazar shrugged. It works. Self-sacrifice is most potent. Sacrifice of power or potential is next most potent. Sacrifice of another is a lot weaker. But since you can sacrifice a whole lot of other people without personal cost, there will always be people who choose the weaker path. You mean we have to kill someone to save the Longbottoms and Astoria? Hermione whispered. Salazar took off his hat and threw it to the bottom of the portrait. Where is a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff when you need her? What is this fascination with killing people the wizards of today have? Sacrifice means to make sacred that which you offer. A feast is a sacrifice, a masterwork creation offered freely is a sacrifice. The lovemaking infertility and healing rituals are sacrifices, the suffering and endurance of an initiation ritual are sacrifices, the cutting off one's hair to sacrifice your pride and image can be a sacrifice. Giving up your title and position can be a sacrifice. There is more to life than killing, you know. Salazar fumed. Harry piped up. Sorry, honored ancestor. We had a couple of real assholes. Grindelwald and Voldemort. They pretty much made sacrifice and huge piles of dead people to be synonymous, so the ministry banned ritual magic and any teachings about sacrifice altogether. Hermione frowned. So Harry and I need to give up our titles, Daphne and Neville as well, to sacrifice that power to save Astoria and the Longbottoms. Slytherin smirked. No, Lady Slytherin, having found worthy heirs I am not so keen to give them up. No, it is time you must violate in death. You must make offerings to them that give much more than you would take. It must be a true sacrifice. That time turner saved your lives, and could save your lives 100 or 1,000 times more. Offer the time turner to the ritual, and you may be given the chance to return to the time of cause and alter how the effect that already exists is applied. When time is unwoven, the blood curse may be unanchored from its current victim, but death will not be cheated. Death will demand a life, and you must give it to them. Hermione seemed to collapse into herself, shoulders slumping. So we are killing someone. Daphne, Hermione, Neville, and Harry's eyes all went wide. But Lavender and Parvati just nodded with Salazar Slytherin, as if this was so obvious no one should have to say it. Astoria Greengrass turned and pointed at Neville Longbottom, and used her second and last word for the day. Boy. Astoria nodded, pleased that her second word for the day matched the first, and was also true. It was important not to go through words too quickly, when you had so few left. February 14th midnight, Ritual Circle, Chamber of Secrets. Neville and Daphne were naked, nervous, and far from ready. Frank and Alice Longbottom were together on the blanket beside Neville and Daphne. And at the exact center of the circle was the time turner. At the top of the pentagram stood Harry in Runaspore form, swaying gently as his silvery magic rippled down his scales and all three heads hissed the chant in harmony. Hermione was to his left, Parvati to his right, Lavender to the bottom right, and Astoria on the bottom left between Lavender and Hermione. As Daphne advanced to Neville, sway in her hands on Neville's chest and looking into his eyes, she said so FLT. I offer myself, that Astoria should live, and none of my line fall prey to the curse again. She kissed him, and her hands over his shoulders and down his back to his rear to pull him against her. Neville looked at Daphne. I offer myself, that the pain of my parents, and the damage it did to them may be lifted. That I will pay any price that none be crippled by their torture. Hermione felt less self-conscious as she gave herself to the ritual and began to caress and touch herself, opening herself to her own sensuality. Binding her magic to her flesh and offering it to the growing ritual. Parvati and Lavender watched the young lovers Neville and Daphne come together like two unicorns meeting in a glen. Their innocence shone in a way that made their fumbling attempts to learn each other and please each other more purely sacred than the rather public form of their first UAL encounter ought to be. Lips and fingers explored, and their bodies became flush as the magic of the circle and the growing link between the witches bound to the circle and the couple within formed and more knowing minds way. Dead the virgin bodies in the ways of pleasing each other. Passion and power rose in the circle until at last, and far more gently than Daphne had been taught to expect, Neville slowly entered her, and the first gasp of pain and first offering of blood caught the magic. Striking like the serpent he was, Nidhogg struck with the gifted venom of the basilisk of the chamber, and the time-turner's magi. See that bound the sands of time to work counter to their natural flow began to unwind. Time inside the circle flew forward and back, the flash of pain as Neville entered Daphne was seized by Pythia and bound him to the endless and timeless torture of his parents, and time unwound until Neville and Daphne dragged them through the veil of time to the moment Bellatrix, Randolphus, and Rabaston Lestrange. And Barty Crouch Jr. had managed to defeat Frank and Alice Longbottom and begin the day-long torture to win from them the secret about what happened to their beloved Dark Lord Voldemort, a secret the Longbottoms did not know. Frank and Alice's eyes went wide, and they began to scream. The sands of time and the binding enchantments burned under the basilisk venom, and time seized upon the offer. The chance to reclaim the sands stolen from it for the opportunity to return to cause, and change its binding to effect. Harry felt the magic of the blood from Daphne's flower be caught in the magic of the ritual. And with a hissing of terrible intent, he bound that magic to the blood curse inside Astoria, binding Daphne's womb to the blood of Astoria through the medium of Neville Longbottom's potent wand as the fabric of time became loose, and the blood curse inside Astoria became bound to another in the Greengrass line. You cannot undo cause in events already woven. The web of WYRD once W. Oven resists removal of events fixed in time, but with enough power, and the ascent of time, those same threads could be rewoven into a similar but equivalent pattern. Frank and Alice had been holding off Rabaston and Rudolphus easily. They were powerful, skilled, but so were Frank and Alice. The addition of Barty Crouch Jr. made things difficult, as the boy was fast as a striking serpent and F.A.R. more creative than the thug Lestrange brothers. Even then, they might have held. When Bellatrix entered, the Black family nightmare proved why she was a legend spoken of only in whispers. She wove an ETS of dark curses that confused the senses, wove leeches that suckled on the power of shields to drain them and allow the battering brute force curses of the Lestrange to finally penetrate. Hammering home her own confundus charms that failed to stop the Longbottoms from resisting, she put the final nail in their coffin with a simple illusion. For 1 second, the confused Frank Longbottom heard the pop of apparition, and turned to see Bellatrix Lestrange, not Alice Longbottom, at his back. Reacting with trained reflex, not thought, he hammered a fist into her face, stunning her. As she collapsed, So did the Atlas shield she was maintaining against the barrage of bone breakers and stunners that the Lestrange brothers and Crouch had been hurling. Bellatrix allowed her illusion to fail, showing he confused Longbottom that he had just struck down his wife, not Bellatrix, and in that moment of panic and confusion, she hammered home a total body bind, Petrificus Totalis, that bound Lord Frank Longbottom helpless. Even as the Lestrange brothers bound his stunned wife before enervating her. Bellatrix turned her wand. "You are going to tell us what happened to our Dark Lord, and where he is." Frank knew it would do not good. But he begged the insane witch. "We don't know, I swear upon my..." Bella knew if he swore upon his life and magic, and lied, he would die. That would save him from torture and confession. So she did not allow it. Striking before his oath could bind him, she shouted, "Crucio!" The blood-red beam of malice hammered into Frank Longbottom, and he began to scream. Frank could see a similar light lancing into his beloved wife, as the Lestrange brothers took turns on her. Pythia knew what was woven could not be changed. They could not stop those curses, they had already been cast. They could not keep them from ravaging the Longbottoms, that had already been done. What could change is the effect. The cause was, and is, and must be, but the effects were loose in time. There was pain beyond pain. Pain beyond the dreams of the darkest god or foulest Dark Lord, and Frank and Alice were at its center, but they were no longer alone. Pythia drove his fangs into Neville, and then Daphne. Binding them to the sacrifice, binding to the pain. Harry pulled the pain into himself, channeling the mind-destroying power of both curses into himself even as Nidhogg bled it out into the circle. Into his 3 wives and towards Astoria Greengrass. Pain beyond pain, as the Cruciatus curse was so potent and foul that it created a pain flesh could not sustain, nor nerves endure. Its magic bound the sufferers to full consciousness, denying them both unconsciousness and death. It was enough to shatter any mind in minutes, but the curses continued for hours. Pythia's magic bound Frank and Alice to Daphne and Neville, echoing the pain of the older couple to the bodies of the young, even as every witch and wizard at a pentagram point shared that pain. Harry's 3 minds, Hermione, Daphne, Astoria, Neville, Lavender, and Parvati, along with the original Frank and Alice Longbottom, hung in that web of endless pain as time grew loose and bent in strange directions. It bunched and stretched, flowed and receded as a whirlpool, an eddy in the time stream as endless possibilities burned under basilisk venom and burning time sand. Daphne and Neville bound in a ritual of lust. Tea and pain bucked and rocked together fiercer than any beasts, the tenderness of their initial union lost in the mindless drive of life to create even as death is woven all around it. Neville's seed F.I.N.D.S. root in Daphne as their union draws time from cause to effect, the primal act of creation tearing at the fabric of the ritual attempting to reassert the proper flow of sundered time. Astoria screams. The blood curse in her is bound to the ritual by Daphne's intent and sacrifice, so the blood curse itself twists and screams, the magical malice of the curse given almost life and something close to sentience through generations of its existence. Knowing that its host is trapped outside of time, caught in pain that death will provide no succor, it feels the new life of a Greengrass heiress. And follows down that bond into the womb of Daphne where the Longbottom Scion's offering has been accepted. Minutes or months as the couple writhe in torment, but the fetus growing inside Daphne with the bloodline curse in every cell holds no connection to her mother's nervous system, and therefore feels no pain. If a curse could laugh, surely it would be laughing now. Pain that had been poured for hours into 2, yet, with the ritual alive and running, it was not 2 minds, but 11 in a curse that shared this pain. What will destroy any one mind? Will only traumatize 6. What will destroy 1, can be endured by 6. The venom of Nidhogg was the venom of the basilisk, the essence of entropy, the purest unmaking that does more than kill, it unweaves from the tapestry of Wyrd, Killen. G beyond the potential of rebirth or return. Basilisk venom is the ending of all things, including time. The stolen sands of time in the bidden time turner ran out, returned at last to a jealous but patient time. As time snapped back, death flowed along the path of its essence, for a ritual powered by basilisk venom is powered by death itself. There is a balance that must be maintained between life and death. The death of Astoria Greengrass had been stolen by the ritual and the bloodline curse to the life that even now blossomed inside of Daphne Greengrass. This was a ritual sacrifice, to violate the laws of cause and effect is never without price. This was not alchemy, a life for a life was not enough, yet the ritual of sacrifice takes the choice from death about who it is that death may take. The new life within Daphne Greengrass felt the cold bitter jaws of death close around it unknowing, even as the venom from death's own touch seeped into the endless and immortal bloodline curse. And the basilisk venom unmade eternity, and dragged the bloodline curse into the abyss of nothingness at last. Silence of the Chamber of Secrets was shattered as a weak and confused Frank Longbottom rolled to his knees and screamed. Accio wand, as he could feel his connection to his wand was both active and near. The unicorn cord wand that had fought Neville so long felt the call of its master and flew from the piles of clothes to Frank Longbottom's hand. Slicing the air, he cast a powerful shield around himself and Alice, who was now struggling to her feet on legs that did not want to hold her. "Frank, what is going on? Why is everyone naked?" Alice Longbottom said in a voice that was rusted and rough from disuse. Astoria pushed off her blindfold and whispered, "Lumos," causing a ball of pale green fire to form above her hands. Two very naked, and still connected figures tried to rise. One charged the shielded couple shouting, "Mom, Dad." The other charged Astoria, weeping as she shouted almost equally pained, "Tori." Quote, Hermione Granger Slytherin strode forward, towards the confused newly healed Aurors and said as calmly as someone who was stark naked and having endured an indefinable number of hours in Gestalt mind enduring torture that had once, but no longer, broken the Longbottoms. "Gets his legs back, so he can put some pants on," Hermione said reasonably. Parvati Patty, Elle and Lavender Brown were hugging Daphne and Astoria, but Daphne broke off and ran to Neville. "Neville, you cured her. You cured Astoria. The blood curse is gone." Daphne kissed Neville hard, then CURTSEYED in a way that probably looked a lot more formal with clothes on. "Lord Longbottom, Lady Longbottom, I am heiress Daphne Greengrass and your new daughter-in-law," Daphne said, then realized she was naked, and squeaked before diving for the pile of clothes that she discarded at the beginning of the ritual. Alice looked over where the three-headed Runaspore was swaying back and forth at three nubile young witches, which oddly had Potter, Peveril, and Slytherin house crests tattooed on various shade and sized breast, were enthusiastically doing the sorts of things that Alice had only seen in the magazines Frank had confiscated from Sirius Black in Hogwarts' 6th year. Alice looked at Neville, matching the features of the adolescent boy to the baby she bore, seeing elements of her own father, and of Frank, bits of herself. "Neville, my Neville," she asked. Neville pulled his own robes over his head so he didn't have to meet his parents for the first time with glistening and rampant spear. "Yes, Mom. It's 1994, and you got hurt back in 1981. I'm 16 now." Alice looked over at the three writhing naked witches and swaying three-headed Runaspore serpent. "And that is little Harry Potter. Lily would be rolling in her grave." Frank, who had transfigured a bench for them to sit on, looked on as the three-headed snake turned into a boy that looked a lot like a skinny version of James Potter, with Lily Potter's eyes. The boy joined the three girls, and Frank noted he bore crests that matched all three of the witches on his own chest. After watching the boy with the three witches, he found himself laughing and coughing as his throat wasn't used to it. Finally he hugged Alice and said, "Lily might freak, but I bet James would be laughing his rear off." Turning to Neville, Frank felt tears well up in his eyes. "I'm so sorry, Neville, we missed your entire life. We never got to see you grow up, we never got the chance to be there for you. Can you forgive us?" No matter how much the man Neville Longbottom may have proven himself to be, enduring the pain that broke his parents simply to free them of it, deep inside the boy who only wanted his parents back still lived. Dissolving in tears, the boy who lost his parents threw himself into their arms and wept wordlessly. There would be time to explain things later. There would be time for lots of things later. For tonight, two families were healed, and the world could wait. No good deed goes unpunished. Chamber of Secrets. Frank Longbottom was staring in blank incomprehension at the Longbottom crest magically tattooed on his son's left breast, and the Greengrass crest magically tattooed on his right. "Let me get this straight, son. You kidnapped your mother and I from St. Mungo's where we have been." Frank stopped. As his body began to shake in remembered trauma that no longer existed, or at least never at the full form that broke him. His trembling stopped, and the Auror whose last memory was battle in a war already won firmed up. Quote, "Locked since you were 3. With James and Lily's son Harry, who was the snake god of a lesbian snake cult, you married the Greengrass girl, while you, her, Harry and that Fr. Idling harem he seems to have built went back in time and shared Alice and my torture, so we didn't actually." Frank trailed off as the memories of a breaking that had receded from reality to might have been. Frank looked at his son. The boy who looked back at him had all the sincerity of the little boy he remembered, but a ruthlessness and calm acceptance of cost that no boy his age should already have. Softly he asked, "Why would you believe him?" Neville looked him square in the eye and responded, "Because Harry and Hermione stopped Dementors from killing everyone on the Hogwarts Express with a lesbian orgy. And none of the Dementors lived. That would be of course when Daphne supported Alice in rejoining them, having had Dobby fetch appropriate clothing for Lady Longbottom from the Potter Manor. Open now to the elf of Lord Potter." Alice looked at Daphne. "Is this true?" Daphne blushed. "I didn't participate in the orgy that time, but Neville and I, along with Tracy Davis and Lou Lovegood did bear witness to the whole thing. I don't really have a better description. There were holy snakes, and an improbable number of lesbians before Harry got less snake-like and it technically became a bioal orgy. Hermione was a snake too for a while. The Dementors were killed." Frank blinked. "Dementors can't be killed. Trust me, if they could, the Aurors would have been hunting them forever." Neville blinked back. "How many magical snake cult lesbians did you attempt it with?" Frank stammered, but Alice laughed, and collapsed onto her husband's lap and ruffled his hair. "He's got you there, Frank. You have to ask old Moody Mr. use any tactic, any weapon, any magic against the dark Moody why he never tried weaponizing lesbians." Frank shook his head. "I bloody well will not. That sounds like something James' son would try." Bloody Sirius would laugh himself sick. "Lily would skin me alive if she found out. How it could be my FA once she gets a full rage on there is no reasoning with her." Alice shouted, "Pettigrew's alive." Frank shouted. Sirius broke out of Azkaban. Hermione interrupted at that point, looking very much like a tour guide one stop away from her lunch break and determined to get people back on their timings. "Right, so everyone will be busy losing their minds and getting all sorts of wrong ideas about doing something that mostly involve interfering in Harry and my life, living arrangements, and seriously disrupting our revision schedule for midterms. We need to get back to Hogwarts proper to stop the Aurors, Dumbledore, Lord Greengrass, or D. Owager Longbottom from doing anything extreme." Frank, Alice, and Neville all rocked in the terrified vision of attempting to explain to the very proper Dowager Lady Augustus Longbottom that her son A.N.D. daughter-in-law had been healed by a magical BDSM orgy on a snake cult altar by Harry and his improbably number of wives. Neville grinned, then hugged his parents. "Thanks Dad, thanks Mum. Dementors are okay, but Gran is terrifying." Neville Longbottom, newly married savior of the Longbottom Lord and Lady, bolted from his parents' side, leaving them to blanch in the face of something far more terrifying than any Death Eater attack. Alice batted her eyelashes at him. "I am too frail from my long ordeal, I couldn't possibly. Luckily I have my big strong Auror husband to deal with mother-in-law related issues." Frank snapped. "You were just as much an Auror as I am. We were sworn in on the same day." Alice shrugged. "I didn't accumulate seniority for the last trimester of pregnancy when I was off on maternity leave. That makes you senior by a third of a year. Senior Aurors are responsible for all official notifications of next of kin, it says so in the bloody handbook." Dumbledore's office was expandable, which he had thought was a wonderful function, until it became full of shouting people who seemed to think that someone other than Albus Dumbledore was allowed to shout in his office, or indeed, in his school. Aurors Dawlish, Proudfoot, Thickness, and Ogden were shouting at Lord and Lady Greengrass, who were much too well bred to shout back. This proved immaterial as Dowager August. A Longbottom had the training of an opera singer that she had been in her youth, and if her famous contralto had a harsher edge to it, that simply gave the projection power of the low and regal tone T. He rasp of steel that her words fully gave justice to. Professor Snape wasn't huddling in his corner, but he had ceased looming and snarking, and was attempting the sort of stillness a defanged cobra had in the middle of a mongoose family squabble over dinner. Minerva McGonagall in contrast had decided that Augusta's powerful bellows would best be balanced by a Scott brogue growing so thick that H. Aggies was beginning to fall from the sky and threatened to bury Fawkes, who looked like he was enjoying the fury entirely too much. "They are wanted for kidnapping and murder," Auror Dawlish demanded. Evil cannot kidnap his parents unless I say he kidnapped them, and I bloody well don't. As for dead Death Eaters, the Longbottom estate will still honor its bounty on Death Eaters posted after the maiming of my son and daughter-in-law. 100 gold galleons per Death Eater killed. Augusta boomed. The entire magical world, not just magical Britain, saw masked and robed Death Eaters emerge from the locked doors of the ministry. Take down the security oars and fire no less than 4 killing curses at Harry Potter. 4 unforgivable, unblockable, and unsurvivable killing curses, all of which he took before he fired back. Minerva McGonagall shrilled. I would suggest, Auror Dawlish, that you consider first that if that does not constitute a reasonable threat to life as outlined in the self-defense clauses of our laws, then no witch or wizard will ever be permitted to raise a wand to defend themselves and others. McGonagall then sighed. And secondly, he took 4 killing curses. That brings his lifetime total to 5, summoned more fiendfire than Grindelwald, Voldemort, or Albus summoned in the last 2 wizarding wars. I would suggest pointing a wand at him or those he cares about may not be the wisest decision ever made. Auror Thickness hunched his shoulders as if preparing to bowl through the argument on main force and snarled. Be that as it may, the Minister of Mag. IC has ordered him into protective custody. That does not require any charges, nor any permission. Auror Ogden smiled and took a less confrontational tone. It is a matter of child endangerment. Now that Eris Greengrass kidnapped her sister, the invalid Astoria Greengrass, from her home, and since she had been present with Harry Potter and his entourage at the ministry trial and subsequent incident, the question about whether she did so under Mr. Potter's duress must be addressed. We know from witness statements that Daphne and Astoria Greengrass entered Hogwarts and have not left. Professor Dumbledore stroked his beard and announced sagely, I can confirm the Hogwarts wards do indeed tell me all students are currently present within the halls. This would include Miss Greengrass, Mr. Longbottom, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Granger Slytherin, Mrs. Brown Peverell, and Mrs. Pottle Potter. Alas, it cannot pinpoint their location. As the shouting resumed, Albus opened his drawer for a headache potion, and tossed it back. In the motion of tossing back the potion, he caught Augusta Longbottom's eyes widening, and the stuffed vulture on her hat snaking its head around to look at the dowager's ring on her finger. The ring resized itself, moving from the heavy ring of the dowager and acting head of house, to the delicate consort ring she had worn all the years of her marriage and of her son's life until crippling. As his mind looked at the resizing of the ring, and wondered what it could mean, Augusta Longbottom pulled her wand, leading to everyone with an ounce of self-preservation instinct to draw their own. Before a hail of spell fire could reshape the British political landscape, Augusta Longbottom projected in a velvet contralto so smooth as soothed the nerves and took the better part of a half-century from her looks. Point me to Lord Longbottom. Moving at a speed not associated with octogenarian aristocratic grande dames, but muggle rugby players with the ball in hand and the World Cup on the line. Augusta Longbottom led the charge through secret passages Dumbledore was rather alarmed she knew about, and worse, revealed to Aurors, directly to the school infirmary. Hitting the door with an unlocking charm so overpowered the right-hand door blew off and the left hanging by a hinge, the charging group was met by a very small, and very effective counter-charge. Mommy, asked. Aurea Greengrass shouted and hit her mother at the dead run, a thing that she had not been capable of since age 11 when the blood curse began her slow, cruel, and unstoppable march to death. Mother, Alice Longbottom said, wobbling to her stunned mother-in-law's side and enfolding her in a hug. With a smile that denied the tears in her eyes, she said, We are back. We are healed, but not in terribly good shape just yet. Frank can explain everything, Alice Longbottom said with a nod, feeling Augusta Longbottom's magic surge through her in the domineering way that she had grown accustomed to. Hence she had initially married the Longbottom heir. Unlike those early days where her magic would war with the overprotective mother, she allowed Augusta's magic to probe the echoes of the trauma that were even now fading into might have been, but whose shadow was so terrible that the formidable old witch yanked her magic back as if burned by the memory. Lord Greengrass waved his wand slowly over his youngest daughter. Then in disbelief turned to Madame Pomfrey as if in question. The Meadowitch, who had cared at one point for all the Greengrass present, nodded slowly. I know I told you it was impossible, and by any reasonable definition it remains impossible, but I can confirm that whatever ritual young Mr. Longbottom and Med left Astoria and all future Greengrass free of the blood curse. Among other things, congratulations by the way on your daughter's nuptials. No apology necessary for the lack of invitations, Madame Pomfrey said with a smile and a wink that was entirely too Hufflepuff for Lord Greengrass's comfort. Or Thickness raised his wand and pointed at the cluster of Potter and his wives clearly hiding behind the Longbottom and Greengrass parties. By order of the Minister of Magic, you are under arrest. Pious Thickness commanded. Incarcerus, Accio idiot, Frank Longbottom boomed, his wand flashing in his hand, so happy to be back in its chosen wizard's hand that the spell LS flashed out with unnecessary force and light. Sticking his wand tip just below Or Thickness' eye, Or the Lord Frank Longbottom let his wand tip glow and burn the skin of Or Thickness. Now, as my wife reminds me, I am the senior Or present, and since the last rules of engagement I received were the very latest wartime ones, I am sorely tempted to transfigure your head up your rear to see if it can find its brain again. The thing is, I never bothered to learn the counter for it, and everyone who did know it seems to be dead or on the run from the law. Now, speaking very slowly, and politely, as I have had a very trying day and may well have the counter curse written down somewhere on the estate, and I really do want to ram your head up your rear to find that missing brain, UWI. Explain for what reason you wish to imprison my wife's godson and my healers. Frank demanded, and Neville and Augusta wore matching expressions of near worship. The ghost of Frank Longbottom was he myth that kept Neville from ever believing he was a real wizard or anything but a disappointment to his grandmother. That same ghost of Frank Longbottom and his beloved Alice had been what drove Augusta to make Neville strong enough to defend himself, where she had failed to protect her own son. To see Frank again, strong magically if not yet physically, healed both of them more than the therapy the magical world sadly lacked. Or Ogden again tried to spread burn bomb on the dragonfire Thickness had uttered. There was a Death Eater attack, several people were killed and some property damage was done. And several threats were uttered. The minister thought it best to put Harry Potter and his young ladies in protective custody, along with your son and heiress Greengrass. It is for their own safety. Augusta Longbottom, not able to stifle the long habit of years, snapped. Neville, explain. Harry moved forward, and put his hand on Neville's shoulder. It's okay, Nev, I got this. You did the heavy lifting this time. So I will deal with the fallout. Daphne made a choking sound, and blushed, but Neville just grinned and shot her a tender smile while answering Harry. Thanks, Harry. Harry spread his arms. Long story short, we tried to stop the ministry from executing a hippogriff for biting a Malfoy who insulted it repeatedly after being clearly and firmly instructed not to. The ministry and Dumbledore decided to prove we were kids who had to shut up and let the grown-ups murder whoever they want to prove they were in charge. They did let us hold a press conference on the courthouse steps to say that we failed, the school and ministry wins as always. That would be the point. 4 masked Death Eaters strolled out the supposedly locked doors of the Ministry of Magic, Street. The so-called elite security orders, and tossed 4 killing curses at my back. Luckily, I married well, so my wives and I set about letting Death Eaters eat some of that death they talk about so much. I fed them to a fiendfire basilisk, and when they were safely dead the Aurors finally decided to point their wands at somebody and chose us. I told them if they shot at my wives, I would burn London to the ground and kill all of them. Then we broke you out of St. Mungo's, Daphne grabbed Astoria, and Hermione worked out with Salazar Slytherin how to do super secret. Lord and Lady Greengrass, along with Augusta Longbottom, shouted a single word in stereo. Married. Alice Longbottom raised a single hand in cheery thumbs up. Can confirm, caught the last half of it as we were getting untortured, retortured, or whatever it was. They aren't just married, they are soul bonded. Very vigorously at that. Lord Greengrass looked like he was going to collapse, so his wife levitated him quickly onto one of the hospital beds. Augusta Longbottom broke, and shook a chuckling finger at her daughter-in-law. Alice grinned back unrepentantly. Daphne Greengrass took that moment to stand before her parents and Augusta Longbottom to give a deep curtsy. For the healing of Astoria Greengrass and all Greengrass future heirs, I acknowledge a life debt to House Longbottom, Potter, Peverell, and Slytherin. I propose joining a political alliance to balance that debt. Daphne said simply. Neville Longbottom, with much less practice, stumbled through his own response. For the healing of Frank and Alice Longbottom, I acknowledge a life debt to House Greengrass, Potter, Peverell, and Slytherin. I propose joining a formal political alliance to balance that debt. Frank raised his wand, and with a shaking hand tapped his wand. So mote it be. Lord Greengrass looked at his wife, who nodded, then tapped his ring with his own wand. So mote it be. In eerie unison, in a single motion and shared voice, Harry Potter and his 4 wives raised their wands and touched their rings. So mote it be. With a flash of magical fire, a new political bloc was formed. Houses Longbottom, Potter, Greengrass, Slytherin, and Peverell came into being. A small alliance, but with Longbottom and Greengrass controlling 2/3 of the critical potions components between them, a powerful economic force as well. Unnoticed in the back, Albus Dumbledore was not smiling. His eyes were hooded, and flicked from person to person as if seeking something hidden, some dark shadow lurking in the corners where no one else would notice. What, if anything, he saw, remains unknown. Defense against the dark arts Hogwarts. Remus Lupin was a confused werewolf, and a troubled professor. The wolf in him was a simple creature, it was loyal to its pack. Savage to its enemies, to prey, and honestly everything that wasn't pack. A werewolf had a very simple IFF. You were pack or chew toy, and not a lot of middle ground. Whoa. Elves as a group were not great with ambiguity. Remus, as much as he strove to suppress his inner wolf, as much as he hated it, and wished it to be peeled off of his soul, well honestly he still was basically a less homicidal version of that same simple furry soul. He rejected Fenrir Greyback and his pack of weaponized psychotic werewolves for the pack called the Marauders. James, Sirius, Remus and Peter were the pack. Lily Evans joined before mating the pack alpha of James. Then the pup Harry was born and the pack was complete and perfect. Then everything went wrong. Sirius betrayed the pack, Peter was dead, and Harry was taken from him. The wolf went insane and the man took the wound to his soul as crippling. Harry was all he had left, and he bargained his soul and freedom to Albus Dumbledore for the chance to be near the boy again, to protect the last scrap of his pack that remains. Harry needed him. Little helpless Harry, as Dumbledore described him, was a sad and broken version of James that needed Albus' stern guidance. And Remus could have a place as part of that guidance. Remus had been under that guidance himself, the first and only werewolf ever admitted to Hogwarts under Albus' guidance. But only the Marauders had made it survivable. For the last of the Marauders' pack, for Harry, Remus would put himself under Dumbledore's thumb again. But Harry went off script on the train. Remus got taken out by a wizard, and the last thing he saw was 2 Dementors entering the train to kill his pup. When he woke up, 4 Dementors were dead, and Sirius supposedly fled. Sirius Blah, CK for good or ill, did not ever flee from fear. He had great hairy balls and a tiny brain with dedicated to proving Sirius is awesome, and a second hemisphere dedicated to Sirius is horny. There was a single brain cell dedicated to survival, wisdom, or long-term planning. James planned, Remus looked for danger, Sirius found ways to make impossible into merely really stupid but possible, and Tear found the cracks in defenses designed to keep people like the Marauders from doing things like marauding. Harry was not James, not a prankster, he was intense. Sometimes he joked, but his body was always alert. His senses were more acute than a normal human's should be, his strength was far too great for his body, and his magical power was stronger than James at his peak, close to what Voldemort at his peak. Worse, Remus was sure Harry was hiding his true strength. Then there were his wives. 3 of them. Lavender was described as a blonde airhead, a social butterfly and gossip girl, not a powerful witch at all. Parvati was supposed to be a mediocre witch, not as. Remus was looking at his school schedule and trying not to cry. Remus had been a normal enough Gryffindor in school, but then he remembered how house rivalry became close to war when the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch loomed. This year, Harry Potter was both the Star Seeker for Gryffindor, and the boy who claimed the lordship of Slytherin. He had just returned to the castle after killing 4 Death Eaters in public, and from the rumors in Slytherin, 2 of them had relatives at the school right now. This, obviously, was an inferno waiting for a single spark. Looking at his syllabus, Remus saw that he had no choice. That bag of hair product and promotion, Gilderoy Lockhart had left Remus so behind he had to introduce shields, shield and dodging drills. And the basics of dueling. He had been able to add Patronus to deal with the Dementor threat, but he was past being able to put off teaching his students to duel. Gryffindor and Slytherin students, to put up shields, and shoot spells at each other. The week before the big Slytherin-Gryffindor game. The week after Harry Potter killed a couple of Slytherin close relatives who were Death Eaters. But that hardly excused it from the Slytherin's point of view. There was zero chance this would go well. Draco Malfoy exists for 2 reasons, to keep hair gel and making thing not go well. In Draco Malfoy, the universe may well have exceeded the design parameters for this most perfect expression of the inevitability of unpleasantness and vanity. So of course, when allowing students to randomly draw names from a silk top hat with a rather excellent hidden spatial compartment and illusion to keep students from cheating. The universe of course, cheats better. Draco Malfoy put his hand in the bowl and pulled out a name. With a grin that would have shamed a werewolf, Draco sneered. Neville Longbottom. Time to put the little squib in the hospital wing again. Remus snapped. 5 points from Slytherin. No threats uttered in this class, and you will only be using 3 spells in this exercise, the basic Protega Shield in defense, and 2 different spells. The Expelliarmus Disarming Jinx, which is a summoning charm, and the Stupefy Stunner, which is an anti-personnel curse. Draco sneered. It was a good sneer, he practiced it for hours. Given that he had trained under his father's arms master in dueling since he was 7, Draco's mastery of those spells would have impressed a third-year Dada instructor. Neville Longbottom's attempted use of his father's wand, a poor match for him. Coupled with his traditional lack of confidence had made him, if not a squib, then an utter failure as a wizard outside of herbology where he shone. Remus knew that Evil had been taken with his father and mother to Ollivanders for a new wand, and that Neville had stood a whole lot straighter since the restoration of his parents. Remus was depressed that Neville's new confidence was about to be crushed, probably sadistically and theatrically by the bitter Malfoy scion. Just do your best, Neville. No one expects you to beat Draco. He has had more years of practice in dueling than you have had in magic of any kind. Remus said kindly. Daphne Greengrass Longbottom broke the silence with a tone at least as cultured as Draco's sneer, and of such cold that the room temperature seemed to drop. Husband, I find the Malfoy unsightly. Remove him from my sight. Daphne said, setting all the Slytherins and sadly, most of the Gryffindors laughing as they had Draco hunting and hexing Neville in the hallways for years. Neville, instead of stammering or posturing, simply strode to Daphne's seat, and bent to kiss her hand. As you wish. More than a few eyebrows raised at Neville's poise. And suddenly the idea this was not another joke match dawned upon a few of the watchers. Not Malfoy, of course. Hair gel can repel unnecessary thoughts as effectively as it can wind, water, or random bludgers. Both students took their place on the dueling platform. Remus again warned the boys that only the 3 listed spells were to be used. Draco sneered and ignored the professor. While Neville nodded solemnly, Draco struck swift as a snake, casting an overpowered Stupefy. The Stupefy spell could be overpowered to act as a low-level shield breaker. Not useful against more advanced shields, and not effective against a shield erected by a more powerful wizard. It was useful for any duelist because while the stunner could be overpowered, the shield could not. Draco let his wand flow from the motion of the Stupefy into the half-step dodge and wand movement for the disarming charm that should catch Neville as Draco's stunner blew apart his shield and blasted him into the air. That is how it had always happened before after all. The need to control his spells to keep them from exploding with excess power made Neville slower. He had to think things through, release his power carefully. Knowing this, he didn't try to strike first. He put all his concentration into erecting the most stable shield he could. Knowing his wand would try to pour as much power as possible, as fast as possible into the shield, Neville put all his concentration into balancing the power flows in the shield, leaving almost no concentration left for his offense. Draco's overward stunner hammered Neville's shield, but the sharp crack of its impact was lost in the high-voltage hum of a Protega's shield around Neville that crackled with so much power it seemed on the verge of exploding. Draco's Expelliarmus failed to so much as dent the shield, and its impact went almost unnoticed by anyone save Draco himself. In growing panic, he cast the Protega's shield over himself as his mind raced over his attacks. Wondering why they had failed him for the first time. Draco's Protega was a textbook example of the shield charm. While a basic charm, it was utterly symmetrical, flexible against both energy and physical attacks with a matrix well able to absorb and spread blows of either type. His instructors from Malfoy House would have been proud. Then they would have been shocked. Neville, aware that his shield looked nothing like Malfoy's or the instructor's example, kept most of his concentration on putting a little less power in the shield so it could calm down, and Avenue almost no focus to the stunner he tossed out just to keep Draco off balance. Stupefy. Neville cast, vaguely in Draco's general direction. In point of fact, it missed the Malfoy air by about 1.5 feet. It did however glance off the shield with enough force to shatter that worthy in an eruption of magical power as the whole shield matrix failed under the bolt that Neville had not had the attention to limit. The wand's eagerness to show its loyalty by doing its best, coupled with his frustrated double core's joy at not having to hold back had turned his stunner into less of a scarl dart of power and more like something seen in Japanese anime or Muggle superhero cartoons. Draco stumbled, and cast a dark cutting curse that could not be blocked by a shield at Neville in a moment of blind panic. Sectum Sempra, squeaked the Malloy air in a mix of Pay didn't know what it was, but his magic was screaming at him to dodge it, so he did. A lock of black hair hung in the air where the curse intersected where Neville's head used to be, and the dark cutting curse that would have taken off his head merely left him with lopsided hair. Neville didn't panic, but he didn't think he was going to get his shield under control if he kept having to dodge curses that could actually kill him. He flicked his wand at Draco and cast Expelliarmus. Too late, he realized that he had viewed Draco as what made the wand a threat. The spell Expelliarmus required you to envisage the wand as making the wizard a threat, causing the spell to disarm them a low power, and at higher power to blast the wizard back, and bring their wand to you. Based on Neville's startlingly large energy input, magic assigned a rather greater array size to the four-dimensional construct that made the spell form, and the new spell. The Dis-Dracoing spell was created. This happened inside a single heartbeat, and the altered flow of magic reshaped the words coming out of Neville's mouth. He really had thought he was going to cast Expelliarmus. But what came out of Neville's mouth was instead Dis Draconis. Neville shouted. A rather relieved wand settled as gently as a feather to the dueling stage, no longer in the hand of Draco Malfoy. An extremely surprised Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom screamed in stereo, in what witnesses agree was a beautiful harmony, as Draco Malfoy took to the air in flight that would shame any bludger ever charmed. As he blasted like a Muggle missile or ancient cannon ball head first into Neville Longbottom's almost incandescent Protega shield. The crack that Remus feared was the snapping of Draco's neck. And Remus' own teaching career was not in fact a vertebra. It was about 2 pounds of hair gel. Draco Malfoy would live, but where his hair shattered to save his skull and neck hitting the shield. Draco Malfoy had a bald spot, a perfect circular monk's tonsure at the top of his head. While everyone in the room was too shocked to speak, Daphne Greengrass alone retained that power. That was lovely, Neville. I shall show you how much it pleased me later, Daphne said, causing Harry, Hermione, Parvati, and Lavender to burst out laughing. Neville let his shield fall, and rubbed his own neck while blushing furiously. Daphne's comments left him unable to worry about little things like would Draco wake up again. Remus Lupin's own diagnostic charms revealed that spine and brain were intact. If Draco Malfoy's brain was ever in fact intact, and only his hair and related product had been casualties. Somehow, he knew that he would have a rather long night of it. Lucius Malfoy was informed his son now looked like a monk, and a fool, almost accidentally destroyed in a duel with Neville Longbottom. Remus just hoped the Gryffindor-Slytherin game would hurry up, and happen before tensions got any worse. Broom closet 3rd floor. They were not just bodice rippers. They were deeply powerful erotica, and for a sheltered Slytherin pureblood, contained a whole new world of things to explore. In her brief time around Harry and his harem, her universe had already expanded quite a bit. Now that she was married, it was actually entirely proper to further the exploration of some of these actives that the founder so lovingly described. It was what a good wife would do. Now, prior to being dragged into the broom closet, the idea that Neville would have ever refused Ed the chance to experience Daphne's first attempt at snake charming would have seemed impossible. However, Neville Longbottom was an herbologist by inclination. He never really felt he understood anything until he got his hand not only on it, but in it. You had to know every leaf and twig, every blossom, every scent, every stem. You had to feel your fingers in its roots and learn to see the way it bent to follow the sun. Breathe the changes in its scent when its leaves opened at night to breathe. To him, Daphne was the most perfect flower he could conceive, and he did not yet know her. To saw why that Daphne was surprised to see her husband undress her with the care and reverence of a priest at his altar was fair, but her reactions when Neville went full herbologist on her cannot be overstated. Surprising giggles when they rubbed noses gave way to aching passion when they kissed first softly, then deeply, then urgently as his strong hands explored every line and curve of her body. Herbologists' hands are precision instruments, delicate tools of measurement and exploration, and powerful tools for dominating flora that frequently can, and wishes to consume the herbologist. Daphne managed to not scream until Neville managed to kiss and caress his way down to her nipples. As it turns out, the longer it took Neville to get to the delicate little berries that crowned those snowy white joy cliffs, the more sensitive they became, and the more urgent she became. She felt her world shatter the first time before Neville even made it to her navel. Neville had been a good boy, and his Gran Augusta was a very old school woman, so Neville had zero education in seduction or erotica. He was an avid herbologist, and had learned to judge by the tremble of leaf, the changing scent of nectar, the turgidness of a stem. Exactly the needs of the plants he explored. Hunger had driven his learning in herbology. Hunger to know, to understand, to help and heal. With Daphne, all of those were true, with one more. Neville wanted to own, not her, but her cries. He wanted to own every tremble, every gasp, every change in her scent and taste. She was a wonder and world for him alone, and he wanted all of her. He had never understood why Professor Sprout said he would make some witch very happy, and that a true herbologist is unmatched in the bush until he kissed down below Daphne's navel and discovered her secret garden. So fair a flower, to open for him, he could not help but explore its every fold and petal. Its nectar was beyond wine or whiskey, for he became drunk on it. He felt Daphne lock her legs about his head, dig her hands into his hair, and for the first time he understood the joy of musicians. At times, he lost all awareness of his own body, so deep was he lost in learning hers. When at last she could take no more, she went to draw him up for a kiss. That would be when they realized the issue. "Oh no," Daphne said in alarm, then broke into giggles. Once dressed, they moved to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was expecting the battle, of course. The Gryffindor-Slytherin game always resulted in multiple injuries, and between angry house members and angry parents, the infirmary differed from a war zone only in sterile fields and adequate potion supplies. She was somewhat surprised at the timing, as the battle was not expected to start until next week, but she was ready, wand on hand. Magic reserves topped off, and softening charms on all the floors so whoever she had to blast did not make more work for her. 2 boys in neck braces lay upon beds with a third car. Fully placed between with screens around all so that the patients could have some privacy, and none of the sounds from either would disturb the other. Then 2 sets of parents came in, cleared out the barriers and began the brawl. "Your thug of a son scalped my heir. I will see him in Azkaban," Lucius Malfoy snarled. Draco was weeping when he fought off his mother's attempts to check to see that her son remained a functional heir. But Lucius was already countering. "Your son could have broken my son's neck. He didn't summon Draco's wand, he summoned Draco, right into his shield. He could have been killed," Lucius snarled. Alice was sitting on the opposite side of Daphne and stroking her son's hair. She pointed to the cervical collar on her son, that matched the one on Draco, and shouted back, "Your son almost broke his neck. Then why is my son in the same spinal collar if your son was the only one injured?" Alice sneered, snapping her own wand into her hand. Madame Pomfrey spared the blushing Daphne from answering that. Neville's injuries relate tangentially to the duel. They are more properly classified as broom closet-related injuries, rather than combat ones. Madame Pomfrey said with the joy of a Hufflepuff relating the facts of life to more ignorant houses. Frank stopped glaring at Lucius long enough to side-eye Poppy Pomfrey. So it wasn't Draco who hurt Neville's neck. Daphne, not daring to look up, just raised her hand. Alice, suddenly looking concerned. Did my son do something wrong? You can tell me, and we will deal with him. Alice said, the mother who wasn't she there to raise her son, combining with the Auror who had seen too much combining for an ugly thought. Poppy Pomfrey burst into laughter. Oh no, Draco got hurt for doing something wrong. Neville got hurt for doing something so right that poor Daphne lost all control and tore a muscle in young Neville's neck. Alice stopped, giggled, and patted a clearly distressed Daphne on the shoulder as the Slytherin girl tried hard to die of embarrassment, but sadly, survived. Frank Longbottom felt his heart swell with pride. Tears standing in his eyes, he gripped Neville's shoulder and said in a trembling voice, my son. I am so proud. Neville's attempt to die of embarrassment also failed. Since Draco also failed to die of embarrassment when his mother performed an emergency junk check, Neville felt that at least they all suffered equally. He couldn't wait for the Slytherin-Gryffindor game to happen so things could get less insane around here. Game day. Dada classroom. Game day. Remus Lupin looked at his Dada problem children. I don't see why you can't cast this spell. You have literally burned with the power the Patronus uses to make your hope potion. You have the capacity. Parvati did a IR flip she had clearly learned from Lavender Brown, but slowed and deepened for her heavier and darkly lustrous hair. Of course I can do it. I simply won't do it. I am a Hirii, a priestess of the Pythia. The Oracle Hermione who speaks for the divine serpent Shesha who bears the universe in the hoods of his many heads. I do not cast for amusement. I cast upon the orders of the Pythia, the needs of the community, or the will of God. Parvati said simply. Remus pointed at Harry who sat at his desk looking as if this was a normal discussion. You mean Harry? Lavender snorted. Of course not. When we want to know what the god in Harry wants, we ask the Pythia. When we want to know what Harry wants, we ask Harry. Or we mostly still ask Hermione since getting a useful answer out of him is usually not worth it. Lavender said, and the two other women nodded. Harry smiled and shrugged. There really wasn't much he could do about it, and the benefits package had a lot going for it. Remus sighed. The Patronus charm requires focus on a happy memory, and a sublimation of your emotions to the joy contained in that pure and innocent moment for you to cast it. It is tremendously draining for a caster. And for you three girls to be able to cast it at all is amazing. I don't know why you cannot demonstrate it in class. Hermione frowned, then corrected Professor Lupin. The Patronus charm costs you a lot of magic because you are using your magic to pretend to be a god, and it pretty much strips your soul of all the energy connecting your magic to your flesh, and leaves you unable to walk, fight, think or cast if you do it too often. We aren't pretending anything. We invoke the snake god of our cult and through his will he manifests himself, and shares his radiance with us. Hermione said. Remus pointed to Harry. Him, a god. Harry raised his hand. Not all the time, at least not for me. Pythia is always kind of that way, and Nidhogg is kind of an end-of-the-world type, so when Pythia ascends to godhood and lets Nidhogg take over it's generally about to be burn the world time. I'm kind of the control rods to keep Pythia from reshaping reality to please his priestess or Nidhogg. To drown the world in blood because someone used the M word around Hermione, commented on Parvati's skin tone, or Lavender's background. Remus rubbed his forehead. Look, that is not how magic works. The ancient muggles looked at wizards and mistook them for gods. Anything you have done accidentally and dangerously using your Slytherin rituals, you can do safely and consciously with wand magic. You just need to try in class. Killed many Dementors with your wand then Professor. Harry snarled. Remus blinked at him. You, my father, Sirius and Peter were quite the team back in the day. The Marauders. Close as brothers. One of them betrayed my mother, father and I to die screaming under Voldemort's wand. The Ministry says it's Sirius, but they also say Peter is dead. Peter tried to kill all of us, and Sirius stopped him. I don't know who the traitor was. It could be you. I mean, Dumbledore already hired the Death Eater Snape, so a second murderer and traitor would hardly be unusual. Right now, you have no idea what I can do. And until I know who the one who delivered Mom and Dad up for murder, you won't. If I discover it was you, you will get to find out just exactly what divine judgment looks like. Then you can tell me I could replicate it with wand magic. Harry finished talking, rose and stalked from the classroom. Lavender and Parvati followed at either shoulder like ravens perched on an angry god of war. Hermione lingered, her eyes looked into and past Remus Lupin, werewolf, spy, and professor. The wolf rules you. When the darkness is driven from the sky, if you submit to death, the snake will save you. And the wolf will run free of the moon. Hermione spoke, and her eyes shone not like human eyes, but like two full moons shining bright, cold, and unforgiving. As she looked into the tormented werewolf. Then she rose and stalked to the Quidditch pitch. Today was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Today Harry went to war, and Hermione, his wife, Oracle, priestess and deeply reluctant Quidditch fan, had her duty to do. Department of Mysteries. Croaker had been in the middle of briefing Amelia Bones on the new prophet, a true seer who not only gave true prophecies, T would discuss them with the Ministry if Fudge's team of idiots and sycophants could be kept out of it. He had just about convinced her that his secret source could be the key to stopping, and/or win. Ning the war they knew was coming when the alarms started going off. Another prophesy, Croaker shouted. He charged the machine, and Amelia Bones followed, suspecting a trap or put-up job. Her, skept. ICISM began to fall as the obviously confused unspeakable Croaker accepted the orb and muttered to himself. HJGS to RJL re-cure lycanthropy, Croaker muttered. That's impossible. Amelia had seen prophesy orbs before, and they burned gold when they were live, black when they were completed, and shattered when they were no longer possible. This one was blinking like a Muggle amber traffic light, and orbs did not do that. At least in her experience. Why is it blinking? Amelia asked. Because it's happening right now. Somehow, Remus Lupin, the only possible werewolf the prophesy can be about, is going to have his lycanthropy cured on the day of the full moon, in the middle of the morning, in the middle of Hogwarts. Unspeakable Croaker shouted, grabbing his cloak, his portkeys, his go bag of unspeakable magical recording devices, curse breakers, wizard binders, and special devices for dealing with creatures best left to small armies or Gringotts debt collector teams. Amelia blinked. There is nothing happening at Hogwarts today except the Slytherin-Gryffindor Quidditch match. Why would anyone be doing something with her to a werewolf this close to a full moon? She asked confused. I have tickets for Hannah and I to attend. She continued, as her niece had invited her to the game. Croaker whirled to her. I will be taking your niece's place. Something terrible is about to happen at that Quidditch game, and you and I will be there to at least limit the damage. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, gripped her wand. How do you know? Because the bloody Pythian Oracle is dating a Quidditch's murderer is on the loose. Or innocent. A dead man is either dead and nothing left to bury, or busy trying to kill the boy who lived. 1,000 Dementors are laying siege to a boarding SCH. Ool and the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch disguised as a prophesy about curing lycanthropy is going to go off mid-game. It's not a sign the economy is coming out of recession. Believe me, Director Bones, bodies will be hitting the Quidditch pitch before the players leave the field or I'll kiss Dolores Umbridge. They both stopped to shudder at that image, then moved to the Flow fireplace to Hogsmeade and the walk to the Quidditch pitch. Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Auror Marchbanks had his scarf over his mouth due to the cold. Or so it would appear. In reality, Auror Marchbanks was stunned and bone. D to his bed in the House of the Rampant Rabbit, where he had paid for a night with Willa, and Sirius had bribed her to keep him for the next day. Sirius knew he should feel bad about stunning old Marty Marchbanks, but it was a good lesson in situational awareness. Constant vigilance. As old Mad Eye used to bellow, Marty would spend the day in bed being entertained by a very charming Vila Hee-Haw. D already blown a month's salary to spend even an hour with, and Sirius Black would get to watch his pup beat the Slytherins at Quidditch. In the stolen Auror robes, the ex-Auror and Hitwizard Sirius B. Lack adopted the reflexive guard stance and constant flicking eyes of a duty orer so well and so naturally that his lack of any disguise save the scarf over his lower face in wintertime Scotland was a better disguise than polyjuice or glamour could be. Plus, he had a great view of the mid-pitch. Ah, James, I wish you could have lived to see this. Our Harry is going to be the youngest Seeker in a century. And this win could secure Gryffindor the cup for the first time since Charlie Weasley graduated. Sirius mused. Slytherin Changaroom Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Marcus Flint sneered at Draco Malfoy. You listen here, Malfoy. I don't care who your daddy is, or what he bought us. The Quidditch Cup has lived in Snape's office since the day I joined the team, and it's not going nowhere now. You catch that snitch, and let us worry about the Quaffle and the Bloody Lions. If the Potter brat finds the snitch before you, I will find you alone with no witnesses, and obliviate you when I'm done so. Even you can't prove who did all those terrible things to you. Draco opened his mouth to demand his team defend him when Adrian Pusey drawled lazily from where he was adjusting his pads. Let me know when, Marcus. I will craft a memory of us playing chess, and share it with you. If I have to dance with the Weasleys' bloody bludgers, I won't see the game lost because some Ponce doesn't want to risk mussing his overgelled hair. Pusey drawled. Suddenly, the weight of all the boasting of how he was going to trounce Harry Potter before the whole school no longer felt like a champion's medallion, but a heavy hangman's noose as it settled about his throat. He could beat Potter. He was a Malfoy. Harry was met at the exit to the changing room by his 3 wives. They stood in a rank before the tunnel out to the pitch. Hermione stepped forward and snogged Harry to within an inch of his life. For luck, Hermione said. Harry just grinned at Parvati, then Lavender each tried to outdo Hermione. Fred Weasley objected. Hey, what about us? George finished. Don't we need luck too? Lavender's eyes went wide, then with a startled, oh, immediately ran to Katie Bell, even as Parvati pounced on Alicia Spinnet. The 3 wives kissed the 3 chasers for about 2 full minutes, during which time all 6 women glowed with silver power and Harry tried not to smirk as 2 beaters and a keeper stared daggers at him. I have very supportive wives. What can I say? Harry said as Fred and George punched each other for the suggestions that led to this. Madame Hooch was looking grim as the Gryffindor team swanned out to the pitch. Slytherin already waiting in midair. The 4 men moved normally, but the 3 Gryffindor chaser girls moved in eerie synchronicity. They swung up onto their brooms as one, and took to the air as if parts of a single predatory bird. Let's have a clean game. Madame Hooch threatened, causing Marcus Flint to smirk. The snitch was set free. Draco followed it with his eyes, hands gripping the shaft of his broom as he trembled with eagerness. Harry felt Pythia sliding over to take control. His eyes went flat white, and Harry felt Pythia's utter unconcern for the game with deep annoyance. The Quaffle was released, and a single scarlet and red arrowhead formed of 3 women left the ground at the same instant in slightly greater acceleration than the Quaffle, leaving 3 Slytherin chasers to play catch-up. The bludgers shot from the ground after the chasers, and the quartet of beaters took to the sky, with the Slytherin Seeker racing upwards like a shot. The audience gasped as Harry Potter, the Gryffindor Seeker, ignored the snitch, and went off to tease bludgers. Draco Malfoy hung in the sky, chasing a snitch that seemed to dart in and out of the clouds just to tease him. In his frustration, he glanced down at Harry Potter, only to see the half-blood idiot hanging upside down from his broom, kissing a bludger, then swatting it on the rear. C.A. using it to lose track of the Gryffindor chaser it had been targeting, and swerving after the daft Potter idiot. Said idiot proceeded to lead the bludger into close passes of every Slytherin chaser, before tricking it into catching Marcus Flint himself just as the Slytherin beater hammered a line drive at Angelina. The Slytherin beater saw the bludger, but in flinching from Harry Potter's close pass, he was out of position with his bat when it took him off his broom and for a short fast drop to a bitterly cold and wet Scottish field. Draco caught a look at the score and blanched. It was already 130-20 for Gryffindor. If he didn't catch the snitch soon, even catching it would be a Slytherin loss. Something was off with the Gryffindor chasers. They never looked at each other. They tossed the ball blindly to find their partner flying into the catch already. They dropped the ball only to have the following chaser skip using her hands and blast it with her broom tip into a lance shot too fast for any keeper to stop. This was professional-level play, as far beyond school-level players as transfiguring rideable horses from stone was for first-year transfiguration students. Draco could not understand it. Then Harry left the bludger teasing, and shot at Draco like a striking cobra. He crossed 100 yards in a few heartbeats, and fear broke Draco's reason as he rolled and dived for the deck desperately. The scream from the crowd was the only clue that he had been scared from the place the golden snitch passed through as it dove from the clout to the pitch. Harry pulled a tight loop and dove, not after it, but swinging to one side, then banking in, as if anticipating the snitch's direction of bank out of its dive. The snitch, as if stunned to see a player directly in its path, swerved straight up. Potter followed as Draco dove, the snitch between them. Potter swerved into Draco's path, causing him to scream and flinch, but then he completed a blindingly swift Immelman, chasing the snitch from Draco's path. Then back behind Draco before seeming to stall his broom and dive to follow Draco, intimidating the snitch into diving ahead of him. The snitch swung first left, then right, as Draco pulled out of his dive and clawed to regain altitude, but Harry blazed through a split S, forcing the snitch ahead of him until the snitch realized how close the deck was and shot straight up, Harry in pursuit. Like a train in the sky, with Draco as the engine, the snitch as the rail car, and a wildly maneuvering Harry Potter as the caboose. The crowd began to laugh. It was clear Potter could catch the snitch, but was instead chasing it behind Malfoy, keeping it just out of reach behind him no matter how he swung. Draco caught a look at the score. It was catching the snitch would not be enough to win. Draco threw caution to the winds and stalled, forcing the snitch to hit his back, then shoot straight up to avoid him. Now at last Draco was in pursuit. The clouds went black and cold. So cold frost formed over his broom, and Draco felt cold despair fill him, all thoughts of victory gone. He accepted defeat, but doggedly refused to give in. He would catch the snitch or die. He could not escape the shame of defeat, and his father would never understand, but Draco was a seeker. He might be beaten, but Potter had played silly games with the snitch rather than remember his job. The game was lost, but the snitch would be his. Cold, so cold, his vision grayed, his limbs trembled on the broom. So weak, so cold, so pointless. He heard Potter screaming. What was he saying? It didn't matter. Nothing did. Draco let go his broom. Pythia had felt their coming. The fear demons, the soul eaters. Dementors the wizards called them, as if phobophages were something that lived. Not a spiritual manifestation of evil, an enemy of life and everything it represented. They filled the sky overhead, and despair hammered down at the stadium. Hundreds of witches and wizards cried out in fear and despair. This is as it should be, as it must be. Too long had abomination been not only permitted, but aided. Fed by these foolish witches and wizards. There was no peace with demons. When they came, if mortal strength was not enough, then call for greater. All around them, witches and wizards cried out in despair, broken by fear and the poison of despair. Those with the power accepted the truth it could not be enough, and did not dare to try. Dumbledore saw the Dementors in the cloud and summoned a shield around himself alone. His heads of houses stood unprotected. He had the power to drive off more than a dozen, and there were over 100 above. Minerva, call the students to flee. Use your Patronus sparingly. Get as many as you can back to the castle. Save who you can. To try for more is to lose all. Dumbledore said as he strode forward, his shield glowing the gold of light magic as he alone strode safely towards the field. He was champion of the light. ONL. Why his strength was enough to face this trial and live. Sirius Black drew his stolen wand. Could he cast a Patronus strong enough after all this Tim in Azkaban, and with a stolen wand? He felt despair claw into him. No, he was Sirius Black of the House of Black. He was Harry's godfather. He would die if he tried fighting them, but he would die to buy Harry and these kids time to escape. No child woe. Old die by Dementor while he still lived. Azkaban left that much of him. Hermione threw off her Gryffindor robes to stand in her white priestess chiton of blazing white clasped at one shoulder, reveal. Ing the Slytherin crest on her upper chest on the opposite side. Raising her wand, she shouted, her magic shaking the air as her voice boomed above the screaming. The serpent will slay all fear. Give him your trust, and receive his blessings. Expecto Patronum. A jagged lightning bolt of silver struck Harry Potter as he chased Draco into the Dementor swarm. Pythia hissed his joy, Nidhogg his rage, and Harry felt his mind switch to the cold tactical thing he had become. His body became a Runospore, wrapping around the broomstick. He felt his skin glow and his body begin to shift into something not entirely flesh. Dementors were all around. Pythia felt the wrongness, but he did more than feel it. He mapped it, sought its dimensions, its edges, its shape and its truth. "Save us, Harry, expecto patronum," Parvati shouted, her own wand sending a torrent of silver to connect to Harry. "Deliver us, Harry, expecto patronum," Lavender shouted, her own wand sending a blazing spear of silver to Pooh. NCH into the glowing Runospore that blazed like a new sun in the sky, a three-headed serpent already swollen to some 60 feet of silver fire and dark scale. Nidhogg was death, the ending of all things. He struck out with the gifted venom of the basilisk, the essence of death. Burning with the divine power of faith, the venom caused the Dementor bitten to scream and burst into flame. Those Dementors he touched also burst into flame and fell from the sky screaming. Draco was falling, but not screaming. Only one person in the stadium noticed. "Save Draco," Narcissa Malfoy called, her own hand trembling as she fumbled for her wand. Harry tracked everything. With his tail, he snaked down and caught the falling Draco. A Dementor dived to attack the nearly comatose boy, but Harry's head snapped down to bite the Dementor. His great jaws working as he gulped 3 times to take it inside his gullet, where, in the holy fire of the serpent that holds all the worlds, it died. Narcissa Malfoy's wand snapped up, as something alien to her married life took root. Hope. Pointing her wand, she shouted out her defiance. "Deliver us, Harry, expecto patronum." She had no idea what those girls were doing. She could form a Patronus. But by putting her will and trust in that great shining holy serpent, it allowed her to cast her magic directly to him. Harry blazed brighter, becoming larger, now over 100 feet. Each of his heads 20 feet tall. The Dementors began to fall back. It started with the Hufflepuffs. Professor Sprout led all her students to cast together, and a wave of silver impacted Harry. He was larger than a dragon now. He slithered through the clouds and they burned silver at his touch, Dementors falling screaming from them to flee, or to fall as the silver fire caught them. Lances of light shot up as Slytherins began to put their trust in the sign of their house. The Lord Slytherin manifested to save them. Then the Ravenclaws when Phileas Flitwick commanded them. The Gryffindors like the Slytherins began with those closest to Harry, those who trusted the man, even in the symbol of all they had been taught to fear. Dumbledore cast his silver phoenix, but its light was lost, ignored. As all 4 houses gave of their magic, gave of their very soul essence to the divine serpent that bound all the Hogwarts students in its coils of protection, even as the hope that shone from it like a silver sun burned the essence of despair and darkness, the demons of fear and death, and Dementors fled before its coming, or died. Saul Croaker, unspeakable and skeptic, lowered his wand arm, shaking at the magic that had been drained from him. Hope burned in him. He ran spell after spell, checked his monitors. His mind was not being affected. His body was not being altered. His soul had touched something greater than himself, and came back stronger. Amelia Bones lowered her wand. Head of the DMLE, she had been forced to deal with Dementors, forced to use them, forced to feed them criminals because you could not kill them. Even a Patronus could only hold them off a while. She knew she sacrificed lives to evil just to keep it at bay, but she told herself those she gave to such an end deserved it. And in the quiet of her mind she screamed, she had no other choice. A 3-headed snake larger than any dragon threw back its middle head, and it hissed in a silver brea. Drove the clouds from the sky and let the sun shine. Hermione let her wand fall from her hand, everything spent. She had nothing left, no strength, no thought. She had given everything she had. Lavender and Parvati had already fallen. Staring dumbly around herself, she saw all the strongest witches and wizards slumped in a stupor or outright collapsed. The younger and weaker, who had not known how to channel that spell. Those who could only cast their magic blindly, had not been able to give as much, and were not as drained. Hermione smiled. They had stood together, and won. The Dementors had been broken by hope, and by Harry. Smiling, she saw red eyes blazing from beneath the stands. Small eyes full of hatred and fear. Puzzled, she was thinking too slowly to piece it together, her mind still overwhelmed from what had happened. When the rat scuttled out, and became a man, and that man drew a cursed dagger that clawed at her mind and feet still burned in her eyes, she had no strength to do anything more than scream. Pettigrew. Hermione screamed. Peter Pettigrew had lived in the eternal shadow of better wizards. James, everything comes easily. Potter and Sirius, impossible as my middle name. Black had protected him his entire school life. He loved and eventually hated them for it. Remus Lupin, even cursed as he was smarter, harder working, and without any real talent at all became so quietly exceptional he fit in easily with the two greats. Then there was Peter. Peter the weakling. Peter the coward. Peter the dim-witted. Peter had at least thought that he would remain fourth in the Marauders. Until Lily Evans came, and he was found to be so much less than a bloody muggle born who shone as bright as Potter or Black, worked as hard as Remus. They shone so bright, I'd up until he delivered them to the Dark Lord, and Sirius to Azkaban. Now Peter would be the greatest. At the Dark Lord's side, Peter would be the strong one that everyone looked up to. Then Harry Bloody Potter ruined it all. A child, and now they worshipped him like a god. Peter had lived 10 years and more as a rat, just to stay safe because his Dark Lord fell, but right this moment, he cared more for revenge than for safety. Screamed as he crossed the distance to the 3 women, 2 fallen and 1 supporting the other 2. Too weak to move, too weak to raise a hand or wand in their own defense. The blade he had was a gift from his Dark Lord. The wounds cut with it would not heal, they would rot. A slight cut would kill a dragon, and reduce an inferi to a pile of black oil, but the death would be long, painful, and unstoppable. Sirius Black had not been able to muster a Patronus with a stolen wand. All he could do was cast his magic, and let some of that healing hope seep into the broken places inside. Even as his strength flowed into his godson and whatever he had become. He was as shocked as unspeakable Croaker and Amelia Bones when Peter revealed himself and struck, but he was not as drained. The wand fought him too much to trust a spell, so he trusted his magic, and changed. The blade was already slashing in the cut that would cut across all 3 women, just enough to doom them. Not enough to grant them swift death, when a great black grim that sometimes pretended it was Sirius Black crushed Peter's right arm in jaws that could make a werewolf take note. In full view of the head of the Unspeakables, and the head of the DMLE, Peter Pettigrew turned to black mist and flowed out of the stadium and towards the shrieking shack where even now Remus Lupin was busy preparing for nightfall and the unstoppable fury of his lycanthropy curse. Sirius Black knew his old boss recognized him, Amelia Black knew who he was, but that didn't matter. Pettigrew tried for Harry's wives, and he stopped him. If he was headed for the shrieking shack, the only reason was to kill Remus Lupin, one final bit of revenge against those marauders whose only crime was protecting Peter, and thinking him a friend. Though it might cost Sirius his freedom, he could not stand back and let that happen. That was Sirius Black, shouted Amelia Bones in surprise as what she swore was one of her Aurors turned into Sirius Black's animagi form to save Potter's little harem. Harry Potter was more or less pleased with what had happened. He had saved Draco, dropping him on the top edge of the NDS as he began to shrink and lose the divine power of his god form and return to being a normal Runaspore snake. He had saved the school, killed many Dementors, eaten one, and looked cool in front of his wives. That was the good part. The bad part was that he was now a large Runaspore, wrapped around atop of the line racing broom, no longer under the guidance of his high priestess in her eye. He was high in the sky, flying at great speed on a magic broom designed by and for witches and wizards. Snakes cannot fly brooms, and unless Hermione, Lavender, or Parvati happened to learn to fly and get really busy in the air above the ground, he was stuck as a snake on a broom. He could not fly beyond pointing it vaguely at the direction he wanted to crash. Pythia's head snapped to see Peter Pettigrew try to knife his wives, then get stopped by Sirius. Pettigrew did the Death Eater black fog teleport thing, and Sirius chased after him towards the shrieking shack, supposedly the most haunted place in Britain. Well, there was zero chance that wasn't somehow important. Deciding it was as good a place to crash as anywhere, he pointed to the shrieking shack and relaxed. The top-end racing brooms all had anti-crash charms. He would hit the ground, but not that hard. Even as a snake, he could just sit back and enjoy the ride. That was his true and deeply held belief right up until Nidhogg screamed a warning in their head. Tree. The Whomping Willow had been the defender of the Shrieking Shack for generations. As Hogwarts students can attest, it loves to kill low-flying birds that confuse with helpless thing you can land and poop upon. It turns out, if you can swat a songbird, owl, or canny crow from mid-air, you can take out a top-of-the-line racing broom holding a dangling holy snake cruising in on autopilot. There was a flash of green, a groaning sound, then the ground seemed to lunge up and hit them. As three heads blasted towards unconsciousness, they debated this fact and concluded, as strange as it seemed, that the ground probably stayed still. The tree just moved very fast, and pounded them into it. For a tree, that was strange, but as they were a boy with three minds. A three-headed snake that sometimes was a god, and had stopped while the world was ending to catch a little golden ball, perhaps they were in no place to judge. Darkness took them, as the sound of claws racing over broken ground was the last sound before the night, for them, went silent. Once you go black, Auror Command Post Hogwarts. Elspeth Avery had been a secret asset of the Death Eaters inside the Aurors. As an asset of infiltration, her training under the renegade unspeakable Augustus Rockwood had concentrated on the subtle arts. Occlumency, legimancy, oblivation, and of course, compulsion. From the most subtle memory alteration and suggestion to the brute force mind rape of the imperious, she was among the best. She had taken the handsy loudmouth Git Hamish McLaggen first. Her imperious was so subtle, so gentle, that a dedicated mind healer would be required to take notice of its effect. Not that anyone would bother. Hamish McLaggen was a brute, and years herding dementors had only made him worse. He would be a rapist, if he thought he could survive the attempt, but the Azkaban witches were the kind to toss your stunned and stripped body to the pit dementors if you tried. So he made do with rear pinching and UAL harassment with the staff. The prisoners he raped, but that was dead normal among the staff. Living with dementors did not make good people better, it made those dark enough to survive the experience into true monsters. Not that anyone in the high security wing would ever get the chance to protest, and they were only really fresh enough to react for the first 6 months or so. Then they stopped noticing anything a mere human could do to them. Hamish had one saving grace: he was strong. Easily among the top 100 wizards in Britain for raw power, his lack of self-discipline and subtlety were the only reasons he languished in the guard detail. Once he had noticed the subtle way her will put his mind on like a silk glove, he became her own iron fist. His imperious on the next 4 guards was brutal, unnecessarily so. He didn't try to be undetectable, he dug his claws as deeply and brutally into them as he could, doing permanent damage just because he didn't need them long. Each of them took another of the detail with their own imperious. Captain Ogilvy was already poisoned in his room, not dead, but paralyzed. This was not for mercy, this was because the captain hated McLaggen deeply and personally. If he survived with an intact mind, his initial interrogatio the evidence and leave McLaggen the only possible suspect. Once the entire detail was controlled, she fed the command through the chain of linked and imperious Aurors, and through their amulets. The dementors who stood on guard against Sirius Black were retasked. Find and kill Harry Potter. Then feast on the children of Hogwarts until you are full. If Harry died alone, this was a targeted assassination. If this was a bloodbath with hundreds of dead children, he was simply a statistic. She had McLaggen write a manifesto in his own hand. It would be found on his body. The rhetoric was blood purity propaganda from the last war, not because she believed it, but because it lent itself to pointless massacres. And was stupid enough to sound like McLaggen. It was the perfect crime. Surely the Dark Lord would welcome her back. His perfect and hidden dagger that complete ed the task his precious Bellatrix and the hidden traitor Pettigrew failed to. Then the sky was raped by silver and hope, driving into the darkness and fear of the Dementors like some terrible disease. A wriggling serpent of light blazed in the sky, the size of a boy, the size of a man, of a hippogriff, of a dragon, of a god. 3 glowing heads and coils of black and silver that bled light so pure, that the sunlight seemed to stain upon it. One head swallowed a Dementor, one bit and bit and bit, leaving falling, screaming, and burning Dementors. One head screamed and the clouds burned silver brighter than 100 moons. and the Dementors broke before its flaming purity. The wash of the silver light touched them, and along the chains of the imperious curse, the holy fire burned, cutting loose the bottom tier. Cutting loose and shocking the middle. Elspeth Avery dropped her own imperious before the holy fire followed the chains of the curse to McLagan, but she watched him burn, as his brain burned with silver fire. Until his eyes boiled away and he fell dead on the floor. The light touched her, and her wand exploded, driving shards into her hand, her own last efforts to wandlessly turn herself into unconsciousness are the only reason the holy fire did not follow the trail of ill intent back to her own mind and burn it out. Oddly, the damage done to her marked her with the lowest cheer of last imperiist for the investigators, and branded her victim not villainous in the ensuing witch hunt. The dead McLagan took her sins to his unmarked traitor's grave. Yet, Potter lived. Rat Pettigrew tried instead for his precious harem. He failed, because he was a coward and fool, but he was not wrong. He was the Dark Lord's least useful tool, but the rat had a rat's one skill, spotting weakness. She would reunite with her Death Eater brother, and see if she could show him how to finish the job. If she can't kill Harry Potter, she would at least shatter him, leave him staring at the bodies of those he was too weak to defend. Elspeth Avery had nothing left but revenge, but that she would have. The boy who lived will be a title made of ash and shame standing above his dead wives. When the Dark Lord returns, he will beg to die, having failed already to defend his reason for fighting. Lord Slytherin, she would show him what Slytherin meant. Shrieking Shack, Remus Lupin Tuck, ed his clothes in his old school trunk and tucked himself into the steel and silver cage that had been made just to contain him all those years ago when he entered school. Once, James, Sirius and Peter would open it, and wrapped in their animagi form they would run the forbidden forest with him. Wild under the moon he would be free, for the werewolf was a weapon, a curse formed to be the death of humanity. And it cared not for the blood of beasts. Now, he would lock himself in the cage. The wolfbane potion he drank would stop him from savaging himself too much. If he meditated, he might not even take fang or claw to himself at all. In the morning, his body would simply be ravaged by the frustrated curse denied the glory of the hunt and kill it burned for. Like a hangover, with a side of old age. Merlin, but he missed the marauders, and the moonlight runs. The change was starting to come on him, the moon was rising, the sun falling. He could hear the call, and his eyes burned gold as the curse rose in him. His senses grew sharp, his muscles like things of iron. He caught a scent. The rat, Peter, packmate, the last and least of the pack, but pack. The rat came in, wearing his human form. That was wrong, not safe. Must be rat to be safe. There was a blade in his hand, and it stank of death and pain. It was a threat. Peter cut the lock off the cage, and Remus exploded from the cage. Pack, not pack, threat. Confusion warred in the werewolf's mind, but it was not forged to think, but to rip, to tear, to bite and kill. Peter slashed at Remus, fast, so fast. The speed of a rat without equal in the marauders. But Remus didn't care. Fur slid over him, and he took the blade between the bones of his forearm and bit down towards Peter's neck. Screaming, he shifted into a rat and bolted for the door. Peter the rat ducked under the wooden door, and thought himself safe until it exploded under the charge of a werewolf lost in the song of the full moon, feeling the death seeping through its veins from the cursed blade. And wanting nothing more complicated than to be rolling in the blood and entrails of its enemy when it finally died. Quidditch Stadium. Hermione was beginning to recover from her magical exhaustion. Having the equivalent of 4 cores, her own, one from Harry and each of her wives, she drew in power faster than anyone but Harry. Peter Pettigrew tried to kill her. Sirius Black turned into a Grim to save her. Peter and the Grim were now headed for the Shrieking Shack, and Harry's broom was wobbling that way in pursuit. She was tired, Lavender and Parvati were exhausted, and didn't jog unless forced to. They could not reach the shack in time to help. Not alone. The blessing she had put on the chasers still connected them. The girls glowed with silver holy light, more so since the wash from Harry's avatar had renewed and deepened it. They had brooms, and better, were bloody amazing on them. Hermione reached into that sacred part that connected her and Harry, then turned to the 3 girls still circling on their brooms trying to process what had just happened. Hermione reached out, and pulled. As one, the 3 Gryffindor chasers turned in mid-air and dove towards the 3 witches. And when Hermione swung behind Katie Bell, Lavender swung up behind Alicia Spinette and Parvati behind Angelina Johnson almost without thought. Unspeakable Croaker was L.F. wondering what was going on as Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, tore off the broom pin on her cloak, letting it morph to full size, and tearing after the 6 witches in hot pursuit. Did I miss a memo? Was I supposed to have a broom too? Hey, you there, Quidditch kid, give me your broom. Unspeakable Croaker shouted, only to be ignored in the chaos of the post-Dementor stadium. His own wand was shaking, and the storm of ambient mana made his summoning slow and weak. By the time he stole a broom, he was too late to join the party at the Shrieking Shack. Lavender was not a complicated girl. Hen asked to swing up behind Alicia Spinette, she did so. Feeling the holy power of Harry and Hermione that filled Alicia, Lavender, not really thinking about the recent attempted murder by Peter, or duly worried about Harry falling from the sky, as he was more or less unkillable based on past evidence, she simply rubbed herself against that familiar power, and got aroused. Knowing fingers began to work on Alicia, and the sliver fire of the blessing in her body began to ignite. More potent than any love potion, this was a spiritual connection anchored in the flesh, and where their flesh touched, that fire turned into desire. Madness, and need. Sirius was too late, and knew it. Peter and the cursed blade had gotten in. If Remus was cut even a little, he was dead. All he had left was killing Peter. That was it. Too late to save anyone, again. All that was left was revenge. The rat Essenel, bouncing off the knot to deactivate the Whomping Willow that had already crushed Harry, and bolted towards Sirius. Howling his hate, he charged the rat, making it freeze. A matching howl met his as Remus Lupin, werewolf, charged from the gate, black ichor dripping from the knife stuck in his foreleg as he charged after the rat. He was already dying, but needing to kill first. Perfect, there was only the rat left to kill. Then 3 brooms swept in. 6 young girls, 2 of whom were already topless and pressed together. I mean, Sirius totally agreed. A night ride with a hot chick was totally an opportunity to be exploited, but hello, murdering werewolf. Not that Sirius would have taken his NDS off those breasts until Remus was more or less a fang length away, but were not girls supposed to be smarter? Amelia Bones was not sure exactly what she was getting herself into. 6 girls on 3 brooms were in hot pursuit of Sirius Black, who was in hot pursuit of Peter Pettigrew. First 1 pair, then all 3 pairs of girls began making out on the brooms, and Amelia was forced to duck clothing shed in midair like bludgers. Just as she was suspecting that someone spiked the Gatorade with a Mortentia love potion, the howl of a werewolf shattered the dusk. And the largest, angriest werewolf she had ever seen burst through the door of the Shrieking Shack and towards the rat, the Grim, and 6 less than half-clothed witches. Just when things could not possibly get any worse, the 3 he added Runaspore that apparently was Harry when he decided to be Dementor-eating god closed off the last exit for the rat as it rose from the roots of the Whomping Willow and hissed at Hermione in that disturbing parseltongue. Werewolves were a cursed race created to destroy humanity. Even though the man wanted nothing more than to rip Peter Pettigrew, rat and traitor, under the rising moon's fullness, the werewolf saw only 7 witches. And before it finished dying to the cursed blade, he would kill them all. Sirius Black had a problem. He was not strong enough to control Remus as a werewolf. Sure, he had been the one to tease, taunt, and steer him, but Prong's stag form provided the muscle mass required to actually stop the werewolf when it wanted to go towards soft tasty people. 7 witches, his old boss Amelia Bones, his godson's harem, and 3 new chaser girls were right in front of Remus, who was already mad from the killing curse of the blade. He could kill the rat, get his revenge and live. Harry would be fine. Remus would not hurt the Runaspore, but the girls would die. If Sirius tried to stop a werewolf driven mad by the cursed blade, he would definitely die. Still, dying to save witches who were busy making out and stripping even as a werewolf charged down on them sounded like the way he would have chosen to go, if he was given the choice. Sirius hit Remus at the full charge, and they went down in a tangle of limbs and fangs. Harry Potter had several problems: a rat, a werewolf, said werewolf dying from a cursed blade, Amelia Bones head of the DMLE here to probably arrest Sirius. Sirius about to be eaten by dying angry insane werewolf, and his wives were busy seducing the female half of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The rat chose to bolt past Sirius, as Sirius chose to be a defender, rather than an avenger, thus sealing one of the prophecies. That was good, he lived in that one. Harry hissed out, Hermione, use your Slytherin consort's ring to portkey all of us to the chamber in the circle. Quote, Salazar Slytherin sat stroking his snake, and chatting with it in the Chamber of Secrets. You know Binky, it's almost a shame that Hermione finally accept. That the Parselporn books I wrote were not super secret ancient magical rituals. I mean, you have to admit, I waited down here for 1,000 years and only got that uptight little insel riddle before. Harry turned the Chamber of Secrets into some sort of Byzantine orgy. Salazar hissed, you were a dirty old man, and a fraud. You used to blush when your wife undressed, and never had the balls to ask for anything even partly kinky. If she didn't like to drink with Helga and come back both drunk and frisky, you never would even have know what sorts of things to write about. Binky the snake hissed, ah Helga, the most sedate of women, until you got a horn of mead in her. I never thanked her for all those hen nights that would send my beloved back tasting of honey and full of those mystery women share when men aren't around to judge. Quote, Binky, how I miss those days. I really wish Hermione hadn't figured out that my Parselporn wasn't really the secret cure for everything. Salazar said sadly. Binky blinked. But master, it did work, he hissed. It was of course at that point a Grim and a werewolf locked in combat flashed into existence in the middle of his ritual circle. Harry appeared on the serpent altar. 3 heads hissing as he swayed, the magics of the chamber answering his call to bring the stone serpents to form 5 points of a pentagram outside the outer circle, Air eyes blazing and stone scales worked with runes to gather and reflect power back within the circle. Hermione appeared before the altar, and began to strip as she gave herself to channeling all tantric power of the 3 points of the triangle, and the circle that binds it. Lavender and Alicia were already lost in the passion, fingers exploring and tongues dancing as they stripped each other, burning to press skin to skin. The runes on their sector of the circle blazed with power from their union. Gently exploring, then devouring the secret delight found between the young woman's legs. She felt her magic and Parvati's feed each through the other, rising in a crescendo with their passion, cycling higher and stronger than their own power could rise unaided. She had a half-naked Katie Bell, already warmed up by the fingers and lips of Hermione Granger trying to rip her clothes off, and the only section of runes that were not lit up. I mean, Amelia Bones was a witch, not an idiot. Grabbing Katie Bell, she pulled her over her lap as she transfigured the stone into a chair for her. Reaching out with her hands, she grabbed the girl by the throat, then began to spank her rear with commanding and powerful strokes. Katie's eyes went wide. She felt the stern older woman take command of her body, pulling her over her lap, then the punishing spanks of her hand. Amelia whispered to her, you love it, don't you? Sirius Black was losing the fight for his life. Remus was dying, which meant hurting him didn't matter. In a fight, that was an issue. Sirius was not trying to kill Remus. But Remus was very much trying to kill him, and he was stronger already. Sirius was also distracted. Hermione was kneeling before Harry and masturbating as if someone had just dropped 1,000 gal. Leon's on the stage of a Nocturne Alley strip club. The pup may have turned into a 3-headed snake, but the son of Prongs was still living up or down to the sacred name of Prongs. To his right and left he had 2 pairs of teenage witches engaged in desperate and loud lesbian union, and when he looked the other way, his old boss Amelia Bones was spanking and fingering Katie Bell to screaming bliss. And he was seconds away from having his throat ripped out by his old friend and werewolf. How is this fair? Remus threw him, then lunged for his throat. Sirius turned in mid-air, landing on top of and behind Remus. Locking his forelegs over the werewolf's shoulders and biting his neck in a submission hold. The werewolf that had been ignoring his own wounds due to the killing curse eating into his body, suddenly whimpered. Lowered his head and raised his rear. Sirius did not become a Grim, a death dog, by accident. Your animagus form mirrors your soul, and Sirius has always been a dog. Remus Lupin the werewolf had always found Sirius Black's Grim to be dangerous and exciting. Prongs was powerful but careful. Then he was there, fangs at his neck, long hot shaft pushing against him. Without meaning to, Remus whimpered and submitted, head going down, reeds of resistance lost in the hope he never dared voice. Salazar Slytherin watched with something between awe and horror as the Grim was about to be torn apart. Nothing could face a werewolf in close quarters and live. He had known this, and thus, when he saw the Grim pin and mount the werewolf, he was at a loss. When they began to glow burning silver, and the cursed dagger caught actual fire and dropped to the stone of the circle to melt into a puddle, Salazar felt his jaw drop open. That is not how any of this works. Quote, Sirius Black had run away from his house and its name, but he was a Black by blood and by magic. What was his. Sirius Black took, no one took from him. He bit deep into Remus' neck and hammered his shaft deep into his old friend. Determined to make Remus understand he belonged to Sirius, and that no curse, not even death, could take him. The magic burned them both, and their flesh began to warp and shift. Not being given to overthinking such matters, he pushed Remus' head down and continued to pound him. The surprised look on Remus' face lasted only for a few minutes before his own eruption blasted all over the magical circle floor. As the black crest burned into Remus' chest as it did onto Sirius' own, finally tipping him over the edge to empty inside Remus. Remus lay on Sirius' chest. He looked up at Sirius and asked, I thought you were straight. Remus asked, prison changes a man. There is too much awesome in me to deny any gender the chance to experience me. Sirius smirked. Remus looked up in alarm. I can't feel the moon. Sirius, I can't feel the moon at all. I don't mean I don't feel like I have to change right now. I mean I can't feel it at all. Like I'm never going to change again, like I'm not even a werewolf. Sirius ruffled his old friend's hair. Of course you aren't turning into a werewolf ever again. Once you go black, you never go back. Unspeakable Croaker looked at Remus Lupin under the bright full moon, and looked down into the spent prophesy orb. Remus touched the orb, and the prophesy spoke in Hermione's voice. The wolf rules you. When the darkness is driven from the sky, if you submit to death, the snake will save you, and the wolf will run free of the moon. Sirius, ever serious, grabbed his pants crotch and boasted, is there nothing it cannot do? Which caused Remus to smack the back of his head. Hermione frowned, then turned to Croaker. That isn't the only prophesy that was decided tonight. Croaker froze. Which other, Sirius? May I know? Hermione spoke. Croaker did the math. Sirius Black could have killed Pettigrew, or tried to save the rest of you. Had he killed the rat, Voldemort wins. He chose to defend. Harry pushed forward and faced Croaker and Bones. That means I can beat Voldemort, if you can keep the Bloody Ministry and Dumbledore from getting in my way. We can always still lose if the clown convention tries hard enough. Harry said. Amelia and Croaker winced, but nodded. The Minister and Dumbledore would indeed push back against this show of force by what they needed to be a disposable and controllable pawn. The DMLE and Unspeakable's leadership at least would do their best to be ineffective when used against Harry. If they dared not support him openly, they would at least do their best to stay out of his way.